Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring Dick Powell in Island in the Sky. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The Warner Brothers picture, Island in the Sky, was based on the best-selling novel by Ernest K. Gann, a masterpiece of drama involving aeroplanes and the men who fly them. As we shall see in tonight's thrilling attempt to rescue a crew of men isolated in the Arctic wasteland. And as our star of this Batjack production, we have one of those amazing triple threat men of Hollywood. Actor, director, producer, Dick Powell. Now Act One of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
This is a story about professional pilots and their special guarded world. Their island in the sky. In the world aloft, the age-old factors of life and death assume their proper values. That's why professional pilots are uncomplicated, simple men. Their thinking must be straightforward, or they die violently. In World War II, many professional airline pilots were attached to the Army Air Transport Command. They were of the Army, but not in it. First of all, they were flyers. In the icy emptiness above the Himalayas, in the skies of the South Seas, North Africa, and the cloudy vastness over Greenland and Labrador, they flew the materiel of war. Men like Murray, D'Annunzio, Stankowski, Lovett, and Dooley.
D'Annunzio. Yeah, Captain?
See if you can get us a cross bearing from Desolation Island.
Been trying to, can't race it.
How about Goose Bay?
Nothing to it. All I get on these headphones is bacon flying. It's the Northern Lights.
Think we're going to pick up some ice? So I was thinking. Murray.
Yes, sir?
Where do you figure we are?
200 miles off the Labrador coast, sir.
You sure it's not 201 miles?
I tend point us right here on the chart, Captain.
Oh, yeah, well, maybe. I got a hunch we're almost over the coast. Suppose you figure out what kind of ground speed we'd have to make to be over Hamilton River Peninsula in about 10 minutes.
Oh, that'd be 200 miles per hour, sir. That's just not possible.
Why, anything's possible up here, son?
Something wrong, sir?
No, not yet.
The air's getting pretty cold outside, isn't it? 10 below.
What do you know? The kid's learning to read instruments. Frank. Yes, Daddy. You better wipe off your wind. Oh, sure. Let's enjoy the view, huh? Of what? Hey, it's getting rough. D'Annunzio. Pick up any signals yet?
No, sir. Maybe you ought to try yours, sir.
Okay, right now. Pretty, isn't it? Yeah. Sweetest music this side of heaven. Think we might chance letting down through these clouds? Not till I'm sure where we are, dead sure. Might go back to Greenland. No. You want to tangle with that fjord at night? Not me, Daddy. Well, we couldn't make it anyway. If we can't get into Goose Bay, we'll keep right on to Presque Isle. Take a lot of gas. Yeah, that it will. All we got. You don't worry about rough air. It's just uncomfortable. You don't worry about snow or even the static. You do worry about the winds up here. They're invisible and powerful. But most of all, you worry about ice. It can kill.
That's nice.
Just worked Goose Bay. Now, why don't they turn on the range?
They say it is on.
Well, we're sure not getting it.
Goose Bay tried to take a bearing on us, but they say our signals are too weak.
How about Greenland?
Still no go.
Maybe Montreal?
Nothing.
Murray, where do you think we are now?
Just coming up on the St. Lawrence. Maybe. With no stars on the radio, it's pretty hard to be sure.
Ah, that's a good boy. You talk like that, I can believe you. You must have missed Goose Bay altogether.
Yes, sir. But by the amount of our drift, I think we're east of our course.
Oh, then we'll set a new one. Frank, fly 270. Mm-hmm. 270, Daddy. Stankowski. Hey, where's Stankowski? Go back in the cabin.
Hey, somebody go back and wake up that dumb engineer.
I heard that, Lovett. If it wasn't for this dumb engineer, a lot of you running those guys would be in...
Zinkowski, how much fuel is there left in the cabin tanks?
Maybe a couple of teaspoons. Why? Trouble?
Well, what does it sound like to you?
Big trouble. Ice.
Yeah, ice on the props. They're slinging the stuff straight at us. They're on here.
Yes, sir.
Transmit blind. Keep sending. Ask for bearings from anyone you can raise. Presque Isle if possible. Tell them we're icing up and losing altitude. We're turning northwest until we run out of gas. You got it?
Got it.
Then send it.
Yes, sir.
Presque Isle. The pilots call it the jumping off place. Because this field in the far northeastern corner of Maine was the last American runway before Labrador and Greenland and Iceland and Europe. Dooley knew it well, and Presque Isle knew Dooley.
Lieutenant Cord.
Yeah, now later, Angeli.
Oh, excuse me, sir, but maybe you ought to read what's coming in right now.
Well, it better be important, Corporal. Position uncertain. Icing up fast. Proceeding northwest until gas runs out. All stations take bearings. Merry Christmas, Dooley.
Any instructions, sir?
Yes. Get Goose Bay. Quick. Come on, baby. Stay up.
You can't, Daddy. We're just one big cake of ice.
Frank, run the engines to 2,500 and 35 inches.
35.
Okay. Zinkowski, more alcohol on the props. Denunce, you getting anybody?
Can't tell. I'm so quiet.
This is Presque Isle, Maine, calling Goose Bay. Calling Goose Bay. You getting Dooley signals? If so, take bearings. This is Presque Isle, Maine.
Captain, I just found something.
Like what, Murray?
Well, if we keep on going northwest, we'll fly right off the map. My charts don't show any details, just big blank spots.
And maybe we're going to fill in one of those blanks.
Yeah, but 15. 11. 8. See anything? Anything at all?
Sure. More fog.
600.
Frank.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. We're breaking through, huh?
Yeah, there's something shiny down there.
Yeah.
Hey, it's a lake.
Yes, it's another one over here on my side. There's Snow and Lake, huh?
Landing lights.
Right.
Wheels down, half flaps.
Wheels. Not gonna land this thing with wheels down.
I am. Denunzia, Murray, Zinkowski. Get back to the cabin, stretch out on the floor.
Yes, sir.
Full flap.
Full flap. Hold it, Daddy. Just hold it just a second.
What's wrong?
Get out of that snapshot of my girl. Think of a time to kiss her picture. Ain't no better time.
Here it comes.
That's the switch. Cut it!
Well, that's one more we could walk away from.
Angeli, anything more on Dooley? Oh, yes, it just came in.
Then why didn't you let me know?
Well, I said it just came in, sir. I haven't had time.
You haven't had time. You want to come over to the staff room and tell Colonel Fuller and the rest of them you haven't had time? They're in a real good mood right now at 1 in the morning.
Well, I'm sorry, Lieutenant, but you see,
Oh, give me that report.
Now, the search party is easy enough to organize, gentlemen. Now, the problem is where to search. Can't send planes out indiscriminately in this weather.
Colonel Fuller, sir, a radio report from Montreal.
Oh, thank you, Lieutenant. Gentlemen, we have a bearing on Dooley. At 2300 hours, Montreal fixed him as north of the St. Lawrence.
How far north, sir?
Well, that they couldn't give us. But at least it indicates that Dooley followed his plan, went off to the northwest. That narrows down the area somewhat.
To about 10,000 square miles.
He duly flew to the end of his gas supply. He's at least 200 miles into uncharted territory.
Yeah. Well, assuming, Captain, that he came down in one piece, how long could he live up there? Any game to shoot?
Who knows? Certainly not the Eskimos. They wouldn't have any part of that region.
Lieutenant Cord, how many ships are available for search right now?
5, sir, counting the general ship.
The general can walk. Turner, what's the disposition of the civilian airline pilot?
Well, sir, McMullen's here at the base. Willie Moon's westbound out of Goose Bay. Stanage is probably over Greenland. We haven't gotten a clear signal from there in 24 hours.
What about J.H. Handy and Stutz?
Handy is east to Iceland, sir. Stutz on his way west from there.
All right. Cord, your job will be to make radio contact with all of them. Tell them what's up.
Yes, sir.
Turner, you'll see that all 5 ships are ready with Arctic kits. Get with Major Dixon. Work out the stuff we're dropping.
Right away, sir.
All right, gentlemen, that's all. See you at 0900 in the briefing room.
Calling Boomerang. This is Presque Isle calling Boomerang. Calling Willie Moon. Calling C-47 Boomerang.
Calling Willie Moon. Calling C-47 Boomerang.
Hey, Willie, that's us.
Yeah. Boomerang, go ahead, Presque Isle. What's doing?
On arrival here, you report to Colonel Fuller at operations.
Me? I'm going through to Boston.
Sorry, change in flight plan.
Says you. I promised my wife I'd be home for our kid's birthday. You tell Colonel Fuller I'm a civilian pilot.
So is Dooley, sir. And he's down.
Repeat that.
Dooley is down. Colonel hopes you will join search party.
Hopes? Tell him he dang well better let me.
Will do.
Hey, how about Stutz and Handy and Stanish?
Can't reach them. Relay word to Greenland.
Then get to it, boy. Get to it.
Breezy, if this isn't Greenland, we're lost.
Why, Captain Standish, I'm surprised, actually. You mean those palm trees oughtn't to be down there? GGK, the BWA tower. Looks like we're about 7 icebergs west of the field.
Roger, GGK. Altimeter 2990. Wind west well. Hard pack, snow on runway. Clear to land.
Thanks.
Hold on, give me Stanish.
Oh, Captain. Stanish.
Word from Presque Isle, sir. Dooley is down.
What? Where?
Well, they're not sure. Maybe Labrador. They're getting up a search party.
Tower.
Yes, sir.
Tell operations to refuel us on landing. We're going on through.
This morning? You gotta get some sleep.
While Dooley freezes to death? Sorry, we're going through.
Penelope to Lighthouse Lil. That you, Handy?
Yeah. Stutz, you think you might have enough gas to make it to the mainland?
Don't think so. Why?
Presque Isle says Dooley's down.
Dooley?
Yeah, that's the part of where's the need search planes.
Handy.
Yeah.
I got enough gas.
Same here.
Daddy? Captain. Hey, Dooley. Still awake?
Yeah.
Thinking, huh?
Yeah. Just thinking.
How about climbing out of this crate and having a look around?
Can't see anything till daylight.
I suppose not. You figured out anything?
Go back to sleep.
Daddy.
Okay, but keep your voice down. No use waking up the rest.
Well, you got ourselves a crew of real sack artists. Have you figured out anything?
Like where we are?
Yeah.
No. In the morning, we'll break out the octet and take a shot at the sun.
Yeah, if it comes out.
Yeah, if the sun comes out. Well, anyway, about 30 gallons left in the tanks. You can get some generator power for the radio transmitter.
If we can start an engine in this cold.
Yeah. Oh, and food, yeah. Let's worry about food a little bit. Got 3 tins of salmon, 8 chocolate bars, some sea rations, 2 marmalade sandwiches left over from last night.
One of them's got a bite out of it.
Mm-hmm. Your bite. Shot bites, but it's all we got. Well, it's enough to last 5 men, maybe, 6 days.
Mm-hmm. After that?
I'm not worried, Frank.
Okay. Sure not, I'm not.
Well, try that again, Daddy.
Not worried. Sometimes a man has to lie. Even you, Julie. You have always tried to live by the exact truth. Exactness is so necessary in flying. But you're down. 5 men down in the middle of a great big nowhere. Well, tonight it's all right. This'll be the easiest time for them. But tomorrow, or the day after, they're going to know what real hunger is. So find food, that's number 1. Then find out where this nowhere is, so you can help the others find you. Spanish, McMullen, Stubbs, J.H. Handy, Willie Moon. They'll come, Dooley. They won't leave you floating alone on an ice cake. They'll come if it takes all winter. Yeah, but you've only got 6 days. Well, you got to be strong, Dooley. You got to keep them hoping, keep them believing. They'll find their strength in you. But where will you find yours?
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
Act 2 of Island in the Sky in a moment. You know, with our servicemen stationed in so many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe the customs and traditions of other people. They're finding out that these customs aren't so strange after all. For instance, in many countries, marriage is by proxy. The groom and the bride are not allowed to meet until the wedding is over. Well, this is the custom in Malaya, the South Celebes, and Siam. This is also one of the reasons for the veiling of Mohammedan women and the Hindu rule of purdah. In other words, the brides are hiding from the groom. Well, that has its modern counterpart in marriage among Christians. We say it's bad luck if the groom sees the bride before the ceremony. Well, we don't really believe that, maybe, but at least we have them come to separate rooms at the church and join each other at the altar. And the veil of a Mohammedan woman is as sacred as our marriage rights are to us. This is true about customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. And our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing these customs, by learning about them and honoring them. This, after all, is one of our traditions, to let the other fellow have the same rights and privileges that we want for ourselves.
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
A plane is down. To the man who seldom flies, or perhaps never, it's simply a statement of an unpleasant fact. To men like Willie Moon and McMullen, Stanish and Stubbs and J.H. Handy and Colonel Fuller, it means more. One of your own kind is down. And it's important beyond anything else, that he rise again.
Gentlemen, our information is still very sketchy. We can rely on the bearing that Montreal gave us last night. Julie was somewhere in the vicinity of Lake Manouan, right where my photo's touching the chart. At that time, Dooley radioed that he was proceeding on a northwest course.
Well, if I might suggest, sir, since Dooley is a civilian, he might have taken the liberty.
Oh, rats. If Dooley said he was going to fly northwest, he flew northwest.
Yes, but we don't know that, McMullen. We're theorizing.
Yeah, that's the trouble with all this stuff. Let's have some action.
Now, suppose you let the colonel finish, Moo.
Now, we have word from Greenland on Dooley's fuel load when he left there. According to those figures, and assuming that he kept to a northwest course, he had enough gas to carry him 4 or 5 hours beyond Lake Manouan or somewhere right around this region.
Oh, brother.
Ain't nobody ever explored that territory?
No, not for map-making purposes. Yes, and to make it more difficult, the weather's against us.
So what do we do? Wait till summer and everything's nice and balmy for us? McMullen, we don't want to dissipate our efforts. You and Moon are on hand, but Stutz, J.H. Handy, and Stanish won't fly in here till dark. Tomorrow morning we'll be ready to go.
Tomorrow. What if Dooley and his men are injured?
That is a possibility, of course. There's another still. They may all be dead.
Colonel, can we count on taking off in 4 hours?
No. Be back here ready to go in 2 hours.
Dooley?
Yep. Any luck?
Ah, No game?
Not even a bird in the sky.
Any firewood?
Plenty of trees in those hills, but the wood's frozen solid.
Well, I guess that figures. It's 40 below zero.
That's awful mean country, Daddy. Nothing but whiteness and glare and silence.
Yeah, you can almost hear it. Frank, I want you to do something for me. It's Murray. Kid's pretty scared, I think. Keeps going on about his wife and baby.
Yeah, I heard him.
Maybe you might talk to him. Might help. You two are kind of near the same age.
Heck, we are. I did my first solo before Murray was old enough to even spell the word navigator.
Well, anyway, I think he'd warm up to you quicker than he would to me. How about it?
Sure. You know, if this little fiasco had come along about a week later, I might be sweating it out the same as Murray.
You? You mean you, a wife?
I know. I'm always yacked about this dame and that dame. I don't know, maybe that's a test. About Margaret, I ain't talking.
Well, are you sure? No, Bud. Come on now, then. Let's go back to the ship. I want to start up one of the engines so Denunzia can work the radio.
It better start pretty quick.
Keep it going.
Skipper, there's just so much juice in our batteries, and that's it.
Keep it going, I said.
Please, Captain, no more.
Okay, Philip. Now we'll have to get along without a generator. Denunzia, how many times can you transmit with what power we got left?
Well, from what I just heard, maybe 3 or 4 short messages. Maybe less.
Oh, that means every word's got to count. Oh, who's that?
Sounds like Murray.
Yeah, he's up in the Astrodome again.
Murray, come down here. Murray!
Yes, sir?
What kind of reading did you get this time?
It doesn't make sense, Captain. According to the octant, we should be having coffee in Bangor, Maine, or Paris, or Stalingrad. All on the same latitude. Maybe it's me. It's so cold I can't think.
Yeah, that's what's wrong. It's the cold, you know. The octant's got pneumonia. Same as our watches. Oil in the gears, get sluggish. Just won't work right in these temperatures.
The navigator should know where he is. I don't. I'm sorry.
Oh, sure, Philip.
It's funny. Every time I get a good sight on the sun starts changing into something else. It looks like a toy ball. Like a baby's toy. But perhaps if I try just once more.
Like a baby's toy.
Yeah. See what I meant? Denunzia.
Yes, sir.
Switch on your dynamotor.
We're going to send?
Right now. One message and repeat 3 times, no more.
Yes, sir.
Ready?
Ready.
Okay. Dooley. To all stations. Down on Frozen Lake. Position uncertain. Just about 600 miles. Boomerang to Pelican. Do you read me, McMullen?
Calling into Boomerang. Over to Mr. Moon.
Good. Take a gander at that horizon. Them mountains ain't on my chart.
No, mine either. Julie didn't try to go through there. With a lot of ice, he'd never clear those mountains.
Yeah, and even if he did, look at that hunk of weather stacked up on the other side. Poor Dooley.
Will you shut that mouth of yours for a second? Listen.
Now what?
Presque I'll relay to Dooley. Come on, boy, come on. Give it to me. Down on Frozen Lake. Position uncertain. Yes, about 600 miles northwest of St. Lawrence. Yeah. What else? What do you mean, what else? It's faded out on me. Well, get them back. Do something, can't you? Oh, sure. I'll pick them up on my brainwaves. Wait a minute. Here comes again. No injuries. Urgently require food. Batteries low. Hope to make 1 over area. Signed Dooley. Hey, McMullen, did your guy read that message from Presque Isle?
Yeah, man. That lucky Irish sure he made it. He's alive.
Yeah, sure he is. Alive and kicking, just like we knew he'd be. That beat-up old balloonist. You're out. Yeah, do I make College Presque Isle? You bet I do. Tell him we're proceeding to the area given. What about the storm front? Forget it. Somewhere over the mountains, Dooley's waiting for us.
Look, you guys, will you pay attention?
Yeah.
Pay attention, will you? Go on, Denunci.
Well, it's real simple, fellas. Since we got to save our batteries, we use this portable transmitter. The hand crank job. You wind away on it like it was a coffee
Daddy, I
grinder.
got an idea.
Just a minute, Frank.
This here aerial is supposed to be hoisted up in the air by a balloon.
And we ain't got one, I bet.
Oh, yes, we have, but it's so blame cold the balloon wouldn't have enough buoyancy. So we'll have to string the aerial between two trees.
There's plenty of trees all along the lake. Maybe we could cut them down and make a log cabin.
Great idea.
I'll tell you what we are going to do. We're going to cut on some of those trees and pour some of our gas. We can once get a fire started. We can thaw out enough wood to keep the thing going.
Hey, Captain, that'd be swell, because I was wondering how we could heat up this coffee grinder. The grease in the gears is frozen, so you could hardly crank it.
I wasn't thinking about the coffee grinder. If we're in for a blizzard, and it looks like it, that fire's going to keep us alive.
How you cooking, Daddy? That's my idea.
What is?
Find something to cook over your fire. I'll run right down to the corner grocery.
Oh, sure. Right now, how about helping me drain some gasoline? Now, come on, boys. Let's move it, huh? Okay, boys. That's enough wood to start with. Stankowski, Murray, that's enough. Denunci.
Yeah.
You and Frank pile the wood over there on the lee side of that snow bluff. Hey, wait a minute. Where's Frank?
I know. I haven't seen him.
Stankowski, Murray, where's Frank?
I thought he was with you, Captain.
A half hour ago.
He went hunting.
Hunting? Oh, cut it out, Murray.
He did. He took the rifle and the ammunition. He said he was going to get us something to eat or else.
Oh, no, but this wind kicking up the snow, he's got visibility for about 20 feet. Frank! Frank! Come on, boys, yell together. They didn't hear us. Frank! Again! Frank!
Fire that rifle. Oh, what happened to that rifle? It's lost, too.
Dooley! Stankowski! Denunci! And Murray!
That's use. Keep walking in a straight line, that's all. And don't go walking around those circles. Just keep straight line. Need no bushes and trees. Just follow these footprints right back to camp and then go sleep. Oh, sleep. Most important thing in the whole wide world. Well, you know, I can't even see the footprints now. I can't see nothing. I know what old Dooley'd say about that. He said, take it easy, son, rest. And that's just what I'm going to do, Dooley. I'm going to sit down right here. Ooh, that feels so nice, so soft. Just going to lie here and think about Margaret. She's so nice and soft, too. Warm. Every time I looked at her, I always felt so warm and good, like 4th of July at Coney Island.
Oh, Frank, I can't hear a thing. It's ridiculous.
Sure you can, Margaret. Just pay attention to what you're doing. Stop looking at me, will you?
But I'd rather look at you, Frank. Do you mind, really?
Oh, I love it.
ever see anything so funny? I just never did take a good photograph.
Oh, wait a minute. For 25 cents, it looks pretty good to me. Besides, it was your idea, wasn't it?
Well, I wanted you to have a picture of me.
I don't need a picture to remember what you look like. I'll always remember, Margaret.
Oh, Frank.
I'll always remember.
The Pelican. Hey, McMillan.
Julie.
I can't buck these winds any longer, Mac. Another 10 minutes and I won't have enough gas to make it back to Presque Isle.
Same here. When Julie's down below, it sure is heck we never split her.
Okay. Let's make a 180. Ralph.
Yeah, what?
Tell Presque Isle we're coming in. Tell them that if Stanish, Handy, and Stephen got in from Greenland to just sit tight. Nothing anybody can do till the storm blows itself out.
These 2 sticks of firewood are the best I could do, Captain. They don't look much like a cross.
That'll have to do, Denuncier. Set it up right here by his head.
Captain.
Yes, Murray.
Frank showed me a snapshot of his girl. I hope you took it out of his pocket.
Why?
Well, so you could return it to her.
Maybe Frank would rather have it here with him.
That's the way I figure. Any of you men want to say anything? No, I suppose there's no need to. We all know what kind of a man Frank was. He was a good pilot. That takes an awful lot of things. There's something in the Bible, some psalm about the shepherd, but I don't know it. I think maybe we better say something that we all do know. Like, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
In a moment, Act 3 of Island in the Sky. The Navy Enlisted Men's Club in Tokyo is a pretty nice place where the men of the Navy can sit around and talk, read, or play cards on off-duty hours. It's a pretty nice place in another way, too. There's a box on the bar for the spare change of the sailors, and every penny that's dropped into it goes for the support of their private orphanage called the Home of Affection. Over 50 boys and girls of all ages are fed, clothed, and educated there. The orphanage has formed its own self-government, and the children are learning what it's like to live by democratic rules. With the help of the enlisted men of our Navy, they're meeting the world with a new hope, a new dignity, and pride. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow.
Curtain rises on Act 3 of Island in the Sky, starring Dick Powell as Dooley.
How long is the day? 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds? Well, it all depends. If you're lost in the great white emptiness of the subarctic, time is measured by the icy paralysis which penetrates ever deeper and deeper into the body. If you're in the sky, time is an almost mystic complex of RPM, inches of mercury, gallons of gasoline, degrees of drift, barometric pressure. Things known to men like Willie Moon and McMullen and Stanish and Stutz and J.H. Handy.
Boomerang to all ships. Altitude 13.7 coming out on top. Where are you?
Lighthouse, J.H. Handy, just below you, 12.5. Ginger K, Stanish, same altitude. Penelope, Stutz, 11,000. Billy and McMullen bringing up the rear, 10.5. How's it look up there on top?
Clear as a maiden aunt's conscience. Maybe it was worth being grounded 48 hours.
That depends on how Billy made out.
Yeah. Ralph, you picking up anything yet?
No. We ain't over the area yet.
That don't stop you picking up Dooley's signal.
Sure it does if he's sending out the emergency outfit, that hand crank job.
How far can you hear one of them things?
Maybe 25 miles. Maybe 100 if everything's just right.
Well, don't bust yourself wide open with optimism, bud. Okay, let's pretend Dooley's got enough juice in his regular set. Let's pretend he's trying to pick us up.
So what do we say?
Tell him to build a big bonfire with lots of smoke. Tell him we'll be looking for it.
Will do.
Smoke? But at 70 below zero, smoke may simply settle to the ground. A plane down on a frozen lake. But what lake? That one? Or that one? There are 1,000 lakes. From the air, you can see 100 miles. But the wingspread of a plane may be only 100 feet. Like looking for a chip of wood in the middle of the ocean.
Dooley. Fellas, it's them.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah, they're calling us right now. Listen. Build big fire. Keep it going.
Yeah? Yeah, what else?
They say, take it easy.
How close do you think they are?
Signal's pretty weak. They aren't close.
Well, tell them that. Send an answer.
In a minute. I gotta warm up my fingers.
Okay, Murray, Stankowski, get outside to start filling up that bonfire. Pour some engine oil over it. Maybe we can make some real smoke.
Yes, right away, Captain. Hey, Captain, our batteries are almost gone. If I hold my key down, the juice will be gone in a few minutes. I think it'd be better if we took bearings on them.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not, but at least the batteries will last longer if we tell them which direction they're flying.
All right. Are your fingers warm enough now?
Well, they're as warm as they'll get.
Good, then shoot the works.
Willie, I got him, Willie.
Boomerang. Hey, guys, we got Dooley.
So wait. Yeah, stop yagging so we can hear him.
Come on, Ralph. What's he say?
He wants to take bearings on us. Says to fly 140 degrees.
140? That's behind us.
That's what he wants. That'll give us another bearing.
Okay, 140 it is.
Will you slow down, Willie? We can't keep up with you. Our right engine is icing up.
You pumping alcohol?
You kidding? This ship smells like a brewery right now. This is Stanish. Just picked up Dooley again. He says turn to 150 degrees north.
Another bearing, Willie. 160 degrees.
How's Dooley sound?
Weaker. Can't last much longer.
New bearing. 170 degrees.
170.
They acknowledging?
Loud and clear, just about knocking my ears off. Dooley.
Yeah?
We've had it.
Oh, what's the batteries?
Yeah. Just 1/2 of 1 jolt left in them.
Okay. Then tell them to listen on 500 kilocycles, the emergency set, that coffee grinder.
I'll try.
Hey, Willie. All we can get is bomb music on 500.
Yeah, same here. That big station in Montreal's spilling over. Dang it all. We must be sitting practically on top of Dooley, and we can't hear him.
This is Stutz. We're at the end of our gas. McMullen, likewise. J.H. Handy. That makes it about unanimous. How about you, Stanish? I didn't want to break up the party, but... What do you say, Willie?
Yeah. This is it. Back to Presque Isle.
The gears on this coffee grinder must be moving in solid cement.
Here, I'll crank it for a while.
I'll do it, Captain.
Yeah, me too.
You'll all get your turn. All right, now you can put some more wood on that fire and keep praying.
Captain, lay off a second.
Huh?
Listen.
Hey, it's them. They're coming, boys. They're coming.
Hey,
there's one coming over the hill!
Oh, there's another one over there!
Hey, look, another one!
Right this way, guys. That's the stuff. Come to
They don't see us.
So they got to.
Willie! McMullen! Saucy!
They didn't even see the smoke. And they were coming right over it. They'll never come back. They'll never come back.
I'm sorry to call you men here directly from your ship, but we've got to decide our next step tonight. Then you can hit the sack. Willie.
Yes, sir?
I believe your ship made the first contact with Dooley. Now, what time was that? What was your position?
Around 1500. We were an hour north of the mountains.
Proceeding on what compass course?
Yeah, that's anybody's guess. Compass just won't stand still up in that country.
Well, we had the same trouble, sir. The magnetic pole kept moving on us.
Captain Standish has a long-distance call for you.
It can wait, Lieutenant.
The operator said it was urgent, sir. New York.
All right, Standish. Make it short.
Thank you, sir.
Now, man, what I'm trying to get at is this. 5 ships covered a certain area today. We've got to know what that area is so we can eliminate it on our next sweep.
Colonel,
Yes, Andy?
I hate to say this, but for the first time since I started flying, which was a long time ago, I just don't know where I've been.
My case, too.
Wow. This is pretty extraordinary. Well, has anybody got any ideas?
Yeah.
All right, Stet.
Well, let's go back at night. Fly the stars. Plot one fix after another so we know where we are. Plan to arrive over the search area just before dawn. Dooley hears our engines. He'll shoot up a flare, and we'll see it.
We will, huh? We told Dooley to build a big fire, but we sure didn't see any smoke.
Well, maybe we were flying too high. Let's stay closer to the deck next time.
Captain Turner, how about the weather?
Well, there's a new low-pressure system forming over Hudson Bay, so it'll hit Dooley in about 36 hours. May last as much as 4 days.
All right. Here's what we do. I like Stut's idea of going up in the stars. Tomorrow night we try it. Stake out what you men think is a new search area, and hope that Dooley hears you and sends up a flare. If you miss him this time, well, you heard about the weather. Dooley's already out of food. He can't stand another blizzard. Oh, Standish, while you were on the phone, we worked out a plan. Boys will tell you.
Who was it, Standish? One of your dolls?
It was Murray's wife.
Murray. Dooley's navigator?
Yes, sir. She wants us to give her husband a message.
Don't she know we ain't found him?
Well, she says she knows he's alive. She says to tell him the baby's over his cold and that she loves him.
Dooley, you asleep?
No.
I've been trying to, but I keep thinking, what if the planes don't come back?
They will, Murray.
You sure?
Try thinking about something else.
But why should they come back to this same place? They looked here and didn't see anything. Tomorrow they'll try someplace different. Wouldn't you, Dooley, if you were flying one of those planes?
Oh, they'll be back. All we got to do is build up a bigger fire tomorrow.
You're not just saying that, Dooley. You're sure?
I'm sure. Now get some sleep.
Gee, I hope my wife and kid are all right.
Hope can be murdered, but seldom the deep human strength of survival. Yet that strength is as tricky as it is powerful. It can become miserable panic if the leader falters.
He said they'd come today, and they didn't.
Yeah, and the wind's getting louder. What's that mean?
If it keeps up all night, we'll maybe have another blizzard.
Why don't Dooley talk to us? He just keeps walking around. Why don't he stay here with us?
Because he went for some more firewood.
Dooley, come here!
What's wrong?
We want you to talk to us. Tell us something. Say something.
Uh-huh. Nuncio?
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow, instead of sending straight signals, maybe better tap out some kind of a message, like return to same place. Return to same place.
Okay by me.
How long could you keep that up?
As long as the boys can crank the coffee grinder.
What's the good of it? It'd be better if we started walking out of here.
How far do you think you'd get? Empty stomach doesn't give you much mileage.
That's why we gotta move. We gotta find some food to shoot. Here, it's like everything was already dead.
That's enough, Murray.
We might find a river or a stream.
I said shut up.
You said the planes would come back, Dooley. They haven't.
Shut up.
No, they'll never come back.
Dooley. Now listen. All of you. There's a boy buried out there in that snow because he didn't listen to me. Our only chance is right here. If the planes can't see our ship from the air, they sure couldn't see us walking. Now, the first one of you who hikes out of this cab here is going to get shot. I'll aim for your legs, but I may miss you and hit you in the back of the head. Now, who's for leaving? All right, that's better. Hey, come on, wake up.
Dooley?
Yep, let's start cranking.
Oh, it's not even light yet.
It will be before long. We want the coffee grinder really warmed up by then. Come on, I'll start it.
Some of them stick up pretty high. Hey, one of you other guys. Ralph and I are going to listen to Steph. So you hunt for Dooley at 500 kilocycles.
Stanish, you guys having any luck?
Not me, J.J. McMullen, nothing here. How about you, Stitz? I got to turn back. Only 450 gallons left. Sorry, boys.
Oh, man. My arm is about to drop off. I had it.
All right. I'll take another whirl at it. Keep sending, Denuncia. Keep sending.
On top of me, knocking my ears off.
Well, you'd look better without him anyway.
It's getting light, Captain.
Yeah. I wish those clouds would clear away. Mikowski, how about sculling me on this thing?
Dude, listen.
Murray, throw me that flare gun.
Yes.
Here goes.
You think the flare will clear the clouds?
Yeah. Can I see it in this light?
There they are!
message for me, Captain?
Yeah. Standish wrote it. Says, your wife's fine and little, what's-his-name is over his coal.
Gee. Oh, gee.
That's all? Don't say anything else?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Ski planes will be back this afternoon to take you out.
Wow!
Julie, your wife and kids are waiting for you.
Huh? What?
Hey, Dooley, we didn't know you had a wife and kids.
Yeah, 6 of them. And thank God I'm going to see them again.
In a moment, Dick Powell will return. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Elizabeth Vining was an American who probably had more individual success than anyone else in creating a strong feeling of friendship between the United States and Japan. In 1946, she was selected for the important job of teaching English to the 12-year-old Crown Prince Akihito. Her tour of duty was for 2 years. In Tokyo, she found a class of 20 boys had been assigned to her. By patiently conducting her class completely in English, Miss Vining gradually taught them a language they were eager to learn. Her methods of teaching and subject matter were of her own choice. The boys studied American history and democracy, had discussions on the United Nations, and the prince memorized Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. At the end of her assignment, Miss Vining agreed to stay another year, since the prince's English had reached the point where he could understand the expression of ideas. At the end of the 3rd year, Prince Akihito was well acquainted with English and the benefits of a democratic way of life. Miss Vining's work was finished. The Emperor and the Empress thanked her for the understanding she had brought to the prince and the Japanese children, and gave her many gifts to show their gratitude. And what had Elizabeth Vining learned from her work? That she had contributed much toward the future peace of Japan and the rest of the world. That she opened windows which had remained closed too long. As one of her students told her, "You have not only taught us English, you have taught us thoughts." Yes, Elizabeth Vining had learned that by helping others, you help your country. Now, here's Mr. Cummings.
Dick Powell, congratulations on a very fine performance.
Thank you, and thank you, Irving. I understand you were selected by the nation's top radio and TV editors as the best dramatic show on radio.
Yes, in a poll conducted annually by Radio and TV Daily, we're very pleased and proud. We intend to go right on presenting the very best motion pictures Hollywood has produced.
How's about next week's show?
You won't want to miss it either, because it's one of the most famous comedies of all time, with one of the greatest romantic teams ever seen on the screen. Another of our 20 greats, this time from Columbia Pictures. The gay-mad story of The Awful Truth. And recreating their original roles, Cary Grant and Irene Dunn.
Oh, that's a great one, all right. Good night.
Good night, and best regards for Julie.
Fran? Hey, who's that man?
Huh?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
There's a strange man asleep in our guest room.
Theater 5 presents The Stranger.
You nearly dressed, Fred?
Oh, give me another minute or a half an hour or something.
Well, the bathroom's ready for you. I'll go down and make breakfast.
Okay. Say, how about making me some sausage this morning?
All right.
Give me some men who are stout-hearted men who will fight for the right they adore. Shoulder to shoulder and boulder to boulder.
Fred!
Huh? What is it?
Fred? Who's that man?
What?
That man in the guest room.
Mary, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about the man in the guest room. Maybe all right, but I should think you would have told me you brought someone home with you last night.
Wait a minute.
And I think of it, I went right past the guest room door, practically undressed this
Mary,
morning.
will you stop talking and let me get a word in? Are you telling me there's somebody in the guest room?
Yes.
A man?
Yes.
Well, I didn't bring any man home with me last night.
But where did this man come from?
What time did you get in last night?
I don't know, 11:30, I guess.
And the guest room was empty then?
I don't think I looked into it.
Well, I got home about 1:30, and... No, I guess I didn't look into the guest room either. This man in the guest room, what's he doing?
He's lying in bed, apparently fast asleep.
Well, I think we just better wake him up.
What if he has a gun?
Oh, Mary, don't be ridiculous. Come on.
Listen, Fred, I'm afraid.
Honey, look, don't worry. We'll turn this guy out of the house or over to the police or whatever. Now,
look at him. He's still asleep.
Hey, you. Come on, wake up. The party's over.
Good morning, Fred. Good morning, Mary.
Who are you?
Well, don't you know?
Of course he doesn't know, and neither do I. Who are you?
You don't know either?
No, I don't.
Well, this is a pretty situation.
Look, stop stalling and get out of that bed.
I'm not stalling. I'm trying to figure out what to do.
No, just bet you are.
Oh, what the devil. I'm not going to take the rap. I'm going to tell the truth.
We'd like to hear it.
All right. Now, last night was your bridge night, wasn't it, Mary?
How did you know that?
And it was your bowling night, Fred. Isn't that right?
That's right, and I don't know how you knew it, but it's got nothing to do with the fact that you broke into
to
our house.
My presence here, and I didn't break into your house. This is a very delicate situation. Mary's bridge night, Fred's bowling night, but, well, let me put it this way. One of you is putting me in a most embarrassing position because, you see, one of you didn't go bowling or bridge playing. And that one brought me home and invited me to stay a week.
What are you talking about?
I was invited to stay here in this house for 1 week by one of you. He or she seems to have changed his or her mind.
I went bowling last night, and I never saw you before in my life.
I played bridge last night, and I never saw you before either.
You see? One of you is lying.
Well, that's impossible.
Uh-huh. It gives us all something to think about, doesn't it?
Look here, if you are suggesting that my
you
wife...
can't tell me that my husband...
One of you was very clever to say what you just said. Still, it's going to be a strain, isn't it, to keep it up? I tell you what, I have a suggestion.
What is it?
Well, it's born of the fact that I'm hungry. Why don't we talk this over at breakfast like sensible, civilized people?
You've got a nerve.
You are going to give me some breakfast, aren't you?
Mary, I think we ought to. It'll give us a little time to think. Now, look there, you go on downstairs. I'll stay here with this character while he gets dressed.
More coffee?
Oh, thank you. I will, yes.
Are you ready to talk now?
Well, I really told you all I have to say. Oh, this is good coffee, Mary.
So glad you like it.
I'm willing to answer questions if you have any.
All right. Now, you say one of us brought you home last night. Which one?
Now, that's the question I'm not going to answer.
Why not?
Well, the person who brought me home doesn't want his or her husband or wife to know where he or she was last night. And you know what? On reflection, I can see why.
This is ridiculous.
Of course it is. You came home about 11:30, right?
Yes.
And I got home about 1:30.
And by that time, Mary was asleep. Now, where does that get either of you?
Well, I've got a question. According to your story, you knew one of us, only one of us. But when you woke up this morning, you called us both by name. Now, how do you account for that?
The person I was with last night talked about the person he or she was married to. As a matter of fact, under the circumstances, it was quite natural to do so.
What circumstances?
One of you knows very well what circumstances, and the other will have to guess.
Fred, were you with your bowling team last night?
Yes. How about you?
I played bridge at Agatha's house.
That's what you say.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, that's what you say. He says differently.
No, he doesn't. He says differently about you.
Oh, this is great. This is. I've been reading for years about the kind of thing that goes on in the suburbs, the discontented wives.
The philandering husband?
And I'll tell you the truth, I honestly didn't think it applied to this suburb, or at least to this house in this suburb.
What are you trying to pretend, Fred? That I've had an affair?
I don't know what has happened, but I know I'm going to find out one thing. What's Agatha's phone number?
SC44099. What do you think you're going to find out?
I am just going to get a couple of things straightened out. Believe me, it's time we got the cards out on the table. We'll just find out. Hello, Agatha. This is Fred Denton. Agatha, Mary has gone out this morning, and I can't find a little black notebook that she was carrying for me last night. I wonder if she left it at your house. Oh, I see. Well, she was there, wasn't she? She was either supposed to go to your house or... Oh, yeah, that's right. It was bridge night. Okay, well, the notebook will probably turn up. Thanks, Agatha. Bye.
Give me that phone.
And what do you think you're doing?
Never you mind. You just never mind. Don't think you're the only one that can go around checking up on things. Well, hello? Harry? Well, this is Mary. Listen, Harry, confidentially... What is the best bowling score my husband ever had? Oh, I see. Well, he hasn't been bragging then. What did he bowl the last time? Oh, that's right. It was last night, wasn't it? No, I just didn't think he was that good, and I've been kidding him. Well, thank you, Harry. Bye.
Mary.
Yes, Fred.
I'm ashamed.
I'm ashamed, too.
Of course, either Agatha or Harry was fixed beforehand.
You shut up.
All right, if you want me to.
I trust my wife implicitly.
That's
And
splendid.
I trust my husband.
Admirable.
What is your game, anyhow?
It doesn't seem to do much good for me to tell the truth to you people.
You're going to tell the truth before I get through with you.
You bet you are coming in here and upsetting us this way.
Now, you've had your breakfast, and you probably think you're going to leave now. Well, you're not. You're going to stay in this house until we get to the bottom of all this.
Of course I am. I've been invited for a week.
May I come in, Fred?
Sure. Where is he?
He's sitting on our sun porch as if he owned it, reading one of our books.
Well, I wouldn't have let it go on this way if it weren't that I run the business from home here.
I should hope not. I wouldn't want to be alone with him.
But in all of these days, what is it, 3 or 4 days, we haven't found out a thing.
Well, he found out his name is Bert.
If it is his name.
And he's just been divorced and has no place to go.
Yeah, if he was ever married, which, frankly, I doubt. Or do you find him attractive, Mary?
What do you mean by that?
Hang it all. I just want to know why he is here.
Because you told him he couldn't leave, which fitted in perfectly with his plan.
Oh, this is too much. Look, I'm going to see that guy. You stay here. I want to talk with him alone. No, and it's not what you're thinking.
I didn't say a word, did I?
You looked.
Go ahead. Go and talk to him. Whatever you have to say.
Well, Bert, taking your ease on my sun porch, I see.
Oh, just a moment, Fred. Wait until I finish this paragraph, will you?
Oh, I won't wait.
Well, you're pretty hopped up.
You bet I am. Why are you causing trouble around here?
Am I?
You know you are, and you're enjoying it, too.
Well, why not? I'm a student of human nature.
I've had enough. Now, let's see you smile after that. Or that.
Stop it!
All right. Your husband has a cut on his cheek. You better fix it.
I'll give you more than that.
I said stop it.
What are you doing here anyway, Mary? I told you I wanted to talk to him alone.
If you want to know, I was in the dining room listening.
Oh, you were? Well, then, if you were listening, you now know this character and I never saw each other before.
No, I don't. Anything you said to each other can be taken either way. Either he came home with you that night, or you have no idea who he is. Nothing you said told me a thing.
Think back on the conversation, Fred. She's right. Nobody knows any more now than you did that morning you found me here. Still and all, in view of the fact that we've had this fight, I'll go or I'll stay, just as you please. If I leave now, you'll never see me again. And you'll never know, will you? So, shall I go?
Stay.
Stay. Come in. Oh, hi, Mary. Everything under control?
Everything's under control, including dinner.
Oh, is it really that late?
Mm-hmm.
I've been catching up on some work I should have done earlier this week.
Well, dinner's ready.
And our guest?
Upstairs.
Do you know, Mary, we haven't said a single thing about why Bert is here or that fantastic story he gave us or anything at all since he and I had that fight.
I know.
Of course, I don't know what you're saying to him while I'm here in the office.
Now, Fred, I thought we agreed we would just forget those suspicions.
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, honey. What I mean is it's actually been kind of pleasant since the fight.
Well, I hate to agree, but that's true.
It's been as if you were, I don't know.
One of the family.
That's right.
It's all wrong, of course.
I know. The truth of the matter is that since the fight, we've all been getting along beautifully, and we haven't found out a thing.
Well, it's just been easier for us to be pleasant because we're pleasant suburban people.
That's what I mean.
And you know something, Fred?
What?
This is our last chance.
What do you mean?
He was going to stay a week. At 1:30 tomorrow night. That week is over.
At 11:30 tomorrow
Oh, now,
night.
please, Fred.
Well, sometime tomorrow night. All right. We've got a little more than 24 hours to find out all about this man and what he's been up to. All right? Now, is dinner ready?
Yes.
Okay, come on. And let's make it a pretty tough dinner for him.
Mary, you couldn't have pleased me more. I love goulash.
Well, I'm glad.
Look here, my friend. You have been here now almost a week.
You know, I was thinking of that myself. I'm going to miss you two people.
Well, we are not going to miss you.
Oh, now, I'd take offense at that if I really believed you, Fred.
I think tonight would be an excellent time for you to explain yourself, Bert.
You mean speak right out in public and tell you who brought me here last week?
Either that or what joke you're playing.
Oh, no, I couldn't be that cruel to you. It would be better, wouldn't it? For you to think in the years to come that possibly I was just kidding.
What we want from you right now, Bert, is the truth.
I've never told you anything else.
The whole truth.
How long do you cook the noodles?
The whole truth, and now.
My week is up tomorrow night. I suppose I can see your point of view, but, well, it isn't always wise to insist on knowing things that might hurt you.
Will you stop all that nonsense and just tell us what you have to tell us?
I was going to say it isn't always wise, but if people insist on knowing, they usually can find out.
So?
We have more than 24 hours. Now, I don't want to ruin an excellent meal, but I can give you a promise.
What is it?
Well, I arrived in this house sometime between 11:30 and 1:30 a week ago tomorrow night. By tomorrow night, at that time, you, Fred, and you, Mary, won't have any further doubts.
Look, I want an answer from you, and I want it now.
Well, you're not going to get it.
Stand up.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, what do you tell us what's going on here?
Stop it!
Are you going to tell me?
Fred, stop it! Don't hit him!
All right, Mary.
Now, look, I've said all I've had to say. And you listen to me, you two. Tomorrow night, both of you will be quite certain that you know the truth.
Fred, have you seen Bert?
Well, no, I've been here in the office since 7 a.m. Why?
Well, I went to call him for breakfast, and Freddie's gone.
What do you mean?
He's nowhere in this house.
Let me look.
I tell you, I've looked everywhere.
I don't doubt it.
And I've called him and called him. I tell you, he's gone.
I'm sure he's gone, but what I want to see
Perhaps
is...
we ought to see if his clothes are there.
It's not his clothes I'm interested in. Mary, where's my watch?
Well, how should I know?
I left it here on this bureau.
Well, then it...
Exactly.
Where are you going?
To check on other things.
What other things?
The silverware, for one thing.
Fred.
gone.
Oh, this is awful.
We have been the prize suckers, the prize fools.
Fred!
What?
Look, the Ming vase is gone.
Sit down. Let's not look any further. I'm sure every small object we've got that's worth anything is gone.
Oh, it was just awful.
Oh.
What are you laughing at?
Oh, darling, you know it's not awful at all. Don't you see? It's over.
Over? Oh, yes. Yes, Fred, you're right. Yes, it's over.
Darling, if I could only tell you the suspicions I had of you.
Well, I had the same suspicions of you.
Darling, it's just wonderful. Let him have the stuff.
It was nothing but a burglar.
A confidence man, a racketeer.
Oh, darling.
Oh, Mary, my love. Hey, you think we ought to report this to the police?
Well, I hadn't thought about it. What do you think?
Oh, I don't suppose they could get any of that stuff back for us.
No. Still. No. Maybe you're right. It wouldn't be wise to report it.
Well, I didn't say we shouldn't report it.
Well, of course you did. Mercy, do you think I have anything to fear from reporting this?
Well, does that mean you think I have?
Now, Fred, let's not quarrel.
Well, you said that... No. Let's not quarrel. Well, will we report it to the police?
Well, I'll leave it to you. It might make us a laughingstock.
That's true. Yeah, that... Oh, look, we don't have to spar around this way as if we were still suspicious of one another.
No.
Why don't we just decide not to report it and agree that this is the decision of both of us?
That's much the best way.
Let's just put aside all doubts of one another.
Yes.
Just say, I love you.
I love you.
And I love you.
And we can prove it, too, Fred, this very night. No doubts, no suspicions. This is your bowling night and my bridge night.
Hey, that's right. You go to your bridge and I'll go to my bowling. And we'll just forget the whole ridiculous business. I love you, Mary.
And I love you, Fred. But I'm not going to my bridge party. There's a drugstore across from the bowling alley, and I'm going to be there in the window with an ice cream soda, seeing whether he goes bowling or not. And if he checks me, it will be easy to get the girls to say that I was playing bridge.
No bowling for me. I'll be in the bushes opposite Agatha's house. The guys will cover for me in case she checks. I'm going to find out about her for certain, one way or the
other. Fred, but he's not going to make a fool of me.
She is the greatest girl in the world, but if she's putting anything over on me, I'm going to find out.
Theater 5 has presented The Stranger, written by Robert Senadella and directed by Warren Somerville. In the cast, Elliott Reed, Elspeth Eric, and James Monks. Audio engineer Bill Sandreuter. Sound technician M.C. Brock. Script editor Jack C. Wilson. Original music by Alexander Vlastotsenko. Orchestra under the direction of Glenn Osser. Executive producer for Theater 5, Edward A. Byron. We invite your comments. Write to Theater 5, New York 23, New York. This is Fred Foy speaking. This has been an ABC Radio Network production.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door.
Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open, so do come in. You know, some ghosts are awful liars. One of our people here tells the most fantastic stories of his life on Earth. And then he wonders why everyone sees through him.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
A man sits on a bench near the river. His suit is crumpled and ancient, his shoes broken. Now and then he sips from a bottle of cheap wine that has become his only friend. But he doesn't sip with good cheer and happiness. He drinks in horror.
Move on there. Move on.
Oh, officer, I feel pretty weak.
Drinking in the afternoon won't make you any stronger.
I've been ill.
Oh, sure. I've heard every sob story a hobo ever dreamed up. You know what's wrong with you? They used to call it lack of moral fiber back there in the war. You're just a spineless lump of humanity, not able to get the courage to jump in the river. Now get going or I'll run you in.
Oh, very well. No hard feelings. I know you're just doing the job the city pays you for.
You got the price of a meal.
No, I'm a vagrant. Arrest me if you like. It doesn't matter. Another few days in jail. What's that to a guy like me?
If I stake you to a
You
meal...
know the answer? Booze.
I know some people who help guys like you. Most of them are ex-drunks, and they understand. You sound like an educated man. They might be able to do something for you.
No, thanks. I've got the greatest respect for people like that. They'd sober me up, and the one thing I couldn't stand to be sober. No, officer, the nightmares don't come to me through drink. It's the opposite. They come when I'm sober.
Oh, man, we all have our problems.
Not problems like mine. Officer, did you ever hear a dead woman talk?
Huh?
Did you ever have a dead woman tell you that she loved you after you'd murdered her?
Now, what's this talk about murder?
You can't arrest me for it. Sure, I killed her. Sandra helped. Maybe it was Sandra's idea. But you can't arrest me for killing Jeanette because Jeanette isn't dead. You see, I was married to Jeanette when I fell for Sandra. Sandra was beautiful. Jeanette was insipid beside Sandy. I loved Sandy.
Yes, Sam.
I love you.
Me too.
How can it happen to a man like me, 35 years old, married, not really living, and then one day...
Oh, it happens, darling. It happens all the time. One of the big things of life. The biggest. And it happens to you and me. Why do you love me?
I don't know. Yes, I do. Your hair, your lips, the way you walk, the swing of your skirt, the touch of your fingers in the dark.
Did you love your wife that way?
No. Jeanette was the girl next door. Everybody expected us to get married. Well, we did. It was like most marriages. Oh, we didn't even fight. Just petty bickerings, deadly dull. It was never like the thing I feel for you.
Wouldn't it be wonderful
if I were free? I often think that.
Oh, it's wicked to think like that. After all, Jeanette deserves her happiness, too.
She isn't happy with me. How could she be?
And she might divorce you.
Yeah. I'll tell you what I'll do, Sandy. I'll wait until we have one of our usual rows and ask her. You never know. That's how it started, officer. Just a few words said casually.
Tell me the rest of it.
Sure. But remember, there's no arrest you can make because she's still alive. How? Search me, but she's alive and kicking, I know that. You see, officer, I don't know exactly when I decided to kill her. Perhaps it was when she refused to divorce me. Yeah, I think that was it.
I wish you'd remember to wipe your feet when you come into the house, Sam. Dragging mud all over the carpet.
Sorry, Jeanette.
Oh, sorry, nothing. I have to clean up after you, don't I?
Yeah, you have to clean up.
And try and take a little care. And we need new drapes for the living room.
Okay, just pick them out, honey.
You don't care, do you? You're tired of me and the house, tired of everything. Who is she, Sam?
Who's who, Jeanette?
Do you think a wife doesn't know? You must be crazy if you do. I know. I knew immediately. Some cheap little floozy.
Well, why should you care? What does it mean to you? There's no love lost between us, and you know it. Suppose there is another girl, and she can give me what you can.
I expect you want a divorce. That's the next step.
Well, I don't see any point in going on like this, do you? Did you ever see any point in it?
You can forget it. Because you may not be the husband of my dreams, Sam, but you happen to be my husband, and I'm not making a free gift of you to some cheap...
You better be careful what you say. You don't know her.
I don't want to know her, thank you. Now, that ends the entire sordid conversation, and I refuse to discuss it again.
Make yourself at home, Sam. I'll fix us a drink. Here, take your jacket off.
Oh, this is really like home.
Why, Sam. Sam, you're wearing a gun.
Yeah, I just bought it.
Oh, I hate guns.
This city just isn't safe at night anymore.
No, that's true. But...
I've never fired a gun in my life.
Well, you'll have to get some practice.
Yeah. Maybe we can go somewhere this weekend, huh?
Sam, if I were you, I wouldn't wear that gun. I wouldn't let anybody know you've got it. Leave it here until you need it.
Until I need it, yeah.
Oh, boy, I'm with you all the way.
Thanks, Sandy.
Well, here's to us.
Yep, here's to us. Shut away from the world in our little hideaway. That's how I want it, Sandy. I don't like people a lot, you know. I want us to be together for always. That's how it started, officer. I bought a gun. I expect I'd made up my mind to kill her then. But I fooled myself that I didn't have to. She might see things my way.
And she never did?
No, she never did. Women are funny creatures.
You can say that again. A woman, some anyway, like being married. They like having the status, if you can call it that, even when they hate the man. Crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
But no excuse for murder.
I don't think I'd have done it if... You don't ever know another person, do you? You sit across from them at meals, you share the night with them and talk all the things one talks about. You don't know them at all. I never really knew what was in her mind. Never.
You were late home tonight.
Yeah, that's right.
Seeing your little sweetheart?
Oh, lay off me, will you, Jeanette?
I hoped we could go to a movie, that's all.
You hate me. You show it every day. Why should I take you to a movie?
Because we have to live normal lives, that's why. Does she look like me?
No. You must know she doesn't.
I'll bet she does.
No, she doesn't.
Younger, I expect, and prettier.
I don't want to talk to you about it.
I wonder how she feels. Guilty, I expect. Or is she without feelings of any kind?
What good is all this doing you? You know I want you to divorce me. You know I want to marry Sandy.
Oh, so that's her name, Sandy. How sweet. Or perhaps it's a nickname. Of course, you could leave me and simply live with her. Or is she insistent on the wedding ring? You'll lose a lot, Sam. The house, the car, it's in my name. The alimony won't be cheap. Can you keep your job?
None of it matters. Can't you understand that?
Oh, you have got it badly, my dear, haven't you?
Yes, I have, Jeanette. Our marriage was a mistake, and we both know it. One day the right man for you will come along, and you'll be happy. No, you're just bitter and unhappy.
Sam, a marriage is a marriage. It's for life, and as far as I'm concerned, that's that. If we're unhappy, we deserve to be. I just don't believe in divorce.
Don't be depressed, Sam. Don't be sad about anything.
If she was gone.
Yeah. If there were only an accident, say, or a burglar. You said the city was dangerous. You were right, you know. It is. People get killed. You hear of bad things happening every day of the year. Don't you, Sam?
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
This adds up to trouble. You know, many a man has felt just as Sam feels. Only a few use the gun, pull the trigger. Interesting people, murderers. I meet quite a few behind the creaking door.
Well, what did you do? The Sandy girl was asking you to murder your wife, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was, I suppose, officer. I wonder if she knew it then. Oh, I didn't need much telling. I was ready for it. But the way it happened was something else again. Something I didn't expect.
falling asleep.
I'm happy. Cat that ate the cream.
It's great being here with you, closed away from the world.
Every girl has a man in her mind. Man she wants and needs more than anything else. Do I look like Jeanette?
No, nothing like her.
She's a blonde, isn't she?
That's right. She's a pretty girl, nice girl. Just not for me, that's all. Some other guy, he'd make her happy. Some other guy, but not me.
Sam, I've still got your gun here.
I know.
I'm scared of having it here. You better take it tonight.
Okay, Sandy, if you want me to.
You know this thing has to end, don't you?
What do you mean, Sandy?
What I say. It has to end because people can't act this way. Not forever. I'm not your wife. I'm nothing. You better make up your mind to stay with her and love her. There's no other way.
No, please, no.
A girl can't live like this. Sam, you make up your mind once and for all. And here's your gun.
I took the gun and I walked home. She was there, Jeanette, with that martyred look on her face, dinner waiting. Poor Jeanette. None of it was her fault.
I've made dumplings the way you like them.
Thanks.
Can she cook? Sandy?
Just leave me alone, Jeanette.
Whatever you do is your own business, Sam. Here, eat your supper.
I don't feel hungry.
Oh, she can cook, is that it? Take your jacket off.
If you like.
What's that? A gun?
Yes, Jeanette, it's a gun.
Oh, let's see it. I used to be rather a good shot.
Be careful, it's loaded.
Oh, thanks. You poor simp. Did you buy it to shoot me, Sam?
Oh, don't be foolish.
I can read you like a book, Sam. You bought it to kill me, but you didn't have the nerve. You never would have managed it. You haven't the courage to shoot a sick cat.
I wouldn't shoot you, Jeanette. You've done me no harm. If we hurt one another, that's how things are.
But now I have the gun. You pull back the slide like this. Now it's cocked. Push the safety catch forward. Now it's ready to fire.
Oh, careful, it has a hair trigger, Jeanette. Don't point it at me.
Goodbye, husband.
No, it's...
Oh, in my hand.
Let go of that gun. Let go. Now, you fool. Oh. Jeanette. Jeanette. I swear I didn't mean it.
Hello, Sam. Oh, Sam, did she let you come here?
She's dead.
What do you mean?
I shot her.
Sam, tell me quickly.
She was gonna kill me, and we fought over the gun, that's all. I didn't mean to, but nobody will believe me now.
Of course not. Did you leave her just lying there? Oh, Sam, tell me everything.
Yeah, I just left her where she fell.
Give me your door key.
What for? I must go to the police, that's
Give
all.
me the key, you fool. I'm in the stew, you know. Accessory after the fact. I can hang, too. The key, come on, quickly.
Please, Jeanette.
I'm Sandy. I'm not Jeanette.
Oh, my mind's going.
The key, quickly.
There. What are you going to do?
Never mind. Now just stay here and don't leave.
Whatever you say, Sandy. Anything you say. That's how it happened, officer. It was an accident.
Well, it sounds like something else to me. Where's your wife now?
I don't know. How could I know?
Well, this Sandy. What did she do with the body?
I don't know. I was scared to ask. She came back that night and she'd been away for an hour. The terrible thing is, she was looking exactly like Jeanette.
I was scared you'd go to the police, Sam.
Did you go around to my place?
Yeah. There's nothing to worry about.
What did you do?
Don't ask. Just don't go there again, that's all.
But what have you done?
I told you, don't ask me. Some things are better not talked about. Is there any brandy left?
Yeah, almost a bottle.
Pour us 2 drinks. Stiff ones. Oh, we need it now.
All right.
We're going to drink it all, then sleep.
Anything you say. Here. Here you are.
To us.
I'm too weak to live. Nothing I do.
I love you. That's all you have to remember.
Why are you doing your hair like Jeanette?
Drink your drink, Sam. You're coming apart.
I drank everything she gave me and I slept. It was late in the morning when I woke up. The sun was high. There was a woman standing, looking down at me.
Sam, you're in a bad way.
Jeanette, what are you doing here? Jeanette!
You foolish boy. I'm Sandy.
Jeanette!
Did you call Sam?
Jeanette, she was here just now.
You've been having a nightmare.
No, I saw her. She went into the kitchen.
Look, I just come from there. She isn't there, Sam. Jeanette is dead.
Well, I saw her. I tell you, I saw her. After that, I saw Jeanette everywhere. In the street outside my office, even sitting in my car. And Sandy changed her hairstyle and her clothes. She looked more like Jeanette every day. And she began to nag me, just like Jeanette.
Pick your legs up, Sam. I can't clean the place if you sprawl there all day.
Sorry.
You must try to control these silly visions of yours.
I know, but she's there. She's everywhere. I saw her just now, Sandy, as I came in. She was standing in the hallway just looking at me.
Hello. Yeah, he's here.
But nobody knows I'm here, Sandy.
Well, obviously somebody does. Answer it.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Sam.
No, you're dead. You're dead.
Oh, give it to me, you fool. No spine at all. Hello? Hello? I rang off.
But it was her. I know it was her. Sandy, it was her.
Clear off out of here. I can't stand having you around. Man who schemes to shoot his wife and lacks the courage and gets himself into a state of nerves like a child. Oh, go on. There's the door. Beat it.
Oh, please, Sandy, give me another chance.
There's just one thing I'll give you. The gun. Here, go on, take it with you. You may need it.
I kept the gun. One of these days it's going to come in handy, officer.
Have you got it with you now?
Sure, I've always got it with me.
Oh, you better hand it to me, then.
No, I've got a permit.
You've just confessed to a murder, laddie buck. You're a vagrant on your own admission. Now I'm taking you to the police station, but first I want a few details. I don't want the sergeant to get all the credit. Your name?
Samuel Wallace. Listen to
And
me.
your address?
31 Hansel Crescent. But it isn't fair. She isn't dead. She can't be.
Oh, we'll soon find out after we've dug up the back garden. Now, the gun. And it's over.
But it's my last hope.
Don't talk foolish. You haven't got the guts to shoot yourself, and you know it. And it's over.
Oh, I guess you're right. Here.
That's better. Now, come along with me, son. Your troubles are over.
My troubles are with me for eternity.
Jeanette?
Yes, dear?
Can I borrow that hairdryer?
Of course, Sandy.
I wonder if he's done it yet.
He won't have the courage until he's quite mad.
It's worth waiting for, though, isn't it?
50,000. Of course, Sandy. And the lovely thing about it is that nobody can ever find out. Nobody anywhere can ever find out how we did it.
Yeah. Well, he deserved it. After all, he was going to shoot you.
Well, of course he deserved it. I acted my own death rather well, of course, but apart from that, how can the man be such a cowardly fool?
Yeah. Say, have you thought what might happen if he went to the police?
Sam, he won't. He hasn't got that much courage.
De Quincey once pointed out that many a man has owed his social downfall to a little murder he thought nothing of at the time. Poor Sam. Perhaps he would have been well advised to shoot both of them. One simply can't tell, can one?
In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door? Of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Had been announced for presentation this evening has been canceled because of circumstances beyond our control. The workshop will attempt to arrange for its presentation in the near future. We offer instead a radio adaptation of G. de Maupassant's famous short story, The Orla, starring Alfred Shirley.
A little island in a setting of sapphire sea. A pillar of black smoke twists up against the blue tropical sky from the glowing embers and flame-twisted debris of a house that once occupied the little clearing. A few hundred yards off the shore of the island, a ship rides at anchor. The gulls fly in lazy circles around its mast, for with bright, inquisitive eyes and beating wings, follow a small boat whose keel is just grating on the white sand of the beach.
All right, make her fast. Higgins?
Aye, sir.
You and Brown see if you can find some fresh water.
Aye, sir.
If you do, fill the jars.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Masters. Let's see what that fire was, and if anyone needs any help.
Aye, sir. Here's a path. Probably leads to the house.
Hasn't been traveled much. Not worn very wide.
Phew, it's hot. Yeah. Can't be very far, though. This island's just a pinhole on the chart. Cover that briar bush. It's at like 60.
Don't I know it? Funny how still it is. There must be someone here.
I'll try a call.
Hello!
Did you hear any answer at all, Captain Conforth?
No. No, it's quiet as a tomb. Try it again.
Hello!
Almost everyone left after the fire.
Well, they didn't leave from this side of the island. There aren't any marks on the beach.
Oh, I noticed that, too. Here's a turn in the path here. Maybe we can see something there.
Yeah. Strange kind of quiet, isn't it? It's so dead still that it almost hurts your ears.
Yeah, that describes it exactly. Here we are. Captain, look.
Why, like a house, and it's burnt to the ground. The only thing left standing is that heavy iron door.
It's a terrible fire, all right.
I wonder why they had such a heavy door in such a spot as this.
Must have been afraid of something, Captain.
What could they have to fear on this island?
I don't know. Captain Conforth.
What is it, Masters?
Isn't that a man over there, sitting under that tree?
Why, yes. Hello. Hello there.
What's the matter with him? He doesn't even turn his head.
Well, maybe he's deaf. Come on, we'll go and find out.
He's a young chap. Look at his face. He looks as though he's lived 1,000,000 years. What's he staring at?
We'll soon find out. What's happened, mister? I said, what happened here?
Saints preserve us. What's the matter with him?
He's mad. Mad as a hatter, Master. Look at his eyes. They're fixed on those bushes over there. Here, take my gun and see what's over there, Masters.
Yes, sir.
What's your name, mister? Look at me. Look at me, I tell you. What's been going on here?
Captain Conforth.
Yes, Masters?
There's a dead man here in these bushes.
What?
Yeah, shot right through the head.
Look through his pockets and see if you can find out who he was.
Aye, sir.
What do you know about that man over there in the bushes, mister? You'd better explain quick. If you don't, I'll put you in irons and give you to the authorities of the nearest port. Come, speak up.
The Orla.
You'll have a hard time explaining that to a court of law. Find anything, Masters?
Nothing but this little black book. It's a diary, I guess. All full of dates. Used to be mostly about a chap named Orla.
What was the name?
Orla. Horla.
That's funny.
What is it?
This fellow here has been babbling about this Orla.
Is the Orla a man, sir?
I don't know, Masters.
Well, maybe the diary would explain.
Perhaps. Here, let me see it.
Yes, sir. Man over there in the bushes looks pretty dreadful. His face is all drawn up as if he'd had a terrible scare just before he died.
The first entry in this book is May 8th of this year. He's been in quite a cheerful mood. Listen to this. Today's been a glorious day. My new secretary and I spent the morning on the terrace together, talking about this and that. Nothing in particular. It's beautiful on these May mornings. That widespread town with its blue roofs lying under the bristling host of Gothic belfries. They're beyond number, dominated by the leaden steeples of the cathedral, and filled with bells that ring out in the limpid spring air. As we sat there, they began to ring, sending us the sweet and far-off murmur of their iron tongues, swelling, dying away.
very beautiful, Monsieur Dufour.
I like it, Hunt. They say that familiarity breeds contempt, but the more I learn about this countryside, the dearer it becomes to me.
Have you always lived here?
Yes, and my father and forefathers before me. Oh, just look at the Seine. It rolls away like a silver ribbon.
Yes. Isn't that a Brazilian boat just going by?
The three-master, yes, I think it is. Probably out of Rio.
Rio? I was reading an interesting article about that place while I was waiting for you to come down.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Revue du Monde Scientifique. Let's see, it was on page 14, I think.
What was it about?
Oh, here it is, I found it. A strange piece of news reaches us from Rio de Janeiro. Madness. An epidemic of madness comparable to the contagious outbursts of dementia that attacked the peoples of Europe in the Middle Ages is raging at this day in the district of San Paulo.
That is odd. I wonder what kind of madness.
Oh, the article goes on to tell, sir. The distracted inhabitants are quitting their houses, deserting their villages, abandoning their fields, declaring themselves to be pursued, possessed, and ordered about.
Pursued, possessed, and ordered about by what?
Well, I guess they don't know exactly.
What else does it say?
Well, the afflicted describe their masters as being invisible but tangible beings. Vampires of some kind who feed on their vitality while they sleep. In addition to drinking milk and water without, apparently, touching any other form of food. What do you make of that, Monsieur Dufour?
It is hard to say, Hunt. Probably a simple case of hysteria that sometimes runs like wildfire through a group of people, generally originating in a perfectly natural series of events.
Well, I suppose that's the explanation, sir. Who are you waving to?
I thought I saw someone wave to us from the Brazilian ship. Perhaps I was mistaken, and yet
it might have been a bit of sail flying in the breeze.
Yes, it might have been.
Why, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufour?
Nothing. Nothing, I guess. A bit of a chill. For a moment, everything went black.
Can I get you anything, sir? Some water?
Oh, no. Thank you, Aunt. It is all right. Just a moment. Oh, that is odd. It seemed as though someone were whispering in my ear. Whispering a warning of danger or death.
Your eyes have dilated as though you had a bit of fever, sir.
Then that probably accounts for the chill, and it fogged my mind just enough so that I took that story of that Brazilian horror and wove a personal daydream around it.
Do you want me to send for the doctor, sir?
No, it is nothing but a passing weakness. By tomorrow I shall be my usual self. Strange how dark it has become.
Dark?
Yes, those clouds seem to have covered the sun. I suppose that is why it's so cold.
Why, the sun's shining quite brightly, sir. There isn't a cloud in the sky. It's really very warm.
Is it? I wonder if I am going blind.
Blind?
No. I can see clearly again. For a moment it was as though someone were holding a thick veil in front of me, and then it was drawn slowly away.
I'm afraid you're really quite ill, Monsieur Dufour.
Nonsense, Hunt. Hunt, where are you?
I'm sitting right here in this chair, sir. Right where I've been for the last half hour.
Oh, yes. That shadow passed between us. For a moment I could not see you at all. Oh, what is that frightful din, that ringing?
It's the bells, sir. The church bells in Rouen.
Church bells? I don't like church bells.
But you said you did. But don't you remember? We were talking about them.
How could I? We have just this moment met.
Monsieur Dufour.
Huh? Oh, yes. That is my name, isn't it? For a moment I thought I was someone else.
I think you should have a doctor, sir.
I assure you that I am quite all right, although I think I shall go to my room and lie down for a while.
Shall I come with you, sir?
No, there is no need for the three of us going.
The three of us, sir?
Yes, the three of us. You and I and... Oh, strange. I could have sworn there was someone else.
There's no one else, sir.
No, of course not. I'll see you later in the day, Hunt. Perhaps when my mind will be more clear.
Yes, sir. And if there's anything I can do...
Those bells. Try to stop those church bells. There is no room for me to think. diary. The story of another of my days belongs to you. June the 2nd, I have seen the doctor. He found no alarming symptoms of any kind. There were no warning signals of a lurking disease germinating in my blood or in my flesh. About 10 o'clock, I come up to my room. The instant I am inside, I double lock the door and shut the windows. I'm afraid, yet afraid of what? I lie down and wait for sleep. I feel that someone approaches me, looks at me, touches me. And he climbs on my bed, kneels on my chest, takes my neck between his hands and squeezes with all his might, strangling me. I struggle, I try to cry out, I try to move. But I can't. I try to fling off this creature who is crushing and choking me. Suddenly I wake up, terrified, wet with perspiration. With shaking hands, I light a candle and I search the room. There is no one. I am alone. Come in. Oh, it's you, is it, Hunt?
Yes, sir. I was on my way to bed. Miss Harriet asked me to bring up your glass of milk. The one that you always have at night on your bedside.
Yes, thank you, Hunt.
Will you start on your holiday this weekend, Monsieur Dufour?
Perhaps.
We were all very surprised when you returned the day before yesterday. Why did you change your mind and turn about and come back, sir?
I don't know, Hunter. When we got to Rouen, I stopped at the library. When I came out of the library and got back into my carriage, then a strange thing happened. I opened my mouth to say, to the station. But I was unable to speak a word. Then my voice returned, and with the words, to the station, in my mind, my lips shouted, home, home. Shouted it so loudly that passers-by turned around to stare. I believe that I am losing my mind.
Nonsense, sir. You are perfectly sane.
Oh, I wish I could be sure of that.
What makes you say that, sir?
Well, for one thing, the milk.
The milk?
Yes, that glass or others just like it have sat on that little table beside my bed every night for the past month. My lips have not touched any of them, yet every morning the glass is empty and the milk is gone.
Perhaps you just don't remember drinking it, sir. People sometimes do things when they're half awake and then have no recollection of doing them when morning comes.
I wish it were so.
But who could it have been? Was your door locked as usual?
Locked, double locked, and the windows bolted shut.
Well, no person could have entered?
No person, no.
No animal?
No animal.
Then what could it be?
It was a thing.
A thing? What kind of a thing?
I don't know. If I don't find out, I shall go mad. An invisible being haunts me.
But anything we can't see, monsieur, doesn't exist.
Can you see the wind? No, but nevertheless, the wind exists.
Well, the wind. Of course, anyone can understand that, but, a being, an invisible being.
And why not a new being? Why should we consider ourselves the last, the most perfect? Perhaps some being has been created who is greater than us, better than us, physically and mentally.
Well, I grant that we're not perfect, sir, but a new being, well, that's stretching your imagination pretty far. What would you call this new invisible person?
His name has been shouted in my ears for days, and yet I cannot quite catch the word. My mortal ears are too deaf, too dull. One of these nights to hear and understand.
But where did he come from, if there is such a being as you described?
Do you remember that morning we met when we sat on the terrace to watch the boats go up and down the Seine?
Yes, I remember very well.
Do you remember seeing that three-master pass, the Brazilian ship, and how I thought I saw someone wave?
Yes, I said that it was probably a bit of sail flying in the breeze, but you waved back.
Oh, if only I hadn't.
Why did you say that, sir?
You remember on that same morning reading me that article from Rio About that epidemic of madness that had broken out?
Yes, I remember that too.
It told how people were leaving their homes and deserting their villages because they were pursued and possessed by invisible but tangible monsters.
What you do? Oh, you don't think.
What else could I think? You say that there were vampires of some kind who fed on the vitality of their victims while they slept. Didn't it say that they touched no other form of food or drink except water or milk? Milk? Who else could be responsible for that empty glass by my bed every morning?
But how did such a creature get here?
An exile from the land of his origin. He saw my house. Twice was just ship. Saw me away. He deserted that vessel to live with me.
But his name, he must have a name. If he lives on Earth like you and I, and is not just a creature of madness. What is he called?
I don't know. But tonight I will try to find out. What is your name? What is your name? Invisible being, I know you are here. I know that it is you. Before long, I shall not be able to talk to you like this, for you alone in my body. And the words I will speak will not be my words, but yours. The things I will do will be what you want me to do. Where are you standing? By my bed. By the window? By the desk? Or do you stand in front of this tall mirror? Ah, so that's where you are. Ah, I found you at last. I found you. This mirror, which was so faithfully reflected my face and form, is but a blank pane of glass as I stand in front of it. You are standing between the mirror and me, absorbing my reflection as a bit of blotting paper drinks up ink. I cannot see you, yet I can see where you are. What is your name? What is your name? It seems as if you were shouting in my ear, and yet I cannot hear you. Say it again. Say it again. Yes. Yes, again. Tell me again. Viola. Is that it? Viola. Now I know. Now I understand. Now I know who you are. Now I can fight you. Now I have a chance of winning. It will be a battle of wits, Viola. A battle of your wits against mine, and the stake for which we play. Listen carefully, Viola. The stake is your life against mine. Hunt. Viola is a prisoner. A prisoner in my room.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course I am sure. I waited until I saw the glass of milk lifted from the table. Then I ran out quickly and bolted the door. Viola is locked in my room with the carriage waiting.
Yes, sir.
And the boat.
Wait for us till 10 o'clock, sir. Miss Harriet and George are on board now.
And the captain will keep his promise and put us ashore at the island.
Yes, sir. He's being well paid for it.
And the house on the island, it is ready.
Yes, sir.
Ah, that is good. It's good. Look. Did you hear that noise?
The Orla has discovered that I am gone, that he's a prisoner. Come, hurry. Down the stairs into the carriage. We must get on board the ship and set out to sea before he breaks loose and joins us. Goodbye, Orla! Goodbye, Orla! Diary, your brown leather arms embrace another day. December the 2nd. What a beautiful day. What a peaceful day. Life is a joy once more. I am glad that I thought of this island, this tiny speck with the sea on every side. We have been here for 3 months. Hunt, Miss Harriet, George, and myself. I feel like another man. As if I had died and had been given a new soul and body. I wonder where the Orla is. I wonder if he is searching for me. He will look in vain, for he will never find me here. The boat has just arrived with our first load of supplies. We must hurry down and see if they have brought any letters for me. I'll see you tomorrow, diary. December the 3rd. I have just read the page that I wrote in this diary yesterday. It doesn't seem possible that a man who could be so happy in one day could be so thoroughly miserable 24 hours later. He is here. The Orla is here. He learned where I was hiding, and he came after me on the boat that brought supplies. All last evening, I had a vague sense of fear. Then last night, after I had gone to sleep, I felt him crouching on my chest. He pressed his mouth on mine and drank my life from between my lips. Sucked it from my throat like a leech. When he rose from me replete, I awoke so mangled, bruised, and enfeebled. I could not move. What can I do? What can I do? There is only one thing left to do. Hunt, wake up.
Huh? What?
Quiet.
What?
Hurry. You have not time to dress.
Oh, what's the matter, Monsieur Dufault?
Don't ask questions. Get out of that bed and follow me if you don't want to be burned alive.
But I don't understand.
What is there to understand? The Orla is here. He is locked in the other part of the house. This door is the only one left open. Come, hurry. Come this way.
Where's the fire?
It's all over the house. I drained the oil from the lamps and saturated the floors and carpets. In but a few moments, the whole house will be a raging inferno.
But Miss Harriet and George are in there.
Don't I know it? But there isn't time to warn them. Besides, if I open the door to that part of the house to let them escape, the Orla would escape too. Come.
Oh, but you can't. You can't leave them to die locked in like that.
Why can't I? It is either their lives or mine. Either they die by flame or I die at the hands of the Orla.
Oh, it's cold-blooded murder. Don't close that door. Open that door, I tell you.
Hunt, stand away from that door. I shoot you down. You can't stop me by force or with more than appeals. I've got the Orla just where I want him. Poison, bullet, or knife won't harm him. But fire!
Oh, listen to reason.
Reason! The Orla has stolen my reason. In a few moments, that house would be a horrible and magnificent funeral pyre. A monstrous fire lighting up the whole earth. A fire that would be consuming the human flesh of George. And Harriet,
And the inhuman flesh of him, my prisoner, him, the new being, the new master, the honor.
Madman, you hear those screams? It's George and Harriet.
Viola is in that flaming oven too, and Viola is in that fiery vat, and he's dying too. You see that long black shadow cast by the trunk of that tree? The shadow dances with the flames. Yours is dancing too, Hunt. Your long black shadow is dancing, and mine. Please, look. What is it? I have no shadow. Do you know what that means?
No.
It means that the honor has escaped the flames. It means that the honor is standing by my side. Like the time when he stood between me and my mirror, and I could not see myself. Now, the honor is standing between me and my shadow. The honor lives.
Is that the last entry in the diary, Captain Conforth?
No. There's one more, Masters.
What's the date of that?
Last night. The night that this house burned to the ground and we saw the flames from out at sea. It says, the Orla still lives. As I write these words, he's at my shoulder, reading what I've written. I cannot kill him. There's nothing to do but kill myself. And that's the end of the diary, Masters.
And he did kill himself?
Yes.
Poor fellow. You suppose it was all in his mind, sir? A creature created by a brain that was rotting away?
I don't know. What do you think, Masters?
I don't know. I wonder if there was an Orla.
The Columbia Workshop has presented a radio adaptation of Guy de Maupassant's famous short story, The Orla. It was dramatized for radio by Charles Tazewell. Bernard Herrmann conducted and composed an original musical score. Irving Reese directed. The Orla starred Alfred Shirley as Dufour. Mr. Shirley is one of radio's outstanding dramatic actors and has appeared in many workshop programs. He was supported by Edgar Staley as Captain Conforth, Santos Ortega as Masters, Morgan Farley as Hunt. The Columbia Workshop wishes to thank all its listeners who wrote for the Columbia Workshop booklet and to announce that it will be ready for mailing within the next week. For those of you who did not hear last week's announcement, we repeat that a booklet is being prepared listing a description of the next 13 productions which the workshop will present and also a brief history of the program, which we will be pleased to mail you if you will drop a postcard or a letter to the Columbia Workshop, CBS, New York City. Tune in next week for another workshop presentation under the direction of Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Everlasting Man by G.K. Chesterton. Book 2, On the Man Called Christ. Chapter 1, The God in the Cave. This sketch of the human story began in a cave, the cave which popular science associates with the caveman, and in which practical discovery has really found archaic drawings of animals. The second half of human history, which was like a new creation of the world, also begins in a cave. There is even a shadow of such a fancy in the fact that animals were again present. For it was a cave used as a stable by the mountaineers of the uplands about Bethlehem, who still drive their cattle into such holes and caverns at night. It was here that a homeless couple had crept underground with the cattle when the doors of the crowded caravanserai had been shut in their faces. And it was here, beneath the very feet of the passers-by, in a cellar under the very floor of the world, that Jesus Christ was born. But in that second creation there was indeed something symbolical in the roots of the primeval rock or the horns of the prehistoric herd. God also was a caveman, and had also traced strange shapes of creatures curiously colored upon the wall of the world. But the pictures that he made had come to life. A mass of legend and literature, which increases and will never end, has repeated and rung the changes on that simple paradox, that the hands that had made the sun and stars were too small to reach the huge heads of the cattle. Upon this paradox, we might almost say upon this jest, all the literature of our faith is founded. It is at least like a jest in this, that it is something which the scientific critic cannot see. He laboriously explains the difficulty which we have always defiantly and almost derisively exaggerated, and mildly condemns as improbable something that we have almost madly exalted as incredible, as something that would be much too good to be true, except that it is true. When that contrast between the cosmic creation and the little local infancy has been repeated, reiterated, underlined, emphasized, exulted in, sung, shouted, roared, not to say howled, in 100,000 hymns, carols, rhymes, rituals, pictures, poems, and popular sermons, it may be suggested that we hardly need a higher critic to draw our attention to something a little odd about it, especially one of the sort that seems to take a long time to see a joke, even his own joke. But about this contrast and combination of ideas, one thing may be said here, because it is relevant to the whole thesis of this book. The sort of modern critic of whom I speak is generally much impressed with the importance of education in life, and the importance of psychology in education. That sort of man is never tired of telling us that first impressions fix character by the law of causation, and he will become quite nervous if a child's visual sense is poisoned by the wrong colors on a gollywog, or his nervous system prematurely shaken by a cacophonous rattle. Yet he will think us very narrow-minded if we say that this is exactly why there really is a difference between being brought up as a Christian and being brought up as a Jew or a Muslim or an atheist. The difference is that every Catholic child has learned from pictures, and even every Protestant child from stories, this incredible combination of contrasted ideas as one of the very first impressions on his mind. It is not merely a theological difference. It is a psychological difference which can outlast any theologies. It really is, as that sort of scientist loves to say about anything, incurable. Any agnostic or atheist whose childhood has known a real Christmas has ever afterwards, whether he likes it or not, an association in his mind between two ideas that most of mankind must regard as remote from each other: the idea of a baby and the idea of unknown strength that sustains the stars. His instincts and imagination can still connect them when his reason can no longer see the need of the connection. For him, there will always be some savor of religion about the mere picture of a mother and a baby, some hint of mercy and softening about the mere mention of the dreadful name of God. But the two ideas are not naturally or necessarily combined. They would not be necessarily combined for an ancient Greek or a Chinaman, even for Aristotle or Confucius. It is no more inevitable to connect God with an infant than to connect gravitation with a kitten. It has been created in our minds by Christmas because we are Christians, because we are psychological Christians even when we are not theological ones. In other words, this combination of ideas has emphatically, in the much disputed phrase, altered human nature. There is really a difference between the man who knows it and the man who does not. It may not be a difference of moral worth, for the Moslem or the Jew might be worthier according to his lights, but it is a plain fact about the crossing of two particular lights, the conjunction of two stars in our particular horoscope. Omnipotence and impotence, or divinity and infancy, do definitely make a sort of epigram which a million repetitions cannot turn into a platitude. It is not unreasonable to call it unique. Bethlehem is emphatically a place where extremes meet. Here begins, it is needless to say, another mighty influence for the humanization of Christendom. If the world wanted what is called a non-controversial aspect of Christianity, it would probably select Christmas. Yet it is obviously bound up with what is supposed to be a controversial aspect. I could never at any stage of my opinions imagine why. The respect paid to the Blessed Virgin. When I was a boy, a more Puritan generation objected to a statue upon my parish church representing the Virgin and Child. After much controversy, they compromised by taking away the child. One would think that this was even more corrupted with Mariolatry, unless the mother was counted less dangerous when deprived of a sort of weapon. But the practical difficulty is also a parable. You cannot chip away the statue of a mother from all round that of a newborn child. You cannot suspend the newborn child in mid-air. Indeed, you cannot really have a statue of a newborn child at all. Similarly, you cannot suspend the idea of a newborn child in the void, or think of him without thinking of his mother. You cannot visit the child without visiting the mother. You cannot, in common human life, approach the child except through the mother. If we are to think of Christ in this aspect at all, the other idea follows as it is followed in history. We must either leave Christ out of Christmas or Christmas out of Christ. Or we must admit, if only as we admit it in an old picture, that those holy heads are too near together for the halos not to mingle and cross. It might be suggested, in a somewhat violent image, that nothing had happened in that fold or crack in the great gray hills, except that the whole universe had been turned inside out. I mean, that all the eyes of wonder and worship which had been turned outward to the largest thing were now turned inward to the smallest. The very image will suggest all that multitudinous marvel of converging eyes that makes so much of the colored Catholic imagery, like a peacock's tail. But it is true in a sense that God, who had been only a circumference, was seen as a center, and a center is infinitely small. It is true that the spiritual spiral henceforward works inwards instead of outwards, and in that sense is centripetal and not centrifugal. The faith becomes, in more ways than one, a religion of little things. But its traditions in art and literature and popular fable have quite sufficiently attested, as has been said, this particular paradox of the divine being in the cradle. Perhaps they have not so clearly emphasized the significance of the divine being in the cave. Curiously enough, indeed, tradition has not very clearly emphasized the cave. It is a familiar fact that the Bethlehem scene has been represented in every possible setting of time and country, of landscape and architecture, and it is a wholly happy and admirable fact that men have conceived it as quite different, according to their different individual traditions and tastes. But while all have realized that it was a stable, not so many have realized that it was a cave. Some critics have even been so silly as to suppose that there was some contradiction between the stable and the cave, in which case they cannot know much about caves or stables in Palestine. As they see differences that are not there, it is needless to add that they do not see differences that are there. When a well-known critic says, for instance, that Christ, being born in a rocky cavern, is like Mithras having sprung alive out of a rock, it sounds like a parody upon comparative religion. There is such a thing as the point of a story, even if it is a story in the sense of a lie, and the notion of a hero appearing like Pallas from the brain of Zeus, mature and without a mother, is obviously the very opposite of the idea of a god being born like an ordinary baby and entirely dependent upon a mother. Whichever ideal we might prefer, we should surely see that they are contrary ideals. It is as stupid to connect them because they both contain a substance called stone as to identify the punishment of the deluge with the baptism in the Jordan because they both contain a substance called water. Whether as a myth or a mystery, Christ was obviously conceived as born in a hole in the rocks, primarily because it marked the position of one outcast and homeless. Nevertheless, it is true, as I have said, that the cave has not been so commonly or so clearly used as a symbol as the other realities that surrounded the first Christmas. And the reason for this also refers to the very nature of that new world. It was, in a sense, the difficulty of a new dimension. Christ was not only born on the level of the world, but even lower than the world. The first act of the divine drama was enacted, not only on no stage set up above the sightseer, but on a darkened curtain stage sunken out of sight. And that is an idea very difficult to express in most modes of artistic expression. It is the idea of simultaneous happenings on different levels of life. Something like it might have been attempted in the more archaic and decorative medieval art, but the more the artists learned of realism and perspective, the less they could depict at once the angels in the heavens and the shepherds on the hills, and the glory in the darkness that was underneath the hills. Perhaps it could have been best conveyed by the characteristic expedient of some of the medieval guilds, when they wheeled about the streets a theater with 3 stages, one above the other, with heaven above the earth and hell under the earth. But in the riddle of Bethlehem, it was heaven that was under the earth. There is in that alone the touch of a revolution, as of the world turned upside down. It would be vain to attempt to say anything adequate or anything new about the change which this conception of a deity, born like an outcast or even an outlaw, had upon the whole conception of law and its duties to the poor and outcast. It is profoundly true to say that after that moment there could be no slaves. There could be and were people bearing that legal title, until the church was strong enough to weed them out, but there could be no more of the pagan repose in the mere advantage to the state of keeping it a servile state. Individuals became important in a sense in which no instruments can be important. a man could not be a means to an end, at any rate, to any other man's end. All this popular and fraternal element in the story has been rightly attached by tradition to the episode of the shepherds, the hinds who found themselves talking face to face with the princes of heaven. But there is another aspect of the popular element as represented by the shepherds, which has not perhaps been so fully developed, and which is more directly relevant here. Men of the people, like the shepherds, men of the popular tradition, had everywhere been the makers of the mythologies. It was they who had felt most directly, with least check or chill from philosophy or the corrupt cults of civilization, the need we have already considered, the images that were adventures of the imagination, the mythology that was a sort of search, the tempting and tantalizing hints of something half-human in nature, the dumb significance of seasons and special places. They had best understood that the soul of a landscape is a story, and the soul of a story is a personality. But rationalism had already begun to rot away these really irrational, though imaginative, treasures of the peasant. Even as systematic slavery had eaten the peasant out of house and home, upon all such peasantries everywhere there was descending a dusk and a twilight of disappointment in the hour when these few men discovered what they sought. Everywhere else Arcadia was fading from the forest. Pan was dead, and the shepherds were scattered like sheep. And though no man knew it, the hour was near which was to end and to fulfill all things. And though no man heard it, there was one far-off cry in an unknown tongue upon the heaving wilderness of the mountains. The shepherds had found their shepherd. And the thing they found was of a kind with the things they sought. The populace had been wrong in many things, but they had not been wrong in believing that holy things could have a habitation, and that divinity need not disdain the limits of time and space. And the barbarian who conceived the crudest fancy about the sun being stolen and hidden in a box, or the wildest myth about the god being rescued and his enemy deceived with a stone, was nearer to the secret of the cave, and knew more about the crisis of the world than all those in the circle of cities round the Mediterranean who had become content with cold abstractions or cosmopolitan generalizations, than all those who were spinning thinner and thinner threads of thought out of the transcendentalism of Plato or the Orientalism of Pythagoras. The place that the shepherds found was not an academy or an abstract republic. It was not a place of myths allegorized or dissected or explained away. It was a place of dreams come true. Since that hour, no mythologies have been made in the world. Mythology is a search. We all know that the popular presentation of this popular story in so many miracle plays and carols has given to the shepherds the costumes, the language, and the landscape of the separate English and European countrysides. We all know that one shepherd will talk in a Somerset dialect, or another talk of driving his sheep from Conway towards Clyde. Most of us know by this time how true is that error, how wise, how artistic, how intensely Christian and Catholic is that anachronism. But some who have seen it in these scenes of medieval rusticity have perhaps not seen it in another sort of poetry, which it is sometimes the fashion to call artificial rather than artistic. I fear that many modern critics will see only a faded classicism in the fact that men like Crashaw and Herrick conceived the shepherds of Bethlehem under the form of the shepherds of Virgil. Yet they were profoundly right, and in turning their Bethlehem play into a Latin eclogue, they took up one of the most important links in human history. Virgil, as we have already seen, does stand for all that saner heathenism that had overthrown the insane heathenism of human sacrifice. But the very fact that even the Virgilian virtues and the sane heathenism were in incurable decay is the whole problem to which the revelation to the shepherds is the solution. If the world had ever had the chance to grow weary of being demoniac, it might have been healed merely by becoming sane. But if it had grown weary even of being sane, what was to happen except what did happen? Nor is it false to conceive the Arcadian shepherd of the eclogues as rejoicing in what did happen. One of the eclogues has even been claimed as a prophecy of what did happen. But it is quite as much in the tone and incidental diction of the great poet that we feel the potential sympathy with the great event. And even in their own human phrases, the voices of the Virgilian shepherds might more than once have broken upon more than the tenderness of Italy. Incipe parve puer, risu cognoscere matrem. They might have found in that strange place all that was best in the last traditions of the Latins, and something better than a wooden idol standing up forever for the pillar of the human family, a household god. But they and all the other mythologists would be justified in rejoicings that the event had fulfilled not merely the mysticism, but the materialism of mythology. Mythology had many sins, but it had not been wrong in being as carnal as the Incarnation. But something of the ancient voice that was supposed to have rung through the graves, it could cry again. We have seen, he hath seen us, a visible God. So the ancient shepherds might have danced, and their feet have been beautiful upon the mountains, rejoicing over the philosophers. But the philosophers had also heard. End of Part 1 of Book 2, Chapter 1. It is still a strange story, though an old one, how they came out of Orient lands, crowned with the majesty of kings, and clothed with something of the mystery of magicians. The truth that is tradition has wisely remembered them almost as unknown quantities, as mysterious as their mysterious and melodious names, Melchior, Caspar, Balthazar. But there came with them all that world of wisdom that had watched the stars in Chaldea and the sun in Persia, and we shall not be wrong if we see in them the same curiosity that moves all the sages. They would stand for the same human ideal if their names had really been Confucius or Pythagoras or Plato. They were those who sought not tales, but the truth of things. And since their thirst for truth was itself a thirst for God, they also have had their reward. But even in order to understand that reward, we must understand that for philosophy as much as mythology, that reward was the completion of the incomplete. Such learned men would doubtless have come, as these learned men did come, to find themselves confirmed in much that was true in their own traditions and right in their own reasoning. Confucius would have found a new foundation for the family in the very reversal of the Holy Family. Buddha would have looked upon a new renunciation of stars rather than jewels, and divinity rather than royalty. These learned men would still have the right to say, or rather a new right to say, that there was truth in their old teaching. But after all, these learned men would have come to learn. They would have come to complete their conceptions with something they had not yet conceived. Even to balance their imperfect universe with something they might once have contradicted. Buddha would have come from his impersonal paradise to worship a person. Confucius would have come from his temples of ancestor worship to worship a child. We must grasp from the first this character in the new cosmos, that it was larger than the old cosmos. In that sense, Christendom is larger than creation, as creation had been before Christ. It included things that had not been there. It also included the things that had been there. The point happens to be well illustrated in this example of Chinese piety, but it would be true of other pagan virtues or pagan beliefs. Nobody can doubt that a reasonable respect for parents is part of a gospel in which God himself was subject in childhood to earthly parents. But the other sense, in which the parents were subject to him, does introduce an idea that is not Confucian. The infant Christ is not like the infant Confucius. Our mysticism conceives him in an immortal infancy. I do not know what Confucius would have done with the bambino had it come to life in his arms as it did in the arms of St. Francis. But this is true in relation to all the other religions and philosophies. It is the challenge of the Church. The Church contains what the world does not contain. Life itself does not provide as she does for all sides of life. That every other system is narrow and insufficient compared to this one, that is not a rhetorical boast. It is a real fact and a real dilemma. Where is the Holy Child amid the Stoics and the ancestor worshippers? Where is Our Lady of the Moslems, a woman made for no man and set above all angels? Where is Saint Michael of the monks of Buddha, rider and master of the trumpets, guarding for every soldier the honor of the sword? What could St. Thomas Aquinas do with the mythology of Brahmanism, he who set forth all the science and rationality and even rationalism of Christianity? Yet, even if we compare Aquinas with Aristotle at the other extreme of reason, we shall find the same sense of something added. Aquinas could understand the most logical parts of Aristotle. It is doubtful if Aristotle could have understood the most mystical parts of Aquinas. Even where we can hardly call the Christian greater, we are forced to call him larger. But it is so to whatever philosophy or heresy or modern movement we may turn. How would Francis the Troubadour have fared among the Calvinists, or for that matter, among the utilitarians of the Manchester school? Yet men like Bossuet and Pascal could be as stern and logical as any Calvinist or utilitarian. How would St. Joan of Arc, a woman waving on men to war with the sword, have fared among the Quakers or the Doukhobors or the Tolstoyan sect of pacifists? Yet any number of Catholic saints have spent their lives in preaching peace and preventing wars. It is the same with all the modern attempts at syncretism. They are never able to make something larger than the creed without leaving something out. I do not mean leaving out something divine, but something human. The flag, or the N, or the boy's tale of battle, or the hedge at the end of the field. The Theosophists build a pantheon, but it is only a pantheon for pantheists. They call a parliament of religion as a reunion of all the peoples, but it is only a reunion of all the prigs. Yet exactly such a pantheon had been set up 2,000 years before by the shores of the Mediterranean, and Christians were invited to set up the image of Jesus side by side with the image of Jupiter, of Mithras, of Osiris, of Attis, or of Ammon. It was the refusal of the Christians that was the turning point of history. If the Christians had accepted, they and the whole world would have certainly, in a grotesque but exact metaphor, gone to pot. They would all have been boiled down to one lukewarm liquid in that great pot of cosmopolitan corruption, in which all the other myths and mysteries were already melting. It was an awful and an appalling escape. Nobody understands the nature of the Church, or the ringing note of the creed descending from antiquity, who does not realize that the whole world once very nearly died of broad-mindedness and the brotherhood of all religions. Here it is the important point that the Magi, who stand for mysticism and philosophy, are truly conceived as seeking something new and even as finding something unexpected. That tense sense of crisis which still tingles in the Christmas story, and even in every Christmas celebration, accentuates the idea of a search and a discovery. The discovery is, in this case, truly a scientific discovery. For the other mystical figures in the miracle play, for the angel and the mother, the shepherds and the soldiers of Herod, there may be aspects both simpler and more supernatural, more elemental or more emotional. But the wise men must be seeking wisdom, and for them there must be a light also in the intellect. And this is the light, that the Catholic creed is Catholic, and that nothing else is Catholic. The philosophy of the Church is universal. The philosophy of the philosophers was not universal. Had Plato and Pythagoras and Aristotle stood for an instant in the light that came out of that little cave, they would have known that their own light was not universal. It is far from certain, indeed, that they did not know it already. Philosophy also, like mythology, had very much the air of a search. It is the realization of this truth that gives its traditional majesty and mystery to the figures of the three kings. The discovery that religion is broader than philosophy, and that this is the broadest of religions, contained within this narrow space. The magicians were gazing at the strange pentacle with the human triangle reversed, and they have never come to the end of their calculations about it. For it is the paradox of that group in the cave that while our emotions about it are of childish simplicity, our thoughts about it can branch with a never-ending complexity. And we can never reach the end even of our own ideas about the child who was a father and the mother who was a child. We might well be content to say that mythology had come with the shepherds and philosophy with the philosophers, and that it only remained for them to combine in the recognition of religion. But there was a third element that must not be ignored, and one which that religion forever refuses to ignore in any revel or reconciliation. There was present in the primary scenes of the drama that enemy that had rotted the legends with lust, and frozen theories into atheism, but which answered the direct challenge with something of that more direct method which we have seen in the conscious cult of the demons. In the description of that demon worship, of the devouring detestation of innocence shown in the works of its witchcraft, and the most inhuman of its human sacrifice, I have said less of its incorrect and secret penetration of the saner paganism, the soaking of mythological imagination with sex, the rise of imperial pride into insanity. But both the indirect and the direct influence make themselves felt in the drama of Bethlehem. a ruler under the Roman suzerainty, probably equipped and surrounded with the Roman ornament and order, though himself of Eastern blood, seems in that hour to have felt stirring within him the spirit of strange things. We all know the story of how Herod, alarmed at some rumor of a mysterious rival, remembered the wild gesture of the capricious despots of Asia, and ordered a massacre of suspects of the new generation of the populace. Everyone knows the story, but not everyone has perhaps noted its place in the story of the strange religions of men. Not everybody has seen the significance even of its very contrast with the Corinthian columns and Roman pavement of that conquered and superficially civilized world. Only, as the purpose in his dark spirit began to show and shine in the eyes of the Idumean, a seer might perhaps have seen something like a great gray ghost that looked over his shoulder, have seen behind him, filling the dome of night and hovering for the last time over history, that vast and fearful face that was Moloch of the Carthaginians, awaiting his last tribute from a ruler of the races of Shem. The demons also, in that first festival of Christmas, feasted after their own fashion. Unless we understand the presence of that enemy, we shall not only miss the point of Christianity, but even miss the point of Christmas. Christmas for us in Christendom has become one thing, and, in one sense, even a simple thing. But like all the truths of that tradition, it is, in another sense, a very complex thing. Its unique note is the simultaneous striking of many notes, of humility, of gaiety, of gratitude, of mystical fear, but also of vigilance and of drama. It is not only an occasion for the peacemakers any more than for the merrymakers. It is not only a Hindu peace conference any more than it is only a Scandinavian winter feast. There is something defiant in it also, something that makes the abrupt bells at midnight sound like the great guns of a battle that has just been won. All this indescribable thing that we call the Christmas atmosphere only hangs in the air as something like a lingering fragrance or fading vapor from the exultant explosion of that 1 hour in the Judean hills nearly 2,000 years ago. But the savor is still unmistakable, and it is something too subtle or too solitary to be covered by our use of the word peace. By the very nature of the story, the rejoicings in the cavern were rejoicings in a fortress or an outlaw's den. Properly understood, it is not unduly flippant to say they were rejoicings in a dugout. It is not only true that such a subterranean chamber was a hiding place from enemies, and that the enemies were already scouring the stony plain that lay above it like a sky. It is not only that the very horse hoofs of Herod might in that sense have passed like thunder over the sunken head of Christ. It is also that there is in that image a true idea of an outpost, of a piercing through the rock, and an entrance into an enemy territory. There is, in this buried divinity, an idea of undermining the world, of shaking the towers and palaces from below, even as Herod the great king felt that earthquake under him and swayed with his swaying palace. That is perhaps the mightiest of the mysteries of the cave. It is already apparent that though men are said to have looked for hell under the earth, in this case it is rather heaven that is under the earth. And there follows in this strange story the idea of an upheaval of heaven. That is the paradox of the whole position, that henceforth the highest thing can only work from below. Royalty can only return to its own by a sort of rebellion. Indeed, the Church, from its beginnings, and perhaps especially in its beginnings, was not so much a principality as a revolution against the prince of the world. This sense that the world had been conquered by the great usurper and was in his possession has been much deplored or derided by those optimists who identify enlightenment with ease. But it was responsible for all that thrill of defiance and a beautiful danger that made the good news seem to be really both good and new. It was in truth against a huge unconscious usurpation that it raised a revolt, and originally so obscure a revolt. Olympus still occupied the sky, like a motionless cloud molded into many mighty forms. Philosophy still sat in the high places, and even on the thrones of the kings, when Christ was born in the cave, and Christianity in the catacombs. In both senses we may remark the same paradox of revolution, the sense of something despised and of something feared. The cave, in one aspect, is only a hole or corner into which the outcasts are swept like rubbish. Yet, in the other aspect, it is a hiding place of something valuable, which the tyrants are seeking like treasure. In one sense, they are there because the innkeeper would not even remember them, and in another, because the king can never forget them. We have already noted that this paradox appeared also in the treatment of the early church. It was important while it was still insignificant, and certainly while it was still impotent. It was important solely because it was intolerable. And in that sense it is true to say that it was intolerable because it was intolerant. It was resented because in its own still and almost secret way it had declared war. It had risen out of the ground to wreck the heaven and earth of heathenism. It did not try to destroy all that creation of gold and marble, but it contemplated a world without it. It dared to look right through it, as though the gold and marble had been glass. Those who charged the Christians with burning down Rome with firebrands were slanderers, but they were, at least, far nearer to the nature of Christianity than those among the moderns who tell us that the Christians were a sort of ethical society, being martyred in a languid fashion for telling men they had a duty to their neighbors, and only mildly disliked because they were meek and mild. Herod had his place, therefore, in the miracle play of Bethlehem, because he is the menace to the church militant, and shows it from the first as under persecution and fighting for its life. For those who think this a discord, it is a discord that sounds simultaneously with the Christmas bells. For those who think the idea of the crusade is one that spoils the idea of the cross, we can only say that for them the idea of the cross is spoiled. The idea of the cross is spoiled quite literally in the cradle. It is not here to the purpose to argue with them on the abstract ethics of fighting. The purpose in this place is merely to sum up the combination of ideas that make up the Christian and Catholic idea, and to note that all of them are already crystallized in the first Christmas story. They are three distinct and commonly contrasted things which are nevertheless one thing, but this is the only thing which can make them one. The first is the human instinct for a heaven that shall be as literal and almost as local as a home. It is the idea pursued by all poets and pagans making myths, that a particular place must be the shrine of the god, or the abode of the blessed, that fairyland is a land, or that the return of the ghost must be the resurrection of the body. I do not here reason about the refusal of rationalism to satisfy this need. I only say that if the rationalists refuse to satisfy it, the pagans will not be satisfied. This is present in the story of Bethlehem and Jerusalem, as it is present in the story of Delos and Delphi, and as it is not present in the whole universe of Lucretius, or the whole universe of Herbert Spencer. The second element is a philosophy larger than other philosophies, larger than that of Lucretius and infinitely larger than that of Herbert Spencer. It looks at the world through 100 windows, where the ancient Stoic or the modern agnostic only looks through one. It sees life with thousands of eyes belonging to thousands of different sorts of people, where the other is only the individual standpoint of a Stoic or an agnostic. It has something for all moods of man. It finds work for all kinds of men. It understands secrets of psychology. It is aware of depths of evil. It is able to distinguish between ideal and unreal marvels and miraculous exceptions. It trains itself in tact about hard cases, all with a multiplicity and subtlety and imagination about the varieties of life which is far beyond the bald or breezy platitudes of most ancient or modern moral philosophy. In a word, there is more in it. It finds more in existence to think about. It gets more out of life. Masses of this material about our many-sided life have been added since the time of St. Thomas Aquinas. But St. Thomas Aquinas alone would have found himself limited in the world of Confucius or of Comte. And the third point is this, that while it is local enough for poetry and larger than any other philosophy, it is also a challenge and a fight. While it is deliberately broadened to embrace every aspect of truth, it is still stiffly embattled against every mode of error. It gets every kind of man to fight for it. It gets every kind of weapon to fight with. It widens its knowledge of the things that are fought for and against with every art of curiosity or sympathy. But it never forgets that it is fighting. It proclaims peace on earth and never forgets why there was war in heaven. That is the Trinity of Truth symbolized here by the three types in the old Christmas story, the shepherds and the kings, and that other king who warred upon the children. It is simply not true to say that other religions and philosophies are, in this respect, its rivals. It is not true to say that any one of them combines these characters. It is not true to say that any one of them pretends to combine them. Buddhism may profess to be equally mystical. It does not even profess to be equally military. Islam may profess to be equally military. It does not even profess to be equally metaphysical and subtle. Confucianism may profess to satisfy the needs of the philosophers for order and reason. It does not even profess to satisfy the need of the mystics for miracle and sacrament and the consecration of concrete things. There are many evidences of this presence of a spirit at once universal and unique. One will serve here, which is the symbol of the subject of this chapter. That no other story, no pagan legend or philosophical anecdote or historical event does in fact affect any of us with that peculiar and even poignant impression produced on us by the word Bethlehem. No other birth of a god or childhood of a sage seems to us to be Christmas or anything like Christmas. It is either too cold or too frivolous or too formal and classical or too simple and savage or too occult and complicated. Not one of us, whatever his opinions, would ever go to such a scene with the sense that he was going home. He might admire it because it was poetical, or because it was philosophical, or any number of other things in separation, but not because it was itself. The truth is that there is a quite peculiar and individual character about the hold of this story on human nature. It is not in its psychological substance at all like a mere legend, or the life of a great man. It does not exactly, in the ordinary sense, turn our minds to greatness, to those extensions and exaggerations of humanity which are turned into gods and heroes even by the healthiest sort of hero worship. It does not exactly work outwardly, adventurously, to the wonders to be found at the ends of the earth. It is rather something that surprises us from behind, from the hidden and personal part of our being, like that which can sometimes take us off our guard in the pathos of small objects or the blind pieties of the poor. It is rather as if a man had found an inner room in the very heart of his own house which he had never suspected, and seen a light from within. It is as if he found something at the back of his own heart that betrayed him into good. It is not made of what the world would call strong materials, or rather, it is made of materials whose strength is in that winged levity with which they brush us and pass. It is all that is in us, but a brief tendency that is there, made eternal. All that means no more than a momentary softening that is in some strange fashion become a strengthening and a repose. It is the broken speech and the lost word that are made positive and suspended unbroken. As the strange kings fade into a far country, and the mountains resound no more with the feet of the shepherds, and only the night and the cavern lie in fold upon fold over something more human than humanity. End of Chapter 1, Book 2.
My name is Selby, Frank Selby, Colonel, RHA. Retired, of course. Many years ago. No family left, no funds except my pension. So I live in this hotel. A shabby sort of place, but it's in the country, well off the beaten track, which I like. And they only charge 4 guineas a week. I'm one of 4 permanent residents here. In summer, we get holiday makers and so on, not many. But in winter, there are just the 4 of us. 2 middle-aged women, an Austrian refugee, believe it or not, and myself. Well, one evening last December, 3 days after Christmas it was, yes, the 28th of December, 1950, we were all in the sitting room, doing nothing very much. Well, playing patience, knitting. I was dozing a bit. It's the same thing every evening. About 2 hours before, it began to snow, suddenly, and very hard. Then the wind got up. It must have been very unpleasant outside. We're on the edge of Dartmoor, you know. And it was due to this sudden change in the weather that we found ourselves invaded.
This is the lounge. Of course, we don't cater for many guests, especially in the winter.
Lounge? But it's a most handsome room. Oh, and it's got a fire. That's everything. Darlings, come and thaw. I'd really resigned myself to freezing to death in the ditch. Yes, we were absolutely in a ditch, you know. We skidded into the side of that nasty little bridge down the road. And there we were, benighted in the snow. Imagine it.
Shocking.
What an experience. How far we had to walk, I couldn't say. Through an absolute blizzard. You couldn't see a yard in front of your face.
About half a mile.
Well, don't keep saying that, Robert, dear. It must be much nearer 3, and it felt like 10.
As to accommodation...
Now, look at us simply monopolizing the fire. It's really too bad. We do apologize, we really do. It's a dreadful intrusion.
As to accommodation...
Please sit down, everybody, please.
Darling, you're interrupting all the time.
No, I'm not, Janetta. What do you mean?
I was just going to say, we have one double room ready. Though it's not a front room, I'm afraid.
Well, 4 walls and a bed would be the very height of luxury for us, Mrs.
Daly.
Mrs. Daly. And if we might possibly have a fire, even an electric thing or an oil stove would do. Oh, shall I ever get warm again?
The question of the other room.
Oh, my daughter will be happy in any little room, won't you, darling?
Of course.
After all, we might still be in the car, in a ditch, or wandering hopelessly about on the moor, lost in the blizzard.
The trouble is that the other rooms are in the part of the house we close for the winter. I wouldn't care to put anyone there tonight. I wouldn't like the responsibility. It's so cold, you know, and so damp. Tomorrow, of course, we can light some fires and air it properly.
Tomorrow? Well, surely we can find some corner for her, Mrs. Daly.
I was going to suggest, just for one night, if she could manage on the sofa.
But of course.
Tomorrow night, of course.
Oh, I hope we shan't have to trouble you tomorrow night, Mrs. Daly.
Yes, I'll sleep on the sofa. Yes, with pleasure. The young lady can have my room.
Oh, but how very, very kind and chivalrous.
Helen, I really don't think...
Oh, but I couldn't, really.
Please, it's just a question of changing the bedclothes. Yes, I know, but really...
Well, I accept this gentleman's extremely kind offer on behalf of my daughter, and I do it on principle. Goodness knows there's little enough courtesy and chivalry in the world today, and it's entirely the fault of the stupid women who insist on discouraging it. Let me say how extremely obliged I am to you, Mr...
Winterhalter.
Winterhalter? Like the painter?
Precisely. Yeah, like the painter.
Tonetta, thank Mr. Winterhalter properly for his great kindness. This is my daughter, Mr. Winterhalter, Tonetta Landi.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Winterhalter.
Her father was Italian. Oh, they've got such pretty names for girls. Anna, Isabella, Teresa, Giovanna. We couldn't decide for days. Soup. Hot soup would be really delicious if such a thing were wildly possible.
Well, bovril or tea?
Bovril or tea? Tonetta?
Tea, please.
And I'll have tea. And some toast, I think, or a few biscuits, or a sandwich. Thank you so much. We are upsetting you, aren't we?
My daughter will get the rooms ready.
I'll just go and tidy up mine.
Ah, warm. Oh, what an adventure. Do tell me, now, are you all staying here for Christmas?
We live here.
Live here? Permanently? Yes. Oh, really? Oh, how amusing. But, of course, it does solve the servant problem, doesn't it?
It solves quite a number of problems. More or less.
Did you manage to carry some of your luggage?
All we shall need for the moment, anyway, thank you.
Thank goodness Robert is immensely strong. What poor Renzo, my first husband, that is, would have done, I really don't know. I think he'd have lain down in the snow and simply given up the ghost, poor lamb.
You know, Helen, I feel badly about our friend giving up his bed.
Oh, don't go on about it, Robert, dear. It pleases him. It would have been really unkind not to let him. I suppose he's a Jew.
Just an Austrian, I believe.
Oh, delightful people, feckless and incompetent, but such dears. They ought to be preserved. The whole of Austria should be taken over by the National Trust. Now, hadn't we better introduce ourselves? I'm Helen Lancaster.
Mrs. White.
Mrs. Ashworth.
Selby, Colonel Selby.
Ah, so you are a colonel. I was right. Not everyone would have spotted it, but I flatter myself I never make a mistake about a retired soldier. There's something about them. They look properly washed. Ah, tea.
Mother said if you want any more sandwiches...
Oh, my dear boy. There's enough there for 3 days. Oh, so you're the son of the house?
Yes.
Quite an Adonis.
I beg your pardon?
Lovely. And how old are you?
I'm 22. The sandwiches are turkey and shrimp or something. Sorry, no ham. Excuse me.
22. Oh, to be 22. Oh, there's nothing that the world can give like that it takes away when the glow of early youth declines in beauty's dull decay. Has he got a weak chest?
Yes.
Yes, I was afraid so. He has that heartbreakingly romantic look. Oh, Mr. Winterhalter, what a shame. Just fancy putting you to all that trouble. Now, I insist that you have a cup of tea and a turkey and shrimp sandwich.
Oh, it's quite all right. It's no trouble.
I hear you come from my dearly beloved Austria.
Oh, you know Österreich?
Good heavens, man. How many, many times have I been to Vienna and Salzburg for the Mozart.
So?
Enchanting country. But I wouldn't go back for all the money in the world, now that it's overrun by soldiery. Poor, poor Europe. Où sont les neiges d'antan?
If you'll excuse me.
Oh, Mrs. White. She's rather quiet, isn't she? I expect I upset her by making so much noise.
Oh, she keeps herself very much to herself, you know. Mrs. White does. Rather superior, you know.
It's an interesting face, but unhappy somehow. Now, for some tea. Pour it out, Tonetta. Not too strong, dear. Won't you all have a cup? Tell me, that rather cross-looking girl who let us in, is that Mrs. Daly's daughter?
Yeah, that's Evelyn.
Oh, her fiancé was killed in Germany just a week before the end of the war. Quite a tragedy.
Why do these things happen to people? What's the sense in it? A girl like that must wonder if there's any coherence or purpose in the universe at all. If life is anything but a tale told by an idiot.
Oh, good heavens. 9:15 already. Oh, excuse me, won't you? It's my variety night. Her what night?
What in heaven?
On Friday nights, she always listens to some wireless program in her room.
Her variety night. Oh, but of course, one can see she listens to all the programs and writes to the announcers, I expect. And what regiment were you in, Colonel Selby?
I was a gunner, a horse gunner, for many years.
I had a friend called Claude Wilmington who commanded something or other called the Chestnut Troop. Oh, such uniforms he used to wear. That was years ago, of course.
I knew old Claude.
Oh.
I've got some photographs of them upstairs in the attic, if you care to see them sometime.
You haven't? Oh, it's absurd. Of course, I should love to see them. I can't wait.
Oh, well, it may take a little time to dig them out. Bottom of a trunk.
Oh, please don't bother now. Tomorrow we'll
Yes, no trouble at all. None at all. But, bless my soul, by the time I dug the albums out of the attic, it didn't take that long. They'd all gone to bed. Nobody in the sitting room but Winterhalter, trying to get some sleep on the sofa. The Lancasters were still with us the next day, of course, and the next.
Good morning, Mrs. White. Still very cold, isn't it?
At least that dreadful snow has stopped.
Yes, thank goodness. But I'm afraid we're likely to be with you for a little time yet.
Yes. It froze hard again last night.
Yes, I doubt if one could get up the hill even with chains. And this has been a fine house in its time.
Yes.
An interesting period, architecturally. Though not, of course, so essentially English as the earlier ones, Elizabethan or Tudor. I'm insular enough to prefer them myself.
I quite agree. My husband and I had a small Elizabethan manor house near Andover.
Oh, did you? How very delightful.
Yes, we were very fond of it. At one time I looked forward to ending my days there. Life teaches one not to plan too far ahead, doesn't it?
Or at least not to take one's planning too seriously.
My son was killed in the war. Then my husband died of pneumonia in 1945. Much of his money was in business in the Far East. A great deal of it was lost. Oh, many people suffered similar losses during the war. My case isn't in any way exceptional. I quite realize that. At least I have sufficient money to live quietly here. The only thing is, it's all been
rather a surprise. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly. It seems such a short time ago that I had a husband, a child, a house, servants, money, friends, and a varied and interesting life. Now I knit, read a little, go for little walks, sit here, day after day, rather ill-tempered. I sometimes wonder to myself how and why it's happened. One shouldn't talk about these things and complain. I beg your pardon.
Oh, no, please.
To listen to other people's misfortunes, it's so embarrassing. Have you been to the lake?
How I adore the unexpected. A scene like this, for instance, so brilliant, fairy-like, enchanting. And being here is unexpected. Of course, you're totally unexpected, my dear Mr. Winterhalter. What's your other name?
Julius.
I shall call you Julius. Or will it embarrass you? Perhaps we'd better keep it for our tete-a-tete, and you shall call me Helen.
Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me...
Oh! Oh, hey, do, Julius. Oh, dear. How often have I heard that one?
And, of course, I'm always flattered, even now when I'm getting so old and ugly. And the other very popular one, which comes a little later, is, "Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss." Don't you know? Marlowe.
Oh, dear. How many mortals I have made. Only they're most of them dead now, poor dears.
You make me feel very foolish.
Oh, but I don't mean to, really. I only laugh because I'm pleased, because I'm happy. And I do love having foolish things said to me. Come and say some more, Julius, dear. Tell me about yourself. Come along. Tell me what you are. No, let me guess. A writer?
No.
Artist? Musician?
I used to think that I was a musician. I played the piano.
You did? And you're brilliant, of course. And you shall play to us tonight. If there's one thing I really love, it's the piano properly played.
I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I don't play any longer.
You don't? Why not?
The left hand is a little stiff.
Oh, no. No. Not a bullet?
A bayonet.
Dreadful, abominable. Why are such horrors allowed to exist? Time and time again, when one begins to feel that really the world is a wonderful and beautiful place to live in, one comes up against something perfectly shocking, perfectly outrageous, obscene. It's really disheartening. One loses faith. Poor hand.
You kissed it.
Of course, after that, the poor chap was a goner. He'd fallen for the woman at first sight. Now, who knows what wild fancies came into his head. Evelyn Daly, who ran the hotel with her mother, had been mildly in love with Winterhalter for months, though it never looked like coming to anything. She saw what was happening, poor girl.
Don't you realize, Julius, that in a day or two she'll go away? She'll have forgotten your name before she gets halfway to London. She's only amusing herself with you because she's bored. Women like that collect men as a child picks up a shell on the seashore that pleases him for 5 minutes before he loses it or throws it away.
It's not true.
To imagine that she loves you or is even interested in you, it's so absurdly naive, so childish. Do you think she hasn't a dozen more attractive admirers in London? And lovers, too, probably?
That's shameful. It's outrageous.
Just because she's elegant. Just because she speaks half a dozen words of German and has been to Vienna, you're hypnotized by her. Oh, don't you see? It can all come to nothing. Nothing at all. Julius, you're so gentle, so kind, so sensitive. I can't bear to see you losing your head for a woman like that. What can it end in but unhappiness?
Lancaster saw what was happening, too.
One feels sorry for some of these people, Helen. For an Austrian refugee, for instance, must be very lonely, very dull. He can barely take his eyes off you, you know. He's simply entranced. I warn you, Helen, you'll have another heartbroken admirer on your hands in a minute.
Now, is it my fault, Robert? Do be fair. What have I done but show him the most ordinary friendliness?
Dear, don't ask me. What have you done? What do you do?
When when I meet nice, sympathetic, cultured people, I simply have to give sympathy for sympathy. It's no good, Robert. I really cannot stay on formal, polite terms with people I like. I will not go through life measuring out friendship and affection grudgingly, spoonful by spoonful, as if it was some sort of rationed luxury that one hid in the back of a cupboard. It's not my nature, and I can't do it.
Well, heaven forbid that you should try.
Oh, you think I behave disgracefully. You disapprove, I know you do.
My dear Helen.
You think I'm immoral. You can't deny it.
Immoral? Well, in a sense, perhaps.
There.
You know, I sometimes think that all really attractive, generous, and lovable women have something of the harlot about them.
Robert.
Oh, I don't mean it offensively.
Oh, isn't that delightful? Isn't that typical? So polite, so English. I don't mean it offensively. Oh, and you're so right, Robert, darling. You're perfectly right. I am a wanton, shameless creature. And you're so patient and so well-behaved. And I treat you quite shamefully. Yes, I do, quite disgracefully. Aren't you sorry you didn't marry some really nice, virtuous, dependable young English spinster? Aren't you? Aren't you, darling?
The snow didn't shift, and the road remained impassable. So next day, our visitors were still with us. The young people had come together, of course, and were getting on very well.
Johnny, I'm going to Switzerland at the end of January. Why not come? I'd teach you to skate and we'd waltz together. Honestly, it's tremendous fun. One laughs and laughs. And in the evening, you feel so deliciously, wonderfully sleepy. And the food one eats and the sun. Do come. Why don't you?
I should like to. More than anything in the world. But I don't suppose for a minute that I shall be able to.
Why ever not?
Well, you know, I'm supposed to have a weak chest. Last winter I was in bed for 4 months. And I'm not supposed to get tired and so on.
Johnny! Johnny!
Yes, coming. Besides, this is the house of the categorical negative. One only has to make a suggestion for it to be instantly recognized as a patent absurdity. It seems to you quite a simple matter to go to Switzerland. But for us, Switzerland is about as accessible as the end of a rainbow.
But why? Is it money?
Partly. It's just the way things are in this house.
Suppose I lend you the money, say £50.
£50?
For that matter, I could give it to you without noticing it, if you'd accept it.
Give it to me?
Well, why not? I'm rich, you're poor. It seems quite natural.
It's not natural at all. It's simply quite unbelievably kind. And out of the question, of course.
A loan, then. You can pay it back, well, when you can. I'd like you to come to Switzerland. I really would. I'm sure it would do you so much good.
Yes, but...
Johnny, dear, the time. Didn't you hear me call?
It's my fault, Mrs. Daly. I was keeping him. I've been trying to persuade him to come to Switzerland with some friends of mine next month.
Switzerland? Well, really, I think that's a matter for the doctor to decide.
I should very much like to lend him the money if it would help. It's so easy for me.
It's very kind of you, but of course we couldn't consider that at all. Not for a minute. Tea's been on the table for 10 minutes, Miss Glandy.
I'm sorry. I didn't really mean to interfere. It was just an idea. I'll go into tea.
This was New Year's Eve. The Lancasters had 6 bottles of champagne with them. Perrier 43, what's more. So that night, they threw a party. Mrs. White's comment was, no doubt it's amusing to astonish the bourgeois. It was a bit uncalled for, I thought. During the evening, Mrs. Lancaster read hands. Palmistry, you know, just a parlour trick. She read Evelyn's and said that the girl would marry in a few years' time and be very happy. Evelyn received these tidings with a touch of cynicism. Well, more than a touch, really, as she was a bit tight by then. Then Mrs. Lancaster read Winterhalter's hand and declared that loneliness was behind him. He was about to enter the gateway of adventure or some such tosh. He swallowed every word, poor mutt.
That's enough clairvoyance for one evening. Now, Julius, tell me when you're coming up to stay with us in London. What about the week after next? Tonetta, what night are we going to Covent Garden for the Mozart? The 11th. Then you must come up on the 10th, and you shall come with us. It isn't Salzburg or Vienna, but still it's adorable music. You shall stay a week or 10 days, and I'll introduce you to some delightful friends of mine who will make you feel a little less of a stranger. He was our secretary to the embassy in the days of that poor, unhappy little Dolphus.
It's so kind of you.
Kind. It'll be lovely. And we'll poke round the art galleries together and be quite bohemian.
It's not kind, you know.
I beg your pardon?
Playing with people's hopes and dreams. You shouldn't do it, Mrs. Lancaster.
Oh, my dear girl, what nonsense.
Oh, you're strong. Doesn't matter to you. But most of us spend all our time trying not to hope for what is quite unattainable, trying to be content with what we have. It's not kind to make us dream of the waters of the moon, of all kinds of happiness that are out of reach. Why do you come here to disturb us all?
Evelyn.
Oh, poor dear, she's overexcited.
Oh, you think you're going to Switzerland, Johnny, don't you? And Mr. Winterhalter thinks... Oh, really? I don't know what nonsense he thinks. Something ridiculous.
Oh, please.
And I'm to be married and live happily ever after one day. Such splendid futures are waiting for us all. Next year, sometime, never.
Oh, dear. I think perhaps you should go to bed.
Why don't you leave us alone? We aren't your sort of people at all, you know. We're just dull little people leading dull little lives in a backwater.
Evelyn, for heaven's sake.
Nonsense, my dear girl. Nobody's dull. We're all of us extremely interesting.
I tell you we're dull, and I ought to know. I'm an expert on dullness. If you led my life, you'd know something about it, too. Dull? This is Ditchwater Hall.
Wouldn't you like to go to bed?
What a beautiful dress that is. Is it real silk?
Oh, yes, it is.
Mine, real imitation wool.
It's very nice.
Do you think so? I'll change with you if you like. I've only had it for about 7 years.
Evelyn.
Now, come along, Evelyn, dear. We'll go upstairs together, and you'll have a nice lie down.
What's the matter, Mrs. Ashworth?
You take an aspirin and pop into bed, and you'll be as right as rain in the morning.
I don't want to pop anywhere. And I don't want to see the new year in. Expect it to look exactly like the old one. Oh, why shouldn't it? It's only a figure on the calendar after all. Nothing else changes. I don't see the sense of us sitting here drinking and being sentimental just because another stupid year is starting. Well, if you could put back an old one occasionally, that might be worth celebrating. There are 1 or 2 old years I can remember. I wouldn't mind having over again. Well, there's one anyway. At the new year. You can have it, all of you. I don't want it. It's no good to me.
Oh, well, there's a cheerful way to talk. Now, you say good night, dear, and come along with me. There's a good girl.
Good night. Good night. Good night, Mrs. Lancaster. Thank you so much for inviting Johnny and me to your party.
Good night, and I hope you'll feel better in the morning.
Schlafen Sie wohl, Herr Winterhalter. See? I speak German, too. Sprechen, sprach, gesprochen.
Now, that's right, dear. Come along.
But I'm not in the least sleepy. I've no objection to them dancing, but I object very much to that vulgar, ugly noise.
But how can we dance without music? Well, try to be a little understanding. Didn't you like to dance when you were young?
If you still wish to dance, I will play for you. Now dance if you want to.
Would you believe it?
Oh, I'm beginning to like this. Dance, everybody. You should be good at this, Julius. Dancing with me. Come along, John. Let's show them.
I'm afraid we're keeping you from your bed, Colonel.
It isn't so much my head as my digestion. It's always the same after Brussels sprouts.
Johnny, dear.
All right, I'm coming in a minute.
So late.
The doctor told me that the acid in my stomach would burn a hole in the carpet.
Stop, everybody. Listen. Yes, the bells. The bells are ringing out the old year.
Yes, in 1 minute from now, it'll be midnight.
Glasses, everybody. We must drink a toast to it. Oh, what a moment this is. It always makes me feel emotional. One is conscious suddenly of time passing, of standing poised between the past and the future. Silence, everybody.
She always makes a speech on New Year's Eve.
And she did. May the new year bring you all your heart's desires. Well, that sort of thing. Pretty forlorn, I hope, if you ask me. Still, we toasted 1951 and sang Auld Lang Syne, Mrs. White thumping it out on the piano, a trifle ironically, I shouldn't wonder. And Mrs. Ashworth made a speech of thanks, and, well, I made an ass of myself, singing They Are Jolly Good Fellows. Then suddenly, Evelyn burst into the room again.
Oh, it's raining. It's raining. I've just been out and there's a soft, wet wind, and everything's thawing and dripping, and the snow is sliding off the roof and off the trees. Look, I'm quite wet.
And she promised me she was going to bed.
Oh, thank goodness. Then it looks as if we shall be able to go tomorrow.
Yes, you'll be able to go tomorrow.
Oh, delightful. Speed the parting guest.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Why don't you go to bed, spoiling everything?
She didn't mean... Oh, I'm sure.
Johnny, dear, bedtime.
Yes, all right, Mother, all right.
Pops in and out like a jack in the box, does Mrs. Daly.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Lancaster. And thank you, sir.
I did enjoy it. I really did.
Good night. Good night.
Good night.
I'll see you before you go.
Of course. Good night.
Good night.
Oh, I'm suddenly so sleepy. I can hardly keep my eyes open. Bed, Robert, dear. Tomorrow we'll lunch with the Maitlands.
So, tomorrow you'll be gone?
But we shall see you again. I hope we'll see all of you whenever you come to London. Look in whenever you like. We're just off Grosvenor Square. Where's my bag? Oh, thank you, Robert, dear. Good night, Colonel Selby. Now don't settle down, whatever you do, or you'll fall off to sleep again.
Yeah, I'm going to bed at once.
Good night, Mrs. White. Isn't she funny? Such a character. You know, Colonel, she intrigues me enormously. I'm only sorry I didn't get to know her better.
Good night, Mr. Winterhalter.
Good night.
After you.
Thanks.
Good night.
Good night.
Sure, 1943. I must remember that. One day, when I'm engaged to marry my handsome young man, I shall make him take me to a restaurant, and I shall say to him, I want a bottle of Perrier Jouet 1943. Poor young man. They've all to say. Perhaps I shall keep this bottle, sleep with it under my pillow. Lovely, lovely Perrier Jouet 1943.
Good night.
Oh, good night. Poor, silly Mr. Winterhalter. Did you think I was rude, Mrs. White? I didn't mean to be. Or did I, perhaps? I don't know. Nothing seems to matter tonight. Nothing. But I'm glad they're going tomorrow. They don't belong in a place like this, and people like us. It's as if some beautiful swans had suddenly landed on a duck pond, and all the ugly ducks felt envious of their fine feathers. Say what you like. It's hard not to be envious of people who are rich and successful, who don't know the meaning of drudgery and unhappiness. Girl is beautiful, isn't she? Such a lovely skin. She glows with happiness. Perhaps I could be pretty too if I didn't always feel so tired, so bad-tempered. If I didn't have to work so hard every day. Every day. My face is beginning to get quite lined. I'm not yet 30. Oh, Mrs. White, you've been playing there all this time. Don't you think life is unfair to some people?
It's stupid to talk like that. Life isn't fair or unfair, or tragic or comic or anything else. Life is life. That's all. One must accept it.
I like Chopin. Do you know the sad little prelude all on one note? Yes, that's the one. Go on, play it. You used to play that. How I wish I could sit here like this forever. Oh, if only the morning would never come.
January the 1st, and it might have been April. It's typical of the abrupt changes you get in Devonshire. It's the Gulf Stream that does it. It doesn't bear thinking about where England would be without the Gulf Stream. Back in the Ice Age, I dare say. Well, around noon, the Lancasters were about ready for off. And something or other must have jolted Winterhalter into realizing how final a parting it had to be, and how little he'd really meant to his lady love. He was in quite a state, believe me. Now, I'd been out snipe shooting early on. Didn't get any, of course. When you're 70 and more, you react too slowly for snipe. Anyway, I'd left my gun against a bench in the garden. Poor Winterhalter spotted it. He took it in his two hands and sat there, with the butt on the ground, and stared down the barrels. Heaven knows what he was thinking of doing. But Robert Lancaster came out and took the gun from his hands, quite gently and without saying anything. He's a very nice chap, Lancaster.
I was just looking at it.
I believe you're coming up to stay with us a little later on, aren't you? My wife mentioned something.
Yes. It was most kind of Mrs. Lancaster, but I told her this morning that I'm very much afraid I shan't be able to manage.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm rather a busy man, you know, and I find it difficult to make plans. I'm at work on an opera just at present.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's very absorbing work, and probably I shall have to make visits to colleagues of mine in Paris quite shortly. But it's most kind of Mrs. Lancaster to invite me. Very kind indeed.
I'm afraid you must find yourself rather lonely at times. If I had to settle down abroad by myself, I should certainly feel it very strange.
Oh, well, one gets used to it, you know. The human animal is very adaptable.
Winterhalter,
yeah.
I should very much like... it would give me real pleasure if I could help you in some way. I'm very interested in music as an amateur, and perhaps if you required any financial assistance...
Financial assistance? For what?
Well, this opera you mentioned.
Oh, yes. No, I don't... but it's most kind of you to offer, very kind. You and I must be about the same age, Mr. Lancaster, no?
Yes, I'm 47, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, it's the same age. Oh. Just... different stars.
Just a minute, I left my gun here. I was afraid Mrs. Ashworth might have seen it. Well, women are funny about firearms, very funny.
I think I should go for a stroll before lunch. In case I don't see you again, I say goodbye, Mr. Lancaster.
Oh, goodbye, Winterhalter, and good luck.
Thank you.
Curious how some of these foreigners like shaking hands. When he first came, he shook hands with everybody when he said good night, and if you gave him half a chance, he'd come down to breakfast and started again. So one feels sorry for the poor devil all the same. It's extraordinary, the amount of Worcester sauce the fellow eats. Hello, Mrs. White. Have you heard how the boy is today?
His temperature is still up.
Not at all strong with that. Slightest thing upsets him.
I gather your car's been rescued.
Oh, yes.
You'll be glad to leave, I expect. This isn't a place one would choose for a prolonged holiday. There's really nothing whatever to do.
5,000 acres of rough shooting. That's what the advertisement says. There's plenty of rough and confounded little shooting.
Of course, when one lives permanently in a place, one gradually slips into a kind of routine. And then the days pass very quickly.
That's true. Now, just to give you an instance... Monday, we have cottage pie for lunch, invariably. Well, believe me or not, one seems to be eating cottage pie about every third day. It's amazing. As time certainly passes. Tempers fugit.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Lancaster. I wanted to tell you how much I enjoyed the party last night. Last year, you know, it was very quiet. We were all in bed by 10:30. And I remember waking up at midnight and hearing the bells and thinking, whatever's that? What on earth's happening? It quite startled me. until I realized it was only the new year coming in. And then, for some reason, I felt so sad I could have burst into tears. Silly.
Johnny, please.
I'll go back when they've gone.
So foolish, dear, when you've got a temperature. He insisted on getting up to see them go.
Now, that's not sensible, Johnny. It really isn't.
I'll go back when they've gone.
You see? What can one do?
That's naughty, you know. Very naughty. That's not the way to get well and strong, young man.
Lying in bed upstairs isn't the way either. Especially on a morning like this.
Well, I must go and get the car ready, pack the luggage. Goodbye. I only hope we haven't been too much of a nuisance.
Oh, of course not. Goodbye.
I'll lend you a hand. No, don't bother, Colonel. I can manage, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. But come back, too.
Goodbye.
A real gentleman. So considerate to everybody. Too much of a nuisance. Oh, we should be grateful for being stirred up a bit.
I don't know that I care very much for being stirred up nowadays.
Johnny, I thought you were in bed.
No, I'm quite all right. I just wanted to see you, to say that I mean to come, if it can be arranged.
Oh, but that's splendid. Of course it can be arranged.
Yes. Somehow, I'll come.
I'll write to you.
Whatever happens, I'll come.
Sonetta? Where's the hat box?
I've got it, darling.
Well, into the car with you.
Goodbye, Mrs. White. Goodbye, everybody. It's been such fun.
I'll bring the suitcase.
Can you manage?
Of course.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. There. We appear to be going at last. And what a beautiful morning we're leaving behind us. Really, it's enchanting here. Quite enchanting. Look, the first snowdrops, bless their hearts. The promise of spring. You know, I believe I quite envy you all living in such a place. Oh, envious. Yes, I mean it. Oh, if only I could settle down in the country, miles from anywhere, and simply do nothing all day long but cultivate my garden and watch the seasons change. It's the only dignified way of living. I'm quite convinced of that. Now I must rush. We're shockingly late. Goodbye to you all, and I've so enjoyed meeting you, all of you.
Goodbye.
Oh, where's Mr. Winterhalter?
He went out for a walk.
Oh, do tell him... No, just say goodbye to him for me, will you? Goodbye.
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 Goodbye. Goodbye.
There. They've gone.
Today's Wednesday. They came on Saturday. Yes, 3 days and a bit.
I can't help laughing when I think about last night. That poor girl.
Nearly 1 o'clock.
Oh, I make it 10 too. You're a bit fast.
No, I checked it last night.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. We're none of us catching a train. Ah, here's Mr. Winterhalter. Now the party's complete. Mrs. Lancaster told us to say goodbye to you for her.
Oh. Thank you. That's very kind of her.
Last night I heard her inviting you to stay with her in London, didn't I? I hope you'll go. I should so like to know what sort of establishment they keep.
I think that was just one of those invitations that people make rather late at night.
I shouldn't wonder.
Well, forward.
Johnny?
Yes?
They've gone now, so please go back to bed.
Very well. It's always the same. Excuse me.
Ah, lunch.
Yeah, I hear a welcome sound.
He always says that. I hear a welcome sound.
Oh, do I?
You don't notice it, perhaps, but you do. Doesn't he, Mrs. White?
We all have our pet habits.
That's true. After you, Mrs. White.
Please go on.
This always happens, doesn't it? I say after you, and you say please go on.
Coming, Winterhalter?
Yes. Yes, I'm coming. Winterhalter. Colonel Dummkopf.
I suppose it's too late, is it? They have gone.
Yes. They've gone.
Oh. I found this in Miss Landy's room. On it was this note.
Dear Miss Daly, I'm leaving this coat behind in the hopes that you may find some use for it. We are about the same size, I think, but should it not fit you, do dispose of it in any way you like. T.L. I suppose this is left to the tip. It's quite ridiculous. Of course, I shall have to send it back. I should think she's worn it 3 times, and it must be worth at least £30. How can she imagine I can accept a present like that? And to be patronized by a tit of 18, it's too much. Well, don't you think so, Julius?
I don't know. Perhaps she meant it kindly. She seemed rather a nice girl.
Yes, but really, if it had been a scarf, say, or a pair of gloves, I could have accepted it. This is much too much.
Do you like the coat?
Yes, of course I like it. It's a beautiful coat. I could never afford to buy anything half as good. Of course, it's out of the question.
If you send it back, it will probably hurt her. Is that what you want to do?
Why did she leave it for me? I hardly spoke 3 words to her. She didn't even like me. I don't know. The fact is, I suppose, I'm gradually becoming the sort of person who takes offense at kindnesses, who can't say thank you for anything. You know, when one is unhappy and disappointed for a long time, one's heart seems to shrink so that there's no room in it for gratitude and pleasant feelings. Why should one always think the worst of people? It's so mean, so despicable. Yes. I shall keep it. I shall sit down and write as nice a letter as I possibly can, thanking her for her generosity and kindness. I shall try for once to be a little generous, too. What am I crying for? What a miserable couple we are. Poor Julius. You know, I begin to think that the only sin in life is to be unhappy. How shameful it is to sit here in the sunlight, nursing our little sorrows as if they were important.
What a fool I've been. Oh, what a fool.
Evelyn? Evelyn!
Never mind. Never mind.
Graymore Friars Monastery is located on Atonement Mountain near Garrison, New York. Adjacent to this famous monastery, one sees St. Christopher's Inn. Homeless men from all walks of life come to this famous inn. These men are fed and sheltered by the Graymore Friars, and no distinction is ever made of race, creed, or color. You are invited to listen to another chapter of the dramatized story, The Life of Christ, brought to you transcribed each week by the Graymore Friars, who offer this series with the prayerful hope that this vivid portrayal of the life of Christ will help to awaken in you a deeper personal love of God and a firm determination to strive to prove that love in your daily life. Now, chapter 21. The Confession of Peter. And he gave him power and glory and a kingdom, and all peoples, tribes, and tongues shall serve him. His power is an everlasting power that shall not be taken away, and his kingdom shall not be destroyed. Now Jesus was in the district of Caesarea Philippi, where he had come to be hidden from men. For the Jews did not come here except for purposes of trade, and the people who lived in this land were indifferent to religion. And the disciples were with him, for he had words of great importance to say to them.
Who do men say the Son of Man is?
Some say John the Baptist, others Elias.
Others Jeremiah, or one of the prophets.
But who do you say that I am?
How often they had asked themselves that question. How often they had told themselves they knew the answer. But now they had been asked it by Jesus, they were speechless. And they stood looking at him and at each other. And they were shaken, and their hearts leaped, and it seemed as if they heard the question asked not of the moment, but out of the past and into the future, echoing as rolling thunder. Who do you say that I am? And many sayings rushed into their minds, and past words repeated themselves within their hearts.
Behold the Lamb of God. We have found the Messiah. We have found him of whom Moses in the law and the prophets did write.
The Son of God, the King of Israel, a great prophet hath risen up amongst us, and God has visited his people.
Lord, to whom shall we go? Thou hast words of everlasting life, and we have come to believe and to know thou art the Son of God.
This is he of whom I said, After me cometh a man who is preferred before me.
But who do you say that I am?
Thou art the Christ, the Son of the living God.
Blessed art thou, Simon Bar-Jonah. For flesh and blood has not revealed this to thee, but my Father in heaven. And I say to thee, Thou art Peter, and upon this rock I shall build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And I will give thee the keys of the kingdom of heaven. And whatever thou shalt bind on earth shall be bound in heaven, and whatever thou shalt loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven.
The 12 listened. They dared not speak, for never before had Jesus spoken with such authority. And having spoken these words, Jesus turned his steps southward, and they followed back toward Galilee. And as they walked, Jesus charged his disciples,
You shall not tell any man of me that I am Jesus the Christ.
But why? Why, Peter, must we keep silent about it?
It would be dangerous, Judas. Until now he has never declared himself to be the Christ. Others have said that he was, but he has always rebuked them for it, or ignored it.
Peter is right.
But what has he to fear now? What can anyone do to him? Isn't this the moment we've lived for? For him to declare himself?
Perhaps the time is not now. Suppose he were to tell others what he has told us. What would be the result among the people?
There would be turmoil. The people have various ideas of the Messiah and his mission.
Yes, James, they have. And I'm afraid each idea is based on individual desires. Some would want him to be proclaimed king at once. Others would demand the land of milk and honey to appear overnight. And still others, especially the priests of the temple, would demand that he summon the angels and drive the Romans from the land.
In other words, we're in no better position for knowing the truth than we were when we merely suspected it. And why, I ask you, did he choose this particular time to tell us?
I don't know, Judas. But there's one thing we must always remember about the Master.
What?
He has always spoken of the kingdom of heaven. The things that men deem important in this world he seems not to be greatly concerned about. Oh, here he comes. You can ask him if you wish.
No. No. I have nothing to ask him.
Peter, summon the disciples. We must leave this place.
Whither goest thou, Master?
To Galilee and beyond. A time will come when I must go into Jerusalem and suffer many things and be rejected by the elders and the chief priests and scribes and be put to death.
Master!
Put to death, Master?
But how can they if
and
you...
on the third day, rise again.
What is he talking about? He's the Christ. How can they put him to death, or even make him suffer for that matter? He is the Christ.
I don't understand it either. Why should he be rejected by the elders? He can win them to his side the same as he's won others. He can convince them. He's the Christ.
I've been talking to the others. Peter, they feel you should go to Jesus and ask him for an explanation. They think perhaps he's speaking in parables, which he would make clear.
Yes, Peter, you must speak to him. We're all very confused and disheartened by what he said.
You've made too much of this. Of course, there's some hidden meaning which he will in time clear up.
Peter, don't you feel you should speak to him?
I hesitate to disturb him.
But it's having a bad effect on all of us.
And it's your place to speak up, Peter. After all, he did say you were his rock and promised you the keys of the kingdom of heaven.
It's your duty, Peter. You may not have noticed it, but the Master seems depressed.
Surely you don't think he meant those words about suffering literally?
He acts as if he did.
That's true. Philip was talking to me. He thought a change had come over the Master from the moment we turned our steps southward.
Change?
Yes. Philip feels a turning point has been reached, that we had stopped retreating from the Pharisees and were marching against them. But our leader was as one who marched as if spurred on by the calm finality of doom. Philip said it's as if he were being drawn by some great force to the south.
And this talk about the elders and chief priests rejecting him. True, they have been questioning him, but it's their duty and responsibility to see that the people are not misled by a false Messiah. I'm sure now that Jesus has declared himself, the necessary arrangements can be made to fit him into the temple. There are reasonable men among the priests, and there's no need for war between Jesus and the temple.
But aside from all these considerations, Peter, you must speak to Jesus for his own sake. He's strangely sad since he spoke to us. At a time when we should rejoice with him, gloom is upon us.
I will speak to him. I'm sure he spoke in parable, and I'll get the true meaning of it from him. Master, I asked to speak to you privately because we find ourselves concerned over what you said about suffering and rejection and death in Jerusalem. Master, thou art the Christ. Far be it from thee, O Lord. This will never happen to thee. But a word from thee, and the priests of the temple will...
Get behind me, Satan!
Master, why do you rebuke me so?
Thou art a scandal to me. Thou dost not mind the things of God, but those of men.
You're so silent, Peter.
What did he say to you?
I came to him. I chided him for what he had said, and as we had spoken among ourselves, remonstrated that no harm could come to him because he was the Christ.
We watched you from a distance. He seemed angry with you.
Never has he been so stern. He looked upon me as if I were Satan himself. He told me that I whom he declared to be his rock, minded not the things of God, but those of man. I am more confused than before.
He gave no explanation of his words?
None. I but mentioned that it could not happen, and he turned upon me.
Would you think then, Peter, he did not speak in parable?
I dare not think otherwise, but I dare not again approach him on the subject. If he is to clarify the meaning, we must wait his own time.
Come, let's catch up with the others. The crowd's coming from Capharnaum to greet him.
Yes, Andrew's signaling. Jesus is holding up his hand. He's going to address them.
Notice, Peter, how he looks at us.
Silence. He's going to begin.
If anyone wishes to come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For he who would save his life will lose it. But he who loses his life for my sake and the gospel's sake will save it. For what does it profit a man if he gain the whole world, but suffer the loss of his own soul? Or what will a man give in exchange for his own soul? For whoever is ashamed of me and of my words in this adulterous and sinful generation, of him will the Son of Man also be ashamed when he comes with the holy angels in the glory of his Father. Amen, I say to you, there are some of those standing who will not taste death till they have seen the kingdom of God coming into power.
And the crowd listened to him and were silent in their awe. For he spoke as one looking into eternity, and yet it seemed that he looked too into the heart of each man present. And to the disciples who knew who he was and had reasoned within themselves his message of doom, his words now caused them to weigh themselves. For now he spoke not of things clean or unclean, or of curing on the Sabbath, but of matters of life and death.
Again he speaks of death, how he dwells on it, and of taking up this cross. What cross? Why must one die to be saved? That makes no sense. And I don't like the way he once cried out in the synagogue that one of us, one of his own, was a devil. Who can he have meant? We have all given up much to follow him. And yet at last, when he tells us he is the Christ, he binds us in silence and refuses to exercise his power, which would bring us some reward for our sacrifices.
Whoever is ashamed of me and my words, he says. I know he's addressing me, and it's I who am ashamed for my words. How many times I've failed him. That time when the net was cast. That time when he called to me to walk across the waters. And only yesterday when I chided him. I, Peter, whom he called the rock. I'm not a rock. I'm shifting sand. Never, Master. Never will I fail you again.
And James and Andrew and Philip and Matthew, all his disciples, searched their hearts as he taught them and revealed to them that the world they knew was nothing, and the soul of man was everything. And because of his words, they were humbled, and then exalted by their promise. And all but one whispered to himself, I will take up my cross and follow thee. Then for a week they lingered near Capharnaum. But on the 8th day they set out for the vale of Esdraelon, and in the afternoon came to the foot of Mount Tabor.
Judas, I'll need provisions for 4.
Where are you going, Peter?
Jesus is climbing Mount Tabor and requests that I, James, and John go with him.
Very well, I'll get food ready. How many meals?
Enough for one meal. I'm sure the master does not intend to stay long.
Why are you four going up the mountain?
The master did not say. He merely requested that we be ready to go with him.
We're at the top.
I'm not used to climbing. I'm out of breath.
Oh, I'm not only tired, I'm sleepy.
And John, too. He can't keep his eyes open. You and I must stay awake.
Yes, Peter. Sit down and rest. I'll stay awake. Huh? What's that? A light. Peter, John.
What?
Wake up.
Where are we? James, what is it? I must have fallen asleep.
The light. Off to the left.
Who is there?
It's Jesus. But his garments are so dazzling white I cannot look at them. It hurts my eyes.
James. John. There are other figures there in the light. Are they men or...
Yes. I see them. They seem to be talking to Jesus.
Those two, I know them. And yet I've never seen them before.
Who are they?
The one to the right is Moses.
Oh.
The other, Elias.
Look, they turn to leave him.
Rabbi, it is good for us to be here. And let us set up 3 tents. One for thee, and one for Moses, and one for Elias.
They do not hear. They're going. But Peter, what's happened? I seem not to see them clearly.
A cloud has drifted over the mountaintop. Feel the dampness?
Peter, I can't even see you now.
Stand fast. Don't walk about. The cloud will pass.
Peter, I hear a voice. It's coming from above.
This is my beloved Son. Hear him.
And on hearing the voice from the cloud, the disciples fell prone on the ground and were exceedingly afraid. And they dared not look up. Arise, and do not be afraid.
Master!
Come, let us descend. Tell the vision to no one, till the Son of Man has risen from the dead.
Peter, again he pledges us to secrecy. First, none of us is to reveal that he is Christ. Now, none of us 3 is to speak of this vision.
But he qualifies it, James.
Yes, till the Son of Man has risen from the dead. What can he mean by that?
I do not know, James. It puzzles me that he speaks of death and of suffering.
Peter, can it be that he refers to resurrection? As prophesied by Isaiah, Ezekiel, and Daniel. Remember Isaiah?
Yes. We have not wrought salvation on the earth, therefore the inhabitants of the earth have not fallen. The dead men shall live, the slain shall rise again. Awake and give praise, ye that dwell in the dust.
And Ezekiel, ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Behold, I will send my spirit into you, and you shall live. And I will lay sinews upon you, and will cause flesh to grow over you, and will cover you with skin. And I will give you the Spirit, and you shall live. And you shall know that I am the Lord.
And many that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some unto life everlasting, and others unto reproach to see it always. But they that are learned shall shine as the brightness of the firmament, and they that instruct many to justice as stars for all eternity.
Can it be that we are on the eve of the resurrection told by the prophets?
If so, why did not Elias remain instead of appearing to us as a fleeting vision?
Yes, you are right, Peter. He should have stayed to prepare the way.
Come, let us ask Jesus about this.
Master, we want... That is, I've been wondering about the prophecy regarding Elias. I was asking Peter only the other day.
The prophecy of Malachias, Master. Did he not write, Behold, I will send you Elias the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. And he shall turn the heart of the fathers to the children, and the heart of the children to their fathers, lest I come and strike the earth with anathema.
And this is taught by the scribes and the Pharisees. But Master, you have come. Why then do they say Elias must come first?
Elias is to come first, and will restore all things.
Yes, but how then is it written of the Son of Man that he should suffer many things and be despised?
Master, I confess I'm bewildered, even as is James by the writings of the ancients. We're taught to expect Elias as a messenger, but that God's own Son should be despised seems to us...
I say to you that Elias has come already.
He has come already.
And they did not know him, but did to him whatever they wished. So shall the Son of Man suffer at their hands.
And they understood that he spoke of John the Baptist, the one sent from God, who had come to proclaim the Christ and to bear witness to him. And the Pharisees knew not this witness, and they schemed among themselves, and he was seized by Herod and beheaded. And he gave him power and glory and a kingdom, and all peoples, tribes, and tongues shall serve him. His power is an everlasting power that shall not be taken away, and his kingdom shall not be destroyed.
The Columbia Workshop presents two sections from T.S. Eliot's Four Quartets. Mr. John Hall Wheelock, American poet and editor, will read Burnt Norton, and Mr. James Johnson Sweeney, director of the Department of Painting and Sculpture at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, will read Little Gidding. The Columbia Workshop has asked Mr. Sweeney, who is now completing a new study of T.S. Eliot, to tell us something about the man and his work before we actually present the poems. Mr. Sweeney.
Ironically enough, an American-born writer, Thomas Stearns Eliot, is today commonly acknowledged England's leading contemporary poet. And with further irony, Eliot, for years regarded as a poet of disillusionment, the author of The Waste Land, during the last 10 years has produced perhaps the greatest English religious poem of the 20th century, Four Quartets, from which work we are today offering the first and final sections. Eliot was born in St. Louis in 1888. After graduating from Harvard University, he studied philosophy at the Sorbonne in Paris, at Oxford in England. In 1915, he married in England and was settled there, later becoming a British subject. In 1922, his long poem, The Waste Land, was awarded the Dial Prize in New York. The same year, he founded the Criterion in London, which was to become the leading literary magazine of the next decade and a half. During this period, his reputation as a literary critic and poet steadily grew. Eliot, as a poet, is notable for his interest in everyday conversational rhythms and homely imagery, for an understatement that is frequently unappreciated in quarters where rhetoric is demanded of poetry. But if his expression, he is essentially a man of his own period, he recognizes the timelessness of art. And in the two sections of the 4 quartets which you are going to hear this afternoon, Burnt Norton and Little Gidding, Eliot builds up word pictures and word rhythms around the theme of eternity. From the title, 4 Quartets, it is evident the author wishes us to see in each of these sections a pattern of ideas and relationships such as we are accustomed to find in musical compositions. In Burnt Norton, he symbolizes the timelessness of reality by the constant return of childhood memories. In Little Gidding, by the deathlessness of love. But in poetry as rich as Eliot's, as in all true art, sensuous appreciation should come first and intellectual consideration later. For this brief reading, therefore, let us suggest a concentration on the word pictures and word music of the poem, as we might approach 2 quartets of Beethoven. Mr. John Hall Wheelock, himself well known to you as a poet, will open the reading of Eliot's 4 quartets with the first section, Burnt Norton.
Time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. What might have been is an abstraction, remaining a perpetual possibility only in a world of speculation. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. Footfalls echo in the memory down the passage which we did not take, towards the door we never opened into the rose garden. My words echo thus in your mind. But to what purpose disturbing the dust on a bowl of rose leaves, I do not know. Other echoes inhabit the garden. Shall we follow? Quick, said the bird, find them, round the corner. Through the first gate, into our first world, shall we follow the deception of the thrush? Into our first world. There they were, dignified, invisible, moving without pressure over the dead leaves, in the autumn heat, through the vibrant air. And the bird called in response to the unheard music hidden in the shrubbery, and the unseen eye-beam crossed, for the roses had the look of flowers that are looked at. There they were as our guests, accepted and accepting. So we moved, and they, in a formal pattern, along the empty alley into the box circle, to look down into the drained pool. Dry the pool, dry concrete, brown-edged, and the pool was filled with water out of sunlight, and the lotus rose quietly, the surface glittered out of heart of light, and they were behind us, reflected in the pool. Then a cloud passed, and the pool was empty. Go, said the bird, for the leaves were full of children, hidden excitedly, containing laughter. Go, 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 said the bird. Humankind cannot bear very much reality. Time past and time future, what might have been and what has been, point to one end, which is always present. Garlic and sapphires in the mud clot the bedded axle tree. The trilling wire in the blood sings below inveterate scars and reconciles forgotten wars. The dance along the artery, the circulation of the lymph are figured in the drift of stars. Ascend to summer in the tree. We move above the moving tree in light upon the figured leaf, and here upon the sodden floor below the boarhound and the boar pursue their pattern as before, but reconciled among the stars. At the still point of the turning world, neither flesh nor fleshless, neither from nor towards, at the still point there the dance is, but neither arrest nor movement. And do not call it fixity, where past and future are gathered. Neither movement from nor towards, neither ascent nor decline. Except for the point, the still point, there would be no dance, and there is only the dance. I can only say, there we have been, but I cannot say where, and I cannot say how long, for that is to place it in time. The inner freedom from the practical desire, the release from action and suffering, release from the inner and the outer compulsion, yet surrounded by a grace of sense, a white light still and moving, Erhebung without motion, concentration without elimination, both a new world and the old made explicit, understood in the completion of its partial ecstasy, the resolution of its partial horror. Yet the enchainment of past and future, woven in the weakness of the changing body, protects mankind from heaven and damnation, which flesh cannot endure. Time past and time future allow but a little consciousness. To be conscious is not to be in time, but only in time can the moment in the rose garden, the moment in the arbor where the rain beat, the moment in the drafty church at Smokefall be remembered, involved with past and future. Only through time is conquered. Here is a place of disaffection, time before and time after in a dim light, neither daylight, investing form with lucid stillness, turning shadow into transient beauty, with slow rotation suggesting permanence, nor darkness to purify the soul, emptying the sensual with deprivation, cleansing affection from the temporal. Neither plenitude nor vacancy, only a flicker over the strained, time-ridden faces, distracted from distraction by distraction, filled with fancies and empty of meaning, tumid apathy, with no concentration, men and bits of paper whirled by the cold wind that blows before and after time, wind in and out of unwholesome lungs, time before and time after. Eructation of unhealthy souls into the faded air, the torpid driven on the wind that sweeps the gloomy hills of London, Hampstead and Clerkenwell, Camden and Putney, Highgate, Primrose and Ludgate. Not here the darkness in this twittering world. Descend lower, descend only into the world of perpetual solitude, world not world, but that which is not world, internal darkness, deprivation and destitution of all property, desiccation of the world of sense, evacuation of the world of fancy, inoperancy of the world of spirit. This is the one way, and the other is the same, not in movement, but abstention from movement, while the world moves in appetency on its metalled ways of time past and time future. Time and the bell have buried the day. The black cloud carries the sun away. Will the sunflower turn to us? Will the clematis stray down, bend to us? Tendril and spray clutch and cling? Chill, fingers of you be curled down on us? After the kingfisher's wing has answered light to light and is silent, the light is still, at the still point of the turning world. Words move, music moves, only in time, but that which is only living can only die. Words, after speech, reach into the silence. Only by the form, the pattern, can words or music reach the stillness, as a Chinese jar still moves perpetually in its stillness. Not the stillness of the violin while the note lasts, not that only, but the coexistence. Or say that the end precedes the beginning, and the end and the beginning were always there, before the beginning and after the end. And all is always now. Words strain, crack, and sometimes break under the burden, under the tension, slip, slide, perish, decay with imprecision, will not stay in place, will not stay still. Shrieking voices, scolding, mocking, or merely chattering, always assail them. The word in the desert is most attacked by voices of temptation. The crying shadow in the funeral dance, the loud lament of the disconsolate chimera. The detail of the pattern is movement, as in the figure of the 10 stairs. Desire itself is movement, not in itself desirable. Love is itself unmoving, only the cause and end of movement, timeless and undesiring, except in the aspect of time, caught in the form of limitation between unbeing and being. Sudden, in a shaft of sunlight, even while the dust moves, there rises the hidden laughter of children in the foliage. Quick now, here, now, always. Ridiculous, the waste, sad time stretching before and after.
James Johnson Sweeney continues the Columbia Workshop's presentation of T.S. Eliot's 4 quartets by reading the final movement entitled Little Gidding.
Midwinter's spring is its own season, sempiternal though sodden towards sundown, suspended in time between pole and tropic. When the short day is brightest with frost and fire, the brief sun flames the ice on pond and ditches in windless cold that is the heart's heat, reflecting in a watery mirror, a glare that is blindness in the early afternoon. And glow more intense than blaze of branch or brazier stirs the dumb spirit, no wind but Pentecostal fire in the dark time of the year. Between melting and freezing, the soul's sap quivers. There is no earth smell or smell of living thing. This is the springtime, but not in time's covenant. Now the hedgerow is blanched for an hour with transitory blossom of snow, a bloom more sudden than that of summer, neither budding nor fading, nor in the scheme of generation. Where is the summer, the unimaginable zero summer? If you came this way, taking the route you would be likely to take, from the place you would be likely to come from, if you came this way in Maytime, you would find the hedges white again in May, with voluptuary whiteness. It would be the same at the end of the journey. If you came at night like a broken king, if you came at day, not knowing what you came for, it would be the same when you leave the rough road and turn behind the pigsty to the dull facade and the tombstone. And what you thought you came for is only a shell, a husk of meaning from which the purpose breaks only when it is fulfilled, if at all. Either you had no purpose, or the purpose is beyond the end you figured and is altered in fulfillment. There are other places which also are the world's end, some at the sea jaws, or over a dark lake, or in a desert or a city, but this is the nearest, in place and time, now and in England. If you came this way, taking any route, starting from anywhere, at any time or at any season, it would always be the same. You would have to put off sense and notion. You are not here to verify, instruct yourself, or inform curiosity, or carry report. You are here to kneel where prayer has been valid. And prayer is more than an order of words, the conscious occupation of the praying mind, or the sound of the voice praying, and what the dead had no speech for when living, they can tell you, being dead. The communication of the dead is tongued with fire beyond the language of the living. Here, the intersection of the timeless moment is England and nowhere, never and always. Ash on an old man's sleeve is all the ash-burnt roses leave. Dust in the air suspended marks the place where a story ended. Dust in-breathed was a house, the wall, the wainscot, and the mouse. The death of hope and despair, this is the death of air. There are flood and drought over the eyes and in the mouth, dead water and dead sand contending for the upper hand. The parched, eviscerate soil gapes at the vanity of toil, laughs without mirth. This is the death of earth. Water and fire succeed, the town, the pasture, and the weed. Water and fire deride the sacrifice that we denied. Water and fire shall rot the marred foundations we forgot of sanctuary and choir. This is the death of water and fire. In the uncertain hour, before the morning, near the ending of interminable night, at the recurrent end of the unending, after the dark dove with the flickering tongue had passed below the horizon of his homing, while the dead leaves still rattled on like tin over the asphalt, where no other sound was between three districts whence the smoke arose, I met one walking, loitering, and hurried as if blown toward me like the metal leaves before the urban dawn wind, unresisting. And as I fixed upon the downturned face, that pointed scrutiny which we challenged the first met stranger in the waning dusk, I caught the sudden look of some dead master, whom I had known, forgotten, half recalled, both one and many, in the brown-baked features, the eyes of a familiar compound ghost, both intimate and unidentifiable. So I assumed a double part, and cried, and heard another's voice cry, "What, are you here?" Although we were not. I was still the same, knowing myself, yet being someone other, and he a face still forming. Yet the words sufficed to compel the recognition they preceded, and so, compliant to the common wind, too strange to each other for misunderstanding, and conquered at this intersection time of meeting nowhere, no before and after, we trod the pavement in a dead patrol. I said, "The wonder that I feel is easy. Yet ease is cause of wonder. Therefore speak. I may not comprehend, may not remember." And he, "I am not eager to rehearse my thought and theory, which you may have forgotten. These things have served their purpose. Let them be. So with your own, and pray they be forgiven by others, as I pray you to forgive, both bad and good. Last season's fruit is eaten, and the full-fed beast shall kick the empty pail. For last year's words belong to last year's language, and next year's words await another voice. But as the passage now presents no hindrance to the spirit unappeased and peregrine between two worlds become much like each other, so I find words I never thought to speak, in streets I never thought I should revisit, when I left my body on a distant shore. Since our concern was speech, and speech impelled us to purify the dialect of the tribe, and urge the mind to aftersight and foresight, let me disclose the gifts reserved for age, to set a crown upon your lifetime's effort. First, the cold friction of expiring sense without enchantment, offering no promise but bitter tastelessness of shadow fruit, as body and soul begin to fall asunder. Second, the conscious impotence of rage at human folly, and the laceration of laughter at what ceases to amuse. And last, the rending pain of reenactment of all that you have done and been, the shame of motives late revealed, and the awareness of things ill done, done to others harm, which once you took for exercise of virtue. Then fool's approval stings, and honor stains. From wrong to wrong the exasperated spirit proceeds, unless restored by that refining fire where you must move and measure like a dancer. The day was breaking. In the disfigured street he left me with a kind of valediction and faded on the blowing of the horn. There are 3 conditions which often look alike, yet differ completely. Flourish in the same hedgerow, attachment to self and to things and to persons, detachment from self and from things and from persons, and growing between them indifference, which resembles the other as death resembles life, being between 2 lives, unflowering between the live and the dead nettle. This is the use of memory for liberation, not less of love, but expanding of love beyond desire, and so liberation from the future as well as from the past. Thus, love of a country begins as attachment to our own field of action and comes to find that action of little importance, though never indifferent. History may be servitude, history may be freedom. See now they vanish, the faces and places, the self which, as it could, loved them, to become renewed, transfigured in another pattern. Sin is behovely, but all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well. If I think again of this place and of people, not wholly commendable, of no immediate kin or kindness, but some of peculiar genius, all touched by a common genius, united in the strife which divided them, if I think of a king at nightfall, of 3 men and more on the scaffold, and a few who died forgotten in other places here and abroad, and of one who died blind and quiet, why should we celebrate these dead men more than the dying? It is not to ring the bell backward, nor is it an incantation to summon the specter of a rose. We cannot revive old factions. We cannot restore old policies or follow an antique drum. These men and those who opposed them, and those whom they opposed, accept the constitution of silence and are folded in a single party. Whatever we inherit from the fortunate, we have taken from the defeated. What they had to leave us, a symbol perfected in death. And all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well, by the purification of the motive in the ground of our beseeching. The dove descending breaks the air with flame of incandescent terror, of which the tongues declare the one discharge from sin and error. The only hope, or else despair, lies in the choice of pyre or pyre, to be redeemed from fire by fire. Who then devised the torment? Love. Love is the unfamiliar name behind the hands that wove the intolerable shirt of flame which human power cannot remove. We only live, only suspire, consumed by either fire or fire. What we call the beginning is often the end, and to make an end is to make a beginning. The end is where we start from, and every phrase and every sentence that is right, where every word is at home, taking its place to support the others, the word neither diffident nor ostentatious, an easy commerce of the old and the new, the common word exact without vulgarity, the formal word precise but not pedantic, the complete concert dancing together. Every phrase and every sentence is an end and a beginning, every poem an epitaph. And any action is a step to the block, to the fire, down the sea's throat, or to an illegible stone. And that is where we start. We die with the dying. See, they depart. We go with them. We are born with the dead. See, they return and bring us with them. The moment of the rose and the moment of the yew tree are of equal duration. A people without history is not redeemed from time, for history is a pattern of timeless moments. So when the light fails on a winter's afternoon in a secluded chapel, history is now and England. With the drawing of this love and the voice of this calling, we shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and to know the place for the first time. Through the unknown, remembered gate, when the last of earth left to discover is that which was the beginning. At the source of the longest river, the voice of the hidden waterfall, and the children in the apple tree, not known because not looked for, but heard, half heard in the stillness between two waves of the sea. Quick now, here, now, always, a condition of complete simplicity, costing not less than everything, and all shall be well, and all shall be well, and all manner of things shall be well, when the tongues of flame are infolded into the crowned knot of fire, and the fire and the rose are one.
The Columbia Workshop has presented 2 of the 4 parts of T.S. Eliot's 4 quartets. The program was produced by Robert Louis Cheon and presented by John Hall Wheelock, American poet and editor, and James Johnson Sweeney, director of the Department of Painting and Sculpture at the Museum of Modern Art in New York City. As Mr. Sweeney has pointed out, ironically enough, an American-born writer, Thomas Stearns Eliot, is today commonly acknowledged England's leading contemporary poet. And with further irony, Eliot, for years regarded as a poet of disillusionment, the author of Wasteland, during the last 10 years has produced perhaps the greatest English religious poem of the 20th century, 4 quartets, from which work we have today offered the first and final movements. Next week, the Columbia Workshop will present Urban Shaw's New Yorker magazine story, Act of Faith, as adapted for radio by Charles S. Monroe of the CBS Program Writing Division. John Dietz will direct for the workshop. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
J-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Boy, Oh Boy. Boy, played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I bring you our master of ceremonies, a man who...
Hold it down. Jack isn't here yet.
Well, where is he?
I just lent Mr. Benny a nickel to make a telephone call.
Oh, he's probably talking to his lawyers again.
His lawyers?
Yeah, Harrington, and Droop. It's about that accident Rochester had with the Maxwell a couple of weeks ago.
Remember when we were up at Marchfield?
Oh, but that was Rochester's fault. He was driving along and smashed right into a truck.
Well, Jack claims the truck cheated. It had brakes. Let's open the door and listen.
Okay.
Gee, I hope I get my nickel back. It's my life savings.
Quiet. Shh.
Yes? Yes, Rochester was on his way to Marchfield to pick me up. But the accident wasn't his fault. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out. Yes, but... Look, who am I talking to? Harrington, or Droop?
It's gotta be Droop.
Well, look, Mr. Droop, make a note of this right away. The damages to the Maxwell amount to $158.64. What? How can I lend you my pencil? We're talking on the telephone. Four names on the door and no pencil. Well, now look, Droop, I'll tell you what. You get in touch with the trucking company, and if they're willing to settle out of court... What's that, operator? Another nickel for 3 minutes? Well, now look, Droop, you get in touch with the trucking company. If they're willing to settle out of court, it's okay with me, but tell them that $158.64 is what I want, and not a penny less. Goodbye. Phew.
What a workout that nickel got. I'll bet the buffalo lost 6 pounds. Duck, fellas, here he comes.
Oh, sorry I'm late, kids. Go ahead, Don. Introduce me.
Okay.
Who are you talking to, Jack?
Oh, on the phone just now? That was an old girlfriend of mine from Waukegan. She just got into town. Boy, was she a hot mama.
Then why did you call her Droop?
The years have taken their toll. Anyway, she's in town, and we're stepping out tonight.
Oh, stop, will you? We heard you talking to your lawyer about that little accident with the Maxwell.
Oh, so you were all snooping around, eh? Well, if you want to know something, it wasn't a little accident. My goodness, look what happened to Rochester.
Well, I saw Rochester the next day, and he didn't have a scratch on him.
Well, fortunately, since then, he's had the hives, and he's all bandaged up now. But I'm not bringing that into the case unless I have to.
There's just one thing I can't understand, Jack. You say that Rochester bumped into the truck.
That's right. The truck driver didn't stick his hand out.
Well, I'd say that your brakes must have been in pretty bad shape. So if I were the judge, I'd look into that.
Well, you're not a judge, and if you don't keep your big fat mouth shut, you won't be an announcer either. Now, let's settle down and get on with the program. You'd think that... Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Well, kids, I did it. Harris done it. Congratulate me.
Congratulate you. What'd you done do, Phil? What happened?
Well, I passed the midterm examination at night school.
Oh, so you're out of the beginners class, eh? You're not a freshman anymore.
Nope, from now on I'm a semaphore.
First you're a freshman, and now you're a semaphore. Let me ask you something, Phil. When are you going to be a sophomore?
Who knows? I may quit school before then.
Well, I give up. I'll just let semaphore ride.
How were the examinations, Phil? Were the questions very tough?
I'll say, here's a sample, Mary. Name the 48 states and give the capital of those that have them.
Those that have them? Phil, every state has a capital. And I doubt very much that you answered that question correctly.
Oh, yeah? Well, try me out. Ask me one.
Okay, what's the capital of Idaho?
Boys Town.
That's Boise. Boys Town. It's Boise. The reason I remember that is because when I was in vaudeville, Boise, Idaho was one of my best towns. They loved me in Idaho.
Then why did they throw baked potatoes at you?
They didn't throw them at me. I got paid in potatoes. Get it straight.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you get a big salary in those days?
Well, I don't like to brag, kid, but I haven't played Boise since 1927, and I've still got half a sack left. And I love my starches, if you know what I mean.
By the way, Phil, what other subjects did you have in your examinations besides geography?
Well, we had arithmetic and history.
Uh-huh.
Hey, fellas, here's a tough question I nearly missed. Who crossed the Delaware, Washington or Lincoln?
Oh, that stumped you, eh?
Yeah, so I flipped the coin, it came out Washington, and now I'm a semaphore.
Phil, that word is... No, I won't tell him. No, now, Phil, let's Phil, let's forget about night school and have a band number.
Okay.
Say, Phil, tell Jack about that new subject you're taking up.
Oh, yeah, I forgot to give you the hot news, Jackson. You know what I'm studying this term? French.
French?
Get a load of this. Je mange la fenêtre.
Oh, very good. What does that mean, Phil?
I ate the window.
You ate the window?
Yeah.
Well, what the heck do you want to eat a window for? You eat bread, you eat rolls, you eat cake.
Wait till I learn them. Till then, I eat the window.
Well, here's a tip for you, Phil. Stay out of French restaurants.
You better stay out of them, too, till you learn the language.
Oh, I can read French. Come on, Phil, let's have your band number.
Tell him what happened to you at Gaston's the other night.
Oh, that could happen to anybody. Come on, Phil, play.
Well, wait a minute. What was it, Mary?
Well, you know how Jack likes to show off.
Oh.
Well, we sat down at the table, and naturally, the menu was all in French.
All in French, all in French. Forget it.
And what happened?
Jack ordered a nice, thick, juicy watch-your hat and coat with mushroom sauce.
Well, eventually, I got a steak. Go ahead with your number, Phil. I've got to go out in the hall and call up my lawyer.
Has your lawyer got a phone?
There's a phone in the barber shop downstairs from his office. They'll call him, don't worry. All right, hit it, Phil. Yes? Yeah. Now, look, Mr. Drew, you tell the trucking company that if they don't settle right now, I'll take them to court first thing in the morning. Postpone it till Wednesday. What do you want to postpone it for? Oh, Harrington is wearing your suspenders. Well, you can try the case with your pants at half-mast. Be there tomorrow morning. No wonder they call him Droop. Now, Droop, tell the trucking company. What's that, operator? Tell the trucking company I want $158 to straighten the chassis, $8 for a pair of headlights, 64 cents for a wing for the on the radiator. Goodbye. People don't stick their hands out. They've got to pay.
What are you mumbling about?
Oh, this darn case has got me all upset. Anyway, that was High Neighbor, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Very good, Phil, although it was a little loud. Phil?
What?
I said it was a little loud.
Well, how do you know it was loud? You were out in the hall and couldn't even hear it.
I couldn't hear your band? Phil, you play in the Biltmore Bowl of the Biltmore Hotel here in Los Angeles, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, I know some people who live at the Biltmore that haven't been able to sleep since you opened, and the Biltmore I mean is in Phoenix, Arizona. And I'm not kidding.
Well, it's their own fault. They ought to close their windows.
Oh, fine.
You know, like I said, they ought to manger la fenêtre.
That's eat the window, you semaphore. We're 2 words ahead of that semaphore there. Now, let's get on with the show. Let's get on with the show here. Come on. Now, let's see, where are we?
Boise, Idaho.
We are not.
Well, someone just hit me with a potato.
I don't care. We're in Hollywood. Now, let me announce our play. Ladies and gentlemen, for our dramatic offering this evening, the Benny Retreaded Thespians are going to present an original mystery melodrama entitled The Fright Wig Murder Case, or He Died with His Tooth On. Now, I will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny, as fearless a bloodhound as ever sniffed a clue. Phil Harris will be Sergeant O'Reilly, my assistant sniffer. Mary, you're going to be the wife of the murdered man. And, Dennis, you're going to be the victim.
Gee, there's no future in that.
I'm going to be your wife. What have I got?
Quiet. Now, let's see.
I want a bigger part, Mr. Benny. Why don't you lay on the floor and be the murdered man?
I wish I could. My feet are killing me. Now, who else? Oh, yes, Don, you're going to be the butler.
Oh, every time we do a mystery, I'm the butler. Why can't I be a detective?
Because any man that can't look over his stomach is apt to overlook a clue. Say, say, that's all right. That line was pretty clever, eh, Mary?
What do you care? You saved your money.
Well, I liked it. Now, before presenting our mystery, folks, let me give you a brief synopsis of what happened up to now. On the night of January 24th, A.D., after dinner, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a social lion, was found murdered in his den. Just before the murder, his wife was in the room reading a copy of Live Alone and Like It, which may have thrown her a thought. The victim was playing solitaire when he was suddenly interrupted by a lead kibitzer. Now, who committed this crime? Was it the chauffeur?
No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you, innocent.
Was it the butler?
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
What do you mean you didn't do it?
At the time of the murder, I was at my neighborhood grocer's buying a package of Jell-O with the new locked-in flavor.
Oh, yeah?
Please believe me. It's America's favorite gelatin dessert, and it's economical, I tell you. Eek, 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 eek.
Now, pull yourself together. Was it suicide?
No, I didn't kill me. I tell you.
What?
Me is my best friend. I love me and me loves I. You gotta believe me.
And now the wife, Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Did you or did you not kill your husband?
I hated him. I loathed him. I despised him. So that night,
Stop! We can't give it away, folks, but this mystery will go on immediately after a song by Dennis Day. Sing, Dennis. I'm going out and call Harrington, and Drew.
I'll never forget the people I met, braving those angry skies. I remember well as the shadows fell, the light of hope comes up. For when the dawn comes up, there'll be bluebirds over the white cliffs of Dover. Tomorrow, when the world is free.
That was The White Cliffs of Dover, sung by Dennis Day. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or... Now, as the scene opens, lay down on the floor, Dennis. You're the murdered man. Lay right there on your back.
If I lay on my back, I'll snore.
You're getting paid, and you'll stay awake till the program is over. Now, as the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Benny and Sergeant Phil O'Reilly in their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. There's the phone, O'Reilly.
Oh, really?
Never mind, I'll take it. Hello, police headquarters.
Hello, I want to talk to Detective O'Benny.
That's me. What is it?
My name is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. I want you to come over to my house right away. My husband has been shot.
Oh, really?
Is that for me, Cap?
I said, oh, really, O'Reilly. Shut up. Now, madam, What makes you think your husband was shot?
He's laying on the floor, and there's an extra buttonhole in his shirt.
There is, eh? Well, I'll be right over. And don't make any more buttonholes till I get there. See you in a few minutes.
Okay, Cap, bring some White Rock.
I ought to bring some aspirin for that cold of yours. Goodbye.
What happened, Cap?
Homer J. Frightwig has just been murdered. It's up to me to find out who did it. I think there's a woman in the case.
A woman, eh? Well, you know the old saying, manger la fenêtre.
That's cherchez la femme. Now, you stay here, Sarge. I've got work to do. I'll take the patrol wagon.
You can't. The boys are delivering beer in it.
Oh, then I'll take the squad car. And I'll solve this case, or my name ain't... Well, here it is. This is the place, all right. Open up in the name of the law.
This is police headquarters.
Doggone, I forgot to release the brake. Well, I'll try it again. Better come with me this time, Sarge. Let's go.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Pick up some pretzels. We got a barrel left over. That is all.
Step on it, Sarge. We got to solve this case and get back. This must be the place, Sarge. Open up in there. Come on, open up.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, eh? Make a note of that, Sarge.
Okay, Cap.
Now, come on, you. Where's the murdered man?
That ain't a brass rail you got your foot on.
Oh, yes. Pardon me.
That's okay, Mr. Benny.
Shut up. Now, the first thing we got to do is grill the suspect.
I thought the Frightwigs lived here.
They do. Suspects can be anybody. Now, wait a minute. Are you the butler here?
Yes, sir.
What's your name?
O'Reilly.
O'Reilly? Shake hands with O'Reilly. O'Reilly, 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 O'Reilly. Now, let's get on with the case. Wait a minute. Who's this? Are you Mrs. Frightwig?
No, I am the French maid.
The French maid, eh? Well, tell me, where were you at the time of the crime?
Je n'en sais rien du tout. J'étais dormi dans ma chambre et j'entendais un bruit terrible. Alors je m'habillai immédiatement et je descendais. Je ne sais absolument de ce crime féroce. Je suis innocent. Je vous affirme, complètement innocent. Il faut que vous me croyiez.
Translate that, Sarge.
Are you kidding?
Well, you're studying French, aren't you? What was the maid doing tonight?
She didn't eat the window, that I know.
A fine help you are. Now, let's get to work here. Where is Mrs. Frightwig?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. What's all the commotion?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Frightwig. I'm here to find out who killed your husband.
Oh, let's not talk shop, Cappy. Come on over here on the sofa and sit down.
None of that, Mrs. Frightwig. I represent the long arm of the law.
Well, wrap it around me. I'm lonesome.
I haven't got time for that.
I have, but I'm a married man.
Quiet, Sarge. Now tell me, madam, where were you at the time of the murder?
Back of a gun, minding my own business.
Back of a gun, eh? Then you admit you killed your husband.
Sure, I admit it.
Uh-huh. And why did you kill him?
He was always singing shortening bread.
Oh.
Mama's little baby loves shortening, shortening. Mama's little baby
I know
loves
how it goes. Well, I don't blame you, Mrs. Frightwig, but I still have to arrest you in the name of the law. Wait a minute. Hold everything. Nobody leave this room. Come in. What do you want here, fellas?
Pardon me, but we're looking for Jack Benny.
I'm Jack Benny, but you'll have to wait. I'm right in the middle of a play.
Well, you'll have to stop your play. This is important.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. What's going on here? Who are you?
I'm Harrington. I'm Harrington.
I'm Harrington.
I'm Droop.
Oh, my lawyers, eh? Now, look, fellas. I
We're
want
here to tell you, my good man, that you are in the soup.
The what?
You're in the soup, the soup, the soup. You're in the soup, the soup, the soup.
You tell him, Droop.
You're in the soup. You're in the soup.
What do you mean I'm in the soup?
Well, let's review the facts.
Whereas you've got to admit that a truck was hit at a certain arterial junction. Whereas
I know that. Look,
they claim that your chauffeur just wouldn't pull over, or mayhap his brakes wouldn't function.
Oh.
Whereas they state that your Maxwell was minus an axle, thus knocking our case for a loop. To wit, you're in the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup, the soup.
Now, stop. Now, look, gentlemen. It wasn't Rochester's fault. The truck driver didn't have his hand out.
He didn't have his hand out, poor lad. Well, I would say that things for him look bad.
What is this, anyway?
For his ugly crime, he surely will serve time, and then hang by the neck until death. Until death, he will hang until death.
No. I don't want the truck driver to hang, fellas. Now, let's get this straight. Rochester started out from Sunset Boulevard and Vine Street to pick me up at March Field. And everything was all right until he got to Figueroa Street.
Figueroa?
Yes.
Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, 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 Figueroa, Figaro, Figaro.
What's that got to do with Figueroa Street, fellas?
Figaro, 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 Figueroa.
Now, wait a minute, fellas. Will you wait a minute? I can't talk to you now. Go away. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny, and don't worry. The most the judge will give you is 30 days.
What do you mean I'll get 30 days?
30 days, 30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days, 30 days.
For heaven's sake,
30 days. You'll get Billigadooshie, Shinnamarooshie, Balleralla, all 30 days.
Well, that's about the silliest thing. I'll be darned. Fine lawyers I've got.
Come on, let's finish the sketch.
Yeah, who killed me?
We'll never know, Dennis. Play, Phil.
Here's a grand Jell-O treat, friends, that your family will add to their list of favorite desserts the very first time they taste it. And it's one of Mary Livingston's own favorites, too. A beautiful, tempting dessert called Cherry Flake Jell-O. All you need to make it is a can of grapefruit sections and one package of cherry Jell-O. Just dissolve a package of Jell-O imitation cherry flavor in 1 pint of hot water and grapefruit juice. Turn into a shallow pan and chill until firm. Next, break the glistening Jell-O into tiny flakes with a fork. Then pile lightly into sherbet glasses, garnish with grapefruit sections, and serve. The result will be a tempting blend of canned grapefruit and rich crimson cherry Jell-O. A treat the whole family will want to enjoy time and time again. Many grocers are featuring canned grapefruit and cherry Jell-O all next week. So get both and make up this swell dessert. But remember when you buy to get genuine Jell-O, because Jell-O's new process locks in its extra rich flavor.
This is the last number of the 17th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Say, Mary, do you want to come to my house for dinner tonight?
Yeah, what are we going to have?
Oh, Rochester picks up some baked potatoes and a nice Virginia ham.
Oh, you played Richmond, too.
Yeah, I went over big there. Good night, folks.
The Jell-O program is written by Bill Morrow and Ed Ballard.
Have you plenty of Jell-O puddings in the pantry? If you haven't, better get several packages tomorrow so the family can keep on enjoying those grand pudding treats they love so much. There's Jell-O chocolate pudding, one of the smoothest, creamiest puddings you ever tasted. And it has such a rich, mellow flavor, especially developed for Jell-O puddings by the famous Walter Baker chocolate people. Tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, ask for Jell-O chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch puddings. Jell-O puddings are just like Grandma's, only more so. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
The Jell-O program brought to you by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Call Out the Marines. Back in Grandma's day, when Grandma wanted to serve the folks a particularly fine dessert, the dessert she chose was pretty apt to be rich, shimmering Jell-O. And today, housewives still reach for that familiar red-lettered package, still depend on Jell-O for their most tempting treats. Yes, Jell-O is now more than ever America's favorite gelatin dessert, because Jell-O today is better than ever. That famous Jell-O flavor has a new vividness, a new thrill to it. It's now locked in, protected for your pleasure by a new and exclusive Jell-O process. A process that locks Jell-O's intriguing goodness right into the tiny Jell-O particles and gives you an exciting new richness and extra delicious flavor that will have you shouting hurrah for the first time you taste it. But why not prove all this for yourself? Open a package of Jell-O. Notice that there's no sweet, fruity aroma, no sign of escaping flavor. Then dissolve the Jell-O just as you would in making a Jell-O dessert. And notice how the captive flavor rushes out marvelously rich. Ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O tomorrow and discover for yourself how Jell-O's new process makes Jell-O better than ever. Call Out the Marines, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as this evening marks the halfway point of our radio season, I think it only fair that we pay tribute to the man who has contributed his invaluable services to the Jell-O show.
Well,
a man upon whose broad shoulders rests the burden of maintaining the high comedy level of this program.
Gee.
And here he is, folks, our sound effects man, Mr. Virgil Reimer.
Hey, what is this? Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, I want to tell you this is the happiest day
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's going on here, Don?
Well, Jack, I thought the public might be sort of tired of hearing me introduce you week after week. So for a switch, I thought I'd introduce one of the men behind the scenes.
Oh, you thought you'd pull a little surprise on your old boss, huh?
And you certainly fell for it.
I did at that. Well, Don, I've got a little surprise for you, too. Remember one day in New York when I was having lunch with Harry Von Zell?
Uh-huh.
And you got all upset about it, and I told you not to worry?
Yes?
Well, knit your eyebrows, brother. The heat's on again. Now, let's get going with the program.
Okay. Hello again. This is Virgil Reimer talking. And, folks, a funny thing happened to me on the way
Virgil! Go away, will you, and stick to your sound effect.
Oh, give him a chance, Jack. After all, I introduced him, so let him say a few words.
Oh, all right. Go ahead, Virgil, but make it snappy.
Thanks, chum. Ladies and gentlemen, a funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I was walking down the street. And the traffic was something terrible.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
When all of a sudden a panhandler walked up and asked me for a nickel for a cup of coffee, so I gave it to him.
Oh, fine. Now listen, Virgil.
Just then it started to rain.
Rain? It's a wonder it didn't thunder.
Now cut that
out! All right, Virgil, you gave the panhandler a nickel, so what happened?
It was a lead nickel, so he took out his gun and killed me. I thank you.
very clever, Virgil. Now get up off the floor and go back to your clinks and clanks. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. What's the sound man doing on the floor?
Virgil? Oh, he's just trying to be funny. Everybody working for NBC wants to be a comedian.
Well, what's wrong with that? Give the kid a chance.
Listen, Mary, comedians are born, not made. Take me, for instance. I got the biggest laughs you ever heard when I was only 3 months old.
What'd you do, make off like a fan dancer with your diapers?
No, I used to stick my feet in my mouth and roll around like a rubber ball. I can go along with a gag, sister.
Jack, you say comedians are born and not made. Now, did you get into show business as a comedian?
No. As a matter of fact, Don, I started out as a concert violinist.
You started out as a janitor at the Barrison Theater in Waukegan.
As a janitor?
Yes, I found an old picture of you, and you were holding a broom.
I was holding that broom because I was cast as a witch in a Halloween play. That takes care of the broom.
Good. Now explain the dustpan.
Well, you got me in a corner again. You know, someday I'd like to broadcast from a roundhouse. You know? Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. How's the old gent with the gray hair?
He's fine. I just got a letter from my dad this morning.
Phil means you.
I know who he means. Anyway, thanks for asking, Phil.
Say, Phil, how are you coming along with your French lessons? Have you learned anything new?
Oh, yes. How's our French scholar progressing?
Well, remember last week how I learned to say je mange la fenêtre?
Yes, you ate the window, yes. Yes, I remember.
Well, get a load of this one. Je dormais dans la encrière.
Very good, Phil. What does that mean?
I sleep in the inkwell.
What? What are you talking about? You sleep in the inkwell?
He must have had a fight with Alice.
Look, Phil, as long as you're studying French, why don't you learn something that makes sense?
Jackson, it's a tough language. I gotta take it any way I can get it.
All right, sleep in the inkwell. Eat the window. It's your life. All I ask is that you don't show off when Humphrey Bogart gets here.
Humphrey Bogart? Is he going to be on the program tonight?
Yes, we're going to finish the murder mystery we started last week. And Bogart has had a lot of experience along that line in pictures, so I thought he'd be just the right guy for my assistant.
Let me get this straight. Humphrey Bogart is going to be your assistant?
Yes. That is, he's going to be one of my assistants. Phil will be my first assistant, and Bogart will help Phil. It'll work out fine. Now, Dennis...
Yes, please?
You, of course, are going to be the murdered man, and you'll have to lay on the floor again tonight.
I figured on that, so I wore my old clothes.
You can't wear old clothes. You're supposed to be Mr. Homer J. Frightwig, a wealthy stockbroker.
Have you seen the market reports lately?
That's not the point. Anyway, take this carnation and put it in your buttonhole so you look a little more convincing. And here's another thing.
Say, Jack, he's here.
Who? Who's here? Oh, well, hello, Humphrey.
Hello, Jack. Glad to see you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that star of Warner Brothers Pictures, Mr. Humphrey Bogart.
Thank you.
Well, Humphrey, it's darn nice of you to come over here tonight and help us solve our little murder mystery.
I'm glad to do it, Jack. I heard you play last week, and I figured somebody should do something about it.
Good. Say, Humphrey, we'll start casting in a minute, but first I want you to meet the members of my gang. This great big fellow here is Don Wilson.
It's a pleasure, Don.
Put her there, Humphrey. Out!
Watch out, Don. He's as strong as a 3-cent cigar.
You ought to know.
Quiet. And, Humphrey, this is Mary Livingston, our little comedienne. Say something funny for Mr. Bogart, Mary.
Oh, shut up.
Well, shake hands with him anyway.
Okay.
Glad to know you, Miss Livingston. Put her there.
Ouch! Mary. And this is Dennis Day, our young tenor, and Phil Harris, our musical genius.
Hiya, fellas.
Bonsoir. Come on, Talibou, Humphrey.
Humphrey? Is that French, Humphrey? Phil, stop showing off,
You know, Mr. Bogart, I took my girl to see you and all through the night, and did you make a hit with her? Did you make a hit?
Dennis.
Oh, she kind of liked me, eh, kid?
Well, she talks out of the side of her mouth now, if that means anything.
Well, that's real hero worship. I guess we can get started with the casting, Humphrey.
Say, where's Rochester? I'd like to see him.
Oh, he won't be with us tonight, Humphrey. He has a cold. He'll be all right next week, though. He's got the strongest cough medicine. Well, let's get started. You've met everybody.
What about me? Am I an old shoe or something?
Believe me, Virgil, he's not interested in meeting you. But if it'll make you happy, all right. Humphrey, this is Virgil Reimer, our great sound man.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Reimer. I've admired your work on this program for a long time.
You see?
Okay. Now, let's get on with our sketch. This evening, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to present the second episode of our mystery melodrama, The Frightwig Murder Case, or That Rug Will Have to Go to the Cleaners. Now, Dennis Day will be Mr. Frightwig, the victim.
Howdy, folks.
Lay down. Mary will be his wife, who misses him now but didn't when she shot him. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
You're going to be Jurgen, the butler. Only this week, I wish you'd be a little more highbrow. Can you talk with an English accent?
Well, I'll try.
Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you toddle down to your neighborhood grocer, why don't you ask the clerk for a package of Jell-O?
Package?
You will find that it comes in 6 terribly divine flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and pip-pip.
Don, if it weren't for the fact that you were talking about our product, I'd say that your accent was about as English as Sambo and Tambo, you know? Now, where are we? Oh, yes. I, of course, will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny of Police Headquarters. Phil Harris will be my assistant, and Mr. Humphrey Bogart will be Phil's assistant. Now, in this drama...
Just a minute, Jack. Hold it. Would you mind repeating that?
Why, certainly. I said, I'll be Detective Captain O'Benny, Phil will be my assistant, and you'll be Phil's assistant.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, I'd like to speak to you about that.
Uh-oh.
What are you uh-ohing about? Why, what's on your mind, Humphrey?
Well, frankly, I don't like the idea of being Phil's assistant.
Well, all right, then you can be my assistant, and Phil can be yours. Now, in this drama...
Just a second, Blue Eyes.
Well, thank you. What is it, Humphrey?
Now, let's get this straight. Here's the way it's going to be, see? I'm the captain, Phil's going to be my assistant, and you're going to be his assistant.
But Humphrey...
Now, look, I don't want any trouble. I'm a nice, easygoing guy, but I didn't come over here to get kicked around.
Well, who kicked you? I mean... Did you kick him, Dennis? Did you kick him, Don?
You know what I mean. I'm going to be the captain, and that's final.
All right. And you don't have to grab my coat while you're talking to me. Now, let go. And another thing, Mr. Bogart, I'm paying you for being here on this program tonight so you can be a little more civil.
Oh, are you going to pay me?
Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly paying you in cash, but I was going to send you a lovely present. A fountain pen or something.
Now, you send me a fountain pen, I'll squirt it right in your eye.
Is that so?
Oh, Jack, let him be the captain.
What else can I do? Got a good mind to punch him right in the nose.
Well, why don't you?
Because he's carrying a gun.
He's what?
A gad. He's packing a gad. Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Humphrey Bogart will play the part of Detective Captain O'Benny.
I want my own name.
All right, you'll be O'Bogart. And Phil, I will be your assistant. Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, then let go of me. How many times do I have to tell you? Now, this exciting drama, ladies and gentlemen, will go on immediately after a number by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Play, Phil. Here's my part, Humphrey. Get familiar with it.
That was Popocatepetl, rendered by Phil Harris and his orchestra. Render meaning to tear apart.
That's a Lulu! Virgil! Now, Virgil, get away from that mic. And stop trying to be funny on my program.
What's the matter? Do you see the handwriting on the wall?
Now, listen, Virgil. Virgil, if I have any more trouble with you, you're getting out of here. And I'd also like to get rid of Bogart.
What was that? What did you say?
I said when I was a kid, I had a go-kart. Do you mind if I had a little fun? If I hadn't given a quart of blood to the Red Cross, I'd tear him to pieces.
A quart of blood?
Yes.
You've been down there 10 times and I haven't even found a vein yet.
They'll find one, don't worry. Now, settle down, everybody. Let me announce our play.
Pardon me, Jack. I'm announcing it.
All right, announce it. Boy, I never saw such a ham. Ought to have my head examined for inviting him over here.
And will you cut out that mumbling?
Listen, I've been talking to myself for 20 years. I'm not going to stop now. Go ahead, announce the play.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to offer the second episode of our mystery melodrama entitled The Frightwig Murder Case, or All Through Tonight.
Had to give his new picture a plug. I like the picture, though, but what I could have done with his part, boy.
Jack, pipe down.
Oh, poof.
Now, as you may remember, last week, Mr. Homer J. Frightwig was found murdered in his den. He was shot several times. In fact, his chest looked like a well-patronized punchboard.
Boy, I'd have gotten a yell with that line. A yell.
They'd have screamed at me.
Virgil! Go ahead, Humphrey, you gangster.
Captain O'Benny was called into the case but was unable to make any headway. So this week, I will solve the crime.
I'll bet. Go ahead, you thug.
As the scene opens, we find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants.
Had to make a mistake.
We find Detective Captain O'Bogart and his two assistants. Yeah. In their office at police headquarters. Curtain. Music. Oh, Sergeant O'Harris.
Yes, Captain.
What's new on the Fenchel robbery? Did you find out if the chauffeur had anything to do with it?
Well, it couldn't have been the chauffeur, Cap. He had an airtight alibi.
Alibis. This is the third month of the investigation, and we're no further than we were when we started. Something has got to be done, I tell you. I want action. Do you understand? Action.
Yes, sir.
Not scaring me, I can tell you that.
Now, listen, O'Harris. What makes you think the chauffeur is innocent?
Well, at the time of the robbery, he was out of town. We traced him as far as Altoona, Pennsylvania.
Altoona, eh?
Boy, what a hit I used to be in that town. Stop the show every night.
Well, what happened after he left Altoona?
Well, we traced him as far as Chicago, and then we lost track of him till last week when he turned up in Los Angeles with a blonde.
With a blonde, eh?
Shut up!
All right, but if you ask me...
There's a phone. I'll take it.
I'll take it.
I'll take it.
All right, take it. Such a little guy, I can't understand why I don't slug him.
You're a coward.
Oh, yes. Oh, well.
Hello, police headquarters. Captain O'Bogart speaking.
Hello, Bogey. This is Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig.
Oh, yes. What is it, Mrs. Frightwig?
Listen, Cappy, why don't you come over and investigate my husband's murder?
It's no use. I can't find any clues.
Well, drop in anyway. It's a rainy afternoon. Come on over.
Okay, madam. But I'm going to find out who killed your husband.
Well, if you're real nice, I'll tell you. Come on over.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be there in a few minutes.
Swell. Bring some olives. I've got the toothpicks. So long.
So long.
Who was that, Cap?
Yeah, who was it? Fine part I've got. Wish I had my violin with me. Well, who was it?
That was Mrs. Homer J. Frightwig. Come on, men. We're going over to her house right away. And I'm going to solve this crime, or my name ain't O'Bogart.
Calling all cars. Calling all cars. Enjoy your ride. You'll soon be walking. That is all.
Well, here we are, Cap.
Yeah, this is the place, all right. Break the door down, O'Benny.
Yes, sir. Stand back. Open this door, I'll break it down. Open this door, I'll break it down. Well, what are you waiting for, Virgil? Break down the door. Please.
You won't hear a single splitter until you apologize.
All right, I'm sorry I bawled you out. Now go ahead with the door. Very good. Well, who's this?
Good evening, gentlemen. Did you ring?
Ring? This guy's the butler, Cap.
I know who he is. Now listen, you, where's the body?
That ain't a bearskin rug grinning at you.
That's Mr. Frightwig, all right. And he's laying there just the way he was shot.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Some tough guy. I bet anything he faints.
What was that?
Well, come on, Humphrey. Find out who done it.
Just a minute, miss. Who are you?
I am Fifi, the French maid.
Oh, yeah? Now listen, Fee.
My name is Fifi.
Well, I'm in a hurry. Sit down, will you?
Say, let me talk to her, Cap. I speak the language very fluent.
Fluent?
Now listen, Fifi. What do you know about this murder?
Je ne sais rien du tout de ces meurtres. Je suis seulement la bonne ici. Et naturellement, je ne l'ai pas commis.
Oui, oui.
Je ne suis dans ce pays que fort peu de temps et je ne connais pas beaucoup de monde. Je mène une vie solitaire.
Oui, oui.
J'aimerais bien un rendez-vous avec un Américain. Voulez-vous me rencontrer at the corner of Sunset and Western at 8 o'clock?
What'd she say, Harris?
I don't know, but I'll be there.
So will I. She must have a friend.
Fine policeman. Why don't you get on with the case and grill Mrs. Frightwig?
Where is she?
Here she comes now!
Well, good evening, gents. Pull up my husband and sit down.
Now, listen, Mrs. Frightwig.
You keep out of this.
All right, all right. I'm going to take a look around this house, see if I can find some clues.
Now, tell me, Mrs. Frightwig, what do you know about this murder?
Grill me, Cap, grill me. What's on your mind?
Now, I want the truth. Did you shoot your husband?
Couldn't have been Cupid. There's no arrows in him.
I don't believe you killed him, Mrs. Frightwig. And we're going to stay right in this house until we find out who committed the crime.
Okay, boys, how do you like your eggs?
Say, Cap, I just heard a noise in that closet.
A noise?
Yeah, there's somebody hiding in there.
It might be the murderer. Let me have your gun.
I didn't bring it with me.
Here, take mine.
Now, thanks. Now, listen, you. We know you're in that closet, so come out. And come out with your hands up. Come out, do you hear?
Hello, fellas. Surprised?
Oh, it's you. What were you doing in that closet, oh, Benny?
I'll tell you what I was doing there. I can't keep it a secret any longer. I committed that crime. I murdered Mr. Homer J. Frightwig.
What are you talking about?
I killed him, I tell you. Killed him. He was a dirty rat, and he had it coming to him. And I'm glad I did it, I tell you. glad.
You did nothing of the kind. You're just trying to build up your part.
I am now. Come on, fellas. I confess. Slap the handcuffs on me. Take me to jail. What are you waiting for?
What a ham. Come on, Mrs. Frightwig. Let you and I go out and have a cup of coffee.
Okay, Cappy.
I'm going with you.
No, you can't go until you arrest me. I'm a killer. Do you hear, a killer? And I also committed the... Oh, I'm nuts. Well, I'll be darned.
Hey, where did they go?
They went out for some coffee, Mr. Frightwig.
Oh,
That stupid Bogart doesn't believe I killed you.
well, that's the way it goes.
Yeah,
Say, do you play gin rummy?
sure.
Well, lay down and start dealing.
Okay, hit it, boys.
Say, won't you be proud? Won't the family be pleased when you serve this grand dessert? Imperial Peach Mold, a swell Jell-O treat that's bound to win you compliments galore. Yet a treat that's delightfully easy to make. All you do is simply dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and peach juice and chill until slightly thickened. Next, fold in 1 cup of canned sliced peaches drained, or if you wish, a box of quick frozen sliced peaches, freshly thawed. Then mold and chill until firm. And there's a mighty attractive, mighty good dessert. Delicious blend of juicy golden sliced peaches and bright shimmering orange Jell-O. So get a can of sliced peaches or a box of quick frozen sliced peaches from your grocer tomorrow and combine them with orange Jell-O for a really delightful treat. But be sure you get genuine Jell-O, friends, because Jell-O's new locked-in flavor gives you extra richness, makes Jell-O more tempting and delicious than ever.
This is the last number of the 18th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday at the same time. Well, Humphrey, thanks very much for coming up here tonight. You kind of took over the program, didn't you?
I did at that. No hard feelings, Jack.
No, you were very amusing. Take him out in the alley and give him a couple of pokes.
What was that?
I said good night, folks. I always say that. Good night, folks.
Humphrey Bogart appeared on our program tonight through courtesy of Warner Brothers Pictures. The tune Call Out the Marines is from the picture of the same name.
Jell-O puddings, please. Just say that to your grocer tomorrow, friends, and see if you don't make the acquaintance of some of the swellest desserts you ever tasted. Jell-O puddings. Rich, creamy puddings made by the same folks who make Jell-O. There's Jell-O vanilla pudding. Smooth, mellow, and thrillingly rich. Tops for delicate, tempting flavor. And not only grand as a pudding, but perfect as a creamy filling for pies, tarts, and cakes. So tomorrow, when you order Jell-O, get Jell-O puddings, too. They're just like Grandma's, only more so. The Jell-O program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton. Section 32, Chapter 19, The Future of Democracy. The title of this final chapter requires an apology. I do not need to be reminded, alas, that the whole book requires an apology. It is written in accordance with a ritual or custom in which I could see no particular harm, and which gives me a very interesting subject, but a custom which it would not be altogether easy to justify in logic. Everybody who goes to America for a short time is expected to write a book, and nearly everybody does. A man who takes a holiday at Trouville or Dieppe is not confronted on his return with the question, "When is your book on France going to appear?" A man who betakes himself to Switzerland for the winter sports is not instantly pinned by the statement, "I suppose your history of the Helvetian Republic is coming out this spring?" Lecturing, at least my kind of lecturing, is not much more serious or meritorious than skiing or sea bathing, and it happens to afford the holiday maker far less opportunity of seeing the daily life of the people. Of all this I am only too well aware, and my only defence is that I am at least sincere in my enjoyment and appreciation of America, and equally sincere in my interest in its most serious problem, which I think a very serious problem indeed, the problem of democracy in the modern world. Democracy may be a very obvious and facile affair for plutocrats and politicians, who only have to use it as a rhetorical term. But democracy is a very serious problem for democrats. I certainly do not apologize for the word democracy, but I do apologize for the word future. I am no futurist, and any conjectures I make must be taken with a grain of salt, which is indeed the salt of the earth, the decent and moderate humility which comes from a belief in free will. That faith is in itself a divine doubt. I do not believe in any of the scientific predictions about mankind. I notice that they always fail to predict any of the purely human developments of men. I also notice that even their successes prove the same truth as their failures, for their successful predictions are not about men, but about machines. But there are two things which a man may reasonably do in stating the probabilities of a problem, which do not involve any claim to be a prophet. The first is to tell the truth, and especially the neglected truth, about the tendencies that have already accumulated in human history. Any miscalculation about which must at least mislead us in any case. We cannot be certain of being right about the future, but we can be almost certain of being wrong about the future, if we are wrong about the past. The other thing that he can do is to note what ideas necessarily go together by their own nature, what ideas will triumph together or fall together. Hence it follows that this final chapter must consist of two things. The first is a summary of what has really happened to the idea of democracy in recent times. The second, a suggestion of the fundamental doctrine, which is necessary for its triumph at any time. The last 100 years has seen a general decline in the democratic idea. If there be anybody left to whom this historical truth appears a paradox, it is only because during that period nobody has been taught history, least of all the history of ideas. If a sort of intellectual inquisition has been established for the definition and differentiation of heresies, it would have been found that the original Republican orthodoxy had suffered more and more from successions, schisms, and backslidings. The highest point of the democratic idealism and conviction was towards the ends of the 18th century, when the American Republic was dedicated to the proposition that all men are equal. It was then that the largest number of men had the most serious sort of conviction that the political problem could be solved by the vote of peoples instead of the arbitrary power of princes and privileged orders. These men encountered various difficulties and made various compromises in relation to the practical politics of their time. In England they preserved aristocracy. In America they preserved slavery. But though they had more difficulties, they had less doubts. Since their time, democracy has been steadily disintegrated by doubts, and these political doubts have been contemporary with, and often identical with, religious doubts. This fact could be followed over almost the whole field of the modern world. In this place it will be more appropriate to take the great American example of slavery. I have found traces in all sorts of intelligent quarters of an extraordinary idea that all the fathers of the Republic owned black men like beasts of burden because they knew no better, until the light of liberty was revealed to them by John Brown and Mrs. Beecher Stowe. One of the best weekly papers in England said recently that even those who drew up the Declaration of Independence did not include Negroes in its generalization about humanity. This is quite consistent with the current convention in which we were all brought up, the theory that the heart of humanity broadens in ever larger circles of brotherhood, till we pass from embracing a black man to adoring a black beetle. Unfortunately, it is quite inconsistent with the facts of American history. The facts show that in this problem of the Old South, the 18th century was more liberal than the 19th century. There was more sympathy for the Negro in the school of Jefferson than in the school of Jefferson Davis. Jefferson, in the dark estate of his simple deism, said that the sight of slavery in his country made him tremble, remembering that God is just. His fellow Southerners, after a century of the world's advance, said that slavery in itself was good, when they did not go farther and say that Negroes in themselves were bad. And they were supported in this by the great and growing modern suspicion that nature is unjust. Difficulties seem inevitably to delay justice to the mind of Jefferson, but so they did to the mind of Lincoln. But that the slave was human and the servitude inhuman, that was, if anything, clearer to Jefferson than to Lincoln. The fact is that the utter separation and subordination of the black like a beast was a progress. It was a growth of 19th century enlightenment and experiment, a triumph of science over superstition. It was the way the world was going, as Matthew Arnold reverentially remarked in some connection, perhaps as part of his definition of God. Anyhow, it was not Jefferson's definition of God. He fancied in his far-off patriarchal way a father who had made all men brothers, and brutally unbrotherly, as was the practice, such democratic deists never dreamed of denying the theory. It was not until the scientific sophistries began that brotherhood was really disputed. Gobineau, who began most of the modern talk about the superiority and inferiority of racial stocks, was seized upon eagerly by the less generous of the slave owners, and trumpeted as a new truth of science and a new defence of slavery. It was not really until the dawn of Darwinism, when all our social relations began to smell of the monkey house, that men thought of the barbarian as only a first and the baboon as a second cousin. The full servile philosophy has been a modern and even a recent thing, made in an age whose invisible deity was the missing link. The missing link was a true metaphor in more ways than one, and most of all in its suggestion of a chain. By a symbolic coincidence, indeed, slavery grew more brazen and brutal under the encouragement of more than one movement of the progressive sort. Its youth was renewed for it by the industrial prosperity of Lancashire, and under that influence it became a commercial and competitive instead of a patriarchal and customary thing. We may say with no exaggerative irony that the unconscious patrons of slavery were Huxley and Cobden. The machines of Manchester were manufacturing a great many more things than the manufacturers knew or wanted to know. But they were certainly manufacturing the fetters of the slave, doubtless out of the best quality of steel and iron. But this is a minor illustration of the modern tendency as compared with the main stream of skepticism which was destroying democracy. Evolution became more and more of a vision of the break-up of our brotherhood, until by the end of the 19th century the genius of its greatest scientific romancer saw it end in the anthropophagous antics of the time machine. So far from evolution lifting us above the idea of enslaving men, It was providing us at least with a logical and potential argument for eating them. In the case of the American negroes, it may be remarked, it does at any rate permit the preliminary course of roasting them. All this materialistic hardening, which replaced the remorse of Jefferson, was part of the growing evolutionary suspicion that savages were not a part of the human race, or rather that there was really no such thing as the human race. The South had begun by agreeing reluctantly to the enslavement of men. The South ended by agreeing equally reluctantly to the emancipation of monkeys. That is what had happened to the democratic ideal in 100 years. Anybody can test it by comparing the final phase, I will not say with the ideal of Jefferson, but with the ideal of Johnson. There was far more horror of slavery in an 18th century Tory like Dr. Johnson than in a 19th century Democrat like Stephen Douglas. Stephen Douglas may be mentioned because he is a very representative type of the age of evolution and expansion. A man thinking in continents like Cecil Rhodes, human and hopeful in a truly American fashion, and as a consequence cold and careless rather than hostile in the matter of the old mystical doctrines of equality. He did not care whether slavery was voted up or down. His great opponent, Lincoln, did indeed care very much. But it was an intense individual conviction with Lincoln exactly as it was with Johnson. I doubt if the spirit of the age was not much more behind Douglas and his westward expansion of the white race. I am sure that more and more men were coming to be in the particular mental condition of Douglas, men in whom the old moral and mystical ideals had been undermined by doubt, but only with a negative effect of indifference. Their positive convictions were all concerned with what some called progress and some imperialism. It is true that there was a sincere sectional enthusiasm against slavery in the North, and that the slaves were actually emancipated in the 19th century. But I doubt whether the abolitionists would ever have secured abolition. Abolition was a byproduct of the Civil War, which was fought for quite other reasons. Anyhow, if slavery had somehow survived to the age of Rhodes and Roosevelt and evolutionary imperialism, I doubt if the slaves would ever have been emancipated at all. Certainly, if it had survived till the modern movement for the Servile State, they would never have been emancipated at all. Why should the world take the chains off the black man when it was just putting them on the white? And in so far as we owe the change to Lincoln, we owe it to Jefferson. Exactly what gives its real dignity to the figure of Lincoln is that he stands invoking a primitive first principle of the age of innocence, and holding up the tables of an ancient law against the trend of the 19th century, repeating, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator," etc., to a generation that was more and more disposed to say something like this: "We hold these truths to be probable enough for pragmatists, that all things looking like men were evolved somehow, being endowed by heredity and environment with no equal rights but very unequal wrongs," and so on. I do not believe that creed, left to itself, would ever have founded a state, and I am pretty certain that, left to itself, it would never have overthrown a slave state. What it did do, as I have said, was to produce some very wonderful literary and artistic flights of sceptical imagination. The world did have new visions, if they were visions of monsters in the moon and Martians striding about like spiders as tall as the sky, and the workmen and capitalists becoming two separate species, so that one could devour the other as gaily and greedily as a cat devours a bird. No one has done justice to the meaning of Mr. Wells and his original departure in fantastic fiction to these nightmares that were the last apocalypse of the 19th century. They meant that the bottom had fallen out of the mind at last, that the bridge had broken down in the modern brain, letting up from the chasms this infernal light like a dawn. All had grown dizzy with degree and relativity, so that there would be not so very much difference between eating dog and eating darky, or between eating darky and eating dago. There were different sorts of apes, but there was no doubt that we were the superior sort. Against all this irresistible force stood one immovable post. Against all this dance of doubt and degree stood something that can best be symbolized by a simple example. An ape cannot be a priest, but a Negro can be a priest. The dogmatic type of Christianity, especially the Catholic type of Christianity, had riveted itself irrevocably to the manhood of all men. Where its faith was fixed by creeds and councils, it could not save itself even by surrender. It could not gradually dilute democracy, as could a merely sceptical or secular democrat. There stood in fact or in possibility the solid and smiling figure of a black bishop, and he was either a man, claiming the most towering spiritual privileges of a man, or he was the mere buffoonery and blasphemy of a monkey in a mitre. That is the point about Christian and Catholic democracy. It is not that it is necessarily at any moment more democratic. It is that its indestructible minimum of democracy really is indestructible. And by the nature of things, that mystical democracy was destined to survive where every other sort of democracy was free to destroy itself. And whenever democracy, destroying itself, is suddenly moved to save itself, it always grasps at rag or tag of that old tradition that alone is sure of itself. Hundreds have heard the story about the medieval demagogue who went on about repeating the rhyme, when Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Many have doubtless offered the obvious answer to the question, the serpent. But few seem to have noticed what would be the more modern answer to the question, if that innocent agitator went about propounding it. Adam never delved, and Eve never span, for the simple reason that they never existed. They are fragments of a Chaldeo-Babylonian mythos, and Adam is only a slight variation of tag-tug, pronounced utu. For the real beginning of humanity, we refer you to Darwin's Origin of Species, and then the modern man would go on to justify plutocracy to the medieval man by talking about the struggle for life and the survival of the fittest, and how the strongest man seized authority by means of anarchy and proved himself a gentleman by behaving like a cad. Now, I do not base my beliefs on the theology of John Ball, or on the literal and materialistic reading of the text of Genesis, though I think the story of Adam and Eve infinitely less absurd and unlikely than that of the prehistoric strongest man who could fight 100 men. But I do note the fact that the idealism of the leveller could be put in the form of an appeal to Scripture, and could not be put in the form of an appeal to science. And I do note also that democrats were still driven to make the same appeal even in the very century of science. Tennyson was, if ever there was one, an evolutionist in his visions and an aristocrat in his sympathies. He was always boasting that John Bull was evolutionary and not revolutionary, even as these Frenchmen. He did not pretend to have any creed beyond faintly trusting the larger hope. But when human dignity is really in danger, John Bull has to use the same old argument as John Ball. He tells Lady Clara Vere de Vere that the gardener Adam and his wife smile at the claim of long descent, their own descent being by no means long. Lady Clara might surely have scored off him pretty smartly by quoting from Maud and In Memoriam about evolution and the eft that was lord of valley and hill. But Tennyson has evidently forgotten all about Darwin and the long descent of man. If this was true of an evolutionist like Tennyson, it was naturally 10 times truer of a revolutionist like Jefferson. The Declaration of Independence dogmatically bases all rights on the fact that God created all men equal. And it is right, for if they were not created equal, they were certainly evolved unequal. There is no basis for democracy except in a dogma about the divine origin of man. That is a perfectly simple fact which the modern world will find out more and more to be a fact. Every other basis is a sort of sentimental confusion. full of merely verbal echoes of the older creeds. Those verbal associations are always vain, for the vital purposes of constraining the tyrant. An idealist may say to a capitalist, "Don't you sometimes feel in the rich twilight, when the lights twinkle from the distant hamlet in the hills, that all humanity is a holy family?" But it is equally possible for the capitalist to reply with brevity and decision, "No, I don't," and there is no more disputing about it further than about the beauty of a fading cloud. And the modern world of moods is a world of clouds, even if some of them are thunderclouds. For I have only taken here as a convenient working model the case of Negro slavery, because it was long peculiar to America and is popularly associated with it. It is more and more obvious that the line is no longer running between black and white, but between rich and poor. And I have already noted in the case of Prohibition the very same arguments of the inevitable suicide of the ignorant, of the impossibility of freedom for the unfit, which were once applied to barbarians brought from Africa, are now applied to citizens born in America. It is argued even by industrialists that industrialism has produced a class submerged below the status of emancipated mankind. They imply that the missing link is no longer missing even from England or the northern states, and that the factories have manufactured their own monkeys. Scientific hypotheses about the feeble-minded and the criminal type will supply the masters of the modern world with more and more excuses for denying the dogma of equality in the case of white labour as well as black. And any man who knows the world knows perfectly well that to tell the millionaires or their servants that they are disappointing the sentiments of Thomas Jefferson, or disregarding a creed composed in the 18th century, will be about as effective as telling them that they are not observing the creed of St. Athanasius or keeping the rule of St. Benedict. The world cannot keep its own ideals. The secular order cannot make secure any one of its own noble and natural conceptions of secular perfection. That will be found, as time goes on, the ultimate argument for a church independent of the world and the secular order. What has become of all those ideal figures, from the wise man of the Stoics to the democratic deist of the 18th century? What has become of all that purely human hierarchy of chivalry, with its punctilious pattern of the good knight, its ardent ambition in the young squire? The very name of knight has come to represent the petty triumph of a profiteer, and the very word squire the petty tyranny of a landlord. What has become of all that golden liberality of the humanists, who found on the high tablelands of the culture of Hellas the very balance of repose and beauty that is most lacking in the modern world? The very Greek language that they loved has become a mere label for snuffy and snobbish dons, and a mere cockshy for cheap and half-educated utilitarians, who make it a symbol of superstition and reaction. We have lived to see a time when the heroic legend of the Republic and the Citizen, which seemed to Jefferson the eternal youth of the world, has begun to grow old in its turn. We cannot recover the earthly estate of knighthood, to which all the colours and complications of heraldry seemed as fresh and natural as flowers. We cannot re-enact the intellectual experiences of the humanists, for whom the Greek grammar was like the song of a bird in spring. The more the matter is considered, the clearer it will seem that these old experiences are now only alive, where they have found a lodgment in the Catholic tradition of Christendom, and made themselves friends for ever. St. Francis is the only surviving troubadour. St. Thomas More is the only surviving humanist. St. Louis is the only surviving knight. It would be the worst sort of insincerity, therefore, to conclude even so hazy an outline of so great and majestic a matter as the American democratic experiment, without testifying my belief that to this also the same ultimate test will come. So far as that democracy becomes or remains Catholic and Christian, that democracy will remain democratic. In so far as it does not, it will become wildly and wickedly undemocratic. Its rich will riot with a brutal indifference far beyond the feeble feudalism which retains some shadow of responsibility, or at least of patronage. Its wage slaves will either sink into heathen slavery, or seek relief in theories that are destructive, not merely in method but in aim, since they are but the negations of the human appetites of property and personality. 18th century ideals, formulated in 18th century language, have no longer in themselves the power to hold all those pagan passions back. Even those documents dependent upon deism, their real strength will survive in men who are still deists, and the men who are still deists are more than deists. Men will more and more realize that there is no meaning in democracy if there is no meaning in anything, and that there is no meaning in anything if the universe has not a centre of significance and an authority that is the author of our rights. There is truth in every ancient fable, and there is here even something of it in the fancy that finds the symbol of the Republic in the bird that bore the bolts of Jove. Owls and bats may wander where they will in darkness, and for them, as for the skeptics, the universe may have no centre. Kites and vultures may linger as they like over carrion, and for them, as for the plutocrats, existence may have no origin and no end. But it was far back in the land of legends, where instincts find their true images, that the cry went forth that freedom is an eagle whose glory is gazing at the sun. The End of What I Saw in America by G.K. Chesterton.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we bring you The Man Upstairs by Patrick Hamilton. Studious, gentle George Longford was grateful to his friend Charles Waterbury for the loan of a furnished flat that he hoped would allow him to spend a quiet evening working on his dictionary. His hopes were not to be realized. A ring on the front door bell, and the pleasant, tranquil scene soon becomes charged with an atmosphere of violence, brutality, and intimidation. Who was the strange Mr. Armstrong who appeared framed in the doorway? And why, once he was admitted, did he begin to adopt such a sinister, menacing attitude? It is from this moment on that Patrick Hamilton's brilliant radio play begins to make your nerves tingle with excitement and apprehension, and reaches a climax that is as shattering as it is unexpected. The Man Upstairs has been produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Coming from the Faroes and arriving in the North Sea will not be welcomed by the North Sea. The North Sea dislikes belts of any kind. As a consequence, the further outlook is absolutely foul for everybody. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How are we doing, George? Can you hear me down there?
Couldn't be better. Clear as a bell.
So that's that little technical confusion cleared up. What's the time, George?
About 7:25, I make it.
7:25? Oh, I've got to get going in a hurry.
What for?
I've got to meet Miss Caroline Audley at the Lord Hood Shepherd's Market at 7:30. You're coming too.
I'm not, you know.
You are, you know.
No, old boy, I really do want a quiet evening.
Oh, can't you step out for once?
No, honestly, Charles, I know a guest ought to do what he's asked, especially when he's only just in the flat beneath you, but we're old chums, and anyway, as I'm a guest in a furnished flat belonging to you, I'll jolly well be a guest in your furnished flat and stay put there, see?
All right. And I'll bet it's all that enormous dictionary of yours at the bottom of it. You can't leave the thing alone, can you?
Well, I do look at it a good deal.
What do you mean, look at it a good deal? You're in love with the thing. Well, so long, George. See you usual time tomorrow, okay?
Yes, usual arrangement. Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye.
Can you hear me up there?
Hello, George?
Charles, I was wrong about the time. It's pretty nearly 7:45. My wristwatch is crazy. I just thought I'd tell you.
That means I'm going to be late. I've got to fly. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Charles. Oh, no. Wonder who that is.
Mr. Longford? You are Mr. Longford, aren't you? My name's Armstrong. Now come in.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Won't you come and warm yourself by the fire?
Yes. I'm glad I found you in.
Oh, why? Is it important?
No, not particularly. In fact, it's not important at all, really, if you come to think about it.
If it's not important, what is it, Mr. Armstrong? I mean, what can I do for you?
Well, it's not really so much a question of what you can do for me. It's really more a question of what I can do for you. Or perhaps to you, Mr. Longford.
You know, I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Armstrong, but I don't quite get it. Do you mean you've come round here to do something to me? It sounds rather frightening. You haven't come round here to murder me or beat me up or anything like that, have you? I mean, what have you come round for?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all, really. Just to look at you, I suppose.
You know, this is all terribly mysterious. Couldn't you tell me what you're really here for? I hate mysteries, don't you?
No. I love them, as a matter of fact.
Well, I like them in books and plays, but they're solved, aren't they? You see, I don't even know who you are. Have I met you somewhere before?
No, you've never met me. But I have met you, Mr. Longford.
That only makes the mystery deeper, doesn't it?
Well, perhaps I used a slightly wrong expression. I should have said, to be entirely correct, I've seen you, but you hadn't seen me. You follow me?
Yes. And where was this?
Oh, quite near here. Very near, in fact.
Oh, yes? Where?
Just round in Shepherd's Market.
Well, that's certainly very near, but what part of Shepherd's Market? In a house, or in the street, or what?
In a house.
Oh, that's funny. I don't know that I've ever been in a house in Shepherd's Market. I don't lead much of a social life, you know. What sort of house?
Oh, a very unusual sort of house. Ah, sandwiches.
I say, those are my sandwiches, you know.
Yes, I'm aware of that.
You know, Mr. Armstrong, you seem to be behaving rather strangely.
Yes, perhaps I do. But there you are. I mean, one must take it or leave it, mustn't one?
Yes, apparently one must. However, we were talking about the house where you saw me, and I didn't see you. You said, I think, that it was a very unusual sort of house.
Quite correct, yes.
Then will you please tell me what house? This is getting extremely tiresome, you know.
Certainly I will. But don't get angry, Mr. Longford.
Well, what about this unusual house?
Well, what I should have said is that it's not a private house. That's all that's unusual about it.
Not a private house? What could that be, then?
A public house, Mr. Longford. That's simple enough, isn't it?
A public house? Ah, the Black Miller.
Yes, it is.
You know, Mr. Armstrong, I don't want to be difficult in any way, but why couldn't you have said straight out that you'd seen me in the Black Miller? Why you've had to go all that roundabout way of telling me, I simply don't understand.
Oh, well, I suppose I'm naturally a roundabout sort of man. I'm sorry if I've puzzled you.
No, not at all. But now it's all over, can't we come to the point?
What point, exactly?
Well, I mean, why are you here? Is it important or not? I mean, what does it matter if you saw me and I didn't see you round at the Black Miller?
Well, I'll explain. Shall I?
Please.
I will. Don't hurry me. You see, it's not so much a question of my seeing you. It's a question of the person I saw you with.
Oh, who was that?
A very important person. To me, at any rate.
Yes, but who? Who was he?
He or she.
Oh, you mean a girl or a woman?
I do, yes, a girl.
I see. Now let me think. What girls have I met in the Black Miller? I can't think of any at the moment. Oh, yes, I can, though. There's a girl I talk to a lot.
Yes, I know you do, yes.
Yes, that's right. We're great chums. What about it?
Do you know her name?
Yes, Brenda something. I just call her Brenda. She calls me George.
And what is your opinion of her?
I think she's extraordinarily nice. In fact, I hope I'm going to run into her again. Extremely nice and extremely intelligent.
And anything else?
In what way?
Well, didn't she strike you as being extremely beautiful?
Well, now I come to think of it, I'd say she was. Very pretty.
Beautiful, actually, was the word I used.
Very well. Beautiful, probably.
And perhaps something more than extremely beautiful?
More than extremely beautiful? That's asking a lot. What could that be?
Extremely innocent, Mr. Longford.
Innocent? Well, you know, I don't know about these things.
You can't recognize an innocent look when you see one, Mr. Longford?
I don't know. Perhaps I could. It just never struck me with Brenda, whatever her name is.
Really? How odd.
Tell me, Mr. Armstrong, something's just come across my mind. Two things, in fact.
Yes? What are they?
Well, you don't think there's anything between this very nice girl and me, do you? Because I can assure you there isn't, you know.
And the other thing which crossed your mind?
Well, I was wondering, to use the same expression, whether there's anything between you and her. You see...
Yes, go on.
Well, that would account for a lot, wouldn't it?
For what?
Well, for your rather strange attitude ever since you've been here.
How strange?
Just strange, slightly hostile. I might almost say menacing at moments. I mean, if you were in love with her or something, then that might account for it. Are you in love with her?
I should be guilty of a great crime if I were, Mr. Longford. The innocent girl in question is my sister. As you seem not to know it, I may tell you that her surname is Armstrong.
Oh, I see. And I see you use the word innocent again, and that, as her brother, you might have a suspicion of some sort.
Explain yourself.
Well, you might in some way suspect that someone is attempting to deprive her of her innocence, and more than that.
What more?
That it's I who am attempting, or have attempted, to do the depriving. And if that's so, may I here and now assure you you're mistaken?
Oh, yes, you can assure me, yes.
That sounds as though you doubt my word. So may I here and now repeat that nothing of the sort has taken place, or will take place. And if that's all you've come round to talk to me about, the conversation can close here. I wanted a quiet evening. Don't you think it'd be better if you had a quiet evening, too, and went home? I mean, it's all so silly, isn't it?
You know, I think I will change my mind and join you in a drink after all.
Oh, all right, certainly. I'll get you one.
No.
What?
I'll get it myself. Now, have you any whiskey here? Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. And sodas. Excellent. Yes, this is what I need.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes?
Do you know that good whiskey is very expensive these days?
Oh, yes.
And do you know that that whiskey belongs to me?
Of course. Who else would it belong to? Unless you'd stolen it. Unless you deprived someone else of it. Unless you were, after all, a depriver, Mr. Longford.
Oh, dear. Now you seem to be harping back to that.
What are you talking about, Mr. Longford? You're one ahead of me.
Your sister. I gather you're reverting to that matter.
Now, what on earth should make you think that?
You used the words deprived, Mr. Armstrong. Depriver. A moment ago, that word was used in connection with your sister.
Ah, yes, delicious. No, you're imagining things, Mr. Longford. Why shouldn't I use the word deprived twice? It's a very nice word.
Mr. Armstrong.
Yes?
Would you like to finish off that drink as soon as possible and then go home?
Well, I shall certainly finish off the drink, if I may. Why, what a good-looking little man you are. I'm not surprised at the girl's falling for you. Yes, a remarkably good-looking little man. Little, of course, is the operative word.
Yeah, Mr. Armstrong, do you know I don't like having my cheeks pinched?
A cheek, Mr. Longford, not cheeks. Let us be precise. I only pinched one of your cheeks. And why should you resent it? It's a sign of affection. Napoleon used to pinch his soldiers' cheeks, you know.
Mr. Armstrong, have you come round here just to talk about Napoleon?
What more interesting topic could there be? I mean, what is wrong with an interesting and disinterested and peaceful conversation? Let's have a peaceful conversation. Why don't you have another drink? Are you interested in cricket, Mr. Longford?
Yes, very. Are you?
Oh, yes, I am. Tell me, what is your view of the test matches between this country and the continent of Australia?
Well, lately we seem to have been putting up a pretty good show, it seems to me.
You say we. That means England, of course.
Yes, of course.
Yes, naturally. But it sounds a little funny to me. You see, I am Australian and think of it the other way round. I think of Australia as we.
Oh, I see. You don't speak like an Australian.
Well, in point of fact, I'm not Australian technically. It's just that I was born there and I've spent most of my life here. I think of myself that way.
Oh, yes? Well, here's your very good health. Of course, the last 2 tests have been played under freak conditions, haven't they?
And yet I like freak conditions in cricket. It's so much more exciting. I wish they'd make the conditions even more freak.
I'm not sure you're not right. What alterations would you personally make? Have you any ideas in mind?
Yes, I have. One in particular. I feel very strongly about it.
Oh, yes? What's that?
Well, why not alter the light, for instance?
The light? How on earth could you do that? That's a question of luck, isn't it? How could you arrange the light in a cricket match?
Well, why not, for instance, have it all played underneath the moon?
The what?
The moon.
Well, I must say that's an original idea.
I'm an original man, Mr. Longford.
I mean, how would you see?
Oh, not at all difficult. It's very easy when the moon is really bright and the night's clear. Then, if necessary, you could have the ball painted white. Then you could have white stumps and white balls and white scoring boards with the figures in black and so on and so forth.
Well, if it comes to that, one might have all the spectators painted white, mightn't one?
You know, that's not at all a bad idea. It never struck me. I have an impression, however, that you're not taking me seriously. Why?
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Longford.
Tell me something. You said you were a very peaceful man.
No one more so. Go on.
Well, it's rather hard to put. But have you been suffering from any sort of nervous upset lately? I mean, something you might see a doctor about. Something which just required rest. I mean, oughtn't you to go home and have a good rest now?
I see what you mean. You're suggesting that I'm out of my mind, aren't you?
No, but I think you may be, purely for the time being, a little upset.
In other words, raving mad. Don't mince matters, Mr. Longford. I know every thought that goes on in your head, and I can assure you that I'm certainly not a madman. I'm afraid you took my perhaps rather silly little joke about playing cricket under the moon quite seriously.
Oh, was it a joke? I'm sorry. I'm losing my sense of humor, I'm afraid.
You certainly are. And I can promise you that in addition to being sane generally, I've never been saner in my life than at this moment. Perhaps a little too sane and shrewd for you.
About what?
My sister.
Oh, dear. Have we got to go back to that again?
No, not just at the moment. At the moment, we're just conversing, aren't we? I like conversing with you. It's useful, too. It enables me to go on looking at you, to sum you up.
Listen to me, Mr. Armstrong. I do not like strangers coming into my flat to look at me and to sum me up. I still do not know whether you are a maniac or whether you really have something to say to me. If you have, will you please say it quickly and then clear out? If you don't, I shall have to take other measures.
And what would they be, pray?
I shall telephone for the police and have you slung out. They come very quickly nowadays, you know.
Yes, but you strike a major difficulty there, don't you?
What?
How would you get to the telephone? And if you should manage to scramble to it in time, how would you manage to dial 999? Before being beaten to a pulp by your present guest?
Very well, Mr. Armstrong. There's another, more peaceful alternative. I'll just leave you to it. I shall walk out of my flat and let you stew in your own juice.
Yes, but how would you get to the door? I may be large, but I'm remarkably quick, you know. No, Mr. Longford, the session will continue as before. No, on second thoughts, not quite as before. You can get me, my dear good-looking man, another whiskey. Come along now, here's the glass.
I will not get you another whiskey.
You heard my words.
You heard mine.
Very well, I'll go get it myself. It really doesn't matter.
You will not go near that sideboard.
Sit down, Mr. Longford.
I will do nothing of the sort.
I said sit down, Mr. Longford. Sit down on that chair, that one.
I'll die before I do that, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, that is exactly what you may do. Now, sit down on that chair. Sit down on that chair!
I said I'd... Hello. That's the bell, isn't it?
Yes. So it seems.
I wonder who it could be.
Yes. Yes, I wonder. I have a guess, though.
Shall I go and answer it?
Yes. Perhaps you'd better.
Where is he? You said my boy was in here, Mr. Longford.
So he was. He's probably gone through that door. It leads to the kitchen. You're Mrs. Armstrong, I take it?
Yes, but please don't let's bother about names at the moment, Mr. Longford. Cyrus? 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 My son, come out from the kitchen. Don't pretend to yourself that you can hide from me. If you don't obey me, you know what will happen to you. Now come out to your mother. I shall give you 15 seconds. I'm beginning to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, here you are at last. Don't stand like that. Hold yourself up.
Yes, Mother.
Now put your hands behind your back.
Yes, Mother.
What are you doing here?
I don't know, Mother.
Don't tell me you don't know. What are you doing here?
I came to see Mr. Longford.
Didn't I tell you to stay in your room tonight until I came back?
Yes, Mother.
Then why didn't you?
I don't know, Mother.
Hold yourself up.
Yes, Mother.
And when you go to your room, you will do your usual exercises. Only tonight, you will do them 6 times. Thoroughly. Do you understand? Thoroughly.
Yes. Yes, I understand, Mother.
Very well. You may go now. But first of all, you will apologize to Mr. Longford.
How do I apologize, Mother?
Look at him straight in the eyes and say, I'm sorry, Mr. Longford.
I'm sorry, Mr. Longford.
That's quite all right.
Good. Very well. Now go. And on the way, you are not to look back. Not once. You understand?
Yes, Mother.
Very well. Go on. Quickly. I shall come to your room later tonight. If you've obeyed me in every particular, you may be forgiven. Now go.
Well, that was one of the most remarkable...
One moment. All right, he's gone. Now, Mr. Longford, do you mind just for a minute if we have all the lights out in here?
The lights out?
Yes.
Well, you know, it seems to me that I'm in a sort of madhouse. Must we have all the lights out?
Yes, you are in a sort of madhouse, Mr. Longford, and a very dangerous one. And I am here to save you from it, to save everybody concerned. I'll explain everything in a minute. And in the meantime, will you do as I ask? And quickly, will you?
Very well.
You see, I am the only one who can control him. I am the only one who knows his mind, and I must use my own methods. You see, I want to watch him from the window without him seeing me, to see if he obeys me and does not look back as I told him. And if he does look back and sees me watching, he'll think I'm afraid, and I might lose half the battle. I have to make him think that I think he obeys me absolutely without question. Yes. There he goes. Yes, it's all right. I can tell by his walk. Come here and watch him. You see? He's like a soldier on parade. There. Yes. That's It's all right. You can put on the light again now, will you?
Now, Mrs. Armstrong, could you explain all this? It's all very confusing, you know.
One moment, Mr. Longford. I'm not feeling very well. I'm feeling faint. You don't know what a strain it is. You feel worse when it's just over.
Yes, I understand. I'm sorry. Now, come and sit down by the fire, won't you? You can explain later.
Thank you. Oh, dear. It's only the shock. Only the strain. Are you all right in a moment?
I'll get you a drink. A little brandy.
Thank you, Mr. Longford. Very small one.
Good. Fine.
What did he do and talk to you about, Mr. Longford?
Oh, a lot of things.
Did he talk about the moon?
Why, yes, he did, as a matter of fact. How do you know?
I'll explain later. And did he talk about his sister?
Yes, he talked a lot about her.
Yes, so I thought. Oh, thank you. I'm quite myself again now.
Good. I can't say that I am. You know, I'm a bit shaken still, I must say. Now, Mrs. Armstrong, do you feel up to explaining?
Yes, Mr. Longford. May I ask you a question? After what you've just been through, it may seem a nonsensical one, as nonsensical as anything he said, but it isn't, and I must ask it.
Yes?
Mr. Longford, do you believe in the moon?
I'm awfully sorry, but I don't follow you, Mrs. Armstrong. The moon? Believe in it? Of course I do. It's just there. It exists.
No, I don't really mean that. I mean its powers. You see, unless you do, I can't really begin to explain. I mean, it affects the tides and all that, doesn't it?
Yes.
But it's other powers, Mr. Longford. It's other, much more dreadful powers. It's powers on the mind. Mr. Longford, do you believe in the moon? Oh, say you believe in it. Mr. Longford, say you believe in the moon. Say you believe in the moon. Oh, Mr. Longford, I'm ashamed of myself. I never dreamt I could break down in that way. I was taught never to break down, ever.
Well, everybody has to break down sometime, don't they? It's a very normal thing.
Not in my family. We were what people used to call a family of soldiers. However, I mustn't talk of the past. We are in the present, and a very real and urgent present for both of us.
Yes. You said you were going to explain. Just tell me quietly, in your own time.
He talked of his sister?
Yes.
And her innocence?
Yes.
And did he mention Napoleon?
Why, yes, he did.
And then he talked about the moon?
Yes.
Tell me, Mr. Longford, do you know anything about psychiatry?
What do you mean? Freud, Jung, all that?
Do you know it's an established fact that certain people are affected sometimes in a violent and dangerous way by certain phases of the moon?
No, I wouldn't say established. I should say it's quite likely, but not a certainty.
I know it's a fact. I have reason to know. Mr. Longford, do you know what psychiatrists call a fixation?
Why, yes, a fixed idea, an idée fixe. It's a form of mania.
Yes, it is. And sometimes extremely dangerous to another person.
Yes, I suppose. Yes, do go on.
This is what is not easy for me to say to you, Mr. Longford.
Never mind, go on.
My son has a fixation, Mr. Longford. A very violent and dangerous one.
And what's it about?
About yourself, Mr. Longford.
Oh, I must say that's not frightfully pleasant news, is it?
No, and I'm afraid that's not the worst.
Really? Tell me, what form does his fixation take?
He thinks you've stolen something, Mr. Longford.
So I rather gathered. It's all getting clearer now. In other words, Mrs. Armstrong, we must put things bluntly, mustn't we? In other words, your son's completely out of his mind and thinks I've robbed your daughter of her innocence.
No, he's not out of his mind, he's not. It's only the moon, don't you see?
Now, please, don't get upset again, Mrs. Armstrong. It's really for me to be upset. You've just said that you haven't told me the worst.
The moon is everything. These phases come in cycles every 7 years. Normally, he's harmless, good. I know his history, you see.
Very well, then. Tell me his history, Mrs. Armstrong.
Cyrus was born in Australia, Mr. Longford, one of twins. I'll tell you about the other boy, Harry, later. He is absolutely normal, thank heavens. But Cyrus...
Yes?
It began when he was 8. He was an enormous boy. Even at that age, you'd hardly believe his size. It was freakish.
And what happened when he was 8?
There was an episode, Mr. Longford.
Oh, yes?
An episode with an animal of atrocious cruelty, a cat. I can't go into it. My husband beat him for it, beat him fearfully. It was a mistake. Such things cannot be treated that way. Then, for 7 years, he was normal. A good, gentle boy. But then he began to talk of the moon again, to go out and look at it for hours, and I can hardly bear to speak of it.
Do try, Mrs. Armstrong.
There was another episode. We had to move from Sydney. Then he was normal again, utterly normal, until the age of 22.
And then there was another episode, as you call it?
There was. Oh, yes, indeed there was.
And then?
Normal again, until he was 29. Then he began to talk of the moon again. And this time it was definitely connected in his mind with his sister. It was only then that I began to realize that there was some connection between these incidents and the moon. To realize that they took place every 7 years. Well, that is all really. Then he joined the commandos. He has a record of great bravery and distinction. And now he is 36.
And 29 from 36 leaves 7.
Yes.
Every 7 years, you say?
Yes.
This is a funny thing to happen to anybody trying to have a really peaceful evening by himself, isn't it?
It's horrible, Mr. Longford. It's horrible.
Yet, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes.
You spoke of certain episodes. What sort of episodes? What does he do?
Oh, no. Please don't make me go into that.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, after all, it's not fair to me, is it? I mean, the unknown's worse than the known, isn't it? Does your son carry a revolver or anything?
No. It's much more horrible than that, Mr. Longford.
Your son was a commando?
He was, yes.
That means an expert in unarmed combat?
Yes, Mr. Longford. An extreme and excruciating expert. Will you leave it at that?
Mrs. Armstrong, are you trying to be cruel? All this dreadful hinting.
Mr. Longford, let me put it this way. You are in danger of awful disfigurement. Disfigurement which will cause you physical agony, such as few men on this earth have ever had to suffer, and which will leave you with no further desire to live. Now, will you let that suffice?
Oh, well, I suppose I'll have to. You've made things fairly plain on the whole, I think. Have you consulted a doctor or the police about your son's condition?
No, I haven't.
But why not? That seems rather unfair to society at large and to me in particular.
Oh, Mr. Longford, I have 1,000 excuses. I'm his mother, and I deceived myself after each incident that he was mentally well.
I see. Well, it seems as though I'm rather up against it, doesn't it?
You must go away, Mr. Longford. Now, you must go where he can never find you. It'll only be for 3 months. You must hide. You must go tonight.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, this is fantastic. There must be some other alternative.
Yes. Actually, there's one other. Oh, but that's not worth discussing. The plain thing is for you to pack your things now and go.
But the whole thing's ridiculous. First of all, I haven't enough money. And I can't suddenly throw up my business and take 3 months' holiday.
Mr. Longford, wouldn't it be better to risk your business than take this dreadful risk?
I see. Now, let's try and take things a little more easily. We got panicky. But I think I'm a little calmer now. It seems to me that there are a lot of ways out, apart from the one you suggest. I have 3 in mind, actually. Firstly, If he cares to assault me in any way, it's not quite impossible that I could defend myself, is it? I, too, was in the army, you know.
No, you couldn't, Mr. Longford. He has been very expertly trained.
Yes, a commando. I appreciate the difficulty. Very well, then. I have friends. I could go and stay with them, couldn't I?
And what about when you were out in the streets, alone? You have to go to your work.
But surely he wouldn't do anything to me in public, Mrs. Armstrong.
Oh, yes, he could. He's as quick as lightning, though he may not look it.
But suppose I got friends to escort me in the street?
Utterly useless, utterly. You don't know the things he's done.
You know, if you'd only tell me what he does, all this would be so much more simple, wouldn't it?
He has many methods, Mr. Longford. Among other things, he can strike from a distance. He can throw.
What do you mean? Boomerangs or something?
And your third and last alternative, Mr. Longford?
Do you mean boomerangs?
No, go on. Your last alternative.
Why, the simplest of the lot. And it's for you to do.
What is it?
Ring up the police, Mrs. Armstrong. Now. Ring them up and tell them the entire story.
Oh, no, Mr. Longford. The police are no good. They could not prevent your disfigurement.
What do you mean, the police are no good? I've got to have protection, and that is what the police are for, isn't it? Come to think of it, I can ring the police myself.
No.
Why?
The police are practical men. The police do not believe in the moon. Besides, I am a mother, Mr. Longford, and my unhappy boy, cursed by the moon, is not going to end his last few years in any sort of dark prison. If you telephone the police, I should deny everything.
His last few years, you said?
Yes.
Why? Do you imagine he's going to die before long?
I know he is.
How?
My son, strong as he is, suffers with his heart, Mr. Longford, fatally. He cannot possibly live for more than another 3 years.
You seem to have an answer for everything, haven't you, Mrs. Armstrong?
Yes, it seems that I have. There is only one course. You must go. Go now.
But, Mrs. Armstrong, I can't. I told you. Even if I had the money to go away for 3 months, even if I used up all my savings, I can't give up my job here.
You have savings?
Why, yes, of a very modest sort.
Oh, that's the telephone.
I know. But why are you so frightened, Mrs. Armstrong?
It may be Brenda. It must be her.
Why must? Let's go and see, anyway. Hello? What? No, it isn't. Who do you want? No, my name's Longford. That's quite all right. Thank you. There you are. It was only a wrong number. No need for panic.
I'm sorry. I had an awful feeling it was Brenda and that he'd broken out.
Well, you were wrong, weren't you?
Yes, I'm sorry. Now, where were we?
We were talking about my savings, as a matter of fact. You asked if I had any.
Oh, yes, that was it.
And why did you ask?
Oh, nothing.
Some while back, you know, you said there was one other alternative of some sort. Was that alternative connected with my savings?
Mr. Longford, there are certain things to which I shall not descend.
Mrs. Armstrong, please.
Very well. If you must have it.
Yes?
Mr. Longford, you said you had modest savings. How modest are they?
Oh, very much so.
Yes, but what does that mean?
Mrs. Armstrong, shall I tell you exactly how much I've got in the bank at the moment?
Oh, no, I didn't mean to bring the subject up.
Yes, you did, indirectly. And I'm glad you did. So shall I tell you?
Very well, Mr. Longford, if you insist. How much money exactly have you got in the bank at this moment?
£640.
You have all that? I thought you said you were an extremely poor man. You see, I have little more than what I stand up in.
What you do stand up in doesn't look too bad to me.
Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Longford.
Well, now I've told you the amount of my savings. What about it?
Mr. Longford, £640.
What are you so excited about, Mrs. Armstrong? Do you mean that amount of money means that you see a way out of all this?
No, not at all. Nothing like it. But £280, that's all that's needed. No, less than that, much less. My other son, Harry, his twin brother, can manage 70. Now, how much does that make?
210.
Yes, not a penny more. Now, listen, Mr. Longford. We have a passage for Cyrus and myself to Australia. My son Harry is in shipping and has arranged it. We only wanted the money. A passage for the day after tomorrow, Mr. Longford. Actually, Harry comes back from Liverpool tonight. In fact, he should be back by now. Now listen, I can get Cyrus, my poor sick boy, away by the night train tomorrow. You'll be free, Mr. Longford, forever. He'll go, you see. He keeps on saying that he has to see the moon again as it rises over Sydney. It's his poor brain. Mr. Longford, this is the way out. £210 only to lend, Mr. Longford. You'll get it back. I'll work my fingers to the bone to give it back to you. And you're free from this terrible menace. Who's that?
I know who it is, all right. He always knocks like that.
Oh, dear, must you let anyone in now? Can't you pretend you're not at home?
No, it's all right. It's only my friend, the one who's lent me this flat. I'll see what he wants. I'm coming.
Oh, I'm frightfully sorry. I didn't know you were sort of... well, am I interrupting you? I won't be half a moment.
No, not a bit. This is Mrs. Armstrong. Sir Charles Waterbury.
How do you do?
I was telling you about him, wasn't I, Mrs.
Yes,
Armstrong?
yes, you were.
Caroline and I are going away tonight. We've suddenly decided to take a car down to Maidenhead and hit it up for a bit. So you won't be seeing me tomorrow after all right?
Oh, how long are you going for?
Oh, about 4 days.
4 days?
Yes. What's the matter? Don't tell me you're going to miss me. You who spend your whole life dodging people.
No, I just didn't realize you were going away all that time, that's all.
Well, neither did I until about 10 minutes ago. Well, I must fly. Well, goodbye, Mrs. Armstrong. Sorry our meeting's been so short.
Goodbye, Sir Charles.
Goodbye, George. See you around Tuesday next week.
Charles!
Yes?
No, it's nothing important. You go off and enjoy yourself.
Well, goodbye, all.
Goodbye, Sir Charles. Mr. Longford?
Yes?
Why did you call Sir Charles back just then?
It was an impulse to confide in him. Now I sort of feel my last prop's gone.
But, Mr. Longford, didn't I tell you that help of that sort was of no use whatsoever?
Yes, I'm sorry.
You shouldn't have done that, you know, Mr. Longford. It looks as though you don't trust me. Mr. Longford, look at me, will you? Do you trust me? Oh, say you do.
Mrs. Armstrong, I not only trust you, I'm going to prove it in a very concrete way. How soon do you want the money? To tell the truth, Mrs. Armstrong, I want to get this over pretty quickly. I'm afraid it sounds a rather harsh thing to say, but the sooner I see the last of you, the better. And I could give you the money tonight.
But I don't want it tonight, Mr. Longford. You've got to see my son Harry first. In any case, you've got to have some sort of security in writing. Could you see him tomorrow morning?
Couldn't I see him tonight?
Yes, I suppose so, but I don't know if he's back.
Well, couldn't we find out?
How? Do you mean I should go around now? That's Brenda. I know it is this time. Shall I answer it?
But, Mrs. Armstrong, it might easily be someone who wants...
No, I have a feeling. I know these things.
Very well, you answer it, Mrs. Armstrong.
Yes? Oh, Brenda, dear. Brenda? Yes. Brenda, what are you saying? Yes, go on. Yes, yes. I know, my dear. Yes. I see. I see. Now, Brenda, keep your head and listen to me. It'll be all right. It'll take him 4 minutes to get to Brook Street. I shall be there to intercept him and send him back. Have absolutely no fear. Do you understand? Now, we must ring off. Every moment counts. Yes, goodbye, darling, goodbye. It has happened.
What?
He's disobeyed me. I've lost my authority. He's broken out. He's on his way round here now.
So he's on his way
now? There's no time to lose, Mr. Longford. We're both in great danger. I must go and intercept him. Mr. Longford, will you do exactly as I say, please?
Why, yes, of course.
Very well. Bolt the front door and lock that one. It has a lock, hasn't it?
Yes.
And that one?
Yes.
Very well. Now, Mr. Longford, do not go near the window. Go nowhere near the window. And keep your lights low. Once he's safely home, I shall come back and ring in a special way. I shall give 3 rings, then silence, then 3 rings again. You follow?
Yes. 3 rings, then a silence, then 3.
That's it. We're too late.
That was in the kitchen.
Your kitchen window? Tell me, is it possible to climb up from the street to your kitchen?
By the drain pipe? No.
Good. Now to think quickly. He'll be lurking in the doorway. I'll find him, have no fear. I'll find him and send him back. You do just what I said before. Barricade yourself. I shall return in 10 minutes, if all goes well. Now I must go. But he may be outside your front door by now, so lock this door when I've left. You understand?
Yes. Charles? Is that you, Charles?
Yes, my boy, it is.
I thought you'd gone to Maidenhead.
Never mind about that. You're a very silly boy, you know.
What do you mean?
You forgot to switch off when we were talking earlier tonight.
Did I?
You laid yourself open to being eavesdropped upon from here. I think you're going to be very grateful.
Oh, I'm in a pretty blue funk, I can tell you. Wouldn't you be, Charles?
Yes, I certainly would.
Well?
I mean, I would if I really believed in it.
What do you mean?
Did it never occur to you during the evening that there was something bogus about it all?
Oh, well, perhaps just once or twice.
Oh, when?
When she first began to mention money, and I didn't like the family of soldiers.
No, I didn't like that either.
She's pretty convincing.
Yes, I could hear that. That's why I couldn't resist coming down to have a look at her. I've read about them and this very ugly blackmailing trick they work. If my memory's right, they've done a lot of it and they're wanted for it. Mind you, I'm only working from a hunch, but I've been working very hard on it.
Oh? What have you been doing?
Ringing up all my high-up friends in the police. Hello. She's back early. Now, look, I'll telephone you. I'll pretend I'm drunk, and you pretend you can't get rid of me, and I'll really be giving you your instructions. Got it?
Right.
Yeah, the lady's getting impatient. Now, you'd better go. Goodbye, and good luck.
Oh, Mr. Longford, this is Cyrus's twin brother, Harry.
Hello there.
Everything's all right now. There's no immediate danger. He's gone into one of his sleeps. It's as though he's almost dead, isn't it, Harry?
It certainly is. So he's in one of those again, eh?
Yes, so we're safe now, for 6 hours at least, if not more. Oh, Mr. Longford, whichever you choose, thank you. But whichever you decide, thank you truly and deeply from the depth of a very unhappy woman's heart. Goodbye. I can't trust myself to speak anymore. I'm leaving. Oh, no, let me, just in case. He must know you're here. Just in case. May I?
Yes, of course, if you think so.
Yes? Yes, he is. Who is it, please? Yes, just a moment, please. Just a moment. It's a Mr. Farquharson.
Farquharson? Oh, yes. Hello? Hello, Ronnie? Yes. Yes, all right. Go ahead. Yes. Look here, Ronnie, where have you been tonight? You sound as if you had a few.
Shall we go, Mr. Longford?
No. No, you can't come round here. I'm busy. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. What? Look, I'm going to ring off. Yes, I know you could get round here in 3 minutes, but... What? Now, you go home and sleep it off. Goodbye. Oh, would you believe it? On top of it all, that was my partner. It's about business.
What? Not money trouble again?
No, not that. But it means that I've got to sit up all night and work out figures. It's got to be quick. Oh, this on top of everything, this. Now, listen, I'm just about done in tonight, and I'm afraid my nerves are gone. I'm going to give you the money now. I have it in cash.
But, Mr. Longford, we don't...
No, please. Let me have my way, please. For once, tonight. I can get the money in a moment. It's in this drawer over here. Here now. There you are. Now, will you go away and take him to Sydney or wherever it is and promise you'll never come back? Never. Go on, promise.
Oh, don't take on so, Mr. Longford.
Never mind. But will you promise? Will you promise?
Oh, yes, of course.
Come along now, Harry. Goodbye, Mr. Longford. You're all right, aren't you? I hate to see you looking like that. You're not ill, are you? Oh, we can't help you in any way, can we?
In one way, perhaps you can.
Yes, anything. What can we do?
Oh, just listen to something.
Yes. What do you want to say?
No, I don't mean listen to me.
Not you? Who then?
Yourself, Mrs. Armstrong. Your earlier self. When you were about an hour younger and speaking to these 4 walls.
I don't follow you.
Or rather, 8 walls, to be precise. 8 walls and 1 person and 1 thing. Above all, a thing. Shall we listen? Yes, do let's. All right, Charles, is it okay?
Yes, here we are. Just a sec. Right, here we go.
Listen, here we are.
With a cat. I can't go into it. My husband beat him for it. Beat him fearfully. It was a mistake. Such things cannot be treated that way. Then, for 7 years, he was utterly normal again. A good, sweet, gentle boy. But then, when the 7 years had passed, he began to talk of the moon again.
No! Will you stop that noise? Will you stop it? Who is up there?
I can speak of it.
Oh, surely you know, Mrs. Armstrong. I'm just the man upstairs. We've met, don't you remember? But I didn't go to Maidenhead. I stayed and got down every word you said.
All right, I'll tell them, Charles. He telephoned the police.
The police? Do something, Josiah! Do something to him! The game's up anyway, so do something!
Oh, yes, Vera, that's not a bad idea. I may not be the big commando advertised, but I'm certainly big enough for this little gentleman, I fancy.
Hello, what goes on down there?
A great deal, Sir Charles, and the door's locked, and there's nothing you can do about it. Go on, Sally, do something to him. Tear him to little pieces.
Yes, I like the idea of that.
You won't get anywhere that way, you know, either of you. It'll only make things worse. In fact...
Shut up there! Go on, Sally.
Yes, don't hurry me. It's just a question of what it's going to be. Now, come here, Mr. Longford. I said, come here, Mr. Longford. I said, come here! So, you've obeyed me, I see.
Yes, only too glad to obey you. So Harry and his twin are one and the same person, right, Cyrus?
Don't call me Cyrus.
Cyrus, the commando who wasn't one. You know, Cyrus, when I thought you were one, I was afraid of you. But now I've got to grips with the real Cyrus, I'm not a bit frightened. Cyrus is a very large man, but he was not a commando. Whereas George Longford, never actually a commando, learned a lot about judo. You did strike it unlucky tonight, didn't you, Cyrus? Are you enjoying this? I imagine not. Very well. When I release you, you will obey me and go and sit down in the chair by the fire. Very well. You may go. No, I said the armchair by the fire. And put my money back on the table.
Well done, George. I thought you could do that. Well, that seems to be the end of the evening, doesn't it?
No, Charles. That's the funny thing. It's not quite. Come here, Mrs. Armstrong. I said, come here, Mrs. Armstrong.
What are you doing, George?
I'm doing a lot, Charles. To Mrs. Armstrong, who recently so strongly advocated something being done to me. In fact, Charles, I'm going to rob Mrs. Armstrong of her facial charms. Her somewhat maturing facial charms. I'm sure that one who comes from a family of soldiers can enjoy such a thing.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Armstrong, close your eyes and put back your head. I'm now going to start counting, and I may tell you that every number after 3 will be an added disfigurement. Your own words, Mrs. Armstrong, to your face. Now, 1, 2...
Help me! Si! Help me!
He's only bluffing. He's not the type.
But that's just what I am, Cyrus, as I shall now demonstrate. Now, Mrs. Armstrong, the operation begins.
Oh.
You come, never forget it, from a family of soldiers. Now keep quite still, please.
What are you going to do to my face? What are you doing? Si! What has he done? Tell me! Tell me!
Nothing. I told you he was only bluffing. I don't know why you yelled. I don't know what he was using on you.
I was using H2O, Cyrus, water, iced. Your charming colleague seems to have got the impression that I was using a knife. Charles, are you still listening up there? Did I fool you too?
Yes, you did, George.
As she'll probably only get about 11 years in prison, I thought I'd give her about 11 seconds of real torture. You see, just as ice is the same as a knife with your eyes shut, Mrs. Armstrong, so fear is the same as hell.
Please. All right, sir. We'll take care of him. Come on, man.
Take your hands off me! I'll get your protection!
Charles?
I Didn't know you were quite like that, George.
Didn't you? And I don't regret it for a moment.
Yes, so I gather. Well, all this has rather spoiled your quiet evening, hasn't it?
No, just interrupted it. I hope I'm going to have it now. Now, where's my dictionary? Perhaps a little music on the radio.
All right, George. I'm off. Goodbye. See you tomorrow.
Goodbye, old boy, and thank you.
Not at all. Goodbye.
In tonight's presentation of The Man Upstairs, you heard Bruce Miller as George Longford. Cyrus Armstrong was played by Donald Monat, and Marjorie Gordon took the part of his mother. Stuart Brown was Sir Charles Waterbury. The Man Upstairs by Patrick Hamilton was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Mayerling Affair by R.F. Delverfield, based on a true life romance whose mysterious ending has intrigued the world ever since. Set in 1889, this is the story of Prince Rudolph of Austria-Hungary, an unhappy man pulled in many different directions by love and duty. Heir to the Habsburg throne, but beset by political intrigues. Married to a jealous, nagging wife, but in love with a beautiful young girl, Mary Vetsera. Forced by the emperor to return to his wife, Rudolph meets Mary for the last time at his hunting lodge at Mayerling. What happened there became front-page news and a sensational climax to the story of a great love. Listen in a few moments to the story of The Mayerling Affair by R.F. Delverfield, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Mayerling Affair.
Coffee, Herr Sheps. Thank you, Loshek. Tell me, is the Crown Prince usually as late as this? When he spends the night in the lower town, yes, sir. Won't he wish to go straight to bed and sleep it off when he returns? No, sir, I think not. His Imperial Highness is not sleeping well at present. Has he seen a doctor? Loshek, you can speak to me about it, you know. You do trust me, don't you? I know that you enjoy His Imperial Highness's complete confidence, Herr Sheps. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at 7 on a chilly morning in his private apartments behind locked doors. Is that it? His Imperial Highness sees his doctor at least once a week, sir. You still don't believe I have the best of reasons for wishing him well, do you? Loshek, you owe it to all of us to use your influence to dissuade the prince from completely wrecking his health. I am a valet, Herr Sheps. But you are also a friend to the Crown Prince. Listen to me, Loshek. We need your help desperately. What is it you require of me, sir? I'm right in assuming you are with us. in spirit?
No, you are quite wrong, sir. I have no interest in politics, and I do not believe that the Crown Prince, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, should involve himself in the schemes of newspaper editors like yourself and your associates.
Don't you want to see a better future for this empire of ours?
No, sir. My concern is for His Imperial Highness. You are encouraging him to attack the very institutions that maintain him. There are other ways of destroying a man than by permitting him to wreck his health, Herr Sheps.
Good heavens, man. Do you imagine I will destroy him?
What else can happen to a man pulled in a dozen different directions by the self-appointed keepers of his conscience, Herr Sheps?
But, Loschek, suppose that Someone's trying the door. I can't be found here at this hour. Where shall I go?
There is no occasion to go anywhere, sir. The lady outside is not here to probe His Imperial Highness's political background.
Lady?
His wife, sir. The Crown Princess Stephanie. I must admit her.
I issued orders that this door was not to be locked.
With great respect, Your Highness, the order was countermanded by His Imperial Highness.
He instructed you to lock the door against me?
Not against you, Your Imperial Highness. Many of his private papers have been recently transferred here from the master safe in the great study.
Where is the Crown Prince?
He is out, Your Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
And who is this man, and what is he doing here at this hour?
Mayor, please...
Do not address a member of the ruling house unless directly addressed.
His name is Maurice Sheps. He is an editor, Your Imperial Highness. I understand he has professional business with His Imperial Highness.
What are those papers in his hand? Give them to me.
Le Chef. Those papers are mine. May I have them, please? Thank you. You may leave us, Le Chef. No, not you, Maurice.
I wish to see your Imperial Highness alone. And at once.
Conduct Herr Sheps to the great study, Le Chef. He is to return when I ring. Yes, Your Highness. This way, Herr Sheps.
Loschek should bring you something to eat.
I breakfasted well, madame, at least an hour before you forced your way into my room.
I hadn't seen you for 3 days.
That would appear to be of your choosing. When I'm here, my door is open all day. Yours is locked against me all night.
Rudolph, we can't go on like this. Your health, it cannot support such a strain. The whole family is concerned, and that's why I went to see Papa yesterday.
Papa? You had no appointment to see the Emperor yesterday?
I was sufficiently anxious to go to him without an appointment.
Oh, madame, I salute you. The Order of the Golden Fleece has been awarded for far lesser hazard. Will you learn nothing? 7 years married to a Habsburg, yet you commit a breach that will make us both subject to subdued guffaws from here to Budapest.
Rudolph, I feel...
My health has nothing whatever to do with the matter. Your visit to the Emperor was prompted by the same prying spite that accounts for your presence in this room at this moment.
That woman has been here. I know it. I have accurate information.
We have arrived at it at last. Thank you, my dear. We can now dispose with the critical state of my health and proceed straight to the point. Oh, by the way, did you look under the bed and in the closet? The numerous uniforms in the closet might conceal an entire harem.
Why do you humiliate me like this, Rudy?
You humiliate yourself, Stephanie. Do you imagine that your hysterical appeals for sympathy from everyone to the Emperor down to your hairdresser provoke anything but contempt?
You hate me. You all hate me. If our child had been a son, if I'd been able to bear more children. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Nobody hates you, Stephanie. Nobody. You understand? Not even me. Oh, Stephanie, why do you act like this? What good can it do either of us?
How is a wife supposed to behave when the entire city is sniggering over her husband's entanglement with a parvenu adventuress?
Adventuress?
Well, what else is she? Baroness Mary Vetsera. It's not just another affair. It's common talk that the Crown Prince is madly in love.
You must excuse me, Stephanie. I have work to do.
It's true, isn't it? Why else should you avoid me day after day? Do you find me repulsive? It's strange if you do. Thousands of men admire me. My hair,
It's true that you have a luxuriant head of hair, and equally true that you delight in creating hysterical scenes at every opportunity. It is also true that you can never produce an heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary.
Reproach me with that. Is it my fault that I can never have another child?
No, madame, neither is it my fault that I was obliged by a pyramid of archaic family laws to marry you in the first place.
It's the same every time I try to talk to you.
Of course it's the same. How can it be otherwise? Ours is not a case of a man and a woman being mutually attracted to one another. I was led into the matrimonial ring like a prize bull, and a pitifully small ring it was. A fat Matilda of Saxony, a yellow-faced Infanta of Spain, and you. What have we in common, now that the sole purpose of our association can never be achieved?
Oh, you're intolerable! Intolerable! Intolerable!
You rang for Herr Schetz, Your Highness. He is here.
Come in, Maurice. Those papers you brought, they are not in my handwriting.
I had them transcribed, Your Highness. I thought it would be unwise to enter the Hofburg carrying an article of that sort in Your Highness's writing.
Are you being watched?
No more than usual, Your Highness.
Oh, well, it's of no consequence. We shall not use this article after all.
Not use it?
It is too trivial. When the heart of an empire beats as turgidly as ours, it requires an explosion, not a pinprick. I have the explosives to hand.
To what does Your Highness refer?
The Hungarian opposition. We must support them openly, Maurice.
Support them? You mean openly advocate Hungarian independence? In your name?
Yes. Oh, come, Maurice. It's time I made my position clear. Time to throw off the old regime and march forward into a new age, a new conception of monarchy.
No. Rudy, this is not you talking.
But this is what you wanted and dreamed of.
I want a free empire, Rudy. But I'm concerned with progress, not revolution.
Maurice, listen to me. I'm 30 now. And what is my life? His Imperial Highness will represent the Emperor at a German embassy dinner. His Imperial Highness will take exercise in the Prater at noon. Oh, it's time I shook off the shackles. Others have, why not I?
Because you're the heir to the throne. Rudy, I'm your friend. We've done good work in the past, and we can continue to do better in the future. But not this way. For heaven's sake, don't pay attention to the disgruntled hotheads. Have patience. Rudy, you're tired. You're ill. I'll come back when you're rested.
Of course I'm ill, Maurice. I'm passed from cage to cage on the tide of neat brandy. But you are privileged, Maurice. You know that brandy is no longer sufficient to maintain the requisite imperial composure. You know that I now need more...
Stop it, Rudy. We've talked enough for today. I will leave you now.
Very well. But go by the emergency stairs, Maurice, and out through the iron door. You won't be searched if you go that way.
Goodbye, Rudy. Take some rest. Do nothing until we speak again.
Rest and obey court protocol. Is there nothing more in life than that?
The Countess Marie Lariche, Your Highness.
Is the Baroness Sarah with her?
No, sir. The Countess is alone.
I'll show her in.
Good morning, cousin.
Good morning, Marie. Where is Mary?
Packing. We leave for Mentone this afternoon.
But you didn't intend leaving Vienna until tomorrow, and then...
My plans have changed. Carl and I leave today, and Mary has agreed to come with us.
Mary? To Mentone?
I told her you would be joining us there.
But you know that is impossible.
Of course. But it was the only way I could persuade her to come.
But why have you done this? Why are you taking Mary away from Vienna?
Rudy, this affair must stop. I've come to tell you that I cannot continue to play false chaperone to Mary any longer.
You can't do this. Mary's your friend.
Because she trusts me that it must stop. Stop before it ruins her and ruins me.
I don't understand you.
Rudy, I beg of you, be sensible. If this affair gets to Stephanie's ears, the scandal will not only compel me to leave Vienna for good, it will finish any chances Mary may have of making a good marriage.
But, Marie, I love Mary. I love her in a way you could never understand.
You may love her to distraction, Rudy, but you aren't a fool. You can see the future for Mary as well or better than I can.
I tell you, as long as I'm here...
Rudy, what security can you offer a girl deeply in love? Soon the whisper will run beyond the court circle, and the Emperor will be forced to take action. If you were big enough, Rudy, if you had a real following instead of a few despised journalists and cranks, you might be able to direct the course of events. But you aren't big enough, Rudy. You'll go down under the storm. Mary will be ruined. I shall be ostracized, and you'll come to heel, Rudy. I believe you know that.
I thought with Mary I might achieve something.
No, Rudy, you must let her go. You won't regret it, I promise you that. Would you like to write to her?
No. That would be too conventional, and Mary doesn't appreciate the conventions. You can say goodbye on my behalf. And you can say
Rudy,
that
I've come.
Mary. Oh, Mary, my darling.
Sorry. No, Rudy. I won't have a demonstrative farewell in front of Marie. It embarrasses her.
Farewell?
to the devil with farewell. Let me take your coat.
How did you get here, Mary?
By using my wits, Marie, darling. I guessed where you'd gone. I knew I couldn't get in by the main gate. I had no pass. So I went round to the little iron door. It was locked, of course, but I knew that sooner or later one of Rudy's mysterious strangers would come out. Oh, now tell me, how long will it be before you join us, Rudy? What's the matter? Why are you both looking at me like that?
It might be some time, Mary. It's possible
You aren't coming. I see it now. Marie lied to me. It was a trick to get me away.
Mary, please try to control
You wouldn't
yourself.
let her do that, Rudy. You wouldn't voluntarily let us be separated.
It's only for a time, Mary. It's better that way.
You coward. You weak, terrible coward. You let her persuade you after she tried and tried to persuade me. I held out against all of them. But you didn't. We are so weak, Rudy. How could anyone do anything but despise
Mary,
you?
dear, listen.
Do you think I shall consent to go with Marie to the Riviera if you break your promise about coming?
He gave no such promise, Mary.
You mean you made it up? You persuaded me to go, and all the time...
You can't know what is involved, or if you do, you're just blinding yourself to it.
I'm not blinding myself to anything, Marie. Not unless I'm imagining Rudy's love isn't as strong and real and all-important as mine. How could you behave in such a deceitful way?
Because I'm afraid. For both of us.
You needn't be for me. But for you, it's different. I do see that, Marie. I didn't mean to make use of you. We wouldn't like you to be punished because of us, would we, Rudy?
I think you have some difficulty in convincing Rudolph of that.
I must speak to him alone, Marie.
The train goes at 2:20, Mary. Carl and I will lunch at the Grand Hotel.
I'll meet you there in half an hour.
You mean you'll join us after all?
We shall see. First, I must talk to Rudy. He needs my help, Marie.
Very well. But if your love is as strong as you say, there is only one way that you can help him. I hope to see you later, Mary. Goodbye, Rudolph.
Goodbye, Mary.
Now, Rudy, first I must be absolutely certain of something. Did you suggest to Marie she persuade me to go away? Did it come from you?
No, Mary. It was her idea.
Oh, I'm glad of that. Kiss me, Rudy.
Oh, Mary, but darling.
Oh, it's all right, Rudy. I won't leave you. I'll never leave you. As long as I'm sure you need me, I'm not afraid, Rudy. Just proud and happy.
When you're with me, Mary, when I can touch you and hear your voice like this, and everything's changed. All the things I run away from, small and pitiful.
I want it to be like that. Forever and ever.
Oh, they make so many demands on me, Mary.
A man must be left something of himself to bestow freely and gladly. It's that part, however small, Rudy, that you must fight for. How did Marie persuade you to surrender so easily?
She convinced me I should ruin you, and I shall, Mary.
Ruin me? What a bourgeois expression. Do you think I care what terms I have you on? Do you imagine I give a shrug of the shoulders for boulevard gossip, for social position, for anything at all that stands between us? Do you think I'd be here, like this, if I did.
Oh, Mary, if I had your courage, there's nothing we couldn't do. Nothing.
I've enough for both of us, Rudy. I'll prove that to you, if you let me.
Will Your Highness be requiring the carriage again today?
Yes. Notify Prince Philip of Coburg that I shall not require his attendance at Meiring tomorrow as arranged. I'm driving up there today. The Baroness will leave by the iron door as soon as it is dark. You will escort her to the usual place, and you will accompany us to the hunting lodge, Lashek.
Very good, Your Highness.
And the coachman will whistle again tonight, won't he, Rudy? He always whistles on the way to Meiring.
Always, my darling, when you're in the carriage with me. What time is it, Mary?
7:30. Alice brought the coffee 5 minutes ago.
Alice? How does she get on with Lashek?
Oh, they bicker, I think. Who shall bring our coffee? Who shall bring our breakfast tray? Alice doesn't like me staying here in the palace in your apartments. She's afraid the Crown Princess will find out.
The Crown Princess is not in Vienna.
Oh, I know, Rudy. But Lashek has told Alice that we're being watched. Apparently there's an old man in the courtyard pretending to sweep snow.
Poor Kaltenbrunner. It must be wretched merely to pretend to work in a temperature well below zero.
Oh, you know him?
Oh, why, bless you, of course I do. He's one of Uncle Albrecht's permanent staff. It was time he was pensioned off. I'd recognize the old fellow under an orange beard and imperial side whiskers.
Oh, Rudy, it's wonderful to hear you laugh and see you looking so well and happy. Have I had anything to do with it?
Oh, my darling, I don't think you need any reassurance on that score.
Oh.
Come, I need coffee. Plenty of good, strong coffee to fortify me for the wretched review.
Well, here you are. And there are rolls on the tray and apricot jam.
Oh, what a blissfully successful wife you'd make, Mary.
I'm perfectly content with things as they are, Rudy.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Perhaps you wouldn't remember things like a husband's passion for apricot jam if we were married. But, well, we shall see.
Don't be silly, Rudy.
I wasn't being silly, Mary. You still prefer not to discuss it?
There's nothing whatever to discuss, Rudy. We decided that more than 2 months ago.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Then go and dress, Mary. Hurry now. You must be out of here before the guard change. The carriage will call for you tomorrow evening as arranged.
Why are you so anxious to be rid of me?
I've had a surfeit of you. You begin to cloy. A hard, predatory glint is beginning to show in the eyes that I once found soft, limp, and blue as the Aegean.
Oh, Rudy, you terrify me.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, I love my prince dearly, dearly.
Come in.
The Archduke is here now, Your Highness.
Oh, have him come in and see that we're not disturbed, not on any account.
Yes, Your Highness.
You must go now, Mary. I must see my cousin.
Until tomorrow night, my darling.
His Excellency, the Archduke Johann Salvator.
Johann! Oh, it's good to see you. You look splendid.
The air of Budapest seems to agree with me. Now, listen. I did rather more investigating than you demanded. There is a statute which lays down that the heir to the imperial throne can be king of Hungary during his father's lifetime.
Suppose that can be achieved without bloodshed. What of the other matter?
The pretty Baroness? That's even simpler. Divorce in Budapest is permissible. So is a morganatic wife for the wearer of the crown. It's all very constitutional, Rudy. You have only to make the decision.
Alternately, Johann, but first you must perform another service for me. On your return to Hungary, post this letter.
Am I to be told what it contains?
It is a direct appeal to His Holiness. You Would ask the Pope for a divorce from the Crown Prince? It is by no means as hopeless as you might suppose, Johann. His Holiness is as eager as my father that I should have a male heir. Stephanie can never have another child. But this isn't necessary to your plans. I tell you, there'll be no obstacle placed in your way once you're in Hungary. I have a conscience, Johann. If it can be legal, then let it be legal. A freely given divorce here, then the bid for Hungary. Very well. Why are you smiling? Because of the change in you. It's unbelievable, Rudy. Quite unbelievable. It's astonishing what a pretty girl can do for a man. Or an empire. Am I to be permitted to kiss her hand? Not yet, Johann. I told her nothing. Is that wise? She'll have to know how to play her part. When the time comes, she'll be word perfect. We shall be man and wife. I suppose the secret police get at her first. That is why she must be kept in ignorance. If she's interviewed, she'll have nothing to say and nothing to hold back. Come in.
Your Highness, the Chamberlain is here. His Imperial Majesty is calling.
My father? Calling here? Oh, I must go. It will be embarrassing for us to meet. And Mary, she mustn't be found here. Leszek, as soon as you have received the Emperor, warn the Baroness and see her through the iron door.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'd better go the same way. Is this the door? Yes. There's a small staircase to the left and a door at the bottom.
Goodbye, Rudy. And pull yourself together. You'll have to face bigger risks than this.
Bigger risks? Yes. I must keep my nerve. Mary will be all right. Everything will be all right if only His Holiness will grant my appeal.
His Imperial Majesty, Franz Joseph, Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary.
Rudy.
My duty to you, sir.
You have my permission to be seated. This is an unofficial visit, my boy. It's your mother's idea. She's worried about your health again.
My health?
Stephanie returned to Vienna last night, earlier than expected, and was informed on endeavoring to gain access to your suite that you were indisposed.
I must accept responsibility for that misunderstanding, sir. I have an arduous day ahead of me and desired to retire early. I gave Leszek instructions to that effect.
Quite right, quite right. Strictly speaking, as man to man, I have a certain sympathy with you. Your wife is hysterical, tactless, and deliberately obstructive. She has had the temerity to pay me 2 uninvited calls within the last 3 months.
Nobody will ever teach Stephanie the obligations of her position at court, sir.
She will have to learn that that is neither here nor there. She is complaining of neglect, and that is the purpose of my visit. Is it true that you have not seen one another in private for a period of 8 weeks?
That is quite true, Papa.
Confound it, Rudy. It's not for me to point out your obligations to the woman you married. But I won't be pestered like this. I won't have my work constantly interrupted by a sordid domestic dispute inside my own family. You must patch it up, you understand?
With deep respect, sir, that is no longer possible, sir.
Not possible? Why not?
I am in love with the Baroness Vetsera, Your Majesty.
Good heavens! You dare to be defiant about that?
I hope I'm not defiant, sir. I respect you more than you imagined. I am deeply in love, sir. It does happen, even to a crown prince.
Oh, yes, it has happened before, and it will happen again. But it is not as important as you imagine it to be. The only important things are work, responsibility, and dignity. You must send her away.
I am sure she would steadfastly refuse to go, sir.
Nonsense. I don't expect her to sacrifice you without adequate compensation.
What compensation would there be in this case, Papa?
Oh, listen, my boy. I've occupied a throne since I was 18, and my eyes haven't always been glued to dispatch boxes. There's an international heart balm available in these cases. We call it social elevation. We'll make her a countess, and later on, when she's enjoying it, we'll arrange a highly advantageous marriage.
Papa,
not another word, my boy. It's as good as done. Not before time, either. Touch the bell, Rudy. Thank you. And now to work of genuine importance. You have a review, and I have an audience with the German ambassador. It's done us both good to have this talk, Rudy. I shall be watching you at the saluting base, my boy. Keep a good, even pace from first to last. And remember my eagle eye for dressing. Dressing and general importance.
Marie, how good of you to come.
The police demanded to know the purpose of my visit. Are you under some sort of arrest?
No. Certain unauthorized persons have been found in the corridors. More fussiness on the part of the security police. What did you tell them?
I had your letter. It's as well that you worded it discreetly.
Well, now, tell me, what has happened to Mary? Why is she unable to keep her appointments? What has happened?
Mary is not allowed out, with or without a chaperone, and her home is under day and night observation.
But you are a close friend of the family. No one would deny you the right of entry.
I haven't put that to the test, Rudy. I dare not. I've sought advice.
From your husband?
No. I went to a friend of yours, the editor of the Wiener Tageblatt.
Maurice Sheps?
Yes. And he expressed an earnest wish to accompany me here.
You brought Maurice Sheps here, openly here to the palace?
He had no trouble in getting in. He produced proofs of a consultation with you on the compilation of the National Encyclopedia.
Oh, excuse me, I must ring for Le Chec.
You haven't asked me why I sought his advice.
I hope that will emerge, Marie.
I told you weeks ago, in this very room, that my part in this mad obsession of yours must end, Rudy. Yet in spite of that, you write begging me to embroil myself anew in your affairs.
I wrote to a friend asking for news of a mutual friend. It would appear I overestimated the strength of your regard for Mary as well as for myself.
You rang, Your Highness?
Herr Sheps is here. Please ask him to join us at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
It's because I'm your friend and Mary's that I'm here now. It is because of that I went to Sheps' office in the first place. One can excuse Mary. She believes herself to be deeply in love. But I cannot believe you will continue to blind yourself to the dangers this open association is leading you into. Isn't it enough that it has already come to a police watch on her home?
Herr Sheps, Your Highness.
Well, Maurice, it is some time since you called on me via the front door.
Well, sometimes it is safer to do so, Your Highness.
Oh, you may dispense with the formal address, Maurice. My cousin, the Countess here, can no longer be described as a third person. I suppose it is inevitable that she has infected you with her disapproval of my private life.
It's not your private life that concerns me just now, Rudy.
No? What do you mean?
He has something rather more important to discuss with you.
There's a telegram.
When did you receive this?
Less than an hour ago.
Who did it come from?
My Rome correspondent. It came in code.
Disclosing my appeal to His Holiness. Who else knows?
I cannot tell. It may still be unknown outside the Vatican, but the Archbishop had an audience with the Emperor late last night.
How could you commit such a fantastic folly, Rudy? What hope is there now for any of us?
There is always hope, Countess. How much depends on His Holiness.
You think the answer might be favorable?
Don't go on deceiving yourself, believing only what you wish to believe. You must know by now that there is not the slightest chance of having your marriage annulled.
But you spoke of hope. If there is none for me, for whom do you harbor any?
For the millions who are looking to you, Rudy.
Oh, nothing can save this hotchpotch empire from slowly choking to death. If I am to be denied all the opportunities of personal happiness, the empire's millions can go hang.
How adult are you? Does self-pity carry you to the length of demanding a revolution in order that you may marry a mistress? Is that the man we have risked our lives for?
You ask too much, Maurice. More than my father.
I must make a voluntary retraction, Rudy. Then there will be no whisper of this in public. The Emperor himself will suppress it.
That would be tantamount to never seeing Mary again.
Yes, it would mean that.
By what right do you demand this?
Because of all that we had planned, Rudy. Does falling in love do that to a man? Heaven help your mediocrity, Rudy. Peasants have turned their backs on their personal happiness for the chance of benefiting a small community. Yet you shrink from a sacrifice that could save Europe. You are all we Austrians have left to unshackle us from the Prussian juggernaut. Without you, Bismarck will move from conquest to conquest, dragging our country behind him like a lead, toothless bear. But you have betrayed us because of the smile on a woman's lips.
God, you filthy tongue, you swine! Another word and I'll kill you!
The Emperor!
Father, I have issued instructions that we are not to be disturbed. Your visitors have permission to leave us.
Please, go now, Countess. Herr Sheps.
Come, Herr Sheps.
I see from this telegram that you are well served by your private news service, Rudolph. But perhaps you are not quite abreast of developments. I have come here to remedy any deficiency. I, too, carry written information. Strangely enough, mine is also from Rome. Come over here, you bungling, moonstruck fool. Read it. A reply from His Holiness. It was handed to me last night by the Archbishop.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So you could break faith with wife Family, church, emperor, and empire at a single stroke of the pen. And yet you gave me your pledge to finish with this woman.
I gave no such pledge.
It would be profitless to argue that. You refuse even now?
I know that I should never have the strength to honor such a pledge, Your Majesty.
I think we shall find you the necessary strength, Rudolph. It is here, in these papers. A speech in the Hungarian Parliament, claiming a crown prince as the champion of Hungarian autonomy.
Your Majesty, you cannot blackmail me with the utterances of an irresponsible politician.
Look closely, Rudy. Letters with your signature. Enough to convict even a crown prince of high treason. You think I would hesitate to bring my own son to trial? Well, you're right, Rudy. I couldn't, much as you deserve it. But the others...
Others?
Shepps and all your other fine, studious friends.
Oh, no. They had no hand in this, not one.
My agents have proof, Rudy. They could be punished severely. And so, of course, could the lady who seems to have driven you to madness.
It would be more just to accept my renunciation of the succession here and now. If I abdicate...
Abdicate? You cannot abdicate, Rudy. You are a Habsburg and an only son of a reigning monarch. The throne will be waiting for you when this baroness is a memory. Come, my boy. Own yourself beaten.
What will happen to Mary?
Oh, what becomes of all young women when they descend from their turret in the clouds? A suitable husband will be found for her.
And all the men who trusted me?
I admire loyalty, Rudy. Nothing shall be said or done about any of them. Is it agreed, then?
Perhaps. But if there is to be the long night ahead, is it not possible that you could give me something to occupy my mind? Could I not begin to train as your successor?
Oh, what am I but a high-grade civil servant? For you there is always more important work, Rudy. For you there is the reorganization of the army. Just ring for Loshek, please, my boy. Thank you. We have no need of these papers now. There. They can be burnt later. Loshek, inform Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess that His Imperial Highness is at liberty to receive her now.
Yes, Your Majesty. Stephanie's here?
Yes.
Haven't you demanded enough for one day?
I gave her my promise that I would witness the reconciliation, Rudy. There is your sister's engagement party tomorrow and the official birthday party in honor of the German Emperor on the 29th. You will, of course, attend both. But it would avert the spread of scandal if you and your wife could exchange a few polite remarks over the table. I will endeavor to give you suitable openings.
I hardly think the Crown Princess will require them, Your Majesty.
You're probably right. And perhaps I can rely on you to assist in steering her away from unsuitable topics. At the last family dinner, she regaled us all with unsolicited observations on the inherited taint of insanity amongst the Habsburgs.
Your Imperial Majesty.
The Crown Prince and I have lately come to a certain understanding concerning the matter on which you sought my advice, Your Highness. It is my desire that you will do your utmost in the future to reconcile the Crown Prince to the decision mutually arrived at.
Your Majesty will not forget that I am the injured party in this dispute.
There is no question of a dispute, Your Highness. All that is needed is a mature sense of values on his part and a modicum of tact and sympathy on yours.
But, Your Majesty...
That is all, Stephanie. The matter is now closed.
I will ring for Loshek to conduct Your Majesty to the anteroom.
Don't trouble yourself, Rudy. I arrived unannounced, and I intend to leave unannounced. This is the first time in my reign that I have made an informal call on a member of the Imperial House. It makes me very happy to reflect. That is also the last.
It's just as I supposed. They addressed me as though our relationship had foundered through fault of mine. It's clear to me that I'm the victim of a family conspiracy. A conspiracy aimed at humiliating me, because the House of Coburg cannot boast the quarterings of the House of Habsburg. Well, and suppose that is true. Is it not equally true that our blood is healthier and more virile, free from the taint of... Rudolph, put that drink down and listen to me. Not even a bourgeois has such a lack of consideration for the rules of common politeness. Rudolph? You dare touch me?
No, madame. Have no fear on that score. We are reconciled by imperial decree, And you may unlock that bedroom door, madame. We shall smile and nod and perhaps even talk. But we will not touch one another. The Crown Princess does not like to be touched. Not even by the Crown Prince.
How dare you? How dare you?
That is your cue, madame. After the torrent of words, the cataract of tears. Well, Loshek, I expected you back from Vienna an hour ago.
I had great difficulty in getting here from the station, Your Highness. The road surface up here to Meyerling is very treacherous.
Oh, come by the fire and warm yourself. You look half frozen. Did you deliver the letter to the Baroness personally?
It was impossible, Your Highness. The Baroness is not in Vienna.
What nonsense is this?
It's quite true. She has been missing since early this afternoon. It would appear that she left her home with the Countess Marie Lariche to go shopping about midday. The ladies left their carriage outside Rudex in the Kohlmarkt, and whilst they were making purchases, the Baroness made an excuse to return to the carriage.
Go on.
When the Countess Lariche went out, the Baroness was not there. The coachman stated that he'd not seen her.
This is fantastic. What do they imagine happened to her? Oh, come now, Loshek. You must tell me everything, you know, everything. You understand?
The Baroness's mother and uncles suspect Your Highness of abduction.
Are they mad enough to suppose I'd kidnap her against her will?
They have reported the circumstances to the police. I understand they actually named Your Highness as a possible abductor.
Loshek, I may have to go on a journey alone. In the event of my not returning, there are certain services I wish you to perform for me. Now listen to me carefully. As soon as it is light, I want you to return to Vienna and find my coachman. He is to go...
He is already here, Your Highness.
Here? At Meyerling?
I saw him rubbing the horses down outside the stables. He was whistling.
Whistling? No, Loshek, no. Was he alone?
His carriage was empty, Your Highness. Possibly a guest... Your Highness doesn't imagine that the Baroness...
Oh, who knows? I'm surrounded by enemies on every side. If it can be demonstrated to the Emperor that I've broken my word within 24 hours of giving it, they would exterminate the whole family.
But, Your Highness...
The coachman could have been bribed to kidnap the Baroness and drive her here to discredit my pledge. Send him to me at once, will you?
Wait, see. The coachman brought me here because I asked him to.
You may go, Loshek.
Yes, Your Highness.
I wasn't expecting you, Mary.
That much is very apparent, Rudy.
You'd better take off your cape and boots and warm your feet by the fire. Later you must go back to Vienna.
No, I will not go back.
Mary, it is more than a week since we met, and so much has happened that you do not know about.
I think I know all that is necessary for me to know, Rudy.
That is not possible, Mary. I wrote you a long letter. I sent Loshek with it, but he wasn't able to find you.
My mother and I received a personal visit from the secretary of the Archbishop. He gave us certain advice. He told us that as a family we would find the climate of the Riviera milder than Vienna. For me, there were more immediate proposals.
A marriage?
To be made public within 24 hours.
I have given the Emperor my word, Mary, never to see you again. I surrendered only because there was no possible alternative. I want you to understand that quite clearly. No possible alternative. There were too many people involved, quite innocent people. Did you come here because you could not believe that I had made the renunciation voluntary?
No, Rudy. I came because in spite of everything, I think you need me.
I need nobody now, Mary. I'm sorry, but you must leave Meyerling in the morning and return to Vienna. I made certain plans following my decision.
What was your plan, Rudy?
It is in the letter I wrote to you. Loshek will bring it to you later.
And then I will understand everything.
I pray heaven you will, Mary.
I think I understand now, Rudy, without reading the letter. This is your plan, isn't it?
Put that pistol down, Mary. Put it down. I thought I'd left it in my desk.
So I guessed correctly. Oh, Rudy, it would have been a cruel and cowardly thing to do this alone. We exchanged so many pledges, all the customary pacts of lovers, the small change of romance, and then for us the additional promises necessary, because the road we had to travel was steeper than most. All this. Yet you could escape alone and write me a letter, like a merchant sending in an account.
I tell you there was no other way, Mary. There was already a pistol pointing at you. It's still pointing, Mary.
Do you suppose I am much afraid of pistols? Where there is no hope, there is no fear.
There is hope for you. You are young and you are free, as I have never been free, never for a single moment.
I surrendered that freedom when I began to love you, Rudy.
Oh, do you want to make me a murderer as well as a self-destroyer?
It would have been more chivalrous than escaping alone. What did you think would become of me?
I have arranged for you to go to England. I have good friends there. They will look after you.
So you have everything neatly arranged. But there's one thing you've not allowed for. I'm going to have your child, Rudy.
Child?
Well, is it as surprising as all that?
Oh, but how long? When?
It was to have been in May.
Oh, my darling. Mary, my darling. Was to have been? Was, you said?
You have impressed upon me that there is now no hope.
Oh, there is more than hope, Mary. There is certainty. You have always said I am a slave to my heritage. My true heritage is with you now. And our son.
Son. But of course, for a Habsburg, it must always be male.
I know it is a son.
Well, son or daughter, what difference can it make now? We will stay together, Rudy, until they come for me. I am grateful that I've had the chance to tell you.
Stay here. Oh, no. No, we shall start immediately for Hungary. That shall be our go. The coachman is here. We can leave at once.
Rudy.
Well, we could be stopped at the external frontier, and there would be questions, telegraph wires buzzing, but in Hungary it will be simple. Oh, I assure you, Mary, it is possible. We have a good chance.
Well, not tonight, Rudy. It will only weaken our chances to travel in this weather and on these roads by night. Perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, you're right, Mary. Yes, you're tired and not fit to undertake a long journey without rest. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I will make the arrangements. Come in. Yes, Leszek?
Some strangers called, Your Highness, and asked for accommodation soon after the Baroness's arrival. A stranded hunting party, I believe.
What did you tell them?
That this isn't an hotel, Your Highness.
Quite right, Leszek. Tell the coachman to be ready to leave at 6 in the morning. We're going to Budapest. You will accompany us, Leszek. Pack lightly for us both.
Yes, Your Highness.
And ask the coachman to whistle, Leszek.
Certainly, madam.
You shouldn't have asked him for a concert, Mary. We have less than 6 hours, and you must sleep. What will you call our son, Mary?
What would I call him but Rudy?
Rudolph is an unlucky name. All Rudolphs have been unlucky.
Not all Rudolphs.
No. No. Now that I have you, I am lucky. You can lay a hand on a man's cheek and at a single touch light up the dark corners of his life and make each of them a place of joy and repose. You can join your soft mouth to his and transmit to him the power to challenge a universe in arms against him. You can make a life denied you black beyond the blackness of despair. Oh, this boy of ours, with you, his mother, he will not have to discover these things for himself, Mary. He will walk in sunshine from the beginning. Loshek will be bringing coffee shortly, Mary. I'll take the luggage down. I'm going to see the coachman now. Wrap up warmly. Oh, I beg pardon, madame. I thought the room was empty. I brought your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Don't go, Loshek. I want to talk to you. The Crown Prince has gone down to the stables.
His Highness would appear to be in excellent spirits this morning.
Yes. Tell me, Loshek, is it me or this syringe I've just found on His Highness's desk? I'm sorry, Loshek, but today there are things you must tell me. How important has it become to him? Please tell me for all our sakes.
It had become not to be important, madame. As long as you were with His Highness, he had no need of it. When you ceased to come, he returned to it, Baroness.
This flight, this escape to Hungary that he's planning, is it really possible? Is it? Isn't it just a product of this syringe?
Perhaps not entirely, madame. Perhaps some of it is the confidence he derives from your presence.
And that party of strangers who called for accommodation last night, they weren't really stranded hunters, were they, Loshek?
No, madame.
Secret police?
The building is now under observation from all sides.
You've not mentioned this to the Crown Prince?
He wouldn't believe it if I did, madame. We should have to wait until the gentlemen of Vienna actually presented themselves.
One more thing, Loshek. If you were in my position, would you drive out and wait for them to stop our carriage and separate us by force? Or would you remain here and let them move in their own good time?
One has to decide which course is the more dignified, madame.
Thank you, Loshek. There is something I must do in the bedroom.
Shall I take the coffee there for you, madame?
No, thank you. Leave it on the table for the Crown Prince. And thank you again, Loshek. You have been kind and understanding from the beginning.
Thank you, madame. I'll take this luggage and come back later for your valise.
Now, where did Rudy leave it? Ah, yes. Yes, here it is.
It's very cold outside, Mary. I've given the coachman some brandy so he'll whistle well for you. I told him it was a wedding journey. Mary! Hey, come, your coffee's getting cold. Mary. Mary, do you know... Mary.
Oh, no. The coachman has reported that everything is now ready for departure, Your Highness. There is one more bag to go down, sir. May I go through to the bedroom and collect Madame's valise, Your Highness?
No. Go to your quarters, Loshek. I'll ring if I need you.
Yes, Your Highness.
The coachman is whistling. You cannot hear him, Mary. But he is whistling for us as we go together on our last journey.
In tonight's presentation of The Mayerling Affair, you heard the parts of Prince Rudolph and Mary, played by Dennis Folbig and Valerie Miller. As the Emperor Franz Joseph, you heard Harold Freed, and Stephanie was played by Maureen Adair. Others in the cast were John Templar, Shirley Malem, Roger Service, and Beverly Gower. The Mailing Affair was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm happy you could join us. I must tell you something about myself, which perhaps you already know. Now and then, I succumb to a temptation which is as futile as it is irresistible. I ask for an answer to a question to which there is no answer, never has been, and may never be. Yet the question stands and stays, patiently awaiting the answer that will let it retire. So now, I ask you, what is truth? Our mystery drama, Guilty, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Jack Grimes and Ann Petoniak. It is sponsored in part by the Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Kenneth Case is 39 years old. He lives in his mother's house on one of the tree-shaded streets of a pleasant suburb, and he teaches philosophy at the State University. He's not handsome, but he has a genial look about him. He's not brilliant, but neither is he stupid, and most people enjoy his company. His means are modest, but so are his wants, and he has tenure in his job. The life of Kenneth Case has been placid and fairly free of stress until this moment.
All right, hands at your sides, and look straight ahead.
Take your time.
That's him.
Please.
It's the third from the left.
Please keep your voice down.
I'd know him anywhere. That's him.
Mother? Mother?
I'll be right down, Kenny.
Oh, okay, take your time. Gonna make myself a drink.
I meant to be at the station house, but
that's all right.
I had to finish up with the lawyers. It's not so easy to take out a second mortgage. I never thought I'd have to...
You make out all right?
Well, of course. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Well, that's right.
I don't suppose you made a drink for me.
I'm sorry. I didn't know you
That's
wanted...
all right. I'll make it myself. I need one as much as you do.
I doubt that.
Well, almost. Isn't $15,000 kind of a high bail?
Oh, I have no idea.
Well, it seems awfully high to me. They know you're not going to run off someplace.
I've never known how they decide what bail to set. I've never thought too much about it. I never thought it would concern me. Even now, I can't believe it has anything to do with me.
You want a little snack or something to go with your drinks?
No, thanks.
It was that woman's identification that did it.
Oh, I don't mean the identification. I stopped believing any of it long before they put me in the lineup. By the time I'd gotten that far, I was starting to think the whole thing was a joke.
A joke?
A comedy of errors.
Well, it is.
And when that detective showed up, I just thought he was, just here to ask questions. Did I know Mrs. Malloy? Had I seen her that day? Et cetera, et cetera. When he said, I'm going to have to ask you to come with me, Mr. Case, I think I laughed. I don't remember exactly, but I actually think I laughed. That's when it started to be unreal. Something out of another world, another life. Not my world, not my life. I think when she screamed out, that's him, I don't think I really laughed out loud, but I wanted to. Inside I could feel a little kind of giggle.
Oh, I hope you didn't actually laugh.
Well, what's the difference? The whole thing is a craziness. This woman, this total stranger, says a man 5'9" with a blonde mustache and a black briefcase, knocked at my door. When I opened it, he grabbed me by the neck and he tried to choke me. After that, he knocked me down and raped me. He took my jewelry and he ran. I read it all in the paper. No particular reason, except that I know the house she lives in. I pass it every day on my way to the university and again on my way home. That gave me some kind of special interest, I guess, just knowing the house. But then I forgot about it. Completely forgot till Detective Stein showed up and, well, you know.
The woman's crazy.
No, she isn't necessarily crazy. She's just mistaken.
She's crazy.
She said from the start the man was about 40. Blonde mustache, brown suit.
Or a liar.
Then she sees me. Blonde mustache, brown suit, about 40, and she says, that's my man. She wasn't necessarily lying. In fact, I'm sure she thinks she was telling the truth. Only she wasn't. She made a mistake. She was wrong.
They'll find out she's lying.
Not lying. Just wrong.
Whatever.
I saw her a couple of times.
You did? Don't tell them that.
Yeah, on my way to work, she was on the porch. I never even spoke to her. There was no reason to.
What does she look like?
Oh, about your age, I guess.
Is she pretty?
Yeah, I don't know. Nice looking. Near as I remember, hair cut short. Yeah, I remember that because you just had yours cut short, so I sort of noticed.
Well, what I can't figure out is why you. What does she have against you?
She made a mistake, that's all.
She lied.
No, she didn't.
Well, she certainly didn't tell the truth.
No, she certainly didn't. Only how am I going to prove that?
Make her take a lie detector test.
A what?
A lie detector test. Why not?
Well, she believes she's telling the truth, only I know she isn't. Mother, I think you've given me an idea.
I have.
I'm going down to the station house. I can just make it if I hurry.
What for?
I want to talk to Lieutenant Stein.
Come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Case.
Lieutenant?
Didn't expect you back so soon.
No, I guess you didn't.
Well, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what can we do for you?
I want to take a lie detector test. That identification by Mrs. Malloy shook me up, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm.
She sounded so positive, and she's so wrong.
The lie detector readings are not admissible in court, you know that.
Yeah, yes, I know that. It's about the only thing I do know about them. But it's hanging over my head, that this thing. I don't mind telling it that it's not pleasant.
I don't imagine it is.
I may have to go to a trial.
You will?
Unless you find out who really did it before then.
Well, we're still looking.
Well, that's good. But in the meantime, even if it doesn't help me in court, if it comes to that, it would help me to prove my innocence.
Who do you think you're proving it to?
I don't know exactly. To myself? That's silly. I already know. To you, maybe? I'd like to feel you're on my side.
I'm on nobody's side. I'm just a detective.
Yeah, but... Well, let's just say I'd like to take the test.
Well, if you want to.
I do.
Janet, get me Dr. Knapp at the hospital, will you? Thanks.
A doctor, huh? Well, I didn't know doctors ran these things.
Well, any qualified person can do it. Dr. Knapp happens to be the polygrapher we use when there's any occasion, which isn't too often.
Well, I'm sort of looking forward to it.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Knapp, thank you. This is Lieutenant Stein. Can you run a polygraph for me? Well, anytime, I guess. Now, hold on, please. You in a hurry, Mr. Case?
Well, yes.
As soon as possible, Doctor. This afternoon, 4:30. Fine. See you, Doc. All set.
4:30?
Right.
Where do I go? To the hospital or where?
How about right here?
Well, is that possible?
Easiest thing in the world.
Well, all right then. Fine. I'll go home and tell my mother, and I'll come back here at 4:30. Gee whiz.
What's the matter?
Well, nothing's the matter. I just didn't know it'd be so simple. Look, would you be here later when I come back?
Oh, sure, I'll be here. I have to give the doctor the list of questions.
Oh, you make up the questions, not the doctor.
I'm the only one who knows what to ask.
Yes, right. The doctor doesn't know me at all. Well, thank you, Lieutenant, for everything.
Not at all.
I'll see you at 4:30.
Right.
You know, I'm beginning to feel better. It's a question of doing something, I guess, not just sitting and waiting. I'll see you later, Lieutenant. Am I early?
Just a couple of minutes. How are you, Mr. Case?
Well, all right, I think. I'm kind of looking forward to this. I guess because I know I'm not guilty of anything. It'd be nice if everybody believed me, but they don't, so I guess I want a machine to sort of stick up for me. Crazy.
Oh, I don't know.
Is that it?
The polygraph? Yeah, that's it.
It's small, isn't it?
How big did you expect it to be?
I don't know what I expected. I don't even know what I expect now. I just know I didn't do anything wrong.
I know. Now, that must be the doctor. Hi, Doc.
Hello, Lieutenant.
This is Mr. Case. Dr. Knapp, Mr. Case.
Mr. Case?
Oh, I was just saying, Lieutenant, here, that I wasn't sure what I expected from this test. And one of the things I didn't expect was that you'd be a woman.
I'm also a qualified polygrapher.
Well, I didn't mean... Life is full of surprises.
Are we ready?
Okay to start, Mr. Case?
Oh, sure, yeah, sure.
If you'll be so good as to step over here, Mr. Case.
All right.
Now, this is the machine.
Yeah, the lieutenant told me.
That's your chair. This is my chair.
Mm-hmm.
Will you please remove your jacket and take your place in the chair?
Yeah, sure.
Sit down, Mr. Case.
Okay.
Relax. That's better. May I have your right hand, please?
Right hand? Sure.
This is nothing but an abrasive salve I'm rubbing into your palm. Similar to those used for making contact in electrocardiogram.
Uh-huh.
Now, I'm going to fasten the disc. Tell me if it's too tight.
No, it's okay.
Your left arm now, please.
All right.
This is a rubber sleeve I'm putting around your bicep, much like the one used for taking blood pressure. Too tight?
Maybe a little.
There. Better?
Yes, thanks.
This thing that looks like a rubber accordion, it goes around your chest. Will you lean forward a little, please?
All right.
There. That's all. Are you comfortable, Mr. Case?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Well, you're now connected to the machine, and the machine is connected to you.
Mm-hmm.
The disc in your palm registers pulse beat. The band in your arm, pressure of blood.
All right.
The band around your chest measures your breathing. That's all there is to the machine. Simple, isn't it?
Will it also make coffee?
Not this model. You have the questions, Lieutenant?
Yeah, right here.
These are the questions I'm going to ask you. Each question has its corresponding number on the tape. They're synchronized. If there should be a long silence at any time, don't worry. I'm only waiting for the next number to come up. You answer with yes or no.
What?
The questions are designed to be answered that way. Understand?
No.
Mr. Case.
What kind of a game are you trying to run on me?
Game?
Well, there's hardly a question in the world that can be answered yes or no.
Mr. Case, you're disturbing the wires.
Any question worth asking can't be answered yes or no.
Mr. Case, you asked for this test.
I know I did.
The polygraph has to have yes or no answers, or it won't work at all. Believe me.
Okay, I believe you.
Now, try not to move, please. And answer the questions in a low and uniform tone of voice. Ready?
Ready.
Is your name Kenneth Case?
Yes.
Were you born in the United States?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
Are you a professor of philosophy?
Men and machines. Machines and men. If our age is distinguished by anything, it is man's devotion to the machine. There is almost nothing we have not invented a machine to do for us. From washing our clothes to killing our enemies, we worship the machine. It has taken over our lives. The day may come when it will take over us. And in simple self-defense, we will turn ourselves into machines. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Kenneth Case, age 39, professor of philosophy at the State University, lives with his mother in a suburban town. The tenor of his life was interrupted when he was taken into custody on suspicion of assault, rape, and robbery. The victim was a Mrs. Malloy, who stridently identified Kenneth's case as a criminal. At his own request, he has been granted a lie detector test, and the test is in progress.
Do you have a dark blue suit in your wardrobe?
Yes.
Do you have a brown suit in your wardrobe?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a woman named Frances Malloy?
Yes.
Have you ever spoken with Mrs. Malloy?
No.
Do you shave with an electric razor?
No.
Are you aware that Mrs. Malloy was assaulted in her home?
Yes.
Are you married?
No.
Do you pass by Mrs. Malloy's home on your way to work?
Yes.
Do you pass Mrs. Malloy's house on your way home from work?
Yes.
Did you see Mrs. Malloy on Monday evening, June the 3rd?
No.
Did you see her on the morning of June the 4th?
No.
Have you ever thought of starting a conversation with Mrs. Malloy?
Yes.
Have you ever started such a conversation?
No.
Do you live at number 114 Forest Avenue?
Yes.
Does your mother also live at this address?
Yes.
Do you have a checking account?
No.
Do you have a savings account?
Yes.
Is it a joint account with your mother?
No.
On June 3rd, did you assault Mrs. Malloy?
No!
Now, please, Mr. Case, I asked you not to move and to keep your replies as close to a monotone as possible.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to have to adjust the machine.
Glass of water, Mr. Case?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Do you own a radio?
Yes.
Do you own a record player?
Mother? Mother?
I'll be right down, Kenny.
I'm going to make myself a drink. You want one?
Please. Well, how was it?
Not too bad.
You mean it?
Well, at first it wasn't quite what I expected. To start with, the polygrapher, which is what they call people who give these tests, turned out to be a lady doctor.
A lady?
Well, she works at the county hospital. Polygraph, sort of an outside activity, I gather.
Did she tell you that?
Well, no, I just guessed.
How old?
What?
How old is the lady doctor?
Yeah, I don't know. Around my age, I guess. Maybe younger. I didn't get around to asking her age.
Now, don't be sarcastic, Kenny.
Sorry.
Dorothy called while you were down there.
Oh, well, what you want?
Just to know how you were and how you're bearing up, etc.
She want me to call her back?
Well, I can't remember if she said to call her back or if she didn't.
I'll call her back anyway.
Finish your drink first.
Yeah.
Are you serious about Dorothy?
Well, I like Dorothy. You know that.
Well, of course I know that. I asked you, are you serious?
I don't think I'm serious about Dorothy.
Does she know that?
I think so.
You just think so?
I know so.
You've told her?
Don't worry, Mother. She knows.
I wasn't worried. Why don't you call her back? She sounded genuinely worried.
I think I'll have another drink first.
I think I will, too.
Okay.
You know, Kenny, I'm glad you're not serious about Dorothy.
Well, you are?
Well, she's too young for you.
Here's your drink.
Thank you, honey.
I don't need your permission to get married, you know.
Well, whoever said you did?
Well, the way you talk.
Well, it doesn't hurt to talk about it, does it? I mean, you waited this long to get married. I should think you'd want to be sure it's the right girl.
I do?
Well, all right, then. Now, take that girl you met on the Caribbean cruise. You almost married her.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did. I remember it very well. What was her name? She had a long, skinny face, looked like a horse.
Christine.
Now, that would have been a mistake to marry her. Now, you know that. There was something not really feminine about that girl, that Christine, don't you think?
Oh, I thought she was very feminine.
Well, it's a matter of opinion, I guess. Anyway, it didn't take you long to get rid of her.
Look, Mother, I was feeling pretty good when I came home. Now I'm starting to feel lousy. Can't we talk about something besides my old girlfriends?
Well, what do you want to talk about?
I don't know, anything.
Why don't you call up Dorothy?
Later. I'll call her later.
I like Dorothy.
Well, I never knew that.
Well, I think she's very nice and attractive looking. Don't you think?
Well, I guess so.
Not like that awful, what's her name that you were so gone on last year?
What awful, what's her name?
You know the one, that fat blonde, that divorcee?
Myra Stanton?
That's the one, Myra. She was years older than you.
She was exactly my age.
She was. Well, she looked years older and fat. Now, Dorothy isn't fat.
All right. We've established that much. Dorothy isn't fat. Now, can we go on and talk about something else? Like, well, what's for dinner?
Leftovers?
Oh. Maybe we should go out.
What for?
I don't know. I feel like... I don't know, sort of celebrating.
Celebrating what?
Yeah, well, it may sound silly, but celebrating my lie detector test.
What kind of a thing is that to celebrate? Taking a lie detector test like a common criminal.
Do you want to go out for dinner or don't you?
No, I don't. I went to a lot of trouble to dress up those leftovers, and I want to eat home.
Okay, maybe I'll see if Dorothy wants to have dinner with me.
Honey, don't do that. I'll go out for dinner. I didn't realize it meant that much to you.
Well, for some crazy reason, it does.
Look, I'll go up and change. And it won't take a minute.
Okay.
You make yourself another drink, and I'll be right down.
Okay.
I'll wear my blue lace.
I'll get it. Yes, hello.
Is Mr. Case there?
This is Mr. Case.
Mr. Case, Lieutenant Stein.
Oh, yeah, Lieutenant.
I thought you might be worried about the polygraph.
Well, I'm interested, naturally.
I'm not sure I ought to be doing this, but I figured, it's your test. You asked for it. You paid for it.
That's right.
I hope you're prepared for this, Mr. Case.
For what? What are you talking about?
Well, Dr. Knapp just handed me the analysis, and I'm sorry to have to tell you this.
Tell me what?
The analysis seems to indicate that you're guilty, Mr. Case.
That I'm what?
Guilty.
That's impossible.
That's what the analysis says.
It's simply impossible.
Yeah, well, I thought I'd tell you.
Thank you.
Now, don't let it get you down. Polygraphs aren't admissible.
Well, I'm all ready. How do I look? Was that Dorothy on the phone?
It was Lieutenant Stein.
What did he want?
He wanted to give me the result of the polygraph.
Oh?
The machine says I'm guilty.
But I didn't do it, the man cries out. Even as a little boy, he must have cried out to his mother or his father, I didn't do it. Parents are ready to be persuaded or convinced. But what can the man expect from the machine? The silent, implacable machine. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Kenneth Case, under suspicion of assault, rape, and robbery, has asked and been allowed to take a lie detector test. Knowing his own innocence, he has returned to the house he shares with his mother, only to receive a phone call from Lieutenant Stein informing him that an analysis of the test results indicate he is guilty. This information Kenneth Case has just passed on to his mother.
The lie detector says you're guilty. How can that be?
I don't know. It seems after they've asked all their questions and your answers have made marks on a chart, blood pressure, heartbeat, respiration, they take this chart and they analyze it.
And this chart, those little marks, make out that you're guilty?
So it seems.
Well, how can that be?
Mother, I don't know.
Well, you were the one asked to take the test. You even paid to take it. Now, would you do that if you were guilty?
Maybe they figure I thought I was good enough a liar to get away with it.
Well, why did you ever ask to take it?
Because I wanted to clear myself, Mother.
But they don't allow those things in court, you said.
I know that, but I... Look, Mother, let's not get into all that now. Do you mind?
They trapped you.
No, they didn't. Why would they?
Well, that Dr.
doctor trapped you, that lady doctor.
It was a perfectly legitimate test.
Well, then why did it come out the way it did?
I don't know. Now, let's just drop the subject.
I don't suppose we'll be going out to dinner.
No, I don't suppose we will.
Well, I guess I'll go upstairs and take this dress off.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll be down shortly and heat up those leftovers. Okay?
Okay.
Now, Kenny, try not to brood about this thing, will you?
Yeah, I'll try.
Now, it's spilt milk, that's all. They can't use the test against you in court. Not that I think you'll ever have to go to court.
Mother, go up and change your dress, huh?
Okay. I won't be more than a couple of minutes.
Take your time. I'm not hungry.
Kenny, get that, will you?
Yeah, all right.
Mr. Case?
What? It's Dr. Knapp, isn't it?
Yes. Did Detective Stein call you?
Yeah, a few minutes ago.
Oh, he said he was going to.
Yeah, well, he did.
I imagine you're upset.
You would imagine, rightly.
Mr. Case, may I come in and talk to you?
What about?
The test.
What's there to say?
Well, quite a lot, really. Anyway, I have a lot to say. Please, let me come in.
Okay, come on in.
Thank you. This is very unprofessional, what I'm doing.
Oh, is it?
It's absolutely forbidden to contact anyone we've given the test to. I've never done it before, and I won't be doing it again.
Look, I was just about to make myself a drink. May I make you one, Dr. Knapp?
No, I don't care for a drink, thank you.
Well, I guess I won't have one either. You were saying you aren't supposed to contact people you give the test to.
I said I'm not supposed to. I never have, and I won't be doing it again because I'm giving the whole thing up.
Oh?
After I got my MD, I decided to do some more studying, to become an analyst.
A psychoanalyst?
Yes. It meant a lot more schooling. And there's my training analysis to pay for. And I was a little short of money. By that, I mean I didn't have any. So one of the things I did to get my hands on some was to learn how to give lie detector tests. The more I learned through psychoanalysis, the less I liked lie detector tests.
Oh, well, why is that?
I suppose you know what unconscious guilt is. Or do you?
I can't say that I do. I know people are always saying you know something unconsciously. I have heard people say that. I guess that means that you know something, but you don't know that you know it or something.
Well, people do say that. And they are profoundly wrong.
Oh?
It's not possible to know something unconsciously because knowing is a property of the conscious mind.
Yeah, well...
It's impossible to know anything unconsciously. As soon as you know it, it's conscious. Are you with me?
I can't really say I am.
But it's possible to feel unconscious guilt. In fact, most of the guilt we feel is unconscious. What we feel consciously is more like uneasiness.
You sure you don't want a drink?
No, thank you.
Yeah, I think I do.
It's a kind of pervasive discomfort. It accounts for a lot of our feelings of inadequacy, inferiority, and so on.
Cheers.
Oh, dear, I've done it again.
Done what?
Tried to explain something to someone who wasn't ready to listen.
I was listening.
Yes, but I'm sorry. It was very wrong of me.
I'm sure you were just trying to help me out.
I'm afraid I haven't succeeded.
Well, it was nice of you to try.
I'd hope to explain to you how unconscious guilt can and does affect us all.
It's all beyond me. I'm sorry.
I'd better be going. Look, If you're still upset about the polygraph...
Oh, I'll get over it.
Yes, but if you should want to talk some more about it...
I'm hoping he'll catch the real criminal pretty soon. Lieutenant Stein says they're still looking.
In the meantime, if you want to talk to me, call me at the county hospital. Anytime. Will you?
Oh, I didn't know we had company.
Mother, this is Dr. Knapp.
Mrs. Case?
Dr. Knapp gave me the test. She dropped around.
You're responsible for the whole thing.
Oh, no.
Doctor, you'd better go.
Oh, I don't want her.
Do you know what you've done to my boy?
Come on.
Try to explain to her, will you?
I will. I will.
And call me if you want to talk.
I will. And thanks very, very much. You didn't have to be so rude, Mother.
Oh, she had some nerve coming here.
She was trying to be helpful.
She did the damage. Now she wants to help. You didn't eat very much.
Not hungry.
Where are you going?
I'm going to call Dr. Knapp.
The woman who was here?
Well, she said I could if I wanted to.
The woman who gave you the test?
That's right. Now, here's the number.
The woman who ruined you.
Oh, Mother, please.
Well, she did.
In the first place, I'm not ruined. In the second place, forget it. County hospital? Yeah, I wonder if I might speak with Dr. Knapp, please. She said I could reach her there.
Gave you her number?
Yes, thank you.
Well, what does she do that for?
She said if I wanted to talk to her, I could.
Dr. Knapp here.
Oh, Dr. Knapp, this is Kenneth Case. From this afternoon?
Oh, yes, Mr. Case.
You said I could call you if I wanted to talk to you, and I do want to, so I'm calling you.
You want to talk now?
What? Not on the phone.
Can you come to the hospital?
Yes, I can.
You have a car?
Well, my mother does. I can borrow it.
Well, then, go to the admissions desk on the main floor, and they'll put me on page.
Thanks very much. I'll be there in 20 minutes or so.
Fine.
I'll see you. Mother, okay to borrow the car?
You're not actually going to drive clear across town to see that woman.
Yes, I actually am. Where are the car keys?
I swear she's got some kind of hold over you.
Come on, where are the car keys?
I am not going to give you the keys. I am not going to have you running off to that woman.
Mother.
The woman who ruined you.
I just want to talk to her.
Stay here. Talk to me. Why do you want to talk to her?
Because she understands about lie detector tests.
She certainly does. She knows just how to make them come out.
Look, Mother, it's not like that, please. Now, give me the keys.
No, I will not. You are not going to talk to that woman.
You mean you won't let me take the car?
No, I will not.
I don't believe it.
You're always running off to some woman. The minute anything happens, you're off somewhere to be with some woman.
Mother, you don't know what you're saying.
Yes, I do. It's been one woman after another all your life. Dorothy, Myrtle, Christine, and Mila. And I can't remember all their names.
Mother, give me the car, please.
Now it's this woman doctor. How long will she last? A few months, then it'll be somebody else. You're like an animal, always sniffing around. You're disgusting. You disgust me.
Give me those keys. I'm asking you for the last time.
I'm not going to give you any keys of mine so you can go sniffing around that lady doctor. No, sirree.
All right, I'll take a cab.
No, you won't. You won't take any cab. Not while I'm alive, you won't.
Get away from that door, Mother.
I'll stand here till hell freezes over before I let you go rushing off to that woman.
Mother, get away from the door.
Never. I'm never going to let you be an animal anymore.
Mother! Stop it, damn it. You hear me? You stop it!
Kitty, let go.
Kitty, this cow gave me.
Oh, Lord. No, Mother, oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, Mother.
I'm sorry, Mother.
How could you?
Are you all right?
I think so.
Come on, sit down over here. Come on. Oh, would you rather lie down?
You go on and see your doctor friend. The keys to the car are in my purse.
No, I'm not going to leave you. I'll phone her and tell her I can't make it. Do you want a doctor?
No, honey, I don't want anything.
Yeah, well, hello. Could you locate Dr. Marion Knapp for me?
Maybe Maybe you should keep your appointment.
That's not important.
What'd you want to see her for?
She told me some things when she was here, and I wanted
Dr. Knapp here.
Dr. Knapp, this is Kenneth Case.
Oh, yes.
I won't be able to get over to the hospital.
Oh, something happened?
Yes, something happened. Quite a lot.
Are you all right, Mr. Case?
I think so. I mean, yes, I'm all right.
Well,
maybe I'll call you in the morning. Would that be all right with you?
Of course it would.
I'm not sure. My mother's. I mean, I can't be absolutely definite about it.
You don't have to be.
Thank you. I'll call you in the morning, Dr. Knapp.
I'll count on hearing from
Yes.
you. Don't forget that. I'm counting on hearing from you.
I won't forget. Goodbye, Doctor.
Did you reach her?
I just got through talking to her.
Kenny, I told you, if you want to take the car, the keys are in...
No. I wouldn't leave you now.
Oh, that's very sweet of you. You're a good boy.
After what I did?
Oh, I said some awful things to you, Kenny.
Yes, you did.
But I didn't mean them. I was upset.
What were you upset about?
Well, you know, everything.
Mother, you were upset about my going to see a woman. If Dr. Knapp had been a man... Mother, I was going to talk to the doctor about something she told me this afternoon. I didn't listen too hard, and I didn't understand most of it.
Well, who could understand that psychological mumbo-jumbo?
Well, I thought I'd like to try. She said something about unconscious guilt. How we carry it around with us and don't even know it. That's about all I remember, but she connected it up to why the lie detector test turned out the way it did. And I wanted her to try and sort it out for me.
Why don't you go over there now?
I'll call her in the morning. I'll see you tomorrow.
Who could that be at the door?
Well, maybe I'd better find out.
Yes, you better.
Lieutenant Stein, what are you doing here?
I guess you're a little surprised to see me, huh?
Yes.
Well, Dr. Knapp called me. She said she talked to you on the phone, and she didn't like the way you sounded. So I thought I'd come over.
Well, it was very nice of you. Very nice. I appreciate it.
Dr. Knapp thinks a lot of you. I think you're all right, too.
Well, thank you. Under the circumstances.
Polygraph. That doesn't mean anything. I got some news for you. We found the perpetrator. The guy that beat up Mrs. Malloy. He looks something like you. Then Mrs. Malloy was pretty hysterical when she identified you. Anyway, I thought you'd like to know.
Oh, that is good news, Lieutenant.
Yeah, I thought you'd like it. Well, I'll be getting on home.
Thanks so much for coming by.
Not at all. Good night.
Mother?
Who was it, Kenny? Who was at the door?
Lieutenant Stein. They, found the perpetrator.
The what?
The man who committed the crime. The man who attacked Mrs. Malloy. Look, Mother, if it's all right with you, I'm going to take the car and drive over to the hospital. I want to tell Dr. Knapp the machine was wrong.
Guilty. The word falls heavy and precipitous. It has a horrid sound, yet a familiar one. As though at the moment of birth, the entire observing world had solemnly pronounced it over the tiny emerging head. And the echo of the word will haunt us to the end of our days. Guilty. I'll be back shortly.
Someday you'll own. Someday you'll own. Sooner or later you'll own General's.
For 60 years, General Tire has been one of the nation's leading tire manufacturers. But General Tire means more than tires. Their one-stop car care centers are staffed by experts who know how to take care of your car, whether it's wheel alignment, wheel balance, lube and oil change, mufflers, shock absorbers, brakes, or batteries. You get fast, dependable, up-to-date service using only brand parts and materials. And your car gets a free 7-point safety check, too. Best of all, it's priced right. For tires and service, check your yellow pages for the General Tire headquarters nearest you.
You'll own General's. Sooner or later you'll own General's.
To be pronounced guilty by a machine no bigger than a record player, or for that matter, to be pronounced innocent. It is a measure of our wisdom that such machines have no credit in our courts. It is a measure of our devotion to the mechanical instead of the human that they have credibility anywhere at all. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Ann Petoniak, Nat Polan, and Gene Gillespie. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky's pay more. Yes, at the tobacco auctions, Lucky's pay more. Millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. LSMFT. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Imagine you're at a tobacco auction. The buyers crowd around the baskets of ripe, fine-flavored leaf. The auctioneer chants and the bidding begins. As a basket of extra fine, light, mild leaf is offered for sale, as the price climbs higher and higher, at the peak bid, time and again, you hear... And another basket of truly fine tobacco is bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Yes, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. So for more real, deep-down smoking enjoyment from every puff, every pack, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Prove to yourself how much finer, milder, more enjoyable Lucky's really are. You'll agree, in all the world, there's no finer cigarette than Lucky Strike. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back an hour. Jack and Mary are on their way to the studio, and Rochester is driving.
Gosh, it's certainly a warm day, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah.
You know, it was hot yesterday, too, and Friday the temperature reached 105.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, wasn't it thrilling that the Hollywood baseball team won the Pacific Coast pennant this year?
Uh-huh.
And the National League pennant race is tighter than it's been in years.
Yeah.
For heaven's sake, Jack, put down that knitting and talk to me.
I'm sorry, Mary. I'm trying to finish these socks for Phil. It's only 90 days till Christmas, you know.
Jack, Phil has been with you 12 years, and you're giving him socks for a present?
There ain't no present. Mr. Harris ordered them.
That's right. You know, Mary, it is warm today. I wonder if we could try... Rochester, how'd you know I wanted the top down?
I didn't. We just went under a low tree.
What?
Who needs push buttons?
Well, leave it. It's nice this way. And, Rochester, you better slow down.
I can't, boss. We haven't got any brakes.
No brakes? What do you do when you come to a railroad crossing?
We get out and pick up coal.
Rochester.
Those diesels are ruining us.
Rochester, don't be funny. Just drive. Say, Mary, do you think... Rochester, you're not making a turn. Why have you got your hand out?
I'm feeling for the studio.
You're feeling for the studio?
Yeah, and it's small. We'll never see it.
I know what you mean. Say, Mary, I was just thinking of something. It's been a long time since you sang a song on the program. How about doing one today?
Oh, not today, Jack. I was at the Navy-USC football game yesterday, and I cheered so much I'm hoarse.
Oh. Well, we won't have the Sportsman Quartet there at the Orpheum Theater this week.
Boss, if you want more music on the program, why don't you play your violin?
I think I will. I just put 4 new strings on it.
You did?
Yes. You'll hear them all on CBS this fall.
I can hardly wait.
Thanks.
Oh, Rochester. Rochester, we're only a block from the studio. You better start looking for a parking space.
Look for a space? Are you kidding, Mary? Rochester, drive it right into the studio lot. Mr. Paley, the head of CBS, assigned a reserved parking space especially for me.
Gee, they sure treat you nice, don't they, Jack?
Mary, all the networks are nice. And it's about time people realize that there's no animosity between them.
There isn't?
Of course not. Now, take CBS. They even put Johnson's wax on the floors.
Jack, CBS didn't put it there. So many stars have come over, they've tracked it in on their heads.
On their heads? On their shoes? They must be acrobats coming in. How do you like them? We got acrobats now. Walk in on their head. Shoes.
So many stars come over, they tracked it in.
Oh, we don't have to do it through it again. Doesn't matter how it got there. The fact that it's not there proves that. Rochester, here's the studio lot. Turn right in. My parking space is third on the left.
I know.
Rochester, what'd you stop here for?
There's another car in there.
Well, how do you like that? Imagine anyone leaving his car in my parking space. What a nerve. When I came to CBS, this space was assigned to me. And if anyone else thinks they can use it, they're crazy. Oh, boy, who does that car belong to?
Mr. Paley.
Well, don't just stand there. Dust it off. Dust it off. Here.
Come on, Jack.
Just a minute. He's using Phil's socks. Rochester, you don't have to wait for me. You can have the rest of the day off.
Thanks. Say, boss, I'm going out tonight. Would you mind giving me my salary today instead of tomorrow?
Yes, I can do that. As a matter of fact, Rochester, I have your pay already. Here's your envelope.
Thanks.
Now, come on, Mary. Let's hurry into the...
Say, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
You always pay me in dollars. How come it's pounds this week?
I'll explain it to you later. Come on, Mary.
Oh, brother, you don't miss a trick, do you?
Never mind. Just walk in on your head. Come on, Mary. We got to get in the studio. I feel good today. Again, this couldn't happen again. Da-da-da-da. Oh, darn it. I forgot to get my violin out of my car.
Again. I hope it happens again.
It's not funny. Now, let's go in.
Hello, Mr. Benny. I've been waiting for you.
Oh, Mel Blanc, waiting for me?
Yeah, you got a part that I can do on your show today?
Mel, I gave you a part on my show last week.
Yeah, but I didn't get a chance to do my imitations. I imitate Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, and Al Jolson.
Mel, look, there's no room on my program for imitations of Mickey Rooney, Lionel Barrymore, or Al Jolson. Now cut that out! Now, look, Mel, when I have a part for you, I'll let you know. Come on in, Mary. On your head. Guys, that Mel Blanc is such a pest. Well, here's my dressing room.
Jack, the door's open.
Open? I wonder... Well, what do you know? I've got a visitor. Edgar Bergen.
Hello, Edgar.
Hello, Mary. Hello, Jack.
Well, Edgar, welcome to CBS.
Well, thank you. You know, I don't do my first program until next Sunday night.
Oh, still rehearsing, eh?
Yeah.
Well, I've already started my season. I did my first show on the 11th. Did you hear it?
No. But on the 12th, CBS sent for me.
What?
Yeah, Bergen, will you get me out of this football uniform? USC doesn't need me anymore.
No, I see. Yeah.
I'll mow them down.
Yes, I know you will. Charlie, we've got company now.
Oh, have we?
Hello, Charlie.
Well, you beautiful doll, you...
Oh.
Pucker up your lips. I'm coming in for a landing.
Charlie, you should be ashamed of yourself. Such disgraceful behavior, kissing Miss Livingston before you've been properly introduced.
I'm sorry.
When a gentleman meets a lady, first he should tip his hat.
Uh-huh.
And then says, how do you do? Then he should inquire as to her well-being. And then he should gently take her hand and respectfully bow from the waist.
Bergen, those are the kind of details that slow down a man's life. Come to my arms, you luscious little hungry...
All right, Charlie, please. Now, don't be so rude. There's someone else here.
Yeah?
Yes, that's Mr. Benny.
Hello, Charlie. Welcome to CBS. Shake.
Put it away, bub. I'll pick my friends.
What?
You can stop. You can stop fluttering those big blue eyes, too. They don't do a thing to me. Now, where were we, Mary? Oh, yes, you luscious little tomato. Let me put my arms around you.
Oh, no, Charlie, please don't kiss me again. When your late lips meet mine, my blood goes to my head, a cold iciness goes to my feet, and a wild wave of emotion rushes to my fingertips.
I got this dame going in all directions.
Mary, stop teasing him. You're blistering his enamel. Well, Edgar, if you don't mind, I got a lot of things to do now.
Well, thanks, Jack, for dropping into my dressing room.
No, Edgar, this is my dressing room.
No, this was your dressing room.
What do you mean, was? This is my dressing room. When I came over here, Mr. Paley gave it to me.
I'm sorry, Jack, but they've switched you to dressing room 4. All my things are here, and they're going to stay here.
Well, I'll throw them out.
You lay one hand on those clothes.
Oh,
and
yeah?
I'll take
Put up
you.
your two.
Boys.
Let them fight, Livy. Let them fight. The most they can do is lean on each other.
Oh, shut up. As for you, Edgar Bergen, if you think you're going to use this dressing room, there's only one thing I can say to you. I'll dress somewhere else. Goodbye. Thought he put one over on me there. Dressing room 4. It's all the way down the hall.
Jack, here comes Dennis.
Oh, hello, Dennis.
I've come to say goodbye. I've been drafted.
Drafted?
Don't stand there. Salute me.
What?
Dennis, do you mean
No,
that...
Mary, you stay out of it. Let me handle him. Now, Dennis, look at me. I just want to ask you one thing. The war has been over 4 years now. How come you got a draft notice?
I won it on a quiz program.
A quiz program?
Yeah, I got a bicycle, a refrigerator, and 2 glorious years in the Army.
Mary, I begged you to stay out of it. Now, Dennis, forget this silly talk and get into the studio.
Oh, I can't. I got to report to my regiment. We're being sent overseas.
You mean
Mary, you won't listen to me, will you? Now, for your own good, let me ask him. I'm gray anyway. You and your regiment are going to be sent overseas, Dennis?
Uh-huh.
To Germany to take over supplies?
No, to Stromboli to bring back Ingrid.
Do me a favor, will you? Now stop talking and rehearse your song.
Okay.
Come on, Mary.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
What is it?
Good Yontif.
Oh, well, thank you. Thank you very much.
Come, enchanted evening, you may see a stranger.
Now, let's see. Where's that dressing room they changed me to?
Oh, here it is, Jack, right here. Number 4.
Oh, yes. Say, look at that, Mary. Look, they put 2 stars on the door. I guess they're trying to make me feel good. Let's go in.
Hello there, Mr. Benny. Well, hello, Miss Benny.
Amos and Andy.
Hello, boys.
Oh, hello, Miss Livingston. Excuse us for being in our bathrobes.
Yeah, we was pressing our pants under the mattress.
Well, fellas, it seems you could have done that in your own dressing room.
This is our dressing room.
Yeah, sir. This dressing room here was given to us by the head man of this network. And he said if anybody comes in and gives us trouble, that we should very gently throw him out. That's what he said.
Yeah.
On his head or on his shoe?
Well, he told us one thing. He requested that we keep the bounces down to a minimum, anyway.
Well, fellas, nobody's going to start any trouble. Obviously, there's been a mistake. Anyway, you don't do your opening program till next Sunday. What are you doing here so early?
Well, we don't like to leave things to the last minute, so we down here at the studio to test the acoustics.
The acoustics?
Yeah, so you see your voice comes out your mouth, it hits the side wall, hits the back wall, then it hits the other side wall and comes right back to you.
Yeah, that's what's known as a 3-cushion shot.
Well, I still can't understand them giving you my dressing room. Anyway, I'll get up with Mr. Paley. Come on, Mary.
Say, Amos, Mr. Benny was a little upset because we got this dressing room, huh?
Yeah, well, that ain't what's bothering him. He's upset because today they stopped daylight saving time.
Well, what's that got to do with him?
When they stop any kind of saving, Mr. Bennett takes it personal.
Yeah, you're right. That man is closer than the pupils on a cross-eyed flea.
Well, say, Andy, that's pretty good.
Oh, yeah. Lift up the mattress and see if the crease in our pants is as sharp as we is.
Yeah.
Oh, pardon me, boys. I left my hat in here.
Oh, yes, sir. Here you is.
Thanks, Andy. So long, Amos. I can't understand why I'm being pushed around here. They take my parking space, my dressing room. What next?
Oh, Jack.
Oh, hello, Don.
Oh, Jack, I've been looking all over for you. Boy, am I excited.
Why, Don? What happened?
Well, you know how hard I've been trying to reduce?
Yes?
Well, I finally made it. I'm down to 165.
Down to 165? How did that happen?
I weighed myself on an English scale, and they cut the pound in half.
Don, Bubbling Brook. Look at me, Don, if you're going to tell jokes, why don't you get one that we can use on the program?
Jack, I thought it was very funny.
Don, I'm not questioning the value of that little gem. It has its points. I mean, it's not only topical, but it stinks. Believe me.
Well, then listen, Jack, I've got another joke that'll kill the audience. It's so funny that... No, I'm afraid it's a trifle daring.
Daring? You mean a little risque? What is it, Don? What is it? You can tell me. We're out here anyway. What is it?
Well, come on, let's get away from this crowd.
Don, that's you. What's the joke, Don? What is it?
Well, the way it was told to me. It seems that a traveling salesman's car broke down and right in front of a farmer's house.
Yes.
Now, this farmer had a beautiful daughter.
Yeah.
So the salesman knocked on the door, and when the farmer opened it, he told him that his car broke down and that he was a salesman.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So the farmer's daughter, who was standing there, said, "A salesman?" And he said, "Yes, I sell Lucky Strike cigarettes that are made of that fine, that light, that naturally fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike pays
I know,
more."
Don. I know.
Oh, you heard the story.
No. Look, I know that Lucky Strike pays more than the official parity price. But what about the salesman and the farmer's daughter?
Well, just then, get this, the phone rang. And when the farmer left the room to answer it, the salesman walked over to the farmer's daughter and said...
Yeah. What'd he say? I mean, we're alone then. What'd he say?
I've been smoking Lucky Strikes for nigh on 25 years. Because they're so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. And then...
Yes, and then?
The daughter was so happy she fixed the salesman's car and he drove away.
Don, that's the story?
Well, that's not the original version. I told it to the sponsor, and he switched it all around.
Oh.
Jack, I thought you didn't like the story.
I just remembered the original one. No wonder the sponsor changed it. It was about lifesavers. See you later, Donzie. I'd tear up his contract if it wasn't tattooed on his back.
Jack, where have you been?
I just left Don Wilson. He told me a wonderful story.
What was it?
Oh, I couldn't tell it to you, Mary. But it's so good it would be worth your marrying me just to hear it. Come on, let's go. Mary, look at when we...
Hey, how about it, Mr. Benny? Can't you find a part for me on your program?
Mel, will you stop following me around and go home?
Some home. My wife is never there. She's always out playing bridge.
Bridge?
Yeah, she plays with Mrs. Bob Hope, Mrs. Ray Milland, and Mrs. Al Jolson.
Say, Mel, will you please go away and leave me alone? Come on, Mary, let's get into our studio. I wish Mel would stop bothering me. Well, look who's here.
Hi, Jack.
Red Skelton. Well, I'm running into everybody today. How have you been, Red?
Oh, fine, Jack. Gee, I haven't seen you since that night at Claudette Cobert's party.
Oh, yes, what a party. You know, Red, I haven't danced that much in all my life.
Yeah, imagine Claudette trying to cut in on us.
Well, I waltzed into that one. Look, Red, I know you have to rehearse for your opening program next Sunday, but don't use
Oh, Jack, wait a minute. Red, aren't you going to say hello to me?
Well, dee.
Look, Red, if you don't mind...
I'll be with you in a minute, Jack. I want to run through a scene.
Look, Red, if you don't mind,
All right,
Mr. Skelton, let's run through that western scene.
Oh, yeah, well, I'm ready. Okay.
Ready.
Come here, you varmint. This is Deadeye you're messing with. Are you the dirty hombre that's been stealing the cattle off my pappy's ranch?
Yeah.
Look, Red.
Are you the hombre that broke into my house and stole the pigs right out of my living room?
Yeah.
The same hombre that blew the still right out of Grandpa's mouth?
Yeah.
Well, we're both going to fight a duel. I'll count three and we'll both draw. You ready?
Ready.
1, 2, 3. How do you like that? They fall for it on this network, too.
That's pretty good, eh, Jack?
Yeah.
I thought it was very exciting.
Say, wait a minute, Red.
Yeah?
Red, that actor you shot, why doesn't he get up?
Oh, well, we use real bullets. we don't believe in fooling the audience, you know. Okay, Joe, sweep them out, will you?
Red, you really shoot the actor?
Well, you see, once I didn't, I had to pay him.
Oh.
Say, Joe, should we run through that scene again?
We ain't got no more actors. You shot 4 of them already.
Red, you mean every time you go through that scene, you shoot an actor?
Sure.
Oh, Mel! Mel!
Jack, you wouldn't dare.
I wouldn't, eh? Lucky's not around.
Now, let's try that scene again on the other mic, Mr. Skelton.
Okay, now this time let's... What? Oh.
Red, how'd you happen to slip?
Well, you see, I just came over and I still got wax on my head. On your shoes! On your shoes!
Oh, yeah.
Red, did you hurt yourself?
No, it was just a little... Oh!
What's the matter?
I broke me with a arm. I broke me. Grandma, put down your pool cue and call the doctor. I broke the arm.
All right, Red, you've rehearsed all your characters. Now, how about getting out of my studio so I can do my broadcast?
Your studio? Didn't they tell you?
Tell me what?
Well, you've been moved to the widow studio down the hall.
The Whittle studio? How do you like that? First they take my parking space, then my dressing room, now my studio. If they think they can kick me around, they got another thing coming.
Jack, don't stand around here grumbling. You better hurry to the Widow studio. It's time for your show to go on the air.
Oh, it is, eh? Time for me to go on the air. Well, I'll fix them. Let them start the show.
Jack, look what time it is.
I know what time it is, but I'm going to teach them a lesson. Mary, there's a radio. Turn it on. Let's see how they're going to get along without me.
Okay.
And now here he is, the star of the Lucky Strike program, Mel Blanc.
Mel Blanc? Oh, nuts. I'm going home and finish Phil's song.
Jack will be back in just a moment, but first...
When you hear that famous chant, remember, Lucky's pay more, millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco.
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Yes, the independent tobacco experts can see giant baskets of fine tobacco, one after another, go to the makers of Lucky Strike. Here's what Mr. Al Rogers, veteran auctioneer of Robertsonville, North Carolina, recently said.
I think you'll agree that an auctioneer like myself ought to know good tobacco. And year after year, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, prime, ripe leaves. That's just right from mild, good smoking. I've smoked Lucky's for 10 years.
And a recent survey reveals that more independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen smoke Lucky Strike regularly than the next 2 leading brands combined.
So for your own real deep-down smoking enjoyment, smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke. Lucky Strike. Remember,
To give you a truly finer cigarette, Lucky's pay millions of dollars more than official parity prices for fine tobacco. Good reason to make your next carton Lucky Strike.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Amos and Andy, Edgar Bergen, and Red Skelton for being with us tonight. You'll hear them all on CBS next Sunday. Good night, folks.
Be sure to hear A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Murder at midnight.
No, Betty, no. Don't make me.
I say yes. It's got to be. And now and here, she's got to die.
Betty.
I say yes. Here, I'll hold her arm.
All right, Betty, but...
No, don't. I don't want to die.
Midnight.
The witching hour, when the night is darkest, our fears the strongest, and our strength at its lowest ebb. Midnight, when the graves gape open and death strikes. How? You'll learn the answer in just a minute in Nightmare. And now, Murder at Midnight. Tales of mystery and terror by radio's Masters of the Macabre. Our story, by Joseph Ruskall, is one of the most terrifying and fantastic nightmares we've ever heard. Its title, Nightmare.
What's the matter? Helen, wake up, for Pete's sake. Hey, stop it, Helen, stop it. It's me, it's Ernie.
What? Oh, where am I?
In bed. Where do you suppose? It's almost 12 o'clock. I wish you'd let me get some sleep.
Oh, thank heaven. Oh, must have been just a dream. Oh, thank the Lord. Oh, Ernie, it was so real. I dreamed somebody was leaning over me just now with a pillow. Oh, it was horrible. They were trying to smother me to death. And Ernie.
Yeah?
It was you.
What? Oh, me. Oh, that's a beaut. Where's the light? Oh, my aching back. Why, you poor, foolish little... Come here, Butch. I'll kiss you back.
No, don't touch me. Keep away.
Huh? What is this?
That pillow in your hand.
Oh, for crying out, Bells. Can't I even straighten it out?
Sorry, dear. Gee, don't mind me, but that horrible nightmare, it seemed so real. Oh, darling, wasn't that crazy? You, the sweetest, gentlest husband in the world.
Well, then why...
Oh, Ernie, now please don't look so hurt.
Now I can't even look hurt. I just murdered my wife in her sleep, didn't I?
No, you were just about to. I mean...
Oh, now what the... Everything's happening tonight. Hello. What? Who? Wrong number. And what's more, this is a heck of a time to be ringing. Why, what a nerve. On a night. Thought maybe that was the police you phoned in your dream. Now will you go to sleep?
Ernie Kraft, I'm sure I didn't mean to insinuate anything. I was just telling you my dream. You asked, didn't you?
Oh, you're a character. I guess I'll have to put you in that book I never wrote, too. Well, now what?
That was in it, too.
Huh?
That book you never wrote. You've nagged about it so much, no wonder. Oh, and that look when you bent over me like a madman.
Oh.
Ernie, what on earth do you suppose made me have a nightmare?
That's easy. You would insist on eating hamburgers after the show tonight.
Yes, I did, didn't I, when we got out of the movies? Hamburgers, of course. Ernie, they were part of my dream, too. Hamburgers. Oh. Ernie, stop punching on that pillow, please.
All right. Go ahead, then. Better tell me your dream, all of it. Neither of us will sleep until you do. I'll just light this butt. Now, let's have it. Gruesome details.
Well, I don't know if I can remember now. It was all so hazy and terrifying.
Well, what happened before I smothered you with a pillow?
A crazy quilt. Something about your job, and I was a millstone around your neck, and hamburgers, and you hated me, and July 15th.
July 15th?
Yes, I can't imagine what that meant.
Look. Start at the start. Why did I decide to murder you?
Because of that other woman, your secret love.
Huh?
You promised her you'd kill me tonight when I was asleep.
My secret love?
Yes, she had you in her spell.
Oh, that's kind of bad casting, isn't it, Butch? I'm the dishes and dustpan type, remember? In the 5 years we've been married, have I ever looked at another?
I know. I told you it was a crazy dream.
Maybe you want me to eliminate my one night a week out, too, my Saturday gin rummy with the boys.
Oh, no.
Who was my secret love? Did she have a face?
Well, this is the silliest part of it, Ernie. It's absolutely ridiculous. It was that girl, Betty Daniels.
Betty Daniels? Who's she?
You remember that tall, dark-haired artist I introduced you to at Cape Cod last summer? At the exhibition.
No, I don't. Oh, wait a minute. Trousers, long cigarette holder,
Yes.
very intense.
Yes, very intense.
But what the devil? What was she doing in your dream? We said hello to her, we walked off, and that was that. Casual.
Yes, I know. I hardly remember her myself. I can't imagine why I dreamt of her. Why?
Now,
No,
then.
don't touch me. Don't. No. Oh, that dream. That awful dream. So crazy. And yet it seemed to be telling me something, warning me. Strange and weird. You know how dreams are. First thing I remember is Provincetown and us looking at the art exhibition just the way we did last summer. Only now the picture was about 10 feet tall and hanging crooked. And then she came along. Betty Daniels. Just the way she did then.
Hello, Helen?
And I introduced you the same as I did then. Only not exactly the same. Like in a dream. You know, silly. Betty Daniels, this is my husband, Ernest. He is very faithful to me.
How do you do?
How do you do? We've never met.
That's a marvelous Goya painting, Helen, don't you think? Or do you prefer hamburgers?
Well,
My wife prefers hamburgers, Miss Daniels.
Oh, I didn't know.
Only after a movie, though. Anyway, I'm sure I can't tell one painting from another. My husband's the art lover in the family, I guess. And I just tag along for the fish. Only I don't like fish. I like hamburgers.
I know. You don't wear trousers like I do. You're fluffy.
Betty and I met on the beach, Ernie. She's a painter. Our rowboats got tangled. That's how we met.
Yes, it was all very casual. I hardly remember.
Well.
Ernie and I are going back to New York today. Isn't that a shame? I wish you two wouldn't stare at each other so.
Well, we better run along, Helen. Lots of packing to do.
Ernie has got to get back to his silly old job. He's a reporter.
A reporter? Shouldn't he write a book he never wrote?
Well, imagine. That's what he always says. Well, goodbye. I'm wondering why I'm thinking of you now. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
The scenes sort of dissolve into each other like a kind of dream movie. And I'm trembling with fright because I have a feeling I know how the plot's going to end. The next thing I remember, Ernie, I'm in a penthouse apartment on Park Avenue. Everything zigzag, even the butler. And I'm the maid, Helen, there. And what I'm doing is turning pages for Betty Daniels while she plays the piano. For you, Ernie. Isn't that crazy? Neither of you hardly notice me at all, and I keep trying to open my mouth. Like that. But it's stuck, and I'm absolutely frozen at what I overhear.
Darling.
Yes, Butch.
Love our loveness.
Out of this world. This is heaven.
Ernie, do you ever call your wife Butch?
Never. What gave you that idea? I hate the very sight of her.
She's really a little ignoramus.
You're telling me she prefers hamburgers.
Ernie, do you think she suspects yet?
Of course not. She thinks I'm at a gin rummy game.
Darling, you're blind, but she's not. She knows.
She knows? How'd she find out?
You may go, Helen. Helen, do you hear me? Why don't you go? Answer me. Have you lost your tongue? Oh, well, there's murder in the air.
How'd she find out, Betty? Tell me.
Darling, do you suppose she doesn't know what happened last summer in Provincetown? After we all said goodbye, you came to look for your cigarette lighter. She knew you hadn't lost your lighter, that you'd come back to ask me for my New York telephone number.
She knew?
Of course, intuition. She knows we've been having a secret affair ever since. I can't go on like this. I'm tired of being just a gin rummy excuse. Ernie, if you love me, you'll do what I promised.
But I pity her so.
Don't be a fool. Isn't it her fault you never wrote that book you never wrote?
It's true. She wouldn't let me give up my job. She's a millstone around my neck.
And get rid of her, Ernie. Get rid of her, and I'll bring your genius to the world. I've plenty of money, and you can give up reporting and write that book. Fulfill your destiny.
Fulfill my destiny. Oh, Betty, you'll help me.
Yes, but only if you forget July 15th. You'll forget about July 15th. It won't mean a thing to you from now on.
Not a thing, I promise.
And you'll do away with her. The way I told you.
Yes, like you told me.
The pillow?
The pillow. Shh, don't let her hear.
Just look at her standing there at the piano. You've been spying on us, Helen, haven't you? Haven't you? Answer, have you lost your tongue? Oh, don't try to fool us. We know you're the real Helen and not the maid. She's heard everything you've said, Ernie. So we'll have to kill her now.
Unless she gives me a divorce.
Will you give him a divorce? Answer or we'll finish you right now. Very well. Here's the pillow, Ernie. Right now. I'll hold her on.
Answer, Helen. Don't make me do it. Answer, Helen. I pity you, but I hate you.
You let her cry. Look at her. Stricken dumb. Her mouth's moving, but she's not saying anything.
What are you trying to say? Helen, please don't make me do it. Will you give me a divorce? Tell me.
Ernie, stop. Fools we are. Do you want her body found here? Well, hang for it.
She's got to die. She's got
to. No, not here. Not like this. There must be some other way. Later tonight, Ernie. After the movies. Hamburgers. She'll get hungry for hamburgers. She's bound to. The waiter will ask her how she wants them. That'll give you the clue. And then, when she's asleep... and they'll find her in her bed. The perfect crime. Don't you see, Ernie? Hamburgers.
A frightened girl reliving a dream that was more terrible than any reality. A dream that could even become more terrible as the clock on the mantel ticks on and the hands draw closer to 12 o'clock and...
Murder at midnight.
And now back to Murder at Midnight and Nightmare.
Well, let's hear the rest of this dream of yours, Helen. What happened after that?
Well, it was after that it really got bad. It was so crazy, but so real. I don't know what stopped you, Ernie, kept you from killing me then, but you didn't. And still, I knew you were going to. You dragged me out into the street and then into a movie and then out again. And I looked at you and you were crying because you'd made up your mind to finish me off when we got home.
You should have let me write that book, Helen. You should have.
And I kept crying, I love you, Ernie. Don't kill me, please. Don't kill me tonight.
But I've got to. I've got to. I pity you, but I've got to.
And you pulled me along through the streets again. I was terrified. And then I saw a policeman and I cried to him, "Officer!"
Yes? What is it, lady?
Please save me. My husband here wants to kill me.
Oh, wants to kill you, eh? Why, that's a crime. A felony.
Oh, why are you joking? Don't joke about it. Do something, please. I'm frightened to death.
Don't pay any attention to her, officer. She's dreaming.
I'm not. Don't believe him. He wants to wait till I go to sleep tonight. And then as soon as I fall asleep...
Oh, come now, lady. He wouldn't do it to you in your sleep. Why, you're cute. Not in her sleep now. Would you, mister?
Of course not, officer. Not in her sleep. As a matter of fact, we're stopping off first for a hamburger. She's hungry.
No, I'm not. I mean, I am, but I don't dare. I'm starving, but I don't dare. He's just waiting for me to order one, officer, to see what I'll say. And then he'll take me home and kill me.
Oh, lady, stop. Sure, and you're breaking me heart.
Come along, dear.
No, officer, please protect me. Don't let him take me, please.
Come along, I say, darling.
And then we were in the little lunchroom in our neighborhood, around the corner from our house, sitting on stools. The counterman came over to us. He winked at you, Ernie, and you winked back at him, and he said...
Evening, folks. What do you have?
You looked at me, but I shook my head. I shook my head, and the tears were streaming down my face.
I tell you what, Joe. Make it 2 hamburgers.
Right. Rare, medium, or well?
Medium, Joe. Make mine medium.
Right. And the little lady?
How do you have yours, Helen? How do you like yours? Make hers medium, too, Joe.
2 hamburgers, medium.
2 medium. Coming out.
And what do you have on them, folks? Relish or onion?
Relish. Make mine with relish, Joe.
Right. And the little lady?
The man's talking to you, Helen. How'll you have yours? Answer him, I say. Answer him. This is it. How'll you have yours?
No, I won't tell him. If I do, you'll know how to do it, so I won't tell him. I won't. The next thing I dreamt, we were home again, sitting in the parlor, everything exactly the same, Ernie, just like tonight before we went to bed. But in my dream, I was sitting paralyzed, in a cold sweat, waiting for the word from you that meant my death.
Well, Butch, I guess we better hit the hay. What do you say? What do you say, darling?
No, wait, Ernie, did I tell that counterman how I wanted my hamburgers served?
Of course, dear.
What did I say? I can't seem to remember.
Oh, I forget to come along to bed.
No, I don't want to go to bed yet. Please don't make me go to bed. I'm scared.
Helen. Come to bed, darling. Like a good little girl. Hmm?
We went to bed. And then you said...
And now, lights out, eh?
I tried to think of everything I knew to keep awake. I wondered whether I ought to count to 100 or whether counting would put me to sleep. I tried not to count, but I felt myself getting sleepier and sleepier.
Asleep, honey?
I heard, but I pretended not to. I fought to keep my eyes open. I knew I would die if I closed them.
Asleep, Butch?
I didn't answer. I couldn't if I wanted to. I was so scared. And then pretty soon I heard you stirring ever so quietly. And in a moment you were leaning over me. Oh, Ernie, I know it was just a dream, but it was so real. And there was hatred in your eyes, and there was a pillow in your hand, and I knew you were going to do it right then, and
Oh, that's a beaut, that's a honey. Oh, my aching back. Darling, when you have a nightmare, you sure do it up golden brown and creamy.
Wasn't it crazy? Oh, darling, wasn't it mad?
Oh, wait till I tell it around the office tomorrow. Oh, this is too good, kid.
But, Ernie, how does a person have a horrible dream like that? What does it mean?
Oh, it's a cinch. I'll interpret it for you, and without a dream book,
You
too.
will? Well, go on then, Ernie, tell me.
Okay, then here it is. First of all, a dream always means the opposite, right? You ever hear that?
Yes, I have. That's right, it does.
Which means I must love you simply awful. Granted?
Granted, silly. But goodness, what about the rest of it?
Easiest thing in the world. Darling, where'd we go tonight?
To a movie?
What kind of a movie?
It was a murder story. Gee, that's right. Do you think that was...
Now, don't interrupt, Butch. Who was starring in the movie?
Betty Davis?
Repeat the first name.
Betty.
And the villainess in the dream, my secret love, the girl we met last summer, was also Betty. Betty Daniels.
Oh!
Well, that gave you Betty on the brain when you went to sleep tonight, and movies and murder, and those hamburgers you did stop to eat after the show wrapped up the whole sequence. And no wonder. They're still lying on my stomach, too.
Well, what was the pillow doing in it?
Sweetness and light, what were you talking about early this evening? That chore you intend to get after someday?
Oh, yes, I've got to stuff the pillows. They're caved in the way the feathers have come out.
Right, that's your pillow you had on the brain, which brings me back to the hamburgers.
Yes, I was going to ask you. I mean, that nonsense of how did I want my hamburgers. What did all that mean, for heaven's sake?
Precious, how did you order your hamburgers done tonight? Remember?
No, I can't recall.
Of course you can. Think now. How do you almost always order your hamburgers?
Well, smothered in onions. Oh, Ernie, of course. Smothered in onions. Smother, pillow, smother with a pillow.
Yes, Jack.
Oh, my heaven sakes alive. Oh, my gosh. So that was it. Oh, if that doesn't beat... Ernie, that was wonderful. Really. The way you did that, figured that all out. I think you'd make a terrific detective.
So I'm a police reporter. Close enough.
Darling, it's made me think, though, about maybe I have been a little bit selfish.
What do you mean?
Well, that book you always want to write. Maybe I ought to let you give up your job and try.
Oh, and have us both starve? Nuts. Anyway, in my sane moments, Helen, I've always known the truth. I'm no writer. If I had it in me, it would have come out of me, job or no job.
I could go back to work again, you know. I could take up nursing again. It was pretty hard, but
No, nonsense. I won't have it. I don't say any more about it, and that's fine. You're a swell guy, though, Butch. So offer to.
Oh, there was one thing more, Ernie.
Yeah?
What do you suppose that was all that about July 15th, about your forgetting July 15th? What did that mean, you know?
Yeah. Don't you?
Well, no, I can't. It does seem familiar, but I can't seem to... Where are you going?
Get something out of my wallet. Wait a minute. What's the date of our anniversary, Helen?
July 15th, of course. Tomorrow. What was that?
Right. You've had that on the brain, too.
Oh.
Here. Little present for you, darling.
Oh, what on earth? Tickets. 2 railroad tickets to Montreal.
Right again. We're taking an anniversary trip. I wanted to surprise you when you woke up, but... Well, anyway, happy anniversary, baby.
Oh, Ernie, oh, you great big precious darling. How can I ever... You didn't forget. You always did before, but this time you didn't. Oh, Ernie, I just can't stand it. First that dream, and then finding out that it did me just the opposite.
No, Helen, don't.
It's so sweet of you. I'm so thrilled. Montreal, where we had our honeymoon, and you haven't forgotten. Oh, Ernie, I do hope I've been a good wife to you. And if there's anything I ever... I mean, if you want me to, I can always change.
Oh, darling, I wouldn't want you any different for the world. I want you to stay just the same sweet little girl I married. And now, let's get some shut-eye, huh? Lights out?
All right. And I'm going to put the tickets right here under the pillow. And have a happy dream for a change.
Good night, Butch.
You haven't kissed me? Good night, dear.
Asleep, darling. Darling, are you asleep? Hello?
Ernie?
You shouldn't have phoned before, Betty. She was still awake.
I had to know. Is it done?
Not yet.
You got the tickets?
Yes,
It has to be tonight. You promised.
I know.
Is she asleep now?
Yes. Just gone off.
Then what are you waiting for?
Nothing. I'll do it now. Right now. As soon as I hang up.
Putting down the phone, Ernie turns and picks the pillow off his bed. As the clock finishes striking 12.
Murder at midnight.
Remember to be with us again when death appears out of the darkness, wearing the face of one you know, and the clocks strike 12 for...
Murder at midnight.
The part of Helen was played by Elspeth Eric. Walter Vaughn was Ernie. With music by Charles Paul, Murder at Midnight was directed by Anton M. Leader.
Buck Radio time, right time, exactly 8:30.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we present Non-Stop to Victoria by Glenn Hamilton. It tells the tale of a young woman traveling alone on a fast train from Brighton to London, and of her strange and unexpected companion in a first-class compartment. A prosaic backdrop to a bizarre and terrifying situation. Listen in a few moments to Non-Stop to Victoria, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Victor Mackison and directed by David Manley. When famous star Ursula Andress walks in, even a crowded Hollywood restaurant falls silent. She's been called the most beautiful girl in the world, and I happen to know that she cares for that marvelous complexion with Lux Beauty Soap.
Yes, Lux, always. I love Lux because it's so mild and pure and gentle. It's the mildest soap I know, and I just adore such perfume.
Ursula Andress, a famous star with a fabulous complexion. Why not do as she does and care for your complexion with Lux?
You love Lux.
Look, Mom, no filling.
Lucky boy. But then your mother sees that you brush regularly with new Pepsodent, the toothpaste of which a leading dental authority says
brushing with new Pepsodent removes the biggest cause of tooth decay, the dangerous dulling film.
So make sure you and your family brush regularly with new Pepsodent and help keep your teeth white, healthy, and free from decay. Then you'll know the happy feeling of hearing your child say,
Look, Mom, no filling.
For you and your family, new Pepsodent safeguards against decay.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Non-Stop to Victoria.
Hurry along there. Hurry along, please. Non-stop to Victoria. Hurry along. Close them doors, please. Close them doors. Right.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is this the London train?
Of course it is. Non-stop Victoria. Leaving right now.
Oh, wait, please.
Oh, dear. Hurry it up, then. You got half a second. First door you come to, hop in. Can't expect the London, Brighton and South Coast Railway to wait all night for one person, you know.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I had such trouble in getting here.
Well, you're here now. And you'll still be here half an hour from now, waiting for another train if you don't hop it right smartly. I'm going to blow me whistle right now, and that's it.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I won't be a moment.
Better not be, miss. Right, George!
Oh, forgive me for bursting in like that on you.
If you hadn't, in all likelihood, you'd have missed the train.
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all. Do sit down. The train's starting to sway already. You can't be comfortable standing there like that.
Thank you. placard on the window just by my seat. This compartment reserved from Brighton to Victoria. Train 9:08 non-stop. And the date. Today's date. Oh, my goodness. Sir, this compartment is reserved for you.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh, and I burst in upon your privacy, and after you've paid extra for it and everything.
Oh, please, you mustn't think of it. It's no aggravation for me.
I would change to another seat in another compartment at the next station. Only...
The next station will be Victoria, the end of the line. This is, after all, a non-stop train.
Yes, you're right.
Therefore, we must make the best of the situation, mustn't we? However, I repeat, I'm in no way put out by your, intrusion. On the contrary, I rather welcome it.
I really don't want to interrupt you or interfere or anything like that.
I assure you, you don't and won't. There's no reason at all why we can't pass a pleasant hour together now that we're here, as it were, compelled to each other's company, is there?
Well, no.
We can talk or be silent or anything you like.
I'm not much of a conversationalist, I'm afraid.
Splendid! I've enough chatter and anecdote for the pair of us. I'm an unquenchable enthusiast and egotist. It shall be my pleasure to entertain you, then. To cater to your whim and your wish. To fill your mind with visions of wine and peacocks, gold moidores, and the afternoon wind that churns dust devils upon the arid faces of eastern deserts. Is the thought not stimulating? It's settled, then. It's settled. The hour shall pass like the wind, even as our famous train rushes through the night. She goes well, too. Look here, through my window. We've already passed Preston Park Station. And there are the village lights of Patcham winking down there below the rails. Whoops! Suddenly they're blotted out. Well, what's that? A greater darkness. A greater roar from the iron wheels, beating back from wet brick walls. Do you know this line well?
Not too well. I've traveled back and forth from London to Brighton on occasion.
I know every inch of it, my dear. Every inch. I must have traveled this line 100 times, perhaps 1,000. Yes.
That must have been very, very pleasant for you.
Every sleeper, every wheel click in the rail joints, every rumble of crossover points, every station with its flare of lemon gaslight racing past in the bright darkness. I always travel on the non-stop at night. The sound and the motion excite me, thrill me. I love to see the rush through the length of a station, the blur of hunched, disappointed faces huddled into chilled, coated shoulders, facing the interminable wait until the signals turn green once more, and the humble, apologetic stopping train chops in, shame-faced to pick them up. While I rush triumphant through the dark. It's exhilarating.
Must be. You have a liking for speed?
I have a liking for many things. Speed is but one of them. But I confess I do enjoy this 50-mile stretch of the railway. And I know it intimately, right down to its most humble fish plate. Yes.
Ah, there you are, you see. You must be a perfectionist, sir. I don't even know what a fish plate is.
And every nut, every bolt, every ballast stone upon this right-of-way, all have their history. Did you know that?
I'm sure they do have, but I didn't know it.
Did you know that even now we're rapidly approaching a place of great history and tragedy upon the London, Brighton, and South Coast Permanent Way? Did you? Did you hear that rattle of the wheels just now? Feel the whole train sway slightly?
I did notice something. Why?
Those were the crossover points 1 mile south of the Clayton Tunnel. Those points were the key to the greatest tragedy this railway company has ever known.
What happened?
There, did you see that flicker of light going by out there in the darkness?
Yes.
Well, that's where it all began. There, in the signal box, lost in the chalk gloom down here in the great Pycombe cutting. That's where.
Where or what began? What are you speaking of?
13 years ago it was. The winter of 1887. One of those cold, wet, miserable nights when the southwest gales beating up the channel drive the rain in sheets across the downs. And down there, alone in that signal box, warmed by his coke stove, surfeited with strong tea and kippers from his old blackened frying pan, lulled into drowsiness by the mesmeric beat of the rain upon the slate roof. One man. Just one man.
What happened to him? Was he murdered?
Murdered? He? Now, why of all things would you ask me that? No, nothing happened to him. Nothing at all.
Then what is the point of all this?
Picture it. Picture it in your mind if you can. 15 minutes before, a locomotive coming up from Brighton had been sent onto the down line from London. He had performed this deed upon receipt of orders from Brighton over the telegraph. The worthy signalman did as he was bidden and returned to his skipper. The locomotive steamed through the tunnel and into Hassocks a few minutes later, where it was shunted immediately off the down line and into the siding, where it went peacefully about the task of putting together its little local goods train.
What is the point of all this? What are you trying to tell me?
My dear, a story worth telling is worth telling well, is it not? And I have a great head for details. I should like you to hear them all. Do I have your attention?
Yes.
I'm so glad. Our worthy signalman, picture him under the gaslight, engrossed with a kipper and an enamel mug of tea. And in the dimness, at one end of his signal box...
Oh, stop it, stop!
But why, dear? Why?
You're going to tell me something awful, I know it. Something terrible was going to happen.
No, my dear. The terrible thing had already happened.
What do you mean?
There, in the dimness, beyond his immediate range of vision, the great steel lever with which the signalman had opened the points so that the locomotive could change onto the down line for its brief journey lay opened where the man had left it. He forgot about it entirely.
What happened?
Hard upon the heels of the locomotive came a night goods train to London Bridge. It rattled by the signal box, came to the points, and was shunted onto the down line. There was, even at that moment, rushing through Hassocks towards Brighton, a late express from Victoria, a non-stop running upon the down line. Oh. Suddenly, for some reason he never subsequently explained, the signalman rushed to the lever, saw the position it was in, and stood in helpless horror, glaring up the line through the tearing night rain. He stood poised upon toes in horror, and heard the awful tearing smash a mile and a half away as the two trains met head-on in the cold, sooty darkness.
How awful. It's unbelievable.
But true. There were very few survivors of the Clayton Tunnel disaster. A few badly shaken passengers and the guards from the rear of both trains.
I see what you meant earlier about the line having a history. But such tragedy.
Well, at least, touch wood, there shall be no recurrence of it this night on this train.
Oh, I hope not.
Rest assured. In the relating of the story, we've long since passed through Clayton Tunnel. The train is going famously, is it not?
Very fast, yes.
And was I not right? The time, too, with stimulating conversation, rushes past as if upon gilded wings.
Your description seems a little elaborate, but true.
There was an interesting sequel to the Clayton Tunnel disaster that moved it, for myself at least, into the realm of bizarre coincidence.
Really? What was it?
Quite unwittingly, I became tied, connected, as it were, to the circumstances of the collision.
How extraordinary. Would it be polite to inquire?
Of course it would. I hoped you'd ask me that. It's far more than polite. It's most acceptable that you should ask.
I'm so glad.
I was a lad, just 15 at the time of the accident, living happily with my parents upon our estate in Hampshire. And when the accident occurred, there was among the passengers on the down train a man by the name of Burgess Felsham.
You know, there's something quite familiar about that name. What could it be?
I think in a few moments, if you'll give me time to complete my story, you'll recognize the name more readily.
Please go on.
Thank you. I shall. Felsham was nearing the end of a fairly lengthy train journey that had brought him from Lincolnshire across London and was carrying him to Brighton. Within 8 miles of the completion of his rail journey from the eastern counties, Burgess Felsham was killed instantly when the two trains collided in Clayton Tunnel.
Poor man, how horrible for him.
Yes, not a few people were saddened and put out by Felsham's untimely demise. Not the least of whom were those who waited for him upon the arrivals platform at Brighton.
His family, his friends. Oh, yes, I can imagine how ghastly they must have felt about it.
Actually, no. Among his family and his considerable circle of friends, there was a feeling almost akin to relief when the news emerged.
Whatever do you mean? How can you say that?
The people waiting for Burgess Felsham at Brighton Station were considerably shocked and put out by the news. Although Felsham, in truth, could count no friend nor relative among them.
Why? Who were they?
The Brighton police, my dear. A particularly large detachment.
The police? Whatever for?
They were waiting for good old Burgess, you see. Waiting to take him in charge, arrest him, stick him in the nick, is the expression used, I believe.
What had he done?
Nothing small, my dear. No, not by any means. Nothing less than murder.
Murder?
And not on a small scale either. Several of them. Many of them, in fact. Oh, yes. The police were keen to get hold of Felsham. They'd been on his tail for some time. Oh, Burgess knew it, too. That's why he was leaving the country so hastily. Yes. Burgess Felsham had been slipshod. Very naughty in his ways. And really, he deserved to be caught. But the last laugh was his. By the strange series of events that led up to the Clayton Tunnel disaster, he slipped out of the net once and for all. Rather drastically, perhaps, but certainly beyond redemption. Better for him, really. Better, I should imagine, to suffer one's demise thus, rather than kicking at the end of a length of stout English hemp.
But it's horrible, horrible. What kind of murders did he do?
Young girls. He used to strangle them. That's all.
That's all?
What can one say, really? Burgess Felsham was mad. Complete and incurable maniac. His madness drove him to murder.
But he should have been detained in an asylum, been treated.
He was, yes, several times in appropriate institutions. But in due course, he was always released, apparently cured. Once free, it was never long before he returned to his old ways.
How can you treat it so lightly? The whole affair is horrible, to say nothing of pitiable. And yet to hear you speak of it, it sounds as if you're amused by it.
I must admit I always admired old Burgess, dotty as he was. He was a decent old stick when he wasn't off about his funny ways. And he was always most kind to me. So when he dodged the police so well, and so, finally, I confess I did find it rather amusing. Come to think of it, I still do.
You knew this man?
Oh, yes, very well.
How well did you know him?
Best possible circumstances. Burgess Felsham was my cousin. As a matter of fact, of all the members of our family alive today, he and I could be said to be the most alike. In every way.
What are you saying?
I always admired the old boy. As a child, unconsciously, I used to imitate him in every way possible. And since shortly after his death, you might say I've more or less taken up where he left off.
You mean?
And done very well at it, too. Oh, I've been copped a few times, of course. But a little treatment at a very good private sanatorium in Brighton has always seemed to set matters right. As a matter of fact,
I'm in the process right now of returning from one of these remedial periods.
You mean you killed people?
Oh, yes. Several. That's why I was so pleased when you got in here tonight.
Oh, surely you don't mean to kill me?
That was Balcombe we just passed through. 20 minutes from Brighton. I say, this is a good train, isn't it? Running right on the nose. Another 40 minutes to Victoria. Splendid. What did you just ask me, my dear?
I asked you if you mean to kill me.
I must admit the idea has been passing back and forth through my mind. And with each pass, it grows more attractive in prospect. Yes, my dear, I think I shall. Somewhere between here and Victoria, I think, if you don't mind, I shall strangle you.
Mrs. X and Mrs. Y are the women in this case. Mrs. X, you are alleged to clean your sink and no more.
Well, I...
Do you kill germs?
I'm not sure.
Is your sink hygienically clean?
Well, maybe it is.
Precisely. Mrs. Y, you use Vim 99?
Yes, I do.
You get your sink sparkling clean and kill 99% of household germs?
That's correct. You see, only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microbans.
So Vim 99 gets your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove hygienically clean. 99% germ-free?
Correct.
Ladies of the jury, what is your verdict?
By Vim 99.
What is a mother? A mother is a friend, a comforter, and a tucker in of shirt tails. She's the one who makes the meals, darns the socks, and tells the bedtime story. When it comes to looking after her family, that's when a mother's care really shows. When she chooses new Radion with Sunflex, because she knows new Radion has the miracle of Sunflex to keep on whitening to the end of the wash. It makes the care a mother takes worthwhile. New Radion with Sunflex washes whiter, and it shows.
Who are you?
I'm also a Felsham. Graham Felsham. Possibly you wouldn't know of me under that particular name.
Felsham, I do know that name, I do.
I'm sure you do.
You're only joking with me, aren't you? Nothing more? It's just a horrible joke. You wouldn't really kill me.
You know, my dear, as I look at you now, I almost wish that I was joking with you. It really does seem a shame, doesn't it?
Then why do it?
Because I must.
But why? Why?
You see, it's just something that happens to me. I'm quite dotty, you know. It's been acknowledged by some of the best men in that field in the land. It's what you call a compulsion of sorts. Yes, that's it. I have a compulsion to kill. And really, I can't control it.
But you could. You can. I've been watching you, listening to you. You have very good control of yourself.
Actually, it may seem that way. But under this apparently calm exterior, I positively seethe. It's your neck, you see.
My neck?
Yes, that's it, your neck. It's unfortunate. If you were some revolting, wizened harridan, or one of those pale, gross young creatures and one sees so sickeningly often, it would be easy to spurn you with a contempt that you would deserve. Notwithstanding my slightly irregular background, I'm a very particular man. You must understand that. It's important.
I can't understand you. This is awful. It must be a dream.
I'm afraid not. Let me tell you about your neck. Have you no idea what it's like? How glorious it is. Can you not imagine the attraction? The fatal attraction it would have for a man like you?
No, I can't. Oh, stop it. I beg you, please. Please.
You hold your head proudly.
This is cruel. It is. Oh, can't you stop?
Unfortunately, no. That's the one thing I can't do. Oh, but please, let me tell you about your neck. So sad, really, that there's been no chance for an evaluation of its exquisite beauty until now, when it's almost too late. Or perhaps there has been a previous evaluation of it.
There's been none before. Ever.
Splendid, my dear. Splendid. It is fitting under the circumstances that it should fall to me, then, to be the one to do the job. Oh, I say, that was thoughtless of me. What an insensitive thing to say. Do the job, indeed. How you must feel the blow of that.
Just now, suddenly, I see that you're insane. Either insane or a very good actor. An extraordinary actor. Somehow, the latter is too much to expect.
Hope should spring eternal, I am told.
No. Suddenly, I have this feeling that you're not joking about this. There's the strangest feeling moving in me.
What is that?
One almost of disassociation. As if really I'm not here. And it doesn't matter very much.
You feel that, eh? Bizarre. It would not have occurred to me that a mind so attacked could have responded in such a manner. You're depressed, my dear. That's it. Depressed by the prospect.
Yes, I suppose I am. Can you blame me?
A very fair question, to which I can only answer, not really. You're facing a violent death in a matter of minutes, or even of seconds from now, depending upon my whim and choosing. Yet you react in this strange manner.
How have the others reacted?
Oh, in a variety of ways. But yours is the least expected and the most bizarre behavior of all. I wonder if your mood will endure until the ultimate moment.
We'll have to see, won't we? You described the others. Have there been many?
Very many. But not yet, it seems, enough. You are depressed, aren't you? Perhaps it would cheer you up if I went on talking about your lovely neck. After all, a woman and her vanity. Is it not true?
Go on with your cruelty. You must.
But it's not cruelty. Indeed, no. I mean genuinely what I say about your beauty. And in particular that of your neck. It's white, columnar, and graceful. Simple, proud, rather long. Don't do that!
What?
I saw the way you looked. The way you looked at the alarm cord. You were going to spring at it, weren't you? You were going to pull it. Stop the train. Try to evade the fate I've chosen for you in that way.
I wasn't. I
Don't lie to me! You're going to give the alarm! But it wouldn't help you. Not at all.
If I stopped the train, you wouldn't dare to touch me.
You think not, my dear? Then you're an imbecile, do you hear me? If you pull that alarm cord, you'll be doing me a service. Can't you see that?
How can you believe that?
Have you considered the speed at which our train is rushing through the night? Look already, we're past Hawley. We're close to Red Hill. There are only the tunnels through the North Downs to be passed, and we'll be on the very threshold of London. Now, have you taken into account, in view of the speed, just how long it will take to actually stop the train if you pull that cord?
No,
but even with the finest brakes in the world, it takes time to stop hundreds of tons of steel and wood like this.
Quite enough time for me to administer the coup de grace to you and to escape into the night once the train has come to a halt.
What would be the point of your escape? You would soon be captured.
Perhaps. Perhaps not. Although we're close to London, we're not far from the coast. My chances of escape to France would be very good, with the element of time and surprise on my side.
Your cousin thought that as well, you tell me. But they were waiting for him at Brighton.
Still he escaped.
He died.
He escaped, I tell you! He eluded them! Anyway, my dear, do you think I fear death? I, who have dealt in death so long?
I wonder if you'll think in that way when they take you out into the prison yard to hang you. They do hang for the crime of murder in England, you know.
I am well aware of it. But they won't hang me. I'm a certified lunatic.
You told me that Burgess Felsham was mad, too. You also told me that the law was prepared to hang him for his crimes.
It was distinctly possible in poor old Burgess's case. Yes. In mine, I'd be inclined to disagree. If anything, to the contrary.
How can you be so sure?
It's not difficult to foretell. Burgess was only a cousin, from a branch of the family lacking influence in the land. My case is a different one. I am the scion of one of England's most prominent families, and that makes a considerable difference.
You've committed murder. You'll hang.
Don't you think they could have hanged me a dozen times already if they'd been so inclined? Every case was proven, and there was no defense. Oh, no, my dear. Don't pin your hopes upon any judge or lord of the land donning the black cap on my behalf. It would be like all the other times. Family pressures will be exerted in the right places at the right times. Everything will be hushed up very discreetly.
And you? Where would you be?
I? Why, I should make another journey on the non-stop to Brighton.
You do what?
Isn't it delightful? But true as well. I would be discreetly whisked back to the quiet sanatorium on Marine Parade, where I would pass a prescribed period in considerable comfort and not in considerable boredom. Then, in due course, cured and penitent, I would come quietly home again, even as I'm doing now, to the welcoming arms of my saddened but eternally forgiving mother, to the thunderous silences of my gout-stricken father, and the sidelong glances of my slightly mystified and rather envious elder brothers.
This is not the Dark Ages. These are modern times England, the year 1900. These things can't happen in enlightened times.
Don't depend upon it, my dear. If you have the right influence and enough money, and rest assured, we do have, you can make anything happen, can create any age to suit your tastes.
You say this has happened in all your previous cases?
In all of them.
Tell me about them. What did you do?
Are you trying to play me for time, my dear? Is that it?
I want to know. And I want to know why.
Do you see the lights of Redhill going by out there? Is that it? Despite your claim not to be expert upon the London to Brighton line, do you know that we are scant minutes now from Purley and Croydon? From Porter Heath, Clapham Junction, the river approaches, and a slowing run across the steel bridge into the great cavern of Victoria. Is that it?
Tell me about it.
I shall. Your incredible nerve and courage merit such small consideration.
Tell me.
Oh, not all of them. No, we really don't have time enough for that. I shall indeed tell you of the first, which for pure, unsullied experience was by far the finest, and in view of my personal involvement, definitely the most satisfying. And I shall tell you of the last time, the only time I've ever failed. Do you realize, my dear, that night in the fog upon Clapham Common, if I had succeeded, it's a certainty that you would never have come to be in the position you are in this evening. Odd, isn't it, how fate actually does seem to play into one's hands? Whoops! What's that? Ah, yes, I can see. The first of the long tunnels leading us into Coulston. We're under the North Downs already, my dear. What a splendid train.
I shall write a letter to the company. I think it's most commendable. London in just a little while now. We really don't have much time, do we? And I do want you to derive the maximum benefit from my little stories. If you're comfortable there in your corner, perhaps we can proceed. Thank you, my dear. I was going to tell you of my first and finest, wasn't I? Sublime experience. One that you, for all your exquisite loveliness, will not be able to live up to. What's the pity? It happened when I was 17. Just 2 years after poor Burgess had gone off along his troubled way through the next world. It was on our estate, a little milkmaid, sweet and pleasing. My first true love, I believe, in the days of my innocence. But she showed a side of her nature that was both stupid and overly ambitious. It was then that I knew I would have to do away with her. And when she threatened me, well, you can understand, my dear. That was the end, wasn't it?
Graham, I've got to talk to you. Oh, Graham, stop it. Stop playing around and listen to me.
What would you tell me, my dove?
I don't know how to say it to you, to put it into words like. It's not easy, and it's not nice what you've done to me.
Oh, come now, dearest. I'm here. You have my undivided and sympathetic attention. You needn't guard your words with me. You know that. So tell me, what is this awful thing that I've done to you?
Oh, Graham, you are sweet to me. All right, I'll try. It's not easy, but I'll try. I know you'll understand.
Of course I will. Now, go on, girl.
Oh, Graham.
Yes, what is it?
Well, there's no need to bark at me. I was just going to tell you. I'm going to have a baby. Your baby, Graham.
I see.
Well, is that all you've got to say about it? Just, I see? Then you sit there smiling and staring up in the sky?
I'm sorry, dearest. I was just thinking about this. It is momentous news, you know.
Well, I don't want you just to think about it. I want you to tell me, and tell me quick, what you're planning on doing about it.
That's precisely what I am doing. Planning.
There didn't ought to be no need to think about it. It's plain and simple. Well, I haven't been going with no one else. Only you. I love you, and you say you love me. Well, if that's true, there's only one right and proper thing to do as I see it.
And what's that? You tell me.
You got to marry me, that's what. Like you said before. And I shouldn't have to be the one to say it. You should ask me proper.
That's it, Sally, darling. That's it. I was hoping you'd say that. Suggest it to me. It clarifies everything for me. It makes it all so wonderfully simple for me.
Oh, you mean it's all right? You do it like you said?
And not like I said, Sally. Let's rather put it this way. It will be done like I say.
Oh, Graham, my dear. I knew you'd do right by me. I knew you was a gentleman. You couldn't let me down, could you?
No, darling. I couldn't possibly let you down. However, I need a little time to think this out.
What do you mean you'll need time? It's already settled. We are getting married, you and me.
Of course we are. But you must remember my family.
Just because I'm a farm girl, I suppose I'm not good enough for old Lord and Lady Muckamuck up at the hall. Is that it? Although, seems to me, I'm good enough for their son.
But you must understand, we'll have to be delicate about this. The news will shock the family, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Well, that's just too bad for them. You should have thought about that before you done what you did.
It takes two, you know.
Oh, Graham!
Oh, calm down, dearest. If we're going to succeed at what we both want, we're going to have to be devious about it. That's why I'm asking you for time, until tonight at least, to devise a plan.
Oh, well, all right. But just until tonight, mind. Then I want to know how we're going to go about it.
Tonight, you'll know all about it. Usual time, usual place.
I'll be there, Graham.
Just slip out quietly. Don't let anyone know that you're going. We must be.
Just like that, you killed that poor girl in cold blood.
I suppose you could put it that way, yes. Or rather, I prefer to think that Sally departed this life at its happiest moment. She was very happy when we met, you know. Well, I did it very quickly. She could hardly have suffered at all.
What a cruel monster you are.
You could be right. It's something to do with maladjustment, I suppose. It's possible I didn't howl the devil out of me hard enough on the day of my birth.
And that girl came to you in all innocence. You killed her.
Yes. When I got back to our rendezvous at 9 o'clock, she was already waiting for me. Pleading a sick headache, I'd retired early. It was ridiculously easy to slip away from the house. I was certain I wouldn't be gone more than 15 minutes at the outside. Sally? Sally, are you there?
Over here. Just inside the gate.
Hang on, I'm coming.
Oh, Graham, you're late. I was so worried. I thought something must have gone wrong.
Nothing's ever going to go wrong for us again, Sally.
Oh, Graham, my dear. Did you work out a plan for us?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Tell me.
I'll do better than that, Sally. I'll show you.
Oh, Graham, what you trying to do? Why are you holding me like that?
Be still, can't you?
No, Graham! No! No! It's hurting!
You made a bad mistake, Sally. You signed your own death warrant when you threatened me.
Mrs. X and Mrs. Y are the women in this case. Mrs. X, you are alleged to clean your sink and no more.
Well, I...
Do you kill germs?
I'm not sure.
Is your sink hygienically clean?
Well, maybe it is.
Precisely. Mrs. Y, you use Vim 99?
Yes, I do.
You get your sink sparkling clean and kill 99% of household germs?
That's correct. You see, only Vim 99 contains powerful germ-killing microbans.
So Vim 99 gets your sink, pots and pans, bath and stove hygienically clean. 99% germ-free?
Correct.
Ladies of the jury, what is your verdict?
By Vim 99.
Look who's here. The girl in black. She never worries about dandruff. She uses Clinic, the anti-dandruff shampoo with the formula that gives between shampoo protection. She can wear black and comb her hair, and there's never a sign of dandruff. The girl in black uses Clinic.
Give dandruff the Clinic treatment, and it's gone.
And you were never suspected? Even later?
Apparently never. The whole affair subsequently.
What of your recent failure? Didn't you say something about Clapham Common?
Oh, yes. Yes, that was a bad business. But I was overcome, you see. I was overcome upon the instant.
Was it a woman?
If you could call that kind of a creature a woman, yes.
What kind?
You know what kind. What kind of a woman would be upon the streets of Clapham in a fog at night alone? I saw her as I walked up beneath a street lamp.
Hello, mister. Where you going then, eh?
I'm walking alone.
You wouldn't feel like a bit of company then.
I would not.
You talks like a gent, but under the skin you're all the same. I wouldn't wonder as you and me could have a nice time. Visit a few pubs, see some nice friends. It's cold out here. You shouldn't be walking around alone. Come on, be a bit matey, and I'll keep you company.
I've already told you that I prefer my own company. Here, hold on. What's this? The wretch had actually linked arms with me and was attempting to walk along in my company.
So you attacked her?
I was berserk. To be accosted by such a creature was bad enough. But to have her odious company actually forced upon me, that was too much. I seized her by the throat, determined in that instant to put paid to her once and for all.
Yeah. What you up to? Let go of me throat. Let go. Let go. Ow! Help! Please!
I'll teach you to accost me. You'll never have the chance to further your aims again, I promise you. I'll kill you.
Anybody! Help! I'm getting mad then!
She fought me like a mad thing, and she was amazingly strong. Despite my best efforts, I was not able to prevail quickly as I had before. I'd almost decided to let the wretch and make off hot foot, when the matter was taken out of my hands completely.
Help me! Oh, help me! Police! Murder! It's Jack the Ripper! He's got me! I know it's him! Help!
I released that awful creature and ran away into the fog. But my luck had deserted me. I blundered right into the arms of the police, great heavy-booted yokels, who in their numbers soon quelled me. I was taken to Clapham police station, questioned and charged with assault with attempt to cause, as the ponderous sergeant described it, grievous bodily harm.
And what happened after that?
I have declined firmly, under all probing, to give my name and address. And there were, upon my person, no papers to give me away. But during the night, lying sleepless in the police cell, a fit of mischief came upon me. I decided to reveal myself.
Now, what are you causing all this here fuss about, eh?
I have reached a grave decision, Sergeant.
Oh, you have you? Well, now, that's interesting. And what may it be?
I have decided to reveal my identity to you.
Very kind of you, I'm sure. Just tell us what your name is so as I can write it down and you can stop giving us all this bother.
Certainly, Sergeant. My name is Graham Felsham.
Graham Felsham. All right, now we'll have a... Here, wait a sec. You having me on, are you? You say you're Graham Felsham?
One and the same, Sergeant. At your service.
Not that Graham Felsham.
You do me honor, Sergeant. But as you... I am indeed that Graham Felsham.
Struth, this is getting a bit too much for me. Here, isn't there someone we can call in about this here?
Oh, I'm sure there is. If you'll simply copy down this address and dispatch a hansom cab with a note that I shall write in the care of one of your constables, sound advice can be yours within the hour. I, of course, will be more than willing to bear the costs of these enterprises.
To whom did you send the note?
To the address of one of the family solicitors in Temple Bar.
And the results?
Exactly as I could have foretold. Within 30 minutes, I was released into the care and custody of the solicitor and transported to his chambers. Everything was hushed up and the family name protected.
And you went back to Brighton?
Precisely. And there passed a restful and restorative 6 months. Rather strange coincidence, eh?
What are you talking about?
Do you realize that as we wound up the story of my misadventure in Clapham, the train most appropriately tore through Clapham Junction Station. And this strengthens my resolve.
What do you mean?
It seems only fitting that I should achieve another outstanding success, almost within shouting distance of the place where my one shameful failure occurred. In such a way, I can redeem myself.
You can't really be serious.
that you can kill me here when we're actually arriving at Victoria.
But why not, my dear? It's most appropriate, isn't it? So close to Clapham. How well that solves my still wounded pride. And with the bridge coming up to us in the night, how easy it will be to throw your freshly dead body from the train window and into the black swirl of the river. Oh, come. You do see it my way, don't you? You must see it my way. What recourse do I have? I promise you, you have my word of honor as a gentleman. It will not hurt you.
No, you mustn't. You cannot.
You'll feel virtually nothing, my dear. Just a slight pressure about your neck. Then it's over. So quickly. Come on now. The train's slowing. There's no time left.
Oh, listen to me. I beg you. Oh, can't you spare me? Let me live. Oh, let me step down from this train alive at Victoria. I'll go away from you at once. I'll forget everything that has passed between us tonight. I won't say a word, I promise you. I won't complain, but please, oh, please let me live. Don't kill me. I've done you no harm, and I won't. Just let me go.
You tempt me, you know. When I weigh this coolly, dispassionately, I find that I do not really want to kill you. But I'm driven on. Don't you see? And there's nothing, absolutely nothing that I can do about this thing. And after all, how can I depend upon your words? Once your relief at being left alive is past, and you regain your balance, anger and indignation must inevitably follow hard upon their heels.
I gave you my word. I wouldn't break it. You're a gentleman, despite your sickness. You know the value of the given word. Oh, but that's what I beg you. I beg you, don't kill me. Oh, don't kill me.
But it's time. You see, this is the time. And I have to know. I have to know about you. All about you. To the very last moment. The very last moment, you see. Only a few seconds more. You feel it. Feel it. The train, slowly, slowly beneath our feet. The grind of brakes against the steel wheels. And there, just ahead, the bridge. The city. The dark flow of the Thames. And beyond the great lit mouth of Victoria Station, the Chesterton on the other side. It's time, my dear. Our time together has run out. The closing seconds. And oh, believe me, I'm so sorry. It has to be done. It has to be done.
Victoria, this is Victoria. All change, please. All change here, all change.
Perhaps you'd better step down now, my dear.
This is Victoria. Can you stop? Here beneath the bright lights. Stop. And there are all those people.
Inevitable as fate that it should stop. The line ends here, you see.
You let me live. You didn't kill me after all. You let me live. Oh, you couldn't do it, could you? You see, there is kindness in you after all. You're not as ill as you believe you are. You could be helped properly. Because you could do it.
That is so. I couldn't do it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. And I made a promise to you. Now, you see, I'll keep it. I won't betray you to anyone, not a soul. It's a promise.
We'll see.
Good evening, your lordship. Nice to see you home again, nice and safe. Do you have a nice holiday, sir?
Good evening, Shaw. Good to be back. A passable time. Not at all bad, thanks.
Excuse me, miss, if you don't mind. I have to get by you. Help his lordship.
His lordship?
That's right, miss.
Help? How must you help?
Shaw is my man, my dear. He has to carry me from this corner to my wheelchair out there on the platform. I'm a complete cripple, you see.
You? You're a cripple?
I'm afraid so. Didn't you see the rug around my knees?
And you couldn't?
Attacked you? Never. Quite impossible. You could have pushed me away effortlessly with one of your small gloved hands.
And why did you plan to...
What's this, miss? Says his lordship been having you on a bit then, eh?
Having me on?
Sure knows me of old, my dear. I have something of a reputation as a practical joker.
You look upon it as a joke, then, to subject a person to such a shocking experience as that I have undergone in your company.
What did I say of anger and indignation following hard upon the heels of relief? You made me a promise, you know. Your silence in return for your life.
This certainly puts a different complexion upon things.
Would you please tell me your name?
Why should I?
Please. It's very important that I should know.
Well, it's Billier. Miss Mary Billier.
And if I may ask further, your occupation, your profession?
I'm an actress.
Ah, I should have known. It was so self-evident. Oh, really? The joke is on me, then.
I don't see how
Miss
that...
Billy, here is my card. Please look at it while Shaw carries me to my wheelchair. Then, if you could join us for the short walk along the platform, I'd be most grateful.
Here we are, then, your lordship. Sir Daisy.
Thank you.
Easy does it. Excuse me, miss.
Lord Filsham, author, poet, playwright. 11 Cavendish Mews, W1.
If you're ready, Miss Billier.
And will you please tell me? I have to know what was the purpose of this cruel and pointless deception.
Cruel? Yes. Pointless? I think not. In actual fact, we played out a trial on an idea I have for a new play. A play which I now intend to set upon paper, thanks to you and your most encouraging performance tonight, Miss Billier.
A play?
Yes. I roughed it out in my mind while I was at Brighton. I was planning to write it anyway. Your arrival in my compartment this evening touched off the idea of trying out the plot of it to see if it would hold water. I must say, I'm quite satisfied.
But this is unspeakable.
Yes, it was rather naughty, wasn't it? Something came over me. A sense of wicked mischief, you might say. You could almost call it a compulsion.
Oh, please. Not that. Not again.
Sorry, my dear. Tell me, are you employed right now?
At the moment, no.
Your being an actress is another of those delightful coincidences that add such sparkle to life. In view of my circumstances, I have to find that sparkle in bizarre ways. I wonder, would you be interested in the part?
The part?
When my play is written and goes into production, would you be interested in reading for the part of the young woman in the train?
Just as we've done tonight?
Precisely. I owe you something for what you've been through. As an actress, a leading part in one of my plays could further your career considerably. If you'll forgive my seeming boast. My reputation is extensive in the field.
I'm aware of that. Now I know why. I don't think I could go through all that again.
Familiarity should, I'm sure, breed contempt. You do famously, you know. And you already know the part rather well.
Well... Actually, would be lovely.
Good girl. It's settled then. The part will be yours. You have my word on it. Please hold yourself in readiness. And keep my card so that you'll know where to get in touch with me.
What will you call this play?
It occurred to me a good title would be Non-Stop to Victoria.
Very appropriate.
Say you'll forgive me. There'll be no recurrence.
Please. All right. You're forgiven. This once.
Splendid. Well, we must leave you here, I'm afraid, but we'll be in touch with you. Is there an address?
They have a forwarding address for me at the Empire Theatre.
Good. You'll hear from me within a week. Good night, Miss Billier. And thank you for a most diverting journey.
Good night.
The Johnson Wax Program. Good evening, everyone. The makers of Johnson's Wax present Marion and Jim as Fibber McGee and Molly. Ted Weems and his orchestra open this aerial opus with Bye Bye Baby. Take off, Ted. Just let me take a minute to tell you how you can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Thousands of car owners have already gone to their dealers and asked for the free gift package offered in celebration of Johnson's 50th anniversary. Now, this is the way for you to get your free gift. Go to your service station, auto supply store, or regular wax dealer. Ask for Johnson's free gift package. It contains a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can, not a sample, of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents. And as you know, this is less than the regular price of the cleaner alone. And you get Johnson's Auto Wax, a full-size can, free. The supply of these free gift packages is necessarily limited. When they're gone, there won't be any more, so don't delay. Get your free gift of Johnson's Auto Wax right away. Well, Fibber McGee has talked Molly into letting him take a few flying lessons. He's already had a few training flights, but today he's due to take his first solo flight. And here in the flying school office, talking to the instructor, we find those two fearless fledglings, Fibber McGee and Molly.
You really think McGee is ready to fly alone, Mr. Instructor?
How about it, Bud? Am I ready to solo?
Oh, sure. You'll be okay.
See, Molly? I tell you, in the next war, it'll be us pilots that'll get the easy jobs.
McGee, in the next war, I'll see that you have flat feet if I have to use a sledgehammer.
See how she goes for me. Well, what do you say we get started?
Well, I'm sorry. There are a couple of flights scheduled out ahead of you, so you just wait here till I call for you. And if the phone rings, get the number.
Okay.
McGee, of all the ideas you ever had, this is the silliest.
What you mean, the silliest, Molly? You just wait till we get us a nice little cabin plane. Just you and me, scooting around up amongst them little fleecy clouds.
Just a cabin in the cotton.
I ever tell you about the time a friend of mine landed his plane in the duck pond? Real pilot, Ned was. He was flying for NBC at the time. Good old Ned.
Ned who?
Ned Redworth. Well, sir. Oh, hello there, Scotty. What's on your mind?
Excuse me, laddie. Would you be sitting on my instruction book?
Nope, I wouldn't.
Nor me.
What do you want to look up, Bud? I can probably give you the answer.
Well, you see, laddie, I'm a parachute jumper, and I'm wondering anew about how to patch up a parachute.
Patch up a parachute. Did you tear it?
No, lass, but 'tis an old one, and the moths have been at it. And every time I come down, it whistles so loud I kind of hear myself praying. There's the book now. Good day to you.
Well, sir, as I was saying, Molly, this friend of mine was flying an amphibian.
A what?
Amphibian.
You usually are. McGee, why on earth did you ever start this flying business anyway?
Well, shucks, Molly, you ain't scared, are you?
No, I'm not scared. I know flying is as safe as driving a car these days, maybe more so.
You betcha.
But I believe if the Lord had intended us to fly, he'd have given us wings.
Well, you give us stomachs, Molly, but that don't mean we have to crawl around like a dad-ratted snake, does it? There goes that plane again, Molly. That same plane was flying around here last week.
Oh, dear, what a dizzy-looking dame, McGee. Huh? And her a hostess on the airline.
Oh, why, that's that Miss Muggan.
Oh, yes, Liza Muggan. How do you do, I'm sure?
You a hostess on the airlines now, Liza?
Yes, of course I am. And I just love it. I really do. It's simply fascinating. Those handsome pilots and co-pilots.
What's a co-pilot for, Miss Muggan?
A co-pilot? Oh, a co-pilot is to cope with anything the pilot can't cope with. Simple, isn't it? Of course, naturally. But I really love it. Strange how many girls would like to be hostesses, but of course you must be a registered nurse.
Oh,
And Mr. McGee, you're not a registered nurse, are you?
He's nurse, but not registered.
But it is simply thrilling, simply wonderful. Of course, if our passengers are a little uncomfortable, we give them a little piece of cotton and some chewing gum. One passenger this morning was so excited he put the chewing gum in his ears and chewed the cotton. Silly, wasn't it? Yes, of course, naturally. Well, I simply must go. I'll see you later. I will see you later, won't I? Of course I will, naturally. Goodbye.
I suppose she's an airplane hostess because she's so flighty.
Yes, of course, naturally. Don't you think so? Of course you do.
Oh, look, McGee, there's a plane coming into land.
What is it, Molly? A high-wing Waco?
No, I think it's a low-sing Como.
Oh, yes. I understand Perry's flying in here to keep a date with the angel.
What do you mean, McGee?
Well, he says he's got to dance his way to heaven.
Oh.
Gotta dance, gotta sing, gotta have my little fling. Gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms. I gotta hum, gotta shout, gotta kick my heels about. Gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms. I feel as high tonight as any kite, and I'll soon be flying out of sight. It's no spark that you've ignited, it's a great big stick of dynamite. Gotta kiss and be kissed, cross the others off my list, 'cause I can't resist your irrepressible, sweet, caressable charm. I gotta dance my way to heaven right in your arms.
Back at the Wistful Vista Airport. Fibber's instructor hasn't returned yet, and our hero is getting a little impatient. Here they are, Fibber going over his previous lessons with Molly.
All right, now I'll take page 4.
Okay.
What do you do, McGee, if there's another plane landing or taking off when you want to land?
Left rudder, stick forward, and pull throttle.
What happens?
I don't know, but I'll bet it'll be fun.
Now the next question. How do you land, with the wind or against the wind?
Wind behind you. You just let the wind blow you onto the field.
Wrong. You land against the wind.
Seems kind of silly. I knew a feller tried landing against the wind once, and it sure learned him a lesson. There was a 60-mile wind blowing, and he was only doing 55, losing 5 miles an hour. He was trying to land at Detroit, and he come down backwards 4 hours later in St. Louis.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Not for me, Molly.
70 days, and you're going to fly. Why, McGee, if you... Oh, there's Silly Watson.
Hi there, Sil. What you doing here?
Hi, ma'am. How are you, boss? I've been working here for weeks, Mr. McGee, red capping for airplane passengers.
You like flying, Silly?
Yes, ma'am, I guess I do. but I ain't never flew far. What?
You mean you haven't flied yet?
Yes, ma'am. I was asked lots of times did I want to flew, and I said no, sir. This boy ain't never flied yet, and when I start to flee, I'm fluing with my own wings. You ain't scared, are you, sir? You ain't scared, are you, Phil? Yes, sir, I am. Every time I think of me way up there, I just turn white.
Well, think of it and let's see you.
Well, shucks, Phil. If you don't like flying, what'd you get a job at the airport for?
What?
Why did you get a job here if you don't like flying?
Well, Miss McGee, every time I go fishing, I have to eat worms.
You like red capping at the airport better than red capping at the railroad station, Phil?
Yes, sir. When it comes to red capping, sir, I sure know my bunions.
You mean onions?
No, ma'am, my bunions.
What's your bunions got to do with it, Phil?
Everything, Miss McGee. When I red caps at the railroad depot, it seems like all my customers is on the last Pullman from the engine. I gotta walk 14 cars down and 14 cars back with bags and stuff. But when an airplane come in, there's just one car and one door.
Well, you're quite a psychologist, sir.
No, ma'am. I always been an Afro-Methodist, Miss McGee. Well, excuse me now, so the plane come in. Red cap, here. Schedule baby, folks.
Look at the acrobatics. Somebody's trying to kill himself.
Why, shucks no, Molly. Them things is easy to do. Just a couple of loops and a figure eight. Hey, look at that one. Boy, oh boy, can that fella fly. Did you see that turn?
Did I see it? It gives me one.
Hey, Molly, look.
No, you look and tell me.
He's flying upside down. Now he's right side up again. Look, he's in a spin, Molly. Wow. Nope, he's out of it. Look, he's coming down.
On purpose?
I hope so. Wow.
Heavenly days, he landed just like a feather.
Well, what you know about that? Scrawny little mug, ain't he? Hi there, Bud. Is that you doing them stunts up there?
That was me, all right, Sonny.
Hey, Grandma, ain't you scared you'll have an accident that way?
Who, me? Oh, no, my ship is pretty safe. Best one I had this week.
What you mean this week? How many you had?
12.
12?
11 of them couldn't take it. Every time I do an outside loop, the wings would fall off. They weren't what they cracked up to be.
Shucks. Say, Grandma, I never did see such a crazy stunt as you was doing up there just now.
What stunts, Sonny?
What stunts? Why, those twists and turns and floops and flops you just done.
Oh, them.
Yeah.
Them weren't stunts, Sonny. I never stunt.
What was you doing then?
Oh, that must have been when I was down on my hands and knees in the cockpit looking for my hairpin. Well, I'll be seeing you folks. Hey there, Johnny. Gas her up for me. I got a date for a cocktail party in Cincinnati, and I don't want to be late.
That would teach you not to jump at conclusions.
Hey, Molly, there's that same old plane again. Wonder who that is. Hey, Bud, who is that always flying around up there?
Oh, that's a couple of endurance flyers.
Oh.
Endurance flyers. How long have they been up?
I don't know, lady. I've only been working here 2 years.
Hi there, Bud. You a pilot?
Don't ask such dumb what do you think I'm wearing this monkey suit for? After all, anybody could guess that. Well, yes, I'm a pilot.
On one of the regular airlines?
Well, the idea isn't... Well, of all the stupid... certainly not. I'm the greatest... one of the most... Well, yes. I'm a crust bopper. A crop shooter. Crop duster.
Oh, a crop duster.
I know a lot of fussy farmers, but I never heard of them dusting off their crops.
Oh, he mean he flies over the fields and dusts the crops with arsenic or something to kill the bugs.
That's the nut in the eggshell. That's the story in a nut house. Yes, sir, I think you got me. You got something there, Shorty. Yes, sir, it's a great week if you don't like him. Great life while you got some. Say, do you know a guy named Dopefelder?
No, we don't.
Neither do I. Shake hands. But say, if you're taking flying lessons, don't forget, remember one thing. When you take off...
Take off what?
Don't do it. It's too cold. But as I was about... we always try to get enough altitude. Remember, when you make a left turn, push on the rudder. Or if you'd rather do something else, but don't forget in the tailspin. Did you ever spin a tail? Or heads I win, tails you spin, or lose? You can never get...
Tell me, Mr. Pilot, when you spray poison over a cornfield from your plane, how do you know how much to use?
I don't. There's no use trying to estimate. But in eating or drinking or spraying corn, it don't matter. Why, it's just in one ear and out the other. Well, hello.
Oh, boy, what a takeoff. What a wonderful takeoff. Did you ever see anything like it?
Oh, hello, Mr. Brown.
Hi, Bob. What you mean, what a wonderful takeoff?
Johnson's auto cleaner and polish, the way it takes off that dull film of traffic dirt.
Hey, Robert.
Yes?
Now, you heard about this new gag, knock, knock.
No. How does it go?
Like this.
Oh.
Remind me to throw some water on him in time for his next announcement, Molly. Now, what was I saying?
Well, you were saying now...
Who's there?
Ted Weems.
What Ted Weems?
Ted Weems, I used Ted Weems.
What do you want, Ted?
I want to fly.
Fly what?
An airplane.
Well, what are you playing?
We are playing Knock Knock. There isn't much excuse for letting a car get stained and dirty looking when it's so easy and it costs so little to make the car shine like new again. You'll be amazed to see how quickly Johnson's Auto Cleaner takes off all the old road film and dirt and gives the car a beautiful polish. This creamy white liquid is very easy to apply, and you can be assured it won't hurt the car finish in any way. Johnson's Auto Cleaner both cleans and polishes a car in one simple operation. If your car is new and you want to keep it bright and shining, then be sure to protect the finish now with Johnson's Auto Wax. Dust and dirt can't stick to the gleaming wax surface. Once your car is waxed, you'll save on car washings. And someday, when you want to trade the car in, you'll get more money for it. Now, attention to this, please. You can get a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax free if you go to your dealer at once. Ask for Johnson's pre-gift anniversary package, containing a pint of Johnson's Auto Cleaner and a full-size can of Johnson's Auto Wax. You pay only 59 cents for this free gift package, less than the usual price of the cleaner alone. You get the can of Johnson's Auto Wax free. Better hurry before the supply of these packages is gone. Well, the flying instructor hasn't come back yet, as our two friends sit in his office and wonder if McGee's solo flight is off for today.
McGee, I wonder if the teacher got up in the air someplace and couldn't get down.
Oh, I don't think so, Molly. That don't happen. What?
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Oh, hi there, sis.
Hi.
What you doing around here, sis?
What are you?
Who, me? Oh, I'm an aviator, sis. Waiting for my solo.
Who's gonna sing it?
No, not a solo song, solo flight. What are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my uncle.
Oh.
He's a swell navigator, I betcha.
He is, huh? Her uncle's a flyer, too, Molly.
What do you mean, too?
When did your uncle tell you he'd meet you here, sis?
Well, he said he had one more staff head for a flying lesson, and then he was through.
You get that, Molly? One more saphead for a flying lesson. Kind of cute, huh?
He said it was Mr. McGee. What's your name, mister?
My name is,
Mud.
That's it, sis. Mud. Oscar Z. Mud.
Keep it clean, mister. Well, I guess I'll go to the hangar and talk to the grease balls, mister. So long.
Oh, somebody sent her in here for a joke, Molly, but I can take it. I got nerves like steel.
Sure. An iron man with nerves of steel, a heart of gold, and silver fillings clamped on a nickel cigar.
Ain't funny, Molly.
Oh, it's the instructor at last.
Well, all ready for your solo?
You betcha. Nervous? Who, me? Say, I was telling Molly just now that everybody remarks on what wonderful nerves I got. Ow! There, who did that? What's the idea? Who threw that?
Take it easy.
Huh?
You just knocked the ashtray off the desk with your elbow.
What was you saying, Chief?
Well, I think we'd better call the lesson off for today. You're too jumpy.
Good.
Hey, what you mean, jumpy? I'm cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, but greener.
Come on now. Let's go up, huh? What do you say? I'm okay.
Stick out your fingers.
There, see? Steady as a rock.
Go on, you're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, well, I'm smoking too much, Shaw. Inhale every puff. Come on, let's go up. Shucks, I've been waiting here all day so I could...
No, I'm sorry, but you know how it is. We never take any chances. If we don't think something's safe, we just don't do it, that's all. Now, you report back here tomorrow and take your solo. Usual time. So long, Miss McGee. See you later.
McGee, what are you doing?
I'm getting into a parachute. That's what I'm doing. I'll show that wise guy I ain't so dad-ratted shaky I can't solo.
Well, if you're going to solo, I'll solo with you.
Oh, now, Molly, you can't.
Be quiet. Get me into this other parachute. Where does me arms go?
Right through here. No. Through there. No,
Oh,
that's
let
wrong.
go. I got it.
Okay. We'll show 'em. Come on.
Well, go ahead.
There's a plane right there, Molly.
Is that the one we're supposed to take?
I don't know, but it'll do. Come on, get in the front there. Up you go.
Oh, take it easy.
There you are.
McGee, are you sure? Are you sure you remember your lessons now?
Don't worry, Molly. I know my stuff. There. All ready?
No, but go ahead.
Okay, contract.
Hey, get out of that ship. Hey, you! There's no gas in that crate.
What did he say, McGee?
I think he said I'd pass everything great. Nothing. The air's bumpy.
Don't give me that stuff, McGee. Air is air.
Oh,
let's go home. Stop at the parking lot. Go on back.
I don't know which way is back. Look over the side, Molly.
Oh, I can't see anything but all that smoke. There must be a fire somewhere.
That ain't smoke. That's cloud.
Oh! McGee, don't do that. Stop it.
I ain't doing nothing. The bad thing is... Hey, Molly.
What?
We're out of gas.
Go on. Quit fooling, McGee. This is no time for romancing.
Honest, we're out of gas. We gotta bail out.
Bail out? Are we leaking?
I mean, jump. Jump overboard.
Oh, heavenly days.
Don't hurry, Molly. Don't waste time. Go on, jump.
Not unless you do.
Don't worry, I will.
Well, how about the plane?
I'll come back and get that later. Go on, jump, and count 10.
What for? I'm not mad.
We ain't got much time. Come on. 1, 2, 3, jump! Pull your ripcord, Molly. Pull your ripcord.
Pull your own ripcord.
It don't work. I am pulling it.
That's your necktie, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Listen to this little ring. There, they're both open.
Look at the ground.
Huh?
Heavenly days, it's coming right up at us.
Don't think about it. Put your mind on something else. Say, do you think the Cubs will ever get back into first place?
Stop clowning, McGee. I'm scared. Heavenly days, look down. Look at all the people. It's a racetrack.
No, it ain't. That's the fairground. Hey, we're going to land right in the fairground.
Dear, oh dear, how do you steer these things?
Why?
I want to head for the mattress exhibit.
Hey, Molly, when you land, you just relax, like me.
Sure. Just relax, like you.
Yeah.
McGee, look at the ground coming up. Heavenly days.
Hang on, Molly, we're going to hit. Look out, Bill! Oh. Hey, Molly. Molly, are you all right?
I don't know, McGee. Wait till I count my bones.
What's going on here?
Gee, look at all the people. They're coming at us.
I'll bet they thought we just took this way to sneak into the fair without pay. Hi there, brother. What's all the shooting?
Congratulations, my little caterpillar climbers. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yes, yes. Very ingenious of you, I'm sure. Very ingenious.
Ingenious? What the heck?
Allow me to be the first to shake hands with you, my friends. Yes, yes. Never let anyone state that Horatio K. Boomer of the State Fair of our fair state was not fair. Yes, yes. Please accept this gold loving cup as first prize.
Oh, for the parachute jump?
No, for the funniest costume.
What?
I'd like to give you a word picture of a home that is Johnson waxed for protection and beauty. The floors and furniture are free from dust. There are no smudgy finger marks on chair arms and tables. The waxed door frames and window sills are clean and shiny. There's a satiny beauty over everything. If your floors and linoleum are protected with Johnson's wax, they will never grow shabby and worn. The wax seals the pores and cracks and provides an invisible film of wax protection that preserves the floor against wear. And perhaps you don't realize that you never have to scrub a floor that is properly wax polished. Ask your dealer for genuine Johnson's wax in the attractive yellow can. And remember, you save money by buying the larger sizes.
Molly, did I ever tell you about the time I was flying the mail between...
McGee.
Huh?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Cy.
Cy who?
Sign off.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, all.
Brown speaking. The Johnson Wax program has come to you from our Chicago studios, a Red Network program of the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with You from the Great Ziegfeld. They say that time is money, and if you want to save both time and money, serve Jell-O for dessert. Jell-O is easy to make, easy to take, a good-looking, good-tasting, inexpensive dessert that you can make in just a jiffy. Your whole family will go for Jell-O's refreshing true fruit taste. And remember that genuine Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor that comes from fresh, ripe fruit. So brighten up your dinner table some night soon. Serve a great gleaming dish of colorful Jell-O. It looks so attractive, it tastes so good, and costs so little. Ask your grocer for Jell-O tomorrow. But be sure you get the real thing, accept no substitutes. Insist on the one and only genuine Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a fellow who is a big man in Hollywood, a giant in Waukegan, but just another actor in New York, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre. And listen, Don, I'm not such a small guy in New York either.
Well, then, Jack, how come they won't even let you broadcast from the NBC studios? First, you're at the Waldorf Astoria, now the Pierre.
Well, it's because NBC is crowded, that's why.
Well, how long are you going to stay in New York, anyway?
Until we run out of hotels. I've been hanging around so many ballrooms, I feel like a chandelier. Of course, there's a certain amount of class and prestige broadcasting from a place like this. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes.
On behalf of the management of the Hotel Pierre, I bid you welcome and trust that the broadcasting facilities here are satisfactory.
They certainly are.
Now, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to call upon me.
Well, thank you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, don't mingle with the guests.
That's what I get for slumming on the avenue. Anyway, Don, it's still a distinction to be able to do our program from here. Not every entertainer would be granted that privilege, particularly one that I know of.
Mm-hmm. And who's that, Jack?
Well, I don't want to mention any names, but I don't see how Harry Von Zell can laugh at him every Wednesday night.
Oh, Von Zell, that announcer.
Yeah.
Say, Jack, what product do they sell, anyway?
Nothing you can put sliced bananas on.
By the way, Jack, did you hear Alan call you a bully last Wednesday? Benny the bully, Benny the bully.
Well, it's better than being a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat. Alan is a scaredy cat.
How do you know?
Oh, Don, he's an awful baby. Imagine a grown man taking ether when he gets a manicure. Anyway, I don't want Alan's name mentioned anymore on this program. From now on, if you have to refer to him, just call him Boo. That's good enough for me.
Boo Allen, that's a silly name.
Well, it fits the character.
Hiya, Don. Hello, Jack.
Oh, Mary. Where have you been?
I was out with Boo in Portland Hoffa.
Oh, you were, eh? Well, I should think you'd select your company a little more carefully. Of course, Portland's all right, but I'd watch out for Boo.
You know, Jack, he asked me if you really played the Boo on your violin.
That's the B, and don't overdo it. Anyway, let's change the subject.
All right. Jell-O is not only economical, but it's easy to make. And remember, it tastes twice as good as ever before.
Yeah, now let's change the subject again.
Hey, surely. Jack, where's Kenny?
Oh, Kenny, he had to go to Hollywood to finish his picture, but he'll be back again next week, Don.
You know, Jack, I just got the cutest telegram from Kenny.
Oh, then he must have arrived there. What does he say?
He says, wait a minute, here it is.
Oh.
Arrived home safely, weather excellent, trip pleasant, bus comfortable.
Oh, he motored back, I see.
Scenery was beautiful in Pennsylvania, especially when we passed through Bootown.
Bootown?
He means Allentown.
Oh, I see. He must have read my thoughts. Go on, Mary.
Right now, I'm listening to the program, and I certainly miss me.
Oh.
You would never know Hollywood. It has changed a lot in 2 weeks. I can't even find my house, and the Paramount studio has changed its name to Anheuser-Busch.
Anheuser-Busch? Where's that wire from, Mary?
St. Louis.
I thought so. What a dope. Imagine getting off at St. Louis. Read on, Mary.
P.S.
P.S. and a telegram.
I just found out that I'm in St. Louis instead of Hollywood. Boy, are they mixed up.
Well, that serves me right for letting him take that trip alone.
Say, Jack.
Yeah? Oh, hello, Abe. How are you?
Oh, I'm all right. Can I talk to you a minute?
Sure, Lyman. What is it?
Listen, Jack. I heard some pretty bad reports about me on last Sunday's program.
You did? Why, I thought you were great, didn't you, Don?
Why, certainly you were swell, Abe.
Oh, I don't mean my music, but my friends all seem to think that you made me sound like a pretty tough guy.
But, Abe, we were only kidding.
Well, I'm sensitive.
Oh.
Gee, Jack, I'm not a bad guy. I'm not a mug or a tough egg or anything. I'm considered a gentleman.
Well, I'm terribly sorry, Abe, really.
Well, don't do it again or I'll kick your teeth out.
Oh, you will?
Are you going to take that from him, Jack?
Well, I'd fix him, but I don't want to be known as a bully.
Especially without teeth.
That's gratitude for you. Say, Don, why do I always have trouble with orchestra leaders? What have I done to deserve those constant threats of violence? Am I a magnet that attracts the brutality in my throat? A football to be kicked around from pillar to goalpost? Why must I be eternally ducking behind a microphone?
I don't know. Why?
While I'm thinking of an answer, the orchestra will play I Got Rhythm. Play, Lyman. I wish Freddie Bartholomew had an orchestra. I'd tell him something. Yes, I got rhythm from Girl Crazy, played by Abe Lyman and his musical Muscle Men. I don't know, Abe, how can your musician be so tough and play so sweetly?
I feed him raw meat and cream puffs.
Oh, I see.
And anyhow,
Now, listen, Abe, I don't want to argue about anything. I'm too tired. I was up all night doing some last-minute work on my income tax.
Income tax?
Yeah.
Why, Don and I saw you at the Stork Club last night with a blonde.
Well, she was helping me.
The way she ate, you could put her down as a dependent.
Mary, blondes aren't deductible.
You know, Jack, I'm glad I live in California where there's no income tax.
Why, Mary, the federal tax applies to California the same as any other state.
That's funny. I never paid one.
You didn't? Well, didn't you get any letters from the government?
Yeah. See, I thought it was fan mail. I sent him a picture.
Well, you better file a tax report right away, or you'll be doing a guest appearance on the Leavenworth Hour. That's pretty good, wasn't it? Huh?
I like it.
You better get after it, though, Mary, really.
Fine romance with no cheesecake.
Hey.
Hello, stranger.
Hello, Slip. How are you?
Well, I feel like $1 million, and on that I don't have to pay tax.
Well, Slap, I really didn't expect you tonight.
Jack, so soon when I heard Kenny Baker wasn't coming up here, I came up to offer my services to give you an audition.
Oh, really? So, are you a singer?
That's me, Ding Schlapperman. And the yodeler from Yonkers, you know.
So you're a singer. Well, that's news to me. Whose band did you sing with?
Goy Lombardo.
Goy?
What a snappy band of rhythm boys. Wow.
Oh, the Lombardo. Say, listen, I've listened to them a lot of times, but I never heard your voice.
Oh, did they play loud?
Well, Slap, tell me, what kind of songs do you sing?
Mostly sentimental. At home on the ranch, shoes and saddles. And there's an old swimming pool in the parlor.
Swimming pool?
That's spinning wheel, you dope.
Hey, Jack.
What?
Jack, what's the matter with that Lyman?
Oh, you know how temperamental musicians are, especially band leaders.
Lyman, our band leader. A brush you should have on the end of that stick.
Slap, you said it.
Pipe down, Schlapperman.
Look what's talking. Look at him. He works 2 weeks and already he's a foreman.
Don't worry about him. Well, Slapperman, it was very nice of you to offer your services, but I've already asked Mary to sing a number.
Oh, I don't want to sing tonight.
Oh, come on, Mary. I'll tell you what, if you sing a chorus, I will, too. You're not offended, are you, Slap?
Why, certainly not.
I'm sorry you made the trip for nothing.
Who made it for nothing? I sold 9 suits in the lobby. A fine romance with patch pockets not
Sit down, Slap. Mary's going to sing. Come on, Mary. Would you folks like to hear? No kidding. Would you folks like to hear Mary sing? Would you like to hear her sing a song? There you are, you see? Now you'll have to go through with it, Mary. Hit it, Abe. Your folks like that. Mary, that was swell. Really swell. And you weren't nervous or anything.
No, and now it's your turn, Jack.
All right, now I'll sing my chorus, and I dedicate it to Don Wilson. Come on, boys. You say the darndest thing, Wilson, but oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. Cha-cha. You're always out to sell Jell-O in winter, spring, or summer, or fall. Good, isn't it? You always say strawberry. You always say raz. You always say cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. You nearly drive me nuts, Wilson. But oh, you're so doggone cute with it all. What's that noise out there? What is that? What is that? Hey, what's going on in here? That's funny. Now listen, I heard that disturbance outside. Now, whoever's manipulating that foghorn in here has got to cut it out.
Where the hell
Well, as I live and regret that there are no locks on studio doors. If it isn't Boo Allen. Now, listen, Allen, what's the idea of breaking in here in the middle of my singing?
Singing?
Yes.
Now, listen, Betty. I didn't mind it when you scraped that overnight bag 2 weeks ago and called that playing the bee.
Yeah.
But when you stand here tonight and set that whooping cough to music and call that singing, you're going too far.
Oh, you didn't like it, huh?
Like it? Why, you make Andy Devine sound like Lawrence Tibbett.
Now, look here, Alan. I don't care what you say about my singing or my violin playing on your own program. But when you come up here, be careful. After all, I've got listeners.
Keep your family out of this.
Now, listen. My family likes my singing and my violin playing, too.
Your violin playing?
Yeah.
You're using the verb loosely, Mr. Benson. Why, if I was a horse, if I was a pony even, and found out that my tail, found out that any part of my tail was being used in your violin bow, I'd hang my head in my oat bag from then on.
Well, you listen to me, you Wednesday night hawk. Another crack like that, and Town Hall will be looking for a new janitor.
Why, you fugitive from a Ripley cartoon? I ought to bend your nose around until if you want to smell anything, you'll have to curb it. You lay a hand on me. You lay a hand on me. Anything we'll say accidentally will be better than the script. On me, Benny, and you'll be hollering strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and health.
Oh, listen to that smile of beauty. Keep this up, Alan, and I'll ask Don Wilson to fall on you. And if Wilson falls on you, you know what that means. Huh?
Oh, boy, press ham.
That a girl, Mary, that's a honey.
Quiet, coward.
Coward?
Yes, coward, and she doesn't mean that English entertainer, Noel, either.
Now, Alan, I'm up here attending to my own business. There's no place to settle our private affairs. How did you get in here without a pass?
I made one at the door, man, and you're next.
Oh, I am, eh?
Gentlemen, don't fight here, please. Why don't you go over to the Medicine Square Garden?
You keep out of this, you little squirt. From now on, your wife will be having both ends of the herring.
Well, goodbye, Jackie boy. Take it easy.
There goes Schlepperman. I wish you'd follow him out.
Listen, cowboy, why didn't you stay out in Hollywood where you don't belong?
Because I heard you were coming out there to make a picture, that's why. You ought to do very well, Mr. Allen, now that Boris Karloff is in England.
Well, I saw your last picture, Lionel Benny.
Yes?
Until you made a picture, nobody knew what a lull looked like on celluloid. And maybe you didn't start bank night, but you've certainly kept it going.
Oh, yeah? Well, 3 states are waiting for your picture to be released. They're going to use it instead of capital punishment. Wow!
That's telling him, Jack.
Who's that pallbearer?
Sick 'em, Lyman.
Look what's going to make a picture. Fred Allen, the great... I suppose Gable and Taylor are losing a lot of sleep right now.
Not if they're listening to this broadcast.
What a witty retort. Where are you going to live in Hollywood, Mr. Allen? At the Ostrich Farm?
I may.
What are you laughing at, Mary?
He'll show those birds how to lay eggs.
Mary, that was marvelous. I'm going to kiss you for that.
Then I take it back.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, she'd rather kiss an ostrich, and so would I.
Well, Allen, what this gone a little too far. I didn't mind a little mudslinging now and then, but when you make those kind of remarks, it means fight where I come from.
You mean your blood would boil if you had any?
Yeah. And I got just enough to resent that. Mr. Allen, I come from the West. I'm a hard-boiling, two-fisted he-man. And you step out in the hallway. I'm ready to settle this little affair man to man. You're here. Yes, sir.
This will be the last number of the last program on any Jell-O series.
Next week, the Jell-O program starring Mary Livingston.
Come on, Allen. You want to go through with this?
I didn't come up here to get your autograph.
Now, listen, Allen. I'll give you just one more chance to apologize.
Apologize? Why, I'll knock you flatter than the first 8 minutes of this program.
Hold on there, Allen. Who touches a hair on Jack's gray head has to find it first.
Who said that?
Barbara Livingston.
Never mind that. Come on, Allen. Let us away. Play, Lyman. Sorry, now I sold my rowing machine.
That was Hallelujah from Hit the Deck, played by the orchestra with Abe Lyman at the baton and Benny and Allen at each other's throats out in the hallway.
And the winner will tell his version on his own program next Wednesday night.
Oh, now, I don't know about that. Jack can certainly take care of himself.
It's Allen he has to worry about.
Gee, I hope nothing's happened to either one of them, especially Jack.
Well, they're both pretty husky, although Jack did look just a little bit worried.
Oh, Jack doesn't care whether he wins or not. He's got a due bill on a hospital. Here they come now.
Gosh, Freddie, those were the days, weren't they?
You're a card, Jackie. Remember that time in Toledo when you walked into the magician's dressing room and stole his pigeons?
Do I? Say, they tasted pretty good, didn't they, Fred?
The bones I got did, certainly did. Yeah.
Say, Freddie, you remember the guy in the show with us who used to take in washing on the side? You know, the guy that did our laundry?
Say, what's Ben Burney doing now?
He's got a band, you know, Ben Burney and All the Suds. Say, we didn't make much money in those days, Freddie, but we did get a lot of laughs.
We certainly did, until we walked on the stage.
Hey, Jack.
Yes, Mary.
What happened to the fight?
What fight? Say, Freddie, remember that time in South Bend, Indiana, when you were going with 40?
Hey, no kidding, fellas. What happened to that fight?
Why, Don, we were never serious about that.
And how did you get that black eye?
Oh, this. Well, I was writing a letter.
Yes, I accidentally dotted his I, Mary.
Now, wait a minute, Freddie. I slapped you more than you did me. Look at your wrist. It's all red.
Well, I made you say uncle, unquote, when I pulled your hair.
Uncle isn't the word, unquote, but let it go.
Say, Fred, here's a package you dropped on your way out to the hall.
Oh, yes, that's a box of candy I was going to give Jack.
Oh, Freddie.
Candy, can I have a piece?
Sure, but take the square ones, Mary. The round ones have got cement in them.
I see. And by the way, Fred, when you get home with that box of flowers I sent you, it's still ticking. Just put it in water.
I will, and thanks for the tip, Jack.
Oh, gee, this candy is swell. Have a piece, Jack?
Say, this is good chocolate. Wonderful flavor. What's it filled with, Freddie?
Ipana.
Oh. Well, I was going to brush my teeth anyway. I might as well eat it.
Well, Jack, I've got to go now. I've got a lot of work to do on my own program.
Okay, Fred. Well, thanks for your kind visit and apology.
What apology?
Never mind. Let's not start that again. Before you go, Fred, I want to tell you that I didn't mind one thing you said about me during our feud.
You didn't? Why not, Jack?
Well, I'll tell you. You said the darndest thing, Freddie, but you were so doggone cute with it all. You said the meanest things, you're wacky, you're riding high, but you're due for a fall. I owe you some words. You said I was bloodless.
You said I was tight.
You insulted my fiddling.
A rootin' tootin' hootin' tootin' ha-cha-cha.
We said the darndest thing, palsy, but oh, we were so doggone cute with it all. And now we're friends. Fred, I didn't know you could sing that good.
Thanks, Jack. Well, I've got to leave you now. And, oh, by the way, Mr. Lyman.
Yes, Fred?
Now, listen, Tuppy. You lay off of my pal, Jack Benny. That's a hint. Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye. Goodbye. So long, Fred. So long. Well, play, Lyman, and watch your step. You heard what Alan said.
Why, you little sawed-off punk, I'll take you and tear you from limb to limb.
Freddie! Freddie!
St. Patrick's Day is only 3 days away, so you better begin now to get together your shamrocks and Irish colors. And here's a Jell-O dessert that has the touch of color in keeping with the occasion, called Emerald Fruit Cup. You make it this way. Just dissolve 1 package of lime Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water and then pour into a shallow pan. Chill until firm, and then cut the Jell-O into cubes. Arrange the cubes of lime Jell-O in sherbet glasses, alternating with grapefruit sections. Serve plain or for a distinctive touch, pour over each portion 3 or 4 tablespoons full of ginger ale. Refreshing lime Jell-O with juicy grapefruit. It's a grand combination to start a dinner with, and equally delicious as dessert. Serve Emerald Fruit Cup for your St. Patrick's Day dinner, but be sure you make it with genuine lime Jell-O. For lime Jell-O, like all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors, has that extra rich fruit taste. Ask for Jell-O by name and look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O.
This is the last number of the 24th program in the new Jell-O series, and we'll be with you again next Sunday night broadcasting from New York City. And, Mary, I want to tell you your song was swell.
Thanks. Say, Jack, are you really glad that you made up with Fred Allen?
Certainly I am.
Why?
Well, now I won't have to listen to his program to hear what he's saying about me. Good night, folks.
Here's a special announcement announcement for our Canadian listeners. All Jell-O sold in Canada is made in Canada.
Select some fine romances from Springtime, written by Jerome Kern. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Grand Ballroom of the Hotel Pierre, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Abe Lyman and his orchestra. The orchestra opens the program with Gee, But You're Swell. You've often seen the hallmark on gold or silver, but perhaps you never knew why it is there. It's there as a symbol that the article which bears the mark is genuine. In the same way, the name Jell-O on the package is your assurance that the product in that package is genuine Jell-O. And so the reason I keep emphasizing those big red letters is this. Jell-O is a gelatin dessert. The name Jell-O is a trademark belonging to General Foods. When you see the big red letters on the box, you know you're getting genuine Jell-O made by General Foods. So if you hear any other flavored gelatin dessert referred to as Jell-O, you'll know that is incorrect. For there is only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that extra rich fruit flavor. That's why Jell-O is the most popular gelatin dessert in the entire world today. So be sure you get the real thing. Always insist on genuine Jell-O. And now we bring you the man who came to New York for a rest and has to go back to Hollywood to get it, Jack Playboy Benny.
Well, hello again. I got this horn left over from last night, folks, and I want to tell you, Don, you're right about me being a playboy. I'm a regular demon since I've been in New York. Shows and parties and one nightclub after another. Woo!
Oh, Jack, stop carrying on, Bill. You know, you're not as bad as you're painting yourself.
I'm not, eh? Don, I've been carousing around like a madman. Boy, am I sophisticated.
I can't understand that, Jack. You don't drink anything.
I don't, eh? Last night I had a gin fuzz.
That's fizz.
Fizz, fuzz, who cares as long as I have a headache?
Well, tell me, Jack, are you glad that you're going back to Hollywood tomorrow?
Oh, yes, Don. After all, how long can I keep up this mad pace? You know?
Imagine you setting a mad pace. Have you attended any teas?
What's that?
Have you attended any teas?
Afternoon or strip? Anyway, that was good, wasn't it? All right, Greg. All right, I thought that was good. Anyway, I'm really just all in. Oh, hello, Abe. Hello, Squirt. Squirt? If you've been hanging around with me lately, you'd find out what kind of a guy I am.
Oh, you're not so wild.
Oh, that's what you think. Only yesterday I was thrown out of Shraff.
You were?
Yes, sir, and I would have reported that bouncer if I knew her name. And I'm not kidding.
Hello, Jack.
Oh, hello, Kenny. Toot, toot.
Where'd you get that horn?
I wish I knew. Say, Kenny, do you notice anything different about me tonight? Huh? Oh, really?
No, why?
Well, Can't you see those dark rings under my eyes? Huh?
Gee, I thought it was mascara.
Well, it isn't.
Hey, Jack, give me that horn, will you?
Oh, no. This horn and a chicken sandwich cost me $14. Say, Kenny, we missed you last Sunday when you had to go back to Hollywood. How did your picture turn out?
Oh, swell, Jack. You know, Phil Harris is in it, too. And, oh, boy, the girls at the studio are hanging around him.
Oh, taking my place, huh? Huh?
No, these are young girls.
Say, Kenny, who has the love interest in your picture?
I have. And there's one place where I sing a love song to the leading lady right under her balcony.
Yeah?
And when I finish, she smiles and throws the rose at me, and then she comes running down the steps.
Yeah, and then what happened?
That's when Phil Harris takes her over.
Well, that's not very fair. Don't you feel badly?
No, I got a rose out of it.
Well, when I get back to Hollywood, he'll have some real competition. I've learned plenty here on the gay white way.
Hello, you little desperado.
Oh, hello, Mary.
Say, Don.
Yes, Mary.
Take that horn away before he plays the bee on it.
Well, I'll tell you, Mary, I've just worn to a frazzle from this constant hurly-burly and excitement. I got to go someplace where I can be alone for a couple of hours.
Why don't you find out where your last picture's playing?
Yeah, well, don't be so funny. You know, I've got to go out on a party again tonight. Parties and nightclubs. I tell you, I'm getting to be the best-known rounder on Broadway.
Go on. You couldn't get a ringside table at the Automat.
Oh, I couldn't, eh?
No kidding, Mary. I really think that Jack has turned out to be a pretty wild sort of a guy.
Oh, yeah? He went to Minsky's the other night and fainted during the opening chorus.
Well, it was hot in there.
Was it? Wow!
Kenny, now let's drop all this talk. I'm on the ragged edge now. And, hey, play something soothing, will you, so I can sort of pull myself together?
Okay. Say, Jack, when you go out tonight, you want to try something that'll pick you right up?
Sure, eh? What is it?
A striker's cocktail.
Well, I bet this is a peach of a gag coming. I can see that. A striker's cocktail, what's that?
One drink and you sit down.
Oh, no, not me. I can hold my own.
Why, you even stagger from an alcohol rub.
Is that so?
Better be careful, Jack. You keep this up and you'll look as bad as Fred Allen.
Now, wait a minute, Lyman. You're talking about my pal. You say one word against Allen, I'll have him knock your block off. And I'm the guy that can tell him. Freddie and I may have had our little spat, but underneath it all, there's a spark of loyal friendship that can never be extinguished. Play, Lyman. Played by Abe Lyman and his orchestra. And incidentally, folks, Mr. Lyman is making his farewell appearance on this program tonight because we are going to Hollywood next week, among other reasons.
Meaning what?
Meaning nothing, and put your coat back on.
What's the matter, Jack? You afraid?
Afraid? Wait till he gets that letter I'm going to send him from California.
Hear that, Abe? Jack's going to write you a nasty letter.
The laugh's on him. I can't read.
You said it, especially music. How was that, Mary? I can sing faster than Lyman.
Who can't?
Oh. I can't. Well, I don't want to start any brawls up here tonight because it so happens we have a very distinguished guest with us.
Oh, Jack.
It's not you, Kenny. Ladies and gentlemen, a very dear friend of mine is visiting in New York and has accepted my invitation to attend this broadcast. We grew up together, went to the same school, and he is now the chief executive of my hometown. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege and a pleasure to present His Honor, Mayor Mansell Talcott of Waukegan, Illinois.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
I really didn't want to impose on you, Mayor, but knowing you were in town, I couldn't resist taking advantage of it.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. I'm glad to be with you.
Thank you. Well, Bitey, that's his nickname, folks. You don't mind, do you, Bitey?
No. We all had nicknames in those days. Remember yours?
Mine? Oh, yeah. Let's see now. What was it the kids used to call me? Tuffy. That's right, Tuffy Benny. Did you hear that, Mary? I was quite a scrapper in those days.
Time marches on.
Yeah, never mind. Well, Bitey, tell me something about home. How's Julius Finnegan, Stub Wilbur, Ollie Eimerman, and the rest of the gang?
They're doing fine, Jack, and they're all proud of you.
Oh, well, say, you remember Vivian Thompson and Hazel Clark? And say, Bitey, how's my Aunt Josephine?
Oh, fine. She's still on the fire department.
Yes. Good old Aunt Joe. I can still see her sliding down that brass pole, you know. Bitey, I'll bet the town has changed a lot since I've been there.
Sure has, Jack. You remember the blue suit that used to hang in the window in your father's store?
Yes, I do.
Well, there's a gray one there now.
Probably the same suit. I told Dad to buy an awning. Yeah. Well, Bitey, now that you're here, I do want to congratulate you on the success of your political career.
Thanks, Jack.
You know, I bet when we were kids and went to school together, you never dreamed that you'd become mayor. You got about the lowest marks in the class, didn't you?
No, next to the lowest.
Oh, I thought we were tied.
Not quite. Say, Jack, on your way back to Hollywood, you're going to stop off at Waukegan for a day, aren't you?
I certainly am. Yes, sir.
That's fine, because we're planning a celebration for you. Jack Benny Day in Waukegan.
Well, thanks, Bitey. I appreciate that. I do.
Now, we're not going to make a formal affair or present you with a loving cup or the key to the city.
Well, I'm glad you're omitting that ceremony.
However, I called a meeting of the local merchants, and as a token of our esteem, we decided to call off all of your old debts.
Well, thanks, but I imagine they're outlawed by now anyway. Now, Bitey, before you leave, I'd like to have you meet the members of our cast. I know they're eager to meet you. First, Mary Livingston. Mary, this is His Honor, Mayor Talcott of Waukegan.
How do you do, Mayor Talcott?
Hello, Mary.
Say, Jack, is that a real mustache?
Yes, it is. Quiet.
Gee, there's not much of it, is there?
Mary. Now, Bitey, I'd like to have you meet our orchestra leader. Not that it'll improve your social standing. Anyway, this is Abe Lyman.
How do you do, Mr. Lyman?
Glad to know you, Your Majesty. Hey, that's Your Honor.
Go on, Your Honor, as a judge. I ought to know.
There, you see what I'm up against? And this is Kenny Baker, our tenor.
Well, hello, Kenny. How's that wonderful voice?
If you'd listen in every week, you'd know.
Kenny! Your Honor! Now, come here, Don, and don't embarrass me by asking the mayor if he likes Jell-O. Bitey, this is Don Wilson.
I'm very glad to meet you, Don.
How do you do, Mr. Mayor?
That's better. At least Don got the title right.
Yeah, but we got the laugh.
Now, go away. Well, Bitey, it's about time for Lyman to play a number, so how about you and I sitting down and having a little chat? Or you and me, rather. Which is correct, Abe? You and I or you and me?
You and him. Don't drag me into this.
Play, Lyman. Come on, Bitey.
Right with you, Jack.
Lyman and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our feature attraction tonight, in honor of my boyhood friend, Mayor Mansell Talcott, and also to revive memories of our youth, we will go back through the years and reenact a day in our lives when I was just a kid helping my father in his department store in Waukegan. Bidey, would you like to help us out and be a kid again for a few minutes?
I sure would, Jack. It'll be fun.
You will have some stuff there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, in this little sketch about my dad's store, I will play the part of my own father. And I've engaged little Junior O'Day to play the part of Jack Benny the child, as I am too modest to repeat the many clever things I said when I was a kid. Gee, I was bright. Well, let's get started. Mary, would you like to be a customer in my father's store?
Not at his prices.
I'll give you a discount. Kenny, while we're fixing up the store and moving in the merchandise, you can sing your song. Huh?
All right, Jack, but don't be too noisy.
We won't. Sing, Kenny. Come on, fellas, give me a hand on this, will you?
Down the stars when the night was through. In winter, I'd be bringing the spring to you. In summer, every moment I'd sing to you, cling to you. For you, I'd see that no daydreams would all come true. Gladly do above you, there'd be nothing but heaven's blue. To love you would mean living my life for you. Every move you would make, I would watch every step you'd take. You'd mean so much to me. Every beat of my heart would be for you. And then I would place you upon a throne and live for you.
For you from Kenny's picture, The King and the Chorus Girl. And, Kenny, I want to tell you that week's vacation did you a lot of good. I mean, your voice sounds sweeter and more melodious than ever.
Yeah, don't it?
Yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back about 25 years to the thriving little town of Waukegan. The scene is the Benny's department store, more widely known as the Emporium, on South Genesee Street. Now, remember, folks, I play the part of my father. Let's go. Curtains. Music. Hello? Waukegan Emporium. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Penchel. Yeah, a birthday present for your husband? Well, we just got in something new, a nightshirt with pants. They call them pyjamas. No, you don't need suspenders. Yes, I'll send them over as soon as the horse gets up. Goodbye. Jackie.
Yes, Pa?
Go to the back room and practice your violin. I'm not spending 50 cents a lesson for nothing.
Aw, I don't wanna.
You're going to learn to play the violin if it takes a week. Now go in there and practice the B. It'll come in handy 25 years from now.
Then what's the rush?
What's the rush? That little Freddie Allen is talking already. Now get in there and practice.
Oh, all right.
And don't practice too loud. I got to make a living. Certainly an unbusy day.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Well, little Mary Thompson, what can I do for you?
Nothing. I'm just window shopping.
Window shopping? Why don't you do it outside?
Why don't you wash your windows?
Now, was dangerous. Last time I done it, the glass warped. Say, how's that suit I sold your father?
The coat and pants are fine, but the vest drags on the ground.
Well, just tell him to tuck the vest in his trousers.
He did, but his foot got caught in the pocket.
And you can't blame the suit if he's clumsy. Close that door, Jackie. You know, Mary, someday that kid of mine will be a great violinist.
Well, right now he's lousy.
Davy, get away from that door. Stop hanging on my sign. People will think this is a pet shop. Good morning, Mrs. Wilson. What can I do for you?
I have a complaint to make, Mr. Benny.
You have?
Yes, I washed that tablecloth you sold me, and now it's a scar.
Oh, that's too bad.
Wash it again, and you got a handkerchief.
Mary. There's your little boy, Donald. How old is he now?
19 months.
Well, what a cute little rascal. My, what a healthy-looking youngster. How much does he weigh?
210 pounds.
210 pounds. Well.
And look, he's got 6 delicious chins.